The young man started practicing martial arts for 6 hours every month at age 3, and by 10, he had mastered unparalleled skills. At 12, one palm strike could create a pit several zhang deep, but his grandfather never allowed him to reveal any martial arts. So, the young man spent his days reading before others, twice becoming the top scholar by age 14. He was even specially approved by the emperor for the Hanlin Academy, but the young man resolutely resigned and returned home. He lived in seclusion at the foot of Manhwa with only an old servant, the young man named Shaan. He was the master of Shao family village. Everyone thought he was just a gentle, kind scholar. Little did they know he also carried the special identity passed down through the Shao family for 8 generations. That night, Shaan was reading by candlelight when suddenly a group of martial artists came to visit. The visitor claimed to be Bai Zishuan, a disciple of the Huashan sect, because the Huashan sect had suddenly met disaster. Hoping Huashan could shelter them for a night, it turned out just moments ago, a group of mysterious people raided the Huashan sect at night. These attackers were numerous and highly skilled. Countless Huashan sect disciples were injured or killed. The Huashan sect's senior brother fought the attackers but was severely wounded. To preserve a lineage for the Huashan sect, the senior brother entrusted the sect's treasured artifact, the Zhixiao divine sword, to Bai Zishuan, ordering him to lead the young disciples down the mountain to rebuild in the future. Bai Zishuan of the Huashan sect had heard that the master of Shao family village was charitable, so he came to visit, hoping for temporary shelter for one night. Shao Huashan immediately nodded in agreement after hearing. Unexpectedly, a furious roar suddenly came from outside the courtyard wall. Then countless masked figures leaped onto the courtyard walls, clearly the same group that raided the Huashan sect. They had already chased them here. In an instant, they surrounded the Shao family courtyard completely. Then a loud crash came from the main gate. Shao Huashan looked towards the sound. It was a burly man breaking down the door. The old servant, seeing the family gate destroyed, immediately went to argue. Unexpectedly, the burly man was extremely arrogant. Without a word of disagreement, he sent the old servant flying with a palm strike. The old servant crashed against the courtyard wall, his condition unknown. The Huashan sect disciples' faces changed upon seeing this, and Shao Huashan's expression instantly darkened. The burly man walked up to Shao Huashan, ordering him to step aside, but unexpectedly, Shao Huashan advanced instead of retreating. He moved close to the burly man. Just then, Bai Zishuan suddenly blocked Shao Huashan. Since the opponents were after their Huashan sect, he would bear the responsibility alone. Shao Huashan simply dodged, standing before Bai Zishuan, and waved his hand, signaling it was alright. Shao Huashan walked straight up to the burly man and stood firm, implying he wouldn't yield an inch. Seeing the young man's recklessness, the burly man couldn't help showing a mocking expression. Unexpectedly, a slight smile appeared on Shao Huashan's lips, and he raised a hand towards the burly man's face. The burly man suddenly felt a chill down his spine, his eyes widening involuntarily. Just then, Shao Huashan flicked a finger. The burly man had no time to react. His head was sent flying by a finger flick, rolling over 40 meters before stopping. Seeing this sudden turn of events, everyone present was greatly shocked. Only Shao Huashan calmly stepped forward, wanting to see if the burly man's head was truly severed. The group of masked men trembled in fear at Shao Huashan's ruthless methods. Bai Zishuan's mouth hung open in disbelief. Was this still the usually gentle and refined young village master? But Shao Huashan's gaze grew increasingly cold. Tonight, he could finally fulfill the special mission passed down through his family for 8 generations. Shao Huashan coldly surveyed his surroundings. The masked assassins on the courtyard walls. He suddenly stomped his foot on the ground, sending numerous masked experts flying into the air. Shao Huashan's eyes showed killing intent. Instantly flashing into mid-air, he struck out with a palm, his body moving like a nimble dragon, weaving through the experts like a tiger among wolves. With each palm strike, a masked expert met his end on the spot. Broken debris filled the air. The Huashan disciples watched, stunned. Bai Zishuan was even more astonished now. These masked experts were foes even the Huashan sect elders couldn't easily handle. Yet now, they were being utterly slaughtered by Shao Huashan alone. Shao Huashan flung the masked man in his hand far away, then turned his head to look at the old man under the wall root. Get up and clean the yard. The Huashan sect members looked on, puzzled, just as Shao Huashan was about to lose his patience and erupt. The originally lifeless old servant suddenly got up, opening his eyes. With a foolish grin, he pulled out a large flatbread from his clothes and started eating. Unexpectedly, this old servant was also a hidden master. Shao Huashan had the old servant fetch 2 kitchen knives and started chopping in the yard, burying them on the spot. While cleaning the battlefield, the old servant found a survivor among the dead. Just as he was about to strike down this leftover trouble, Shao Huashan stopped him. This person is still useful to me. Xiao Huashan amiably placed his hand on the man's shoulder. The man immediately indicated he would truthfully answer any questions. It turned out this group were disciples of the Tianshan sect. For this night raid on the Huashan sect, a total of 150 disciples were mobilized, including 2 protectors and 1 hall master, all to seize the Huashan sect's treasured Zhixiao divine sword. Hearing this, Xiao Huashan immediately asked Bai Zixuan to borrow the sword for a look. He wanted to see what kind of treasure sword it was. To cause such consequences for the Huashan sect, Bai Zixuan, seeing this, had no choice but to respectfully offer the Zhixiao divine sword. Xiao Huashan took it, glanced at it simply, then tossed it back to Bai Zixuan. Saying it was a fake sword, Bai Zixuan stood stunned upon hearing this, unable to believe it on the spot, ignoring the distraught Bai Zixuan. Xiao Huashan kicked the Tianshan sect disciple in the kidneys, severely injuring him, then told the man to disappear within 3 seconds. The man felt like he received amnesty. Dragging his heavily injured body, he leaped out of the courtyard wall. After doing all this, Xiao Huashan fetched a bamboo pole and actually hung the hall master's head above the main gate of the Xiao residence. Then, Xiao Huashan came beside the secretly grieving Bai Zixuan. Stop being dramatic, that sword is real. It turned out Xiao Huashan had done that deliberately just now, precisely to let that Tianshan sect disciple relay the news of the fake sword back, hoping to make the Tianshan sect give up chasing them. Bai Zixuan, learning the truth, was overjoyed. However, what they didn't know was, the Tianshan sect's determination for this trip was far greater than they imagined. In a dense forest outside the city, the experts of the Tianshan sect met the disciple who had escaped back. The disciple stated directly, the Zhixiao divine sword in Bai Zixuan's hand was fake, and the hall master was killed in one blow by a young expert. Upon hearing this news, the 2 protectors' expressions changed. They thought back carefully, but couldn't recall any such expert in Xian City capable of fighting 1 against 100. Even their hall master was no match. As for whether the Zhixiao divine sword was real or fake, that could only be known after getting their hands on it personally. Meanwhile, inside the Xiao family residence, numerous Huashan sect disciples were resting. Bai Zixuan glanced at Xiao Huashan under the wolf path, timidly approached the other party, pleading for Xiao Huashan's help. Xiao Huashan also expected the Tianshan sect would likely come again and immediately agreed to help. Bai Zixuan was overjoyed upon hearing this, but unexpectedly, Xiao Huashan held up 2 fingers. He wanted Bai Zixuan to agree to 2 conditions first. One was that he wanted to go to the Huashan sect's ancestor cave to look at the ancestral tablets of past masters. Bai Zixuan immediately nodded in agreement. Then, Xiao Huashan pulled Bai Zixuan's hand, placing it on his own shoulder, and stated his second request. He wanted Bai Zixuan to tell him to follow his own heart in all matters. Such a strange request made Bai Zixuan momentarily dazed. Just then, everyone heard countless sounds of movement coming from outside the courtyard wall. Clearly, the numerous experts of the Tianshan sect had regrouped and were attacking again. Seeing several figures already arriving silently, Bai Zixuan hesitated no longer. Drawing the Zhixiao divine sword, he placed it on Xiao Huashan's shoulder, announcing loudly, Bai Zixuan of the Huashan sect, in the name of the Zhixiao divine sword, I ask you to follow your own heart in all matters. Xiao Huashan closed his eyes, quietly listening as Bai Zixuan finished speaking word by word. Their Xiao family had waited for 8 generations. After Bai Zixuan finished, Xiao Huashan suddenly opened his eyes. His entire aura changed abruptly. At this moment, numerous Tianshan sect experts outside the courtyard wall had arrived. The 2 leading protectors' faces suddenly changed. They saw the hall master's head hung high above the main gate. The Jia protector immediately wanted to charge down, but was stopped by the E protector. Don't act rashly, the immortal official, unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking. A young man had already appeared at the entrance. It was Xiao Huashan, standing with hands clasped, blocking the way alone in the rain. And wait for old Six Sulan to die. The Tianshan sect members were furious upon hearing this. Their strength was formidable. When had they ever suffered such humiliation, yet unexpectedly, before they could act? Xiao Huashan struck first, his figure flashing, attacking rapidly, sending a Tianshan sect disciple flying with 1 palm strike. The force was immense. It directly planted the disciple into the ground. The Jia protector, seeing this, was greatly alarmed. The E protector was also stunned on the spot by Xiao Huashan's methods. Before he could react, Xiao Huashan had already closed in, striking out with a kick. The Tianshan sect disciples looked on in horror, never expecting the E protector would be sent flying by a kick. At this moment, Xiao Huashan's figure reversed in the rain, instantly flashing before another disciple, striking out with a palm. At this moment, he was like a demon emerged from hell, coldly watching. These self-proclaimed experts of the prestigious Tianshan sect between raising and falling hands, screams echoed incessantly. Several more disciples died on the spot. The two disciples targeted by Xiao Huashan felt a chill run down their spines but still bravely charged forward together. Facing the incoming long sword, Xiao Huashan simply grabbed it. With a crisp sound, the long sword immediately shattered inch by inch, the palm force undiminished, killed that disciple on the spot, while the other disciple had his throat seized by Xiao Huashan. Xiao Huashan's palm force suddenly surged. That disciple's body exploded on the spot, facing the god of slaughter like Xiao Huashan. The remaining Tianshan sect disciples were already fearful, all stopping in place, afraid to advance. Just then, the half-dead elderly hurriedly stepped out to steady morale. He's only one person. Let's wear him down together. Little did they know this played right into Xiao Huashan's hands. Facing the siege of the crowd, Xiao Huashan showed no fear, his palms weaving up and down defensively around him. Powerful energy surged out from his body, piercing the rain curtain, rushing towards the sky. Meanwhile, the Huashan sect disciples inside the courtyard began to worry slightly. Bai Zixuan struggled internally, although his martial arts were weak. He couldn't let the young master face danger alone. He immediately led the Huashan sect members out of the courtyard. Preparing to fight alongside Xiao Huashan, however, the scene before them left Bai Zixuan stunned on the spot. In the heavy rain, apart from Xiao Huashan standing alone with clasped hands, there wasn't a single living person left. Xiao Huashan wiped the blood from his face, asking Bai Zixuan if he remembered their agreement. Bai Zixuan hurriedly nodded, saying, "Big brother, whatever you say, then what are you waiting for? Lead the way." Thousands of Manhwa troops guarded the residence entrance. The person they were supposed to protect was actually a weak scholar. Seeing the Xiao residence empty, the leading general let out a roar, "Full army, attack, we must kill the thieves, rescue the young master." The soldiers immediately responded with a roar, whipping their horses, chasing along the road. Meanwhile, Xiao Huashan and the others had reached the foot of Mount Hua. Xiao Huashan ordered Bai Zixuan to take off his Huashan sect clothes, then asked the old servant for a flask of strong liquor, then tilted his head back and took a large gulp, after changing into the Huashan sect disciples' clothes. He walked up the mountain alone. Soon, Xiao Huashan arrived at the foot of the mountain gate, after a night of fierce battle. The Huashan sect was filled with ruins. Xiao Huashan stared blankly, lost in brief memories. Grandfather, was that Angzi Anglia recognized by the sect leader? Naturally. Their names are recorded in the Ancestor cave, then the people of the Huashan sect. Do they know about us who carry this mission? The old man tried his best for a long time but remained silent. A playful smile appeared on Xiao Huashan's lips as he murmured, "Grandfather, you can't answer either, right? How could one say their own sect is full of hypocrites? Ancestors, good or bad, are still the sect. I'll help you this once, but what happens after is uncertain." Xiao Huashan collected his thoughts and continued walking inside, seeing the god of slaughter like Xiao Huashan approaching step by step. The Tianshan sect members cleaning the battlefield were heavily damaged, facing a great enemy. One disciple cursed and attacked first. Xiao Huashan didn't waste words, immediately striking with his palm. The disciple fell with a groan, spitting blood. Seeing this, the other few disciples charged together. Xiao Huashan formed palms with both hands, suddenly lifting them. Blue true qi, visible to the naked eye, gathered in his palms, then his movement was like lightning. In an instant, several palms struck out. 3 disciples let out pained cries, flying backwards together. Xiao Huashan, however, walked towards the back mountain without looking back. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the Ancestor cave in the back mountain. Inside the cave, he saw the stone tablet enshrining the successive ancestors of the Huashan sect. Xiao Huashan dropped to his knees before the stone tablet with a thud. "Ancestors, I came today specifically to tell you, this disciple has completed the mission of guarding Mount Hua." Xiao Huashan gazed at the ancestor tablet before him, his grandfather's teachings echoing in his ears. "Huashan, when that day comes, you must first pay respects to the ancestors to show your return, then announce to all directions. You have completed your mission and returned to Mount Hua. The most important point. You must return the Stone Gate martial arts bestowed by the old ancestor." Xiao Huashan slowly closed his eyes. "Must I return the martial arts I worked so hard to master?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Huashan rose and came before the tablet, reaching out to press the tablet and twisting it to the left. The stone platform made a clear sound, revealing a hidden compartment. Only then did Xiao Huashan know. The martial art he practiced since childhood was called Xiyin Shangus Ibu. Taking out the secret manual passed down for generations from his bosom, Xiao Huashan was about to place it back into the hidden compartment. Suddenly, he finally made up his mind and took the manual out again, then raised his right palm high, striking fiercely towards the manual. The secret manual, passed down for generations, instantly turned to dust. Xiao Huashan feigned shock. Oh dear, ancestors, what should I do? Surely you wouldn't want this martial art to be lost. Meanwhile, inside the main tent of the Tianshan sect, the Tianshan sect master Lu Liangzhong was listening to a disciple's report. This time the Tianshan sect advanced into the Central Plains. Several major sects had already submitted. The Huashan sect refused discipline, and although not annihilated, they were scattered and decimated. After hearing, a ruthless glint flashed in Lu Liangzhong's eyes. In his view, failure to annihilate them might lead to future troubles, the disciple reported. Strategist Yang had already led the second wave of reinforcements, but Lu Liangzhong could no longer wait. He would personally go to Mount Hua and eradicate the Huashan sect root and stem. The young man destroyed the 8th-generation peerless secret manual with one palm strike, and even spoke rudely towards the ancestor's tablet, the agreement made hundreds of years ago between the ancestor and the founder emperor. What does it have to do with me, Xiao Huashan? Besides, that book only has 8 moves in total. It's thanks to generations of us innovating that it reached today's state, and you have the nerve to ask me to return it. It turned out, hundreds of years ago, when the Huashan sect was founded, a group of people left the sect. Their martial arts were powerful, their movements hidden, due to lurking in the shadows for years. They earned the name Angziangliu, but whenever the Huashan sect faced great disaster, they would step in to help. Even if it was the Huashan sect leader, if his misconduct placed the Huashan sect in peril, they would also act without hesitation to eliminate him. This was the agreement made between the Huashan sect founder and the ancestor of Angziangliu. It was also an unspoken secret of the Huashan sect, and Xiao Huashan was the successor of the Angziangliu lineage. Recalling his miserable childhood spent practicing martial arts diligently, Xiao Huashan grew angrier the more he thought. He directly pressed the ancestor's tablet and turned it in the opposite direction. Another hidden compartment on the stone platform slowly opened, also containing a secret manual. Xiao Huashan excitedly took out the manual, those who completed the mission in the shadows. It's time to collect some hardship pay. Xiao Huashan, the 2-time top scholar, possessed a photographic memory. In an instant, he thoroughly memorized this Anxiang Piao manual. Xiao Huashan snapped the manual shut, closed his eyes, and reviewed it once more in his mind. Then, insanely, he destroyed this manual as well. After doing all this, he turned and walked out of the ancestor cave. Reaching the cave entrance, Xiao Huashan suddenly looked back and whispered, "Rest in peace, we shall never meet again in this life." With that said, he walked towards the front mountain without any lingering attachment. On the way, Xiao Huashan saw a messenger hawk from the Tianshan sect. Recalling his grandfather's instruction to announce to all directions, he immediately captured the hawk. Xiao Huashan's eyes were utterly cold. "Go report to your master. I, Xiao Huashan, am protecting the Huashan sect." Meanwhile, the Huashan sect disciples at the foot of the mountain heard waves of screams coming from the mountain. Bai Zishuan bit his lip tightly, his heart full of worry. The old servant beside him suddenly perked up his ears. "Oh, did the young master just call for us?" Bai Zishuan already knew the old servant was no ordinary person, but being able to hear from so far away truly astonished him. He immediately gathered everyone to hurry up the mountain. Unexpectedly, just stepping through the mountain gate, Bai Zishuan's eyes widened. He saw densely packed corpses of Tianshan sect disciples strewn everywhere. Just then, a Huashan sect disciple let out a cry of alarm. It turned out the remaining Huashan sect members had their acupuncture points sealed and were locked in a room. Bai Zishuan was overjoyed upon hearing this. He was about to run over and rescue them when suddenly a yawn came from above. Everyone looked towards the sound. It was Xiao Huashan, comfortably lying on the roof. The Huashan disciples carried the restrained elders and senior brothers to the open space in front of the building, preparing to channel energy to treat their injuries, but the Tianshan sect's point sealing technique was truly strange. Rushing to unseal the points would likely cause disability in 9 out of 10 cases, thus, the Huashan sect disciples were helpless. Having no choice, Bai Zishuan had to seek Xiao Huashan's help again. Xiao Huashan immediately leaped down from the roof. "I do have a family method that can solve this, but you can't have second thoughts afterwards." Bai Zishuan cupped his fists, repeatedly saying, "Absolutely no second thoughts." Xiao Huashan approached the Huashan sect elders, observing carefully. It turned out their Ma Shui and Yixin points were sealed simultaneously using a special technique. Xiao Huashan pondered for a moment, then suddenly slapped an elder across the face with his forearm. The force was so great it sent the elder flying. Bai Zishuan instantly glared angrily. "Great hero, what are you doing?" But unexpectedly, just then, that elder actually coughed twice, and even raised a hand, clearly indicating the sealed points were released. Bai Zishuan hurriedly went forward to help his senior uncle up, while this elder looked resentfully at Xiao Huashan. Xiao Huashan, seeing this, cracked his knuckles loudly. "Look at your expression, seems the points weren't unsealed thoroughly enough, before anyone could react." He slapped again, knocking the elder to the ground once more. Xiao Huashan coldly glanced at Bai Zixuan. "This is the only solution I know." Then he walked over to a young disciple, having witnessed Xiao Huashan's unsealing method. This young disciple trembled, eyes filled with tears. Unexpectedly, this time Xiao Huashan just lightly flicked the disciple's forehead. This disciple's sealed points immediately released, and he could move normally. Then, only the sounds of clashing echoed from the peak of Mount Hua, accompanied by the wails of numerous Huashan members. Meanwhile, the Xian prefecture Yamen was filled with a grim atmosphere. Learning that a group of martial artists raided Xiao family village and kidnapped the master Xiao Huashan, the prefectural magistrate was furious, ordering his secretary to coordinate deployment, conduct a citywide, house-to-house search for Xiao Huashan. Any who resisted would be executed on the spot. For a time, the entire Xian prefecture was in chaos. All martial artists were arrested by soldiers for questioning. The garrison commander was greatly puzzled. Asking the prefectural magistrate if this was an overreaction, the magistrate replied meaningfully, "This is an order from the Yusu Wangfu, and the Yusu Wangfu will personally dispatch troops to Mount Hua." The commander's face changed dramatically upon hearing this. Prince Yusu was the current emperor's biological brother, and the feudal lord governing Xian prefecture. Why would he value a mere scholar so much? At this moment, inside the Yusu Wangfu, the left general was already fully prepared. Even the mansion's grand steward was joining this time. After greeting the left general, the two immediately spurred their horses to catch up with the advance troops. Testing. Huashan sect disciples tearfully carved one memorial tablet after another, and arranged the appearances of the numerous fallen disciples. Xiao Huashan quietly watched all this, his eyes filled with sorrow. After this calamity, the Huashan sect leader was dead, and 70% of the disciples were massacred. Their vitality was greatly damaged. Numerous disciples built a high platform. Placing the bodies of the fallen members upon it, an elder held a torch, crying out loudly, "The souls of Huashan are indestructible, Great Hua endures forever." Then threw the torch high, the platform instantly erupted in raging flames. Bai Zixuan watched this scene, clenching his teeth, tears streaming down his face. Xiao Huashan stood before the high platform, his expression grave. He subconsciously clenched his fists, secretly resolving, "It seems I must help you avenge this before I can leave. Then let me fulfill the final mission." Meanwhile, the devastated Xiao family residence received an unexpected visitor. Two soldiers stationed there were chatting. The next second, a sound tore through the air. The two soldiers fell without time to scream. It was the Tianshan sect strategist Yang Chang arriving with reinforcements. At this moment, a Tianshan sect disciple bowed and reported, "The two protectors and one hall master were all killed." Yang Qing's face changed dramatically upon hearing this. The previous report he received was, the raid on Huashan was successful, just waiting for news of obtaining the Zhixiao divine sword. But now, all those members had been completely killed, and there were no signs of intense fighting in the courtyard. A few fleeing Huashan disciples could not possibly possess such strength. Yang Qing took out a bamboo slip message from his bosom, sent back by a disciple. On it was clearly written the character change, but what puzzled Yang Qing was, where exactly did the change occur? Then Yang Qing asked about the relationship between the kidnapped courtyard owner and the Huashan sect. The disciple replied that no connection was found. The owner of the courtyard was a mere scholar. If there had to be a connection, it was that his name was Xiao Huashan. Upon hearing this, Yang Qing's mind suddenly stirred. He asked again about Xiao Huashan's family background. The disciple, seeing this, quickly continued reporting. Xiao Huashan's ancestors were all scholars, but the names of successive Xiao family village masters were very peculiar. Xiao Huashan's father was named Xiao Xie, his grandfather Xiao Taihua, his great-grandfather also Xiao Huashan. These three names cycled repeatedly. Yang Qing listened, fanning himself with a python skin folding fan. Don't Xie and Taihua both refer to Mount Hua? Could this really be just a coincidence? How deep is the foundation of a sect passed down for hundreds of years? At critical moments, just sending a few letters brings hundreds of disciples back to the mountain for aid. The Huashan sect suffered a calamity. The few surviving elders wrote letters overnight, conveying the news of the sect's misfortune to scattered members. Huashan disciples, some joined the military, becoming generals. Some became wealthy merchants, and some even founded their own sects, teaching medicine and helping the suffering. But regardless of changing times or passing years, they all shared one identity. That is, disciples of Mount Hua. Hundreds of Huashan disciples rushed to Mount Hua. The sect's blood must not be shed in vain. On the other side, at the foot of Manhwa, Xiao Huashan was bidding farewell to Bai Zishuan. At this time, in his heart, he already had a plan on how to avenge the Huashan sect. Several elders whose points were unsealed by the special method cupped their fists in thanks. Xiao Huashan couldn't be bothered with them, merely stopping by Zishuan and whispering a few instructions, then waved goodbye freely to everyone. Just then, an elder suddenly called out, "Lu Wu." Xiao Huashan looked back, signaling him to speak directly. The elder's expression was solemn. Asking Xiao Huashan if he had ever heard of the Punishers, Xiao Huashan's eyes flashed. "Never heard of them." The elder stared intently at Xiao Huashan for a moment, then regained his smile, saying he was just asking casually. Xiao Huashan paid them no more heed, jumped onto the carriage, but thoughts stirred within him. Could the Punishers be another name for Angziangliu? He then ordered the old servant to drive towards Hanning County. The old servant paused, expressing confusion. Shouldn't they be going to Tianshan to eradicate the Tianshan sect? Xiao Huashan, however, looked relaxed, saying they'd know once they arrived. After seeing Xiao Huashan off, the Huashan sect resumed its former life. Unexpectedly, a disciple suddenly rushed down from the mountain. It turned out he had just seen a large number of government troops stationed at the foot of Mount Hua, so he hurried back to report to the sect. Elder Yuan, upon hearing this, quickly led disciples down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, they saw the military banner of the Yu Su Wangfu fluttering in the wind. The leading general cupped his fists. It was the same general who arrived at the Shao residence that night. Elder Yuan quickly returned the salute with cupped fists, and asked if there was anything wrong with the Huashan sect. There's an unwritten rule in the martial world. Normally, the government and the martial arts world do not interfere with each other, but now the prince's troops visiting must have a reason. At this time, the leading general spoke up, explaining they were the advance troops, ordered by the military to come protect the Huashan sect. Later, the mansion's left general would arrive personally with the main army and explain the situation. Elder Yuan was greatly shocked by these words. The prince's left general leading troops to protect the Huashan sect? The Huashan disciples were instantly stunned too. What they didn't know was, on a nearby hillside, someone else was equally bewildered. Yang Qing looked at the Yu Su Wangfu troops covering the mountainside, lost in confusion. Although their Tianshan sect was powerful, sometimes even disregarding the government, challenging the imperial army was like throwing an egg against a rock. Suddenly, a thunderclap exploded in Yang Qing's mind, connecting all the clues. He finally figured out the crux of the matter. The Tianshan sect disciples were all killed. That village master couldn't possibly have been kidnapped. Who kidnapped whom was still uncertain. Just then, several Tianshan sect disciples swiftly approached. They learned that someone descended Mount Hua early that morning, whose clothing and appearance matched the Shao family village master. Yang Qing's face changed drastically upon hearing this. He quickly asked where the person was now. The disciple reported the master and servant had reached Shanghua Lu in Hanning County. Yang Qing's life flashed before him. Opening his folding fan with a snap, he ordered all disciples to assemble. Immediately set off for Shanghua Lu. That morning, Shanghua Lu in Hanning County received a guest. The proprietress, still hungover, said they weren't open yet. Unexpectedly, the young man directly took something from his bosom and threw it on the ground. Xiao Huashan looked extremely arrogant. "Can you open now?" The proprietress saw the young man's insolence and felt annoyed, but when she saw the object on the ground, she immediately changed her tune. The object the young man threw was clearly a piece of high-quality gold inlaid jade. The proprietress immediately put on a different face and instantly vanished to prepare hospitality. The old servant behind him said frankly, "Doing this so early in the morning isn't good for the body." Xiao Huashan, however, said this was the first step to becoming a real man. Then he picked up a family member, shouting, "Seal released." The old servant sighed internally. What kind of real man is this? Unexpectedly, two beautiful women approached him at this moment. Saying with affection that the young master inside arranged it for him, the old servant's face darkened. He narrowed his eyes, suddenly looking radiant, shouting, "I'm released too." For a time, Shanghua Lu shook violently. Xiao Huashan's 20 years of accumulated power. How could they withstand it? The proprietress, seeing this, was furious. If this continued, her Shanghua Lu would become a flower hiding building. The proprietress immediately ordered someone to report to the county yamen. Unexpectedly, the servant returned shortly after leaving. It turned out the Hanning County magistrate, learning that Yu Su Wangfu troops were stationed guarding Mount Hua, had already led everyone from the yamen to show loyalty. At this moment, the Hanning County yamen was empty. What the proprietress didn't know was, at this moment, a group of uninvited guests had already surrounded Shanghua Lu. Dozens of Tianshan sect disciples rushed into the building. the proprietress knelt on the ground, begging for mercy repeatedly. But Yang Qing found her noisy and ordered her eliminated. A Tianshan sect disciple was about to draw his sword and strike. Unexpectedly, something suddenly crashed down from upstairs. Everyone looked. It was a disheveled old man. Then two disciples leaped down from upstairs. Reporting to Yang Qing that this man was the Shao family village servant, Yang Qing immediately ordered him eliminated. Unexpectedly, the old servant suddenly foamed at the mouth, then closed his eyes and fainted. Just then, two disciples brought Xiao Huashan over, tightly bound. Yang Qing's gaze focused, thinking, this person is just a playboy. Could it be someone else annihilated the Tianshan sect disciples? At this moment, Xiao Huashan looked fierce. Dare to touch me and see what happens. The next second, he was forced to kneel before Yang Qing by two disciples. Yang Qing's eyes held mockery, saying he wanted to ask a few questions. Xiao Huashan looked arrogant, saying he refused to answer. A disciple beside him immediately slapped him across the face. Xiao Huashan's eyes were chilling. You'll be the first to die later. The disciple became furious. Attacked again but was stopped by Yang Chang. Yang Chang leisurely walked forward. Asking if his name was Xiao Huashan remained silent, neither confirming nor denying. Yang Qing's face darkened, coldly saying, I know you once served in the Hanlin Academy, and have the backing of the Yusu Wangfu, but this is Haning County, not the Yusu Wangfu. You only need to answer two questions, and I'll let you leave safely, otherwise. I'll start with that old servant. Xiao Huashan's lips moved slightly, stating directly, I have a third option. Won't it be fine if I just kill you all? Yang Qing immediately burst into laughter upon hearing this, tapping Xiao Huashan's face repeatedly with his fan. Just you, a wet behind the ears pretty boy scholar? Unexpectedly, a cruel smile slowly formed on Xiao Huashan's lips. Haven't you already delivered yourself right to me? Seeing Xiao Huashan's aura suddenly change, Yang Qing was greatly alarmed. Xiao Huashan suddenly stood up, the ropes binding him snapping instantly. Awakened, hunting time, Xiao Huashan looked playfully at Yang Qing before him. Excellent hunters often appear as prey. Before the Tianshan sect disciples could react, a fierce energy suddenly exploded. The sound reverberated like a dragon's roar, the shockwave sending countless fragments flying. When the dust settled, the Tianshan sect disciples' eyes widened in horror. They saw Yang Chang already held by the throat by Xiao Huashan, lifted into the air. Xiao Huashan's eyes were icy cold. His sword-like eyebrows slanted downwards. Yang Qing's eyes rolled back, his breathing rapid. The Tianshan sect disciples surrounded them but didn't dare act rashly for fear of harming their strategist. Xiao Huashan pinched Yang Qing's knee with his left hand, smiled faintly, applied force with his thumb, and suddenly crushed it, crippling one of Yang Qing's legs, ignoring Yang Qing's heart-wrenching screams. Xiao Huashan repeated the process, crushing one of his hands. This series of actions flowed smoothly, completed in one go, making the Tianshan sect disciples tremble. Xiao Huashan casually tossed Yang Qing aside, then bowed forward, coldly saying, You asked the questions in the wrong order. You should have first asked who pulverized your subordinates. Yang Qing looked venomously at Xiao Huashan, but his heart surged with immense shock. Could it be that everything was done by this scholar before him? Xiao Huashan ignored him, instead scanning the entire area, then pointed towards one person among the Tianshan sect disciples. It was the one who had just slapped him. Xiao Huashan beckoned with his finger, signaling him to come closer to talk. Seeing the person standing still, unwilling to approach, Xiao Huashan stomped on Yang Qing's leg, causing Yang Qing to scream like a pig being slaughtered. That disciple's face immediately changed drastically, quickly telling Xiao Huashan to stop. He would go over now. This disciple timidly came before Xiao Huashan. Xiao Huashan didn't waste words, directly swung his forearm, the force immense, making this disciple spit out old blood through his mask. Then Xiao Huashan struck left and right, slapping for a full quarter of an hour before stopping. Looking now, that disciple was barely breathing, his head swollen like a pig's. Xiao Huashan placed one hand on his hip, announcing loudly, If even one person walks out of this building, your leader is dead. Understood? For a moment, the Tianshan sect disciples were in a dilemma, unsure whether to leave or stay. But Xiao Huashan didn't care about their plans. First, he pushed aside the pig head in his hand. Then his body filled with powerful energy, launching the first attack. Seeing this, the Tianshan sect disciples hesitated no longer, charging forward with sharp blades. Unexpectedly, several disciples were pierced by Xiao Huashan's true chi mid-air. At this moment, Xiao Huashan no longer hid his strength, his internal energy surging like a great river flowing east. With every strand of true chi shot out, a disciple met his end. With every palm strike, the palm force was overwhelming, piercing straight to the heart. Xiao Huashan, without pause, took another breath. Then his movement technique was like a white colt flashing past a crack, palms like rushing thunder, striking out several times in an instant. Those hit by the palms were all sent flying and died on the spot, as the final sound faded. The tavern returned to silence once more. The proprietress outside, seeing the silence inside for a long time, bravely peeked through the door crack. Just one glance made her pupils shrink in shock. Shanghua Lu was now a sea of corpses and blood, a scene of utter devastation. The proprietress unconsciously walked in, looking dazed. Suddenly, she heard a complaining voice from the side. Shaan was kicking and cursing. "Hey! Stop pretending, when will you change this habit?" The fainted old servant abruptly sat up, quickly saying, "Young master, you've worked hard." Shaan ignored the old servant who always played dead, suddenly turned to look behind him. "The one who hit me, stop, I have something else to say." Pighead heard Shan's voice and was so scared he instantly wet himself. Then knelt down with a thud, begging repeatedly. Shan pointed at Yang Cheng beside him. "If you want to take him away, bring more people, quantity unlimited, the more the better. If you understand, I'll let you go." The half-paralyzed Yang Cheng glared furiously upon hearing this. But Pighead, after hearing Shan's words, hesitated. Shan's expression darkened upon seeing this. "Since you don't want to leave, then stay." The next second, Pighead seemed energized, his figure agile, bursting out through the window. Shan coldly watched the figure disappear, murmuring, "Tianshan is too far. It's more reliable to have you come over." Meanwhile, Pighead dragged his broken body and fled into a dense forest. Coincidentally, he encountered a group of government soldiers searching for Shan. The leading general was about to step forward and question him. Unexpectedly, a palm wind descended from the sky, striking his head. Then several soldiers also met a cruel fate. Pighead was stunned by this sudden situation, frozen in place. Then several sounds of breaking air came from mid-air. Pighead looked up. It was the Tianshan sect master Lu Liangzhong, leading numerous disciples personally. Pighead was terrified, kneeling down with a thud in the palace. Lu Liangzhong sternly questioned what happened. Pighead truthfully reported the whole story. Lu Liangzhong was furious upon hearing it. A mere scholar wiped out his branch sect and captured the strategist as a hostage? Enraged, Lu Liangzhong ordered his subordinates to behead Pighead, making the Tianshan sect disciples tremble with fear. Then Lu Liangzhong issued a death order. They must rescue the strategist and tear that scholar limb from limb. Numerous Tianshan sect disciples acknowledged the order with a roar and rushed away. That night, the Tianshan sect disciples were resting. A disciple hurried back to report to Elder Baimao. He had discovered that the scholar, holding the strategist hostage, had traveled near the Wei River. Protector Baimao immediately asked, where were they headed? The disciple reported, following their current route, they were nearing Sanmen Gorge. Protector Baimao immediately ordered, depart immediately, head to Sanmen Gorge to intercept and kill. On the other side, on the Wei River, Shan was boating with the old servant, admiring the beautiful scenery. On the small boat, Shan imitated, asking Yang Cheng his name, although Yang Cheng had lost a leg and a hand, as the Tianshan sect strategist. He maintained his status and refused to speak. Shan, without hesitation, slapped him hard. Again coldly asking his name, Yang Cheng's cheek swelled up high, mumbling indistinctly that his name was Yang Cheng. Unexpectedly, Shan slapped him again with the back of his hand. Next time I ask you something, answer faster. Yang Cheng's eyes blazed with fury, but he dared not voice his anger. He had witnessed Shan's methods and knew this person's identity was definitely not just a simple scholar. Moreover, this young man before him was highly skilled in martial arts and ruthless in his methods. His style didn't resemble that of the righteous sects. Yang Cheng mustered his courage and asked, who exactly are you? What is your purpose? Shan paused upon hearing this, then stood up and walked to the bow. I am Shan, haven't you already investigated? Then turned his head and looked coldly at Yang Cheng. As for my purpose? Actually, it's nothing much, just want to wipe you out. The young man of the Tianshan sect fished without bait or hook. His old family servant asked him why. The young man replied he was fishing for heads. The old servant slapped his forehead suddenly. Young master, Sanmen Gorge is just ahead. Shan threw down the fishing rod, spiritedly saying, Sanmen Gorge is perfect, but unexpectedly, the next second, the old servant pointed ahead, his face changing drastically. Ahead, 100-meter waterfall suddenly appeared. Before Shan could react, the small boat, along with the turbulent river water, plunged down. Shan roared with laughter, but the old servant was already flung into the air. The small boat crashed into the water with a splash. Barely stopping, the old servant also emerged from the water, but then his eyes widened. On the banks, the mountains were densely packed with people. It was the numerous experts of the Tianshan sect. Numerous Tianshan sect disciples leaped down towards the river, Xiao Huashan on the small boat. Seeing this, his expression gradually turned ferocious. Just now, he was fishing for the heads of these Tianshan sect members. Blue Truchi instantly gathered in his palms. Xiao Huashan showed no fear, standing alone. The big fish didn't come, but small fry still meet, seeing numerous Tianshan members attacking from above. Xiao Huashan's palms struck out like overwhelming mountains and seas. The next second, a bloody mist rose from the river surface. Countless severed limbs fell into the water. This scene made even the old servant's face change. It seemed his young master had been repressed for too long. The old servant took out a bamboo tube from his clothes and jumped into the water without hesitation. Xiao Huashan, seeing this, gritted his teeth. You truly are the king of sly old men. The old servant ignored him, leisurely hiding in the water. Our young master is brave and skilled in battle. Old Lu cheers for you. Meanwhile, a large number of Tianshan sect disciples fearlessly charged onto the small boat, tightly surrounding Xiao Huashan. Unexpectedly, the next second, a brilliant light flashed. Over 10 Tianshan sect members exploded mid-air, their souls returning to the underworld. Xiao Huashan, covered in blood, looked fierce. He had indeed carried the burden for too long. These people learned martial arts and could swagger around everywhere. They could even massacre other sects without reason, while he and his ancestors had to hide their identities generation after generation, not even knowing the names of the martial arts they learned. Reaching this point, Xiao Huashan tapped the edge of the boat with his toes, his figure instantly soaring into the air, actively charging towards the numerous Tianshan sect members. With both palms striking out, severed limbs rained down. Xiao Huashan's eyes were now bloodshot with killing intent. In an instant, he struck out several more palms. Streams of true qi surged forth. Instantly, several Tianshan sect members died on the spot. Xiao Huashan fought with increasing ferocity, like a tiger entering a pack of wolves. For a time, the banks of the Wei River were stained crimson under the setting sun. Yang Qing watched the scene before him in disbelief. He knew Xiao Huashan was highly skilled, but never imagined he was this overwhelmingly powerful. Xiao Huashan threw the head in his hand, shocking the numerous Tianshan sect members to their core. Then his eyes sharpened. True qi surged around his body unstoppably. Xiao Huashan instantly closed in again. Above Sanmen Gorge, cries of agony were endless. Wherever the golden energy reached, no one survived. This was the young man, facing peril as if on flat ground, leaning alone on his long sword in the clear autumn. After the slaughter ended, Xiao Huashan landed back on the bow, watching the vast number of Tianshan sect disciples approaching again. Xiao Huashan gathered golden energy in both hands, raised his head to the sky, and roared, "Today, you shall all witness my Xiao Huashan's entrance into the martial world." Wherever the energy reached, numerous Tianshan sect members were sent flying like scattered leaves, falling into the river. Xiao Huashan slowly exhaled, calming the surging power within him, but unexpectedly, just then, a Tianshan sect disciple suddenly leaped out of the water, launching a sneak attack from behind Xiao Huashan. Xiao Huashan's eyes sharpened, about to strike, but unexpectedly, before he could act, a burly figure suddenly leaped out of the water, grabbing that Tianshan member. It was the old Wu who had always followed Xiao Huashan. Xiao Huashan's eyes guarded, swept over him. Yo, finally couldn't hold back anymore? In just the time it takes to burn an incense stick, hundreds of Tianshan sect disciples had been slaughtered by Xiao Huashan, and the old servant, after finishing off the sneak attacker, also shrank back into a withered, skinny old man. To thank the old servant for snatching the kill at the last moment, Xiao Huashan ordered the old servant into the water to push the boat. Soon, the two drifted downstream, reaching the lower reaches. Under the setting sun, Xiao Huashan's eyes suddenly sharpened. Several huge multi-storied boats blocked the river exit. The boats lined up, completely blocking the exit. On the boats, hundreds of Tianshan sect disciples, armed with bows, stood ready in formation. In comparison, Xiao Huashan's small boat was like a grain of millet in the ocean. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the leading boat. The Tianshan sect master Lu Liangzhong appeared impressively. Standing traditionally, Xiao Huashan's eyes were cold, cursing internally, "What a pretentious old fool." Lu Liangzhong also looked down, scrutinizing Xiao Huashan, thinking, this young man should be the scholar his subordinates mentioned. One old, one young, gazes met, undercurrents surging. Just then, Xiao Huashan kicked the crippled Yang Qing into the air. The Tianshan sect members were greatly alarmed. A faint smile appeared on Xiao Huashan's lips. See clearly who it is? The Tianshan sect members gritted their teeth but dared not act rashly. Unexpectedly, the next second, Xiao Huashan actually let go, then followed with a volley kick, sending Yang Qing flying towards the large boat. Yang Qing plummeted towards the boat at 200 km/h. The old servant excitedly shouted, "Wages are so poor. Yang Cheng, crashing onto the deck, coughed up old blood and fainted. Lu Liangzhong, witnessing this, burned with anger, snorting, "Young man, arrogant and domineering, I advise you not to be too proud." Xiao Huashan's face was frosty, retorting sharply, "If you're not proud, are you still young?" Lu Liangzhong, seeing this, wasted no more words, directly ordered the archers to fire 10,000 arrows simultaneously. Instantly, countless archers aimed at Xiao Huashan. The next second, arrows rained down like a torrential flood, heading straight for the master and servant on the small boat. The force was so great it almost capsized the boat on the spot, but after one round of archery, they discovered the two on the small boat had long since vanished. The Tianshan sect members were greatly puzzled, hurriedly searching everywhere. Just then, a member suddenly looked up and cried out in alarm. A figure appeared against the sunset glow. Xiao Huashan's eyes were tightly closed. Concentrating calmly, energy surged out from his body, pulsating relentlessly. Suddenly, Xiao Huashan opened his eyes, his figure swooping down like a hawk catching a rabbit. Fast as a meteor, powerful as thunder, crashing straight towards the large boat, Xiao Huashan's face showed madness. Murmuring, "Foolish Tianshan sect members, do you know how I've lived these years? Grandfather, what's the name of this move? We are the shadows of the Huashan sect, so these moves have no names. Then I'll name it Xingzhui, Starfall." Like a meteor falling from the sky, its momentum pierced the heavens. Xiao Huashan instantly swept towards a large boat, the force so fierce. Even Lu Liangzhong couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "This palm technique descending from the heavens! Unheard of. Which sect does this person belong to? The name of the move is meaningless." Xiao Huashan recalled his grandfather's words, a faint smile touching his lips. "Grandfather, forgive your grandson's lack of filial piety. Today, I will make this move resound through the martial world." Several Tianshan sect disciples hurriedly drew their bows, wanting to intercept. Xiao Huashan suddenly let out a roar, actually shaking the large boat violently. Lu Liangzhong's eyes widened abruptly, but he only saw a wave of golden energy crash down. This man was originally a peerless top master, yet willingly let two powerless eunuchs beat him half to death without fighting back. The man's son brought imperial physicians from the palace to save him, but the physicians could only shake their heads helplessly, indicating it was beyond saving. The young Xiao Huashan's eyes blazed with hatred, vowing to kill all the Dongchang dogs who framed his father, but unexpectedly, the young woman, citing violation of ancestral precepts, forbade him from using martial arts for personal revenge. "Huashan, swear that unless the sect is in crisis, you must never reveal your martial arts." Xiao Huashan could only watch his father die in his arms. But now, the ancestral precept has been fulfilled. Who in this world can stop him? Xiao Huashan? Xiao Huashan fiercely struck out with a golden energy palm, hitting the large boat, shaking the massive boat relentlessly. The Tianshan sect disciples watched Xiao Huashan smash through the deck, looking puzzled. Just now it seemed immensely powerful, but hitting the boat, it turned out to be just this? Two disciples were about to step forward to check the situation, but unexpectedly, the next second, golden light suddenly flared. The two were instantly blasted into dust. Then a ball of golden energy exploded violently, a huge shockwave sweeping out like a flood, instantly engulfing the entire large boat. The massive boat instantly turned into wood splinters, submerged in the surging river water. With this single strike from Xiao Huashan, he had completely destroyed the entire large boat. What he didn't know was, this scene happened to be witnessed by a group of people on the shore. This group was precisely the Huashan disciples who returned days ago, wanting to avenge the sect, unexpectedly encountering Xiao Huashan fighting here. The Tianshan sect, meanwhile, Xiao Huashan, having succeeded, didn't linger, stepping onto the water surface. His figure shot into midair, glanced sideways at the group on the shore but ignored them, displaying superb lightness skill, stepping on empty air, then proceeded to walk on the waves of the Wei River. Numerous Tianshan sect disciples pursued closely behind him. Several Huashan disciples, seeing this, immediately discussed, unanimously deciding that no matter who was fighting the Tianshan sect, they must help out. A leading old man immediately gave the order. Immediately send carrier pigeons to inform the fellow disciples along the way to strike the Tianshan sect together, avenging the sect. Soon, numerous Huashan sect disciples arrived, although they had left the sect for many years. Blood debts must be paid in blood, an eye for an eye. Hundreds of Huashan disciples charged forward together, instantly engaging in fierce combat with the Tianshan sect disciples. For a time, cries of battle shook the sky above Sanmen Gorge, the clash of metal ringing incessantly. The sudden reinforcements left Xiao Huashan looking bewildered, equally puzzled. Was the Tianshan sect master Lu Liangzhong? Just then, the old servant emerged from the water. The old servant advised Xiao Huashan to take this opportunity to withdraw. Xiao Huashan replied, if you don't cut the grass by the roots, it will grow again when the spring wind blows. Then his gaze turned chillingly towards Lu Liangjong not far away. Old white hair, past Sanmen Gorge is Hunan territory, the old servant indicated. If the young master has something to say, just say it directly. There's a Huanlalu in Luoyang, the beauties there are much better than at Shanghualu. The old servant bowed deeply, indicating he awaited the young master's command. At this moment, Lu Liangjong also drew the 7 swords of Tianshan, coldly watching the approaching master and servant. Who are you exactly? From which master did you learn? Xiao Huashan's face was stern. Old fool, don't you know I'm a Huashan sect disciple? Lu Liangjong's pupils constricted in disbelief. Yang Qing also hadn't expected the Huashan sect to have such a young expert. Xiao Huashan, however, had no time to waste words with them now. Old fool, regardless. It's because of you that I completed the training. To show my gratitude, I will send you on your way swiftly and painlessly. The man was beaten to death. He had instructed his son not to seek revenge. The old servant outside watched the young master crying bitterly, and also shook his head silently. The young man outwardly promised his father he wouldn't reveal his martial arts. But as soon as his father breathed his last, he covered his face with black gauze. Ancestral precepts be damned. A gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years. His, Xiao Huashan's, revenge never waits overnight. The young Xiao Huashan tapped his foot lightly and dashed straight towards Dongchang. Soon he arrived at the Dongchang entrance. Xiao Huashan leaped up and kicked down. The sturdy Dongchang gate was kicked into pieces. Xiao Huashan brazenly crashed into the courtyard, but the next second, his eyes widened suddenly. The courtyard was already a sea of corpses and blood. Suddenly, Xiao Huashan heard waves of miserable screams. Following the sound, it came from a pavilion. Xiao Huashan's figure flashed like lightning, rushing over, pushing open the pavilion door violently. He saw a burly man, pierced by several swords, swinging his blade to cut a guard in half at the waist. That burly man was his own old servant. Xiao Huashan's face filled with disbelief. The old servant spoke in a deep voice. Young master, you must obey the ancestral precept. The master's revenge, this old servant will carry out. Rivers flow, carrying ancient hatred, loyal and righteous till the end. Old Whitehead, today, to fulfill the young master's wish, he, by Yutong, re-emerges into the martial world. Seeing the Tianshan 7 swords charge together, the old servant's figure expanded dramatically. Wielding 2 kitchen knives, he attacked. Instantly engaging the Tianshan 7 swords, the 2 kitchen knives danced up and down in the old servant's hands. Fighting 1 against 7, yet not losing ground at all. The Tianshan 7 swords were not famous for nothing. The 7 coordinated seamlessly, advancing and retreating rhythmically. The old servant suddenly let out a roar. Using threads to guide a kitchen knife flying towards one person, that person quickly held his sword horizontally across his chest, blocking the kitchen knife, but the immense force made him grunt muffledly. The old servant again pulled the thread on the kitchen knife, rushing to slash at the waists of several others, instantly knocking back 3 people several steps. On the other side, Xiao Huashan also confronted Lu Liangjong head-on. Streams of blue true qi gathered in Xiao Huashan's palms. Lu Liangjong, seeing this, didn't delay. With a loud clang, his treasured sword unsheathed, clusters of purple true qi clung to the blade. Ready for battle, Xiao Huashan pushed off forcefully with his feet, dashing towards the danger. In an instant, he reached Lu Liangjong and launched his attack. Instantly, palm force enveloped Lu Liangjong's entire body, his fingers forming palms, specifically targeting Lu Liangjong's vital points. But the next second, Xiao Huashan struck fiercely. Lu Liangjong's figure swayed like a phantom, steadfastly. Managing to evade all his attacks, Xiao Huashan cursed inwardly, this old fool is indeed strong. Immediately followed with a flying sliding tackle, attacking Lu Liangjong's lower body, but Lu Liangjong leaped up to avoid it. Xiao Huashan jumped up right after with a whip kick, sweeping towards the opponent's head. Just then, a cold glint flashed. Lu Liangjong dodged Xiao Huashan's sweep, his long sword diagonally slashing upwards with the momentum, instantly forcing Xiao Huashan back, then thrusting the sword out. A fierce and domineering sword chi shot straight towards Xiao Huashan. Xiao Huashan's pupils constricted suddenly, not daring to face it head-on. The next second, crimson blood spurted out. That last sword strike had cut his flesh. Lu Liangjong stood proudly on the boat's edge. Drops of blood slowly dripped from his sword tip. Humph, arrogant brat, your strength is merely so-so. With that said, Lu Liangjong gathered energy in his dantian, then fiercely swung his sword again. Instantly, countless purple sword gleams surged forth, in a flash, leaving several wounds on Xiao Huashan's body. Xiao Huashan quickly protected his vital points with his hands, barely blocking the numerous sword gleams. But Xiao Huashan, covered in wounds, now had a trace of ruthlessness on his lips. Then, disregarding his injuries, he laughed wildly and charged towards Lu Liangjong. Come on, old fool. Let's see if you kill me first, or I beat you to death first. This old man had lived for nearly 200 years. Under his leadership, the Tianshan sect recruited widely, dominating a region, yet he was unsatisfied. Still wanting to advance into the Central Plains and dominate the world, unexpectedly. Today, he was pushed into perilous situations by a youth barely of age. Xiao Huashan's left palm showed blue. True qi surged continuously as he ruthlessly struck towards Lu Liangzhong's chest. Lu Liangzhong parried with his sword. The two figures flashed past each other. Lu Liangzhong looked down, his kidney area already stained red. Looking again at the treasured sword in his hand, there were actually several palm prints on it. Lu Liangzhong sucked in a cold breath. The Huashan sect is a prestigious righteous sect. How could they have such vicious martial arts? Xiao Huashan turned around. Mocking, old fool, lacking calcium, are you? Lu Liangzhong was enraged upon hearing this. Drew another treasured sword from his waist, preparing to use his specialty, dual sword technique. He held a sword in each hand, swinging them forcefully. Instantly, several sword gleams shot towards Xiao Huashan. Xiao Huashan's eyes sharpened, not daring to be careless. Timing it perfectly, he tapped the ground lightly with his toes, easily dodging Lu Liangzhong's sword chi attack. Lu Liangzhong's strike missed. He immediately swung both swords again, several sword beams shooting out rapidly. Xiao Huashan crossed his arms, using footwork from his family's martial arts to dodge each one. Several sword beams missed, exploding behind Xiao Huashan with loud bangs. The continuous sword chi attacks made Lu Liangzhong break out in a cold sweat. Astonished by the intricacy of Xiao Huashan's footwork, at this moment, Xiao Huashan mocked again, old fool. Is your sword chi free? Hearing this, Lu Liangzhong's expression changed dramatically. He had already fought Xiao Huashan twice, releasing too much sword chi. His stamina was beginning to fail. If this continued, he might die at the hands of this youth. Lu Liangzhong glanced sideways at the battlefield situation. The Tianshan's 7 swords were entangled by the old servant, showing signs of decline. On the other side, the Huashan sect reinforcements had also killed many Tianshan members. He must quickly finish off this brat before him, otherwise the grand plan of advancing into the Central Plains would be ruined. Xiao Huashan also keenly perceived the opponent's thoughts. The next second, he shot up from the ground. Darting towards the dense forest on the shore, Lu Liangzhong was furious, shouting angrily, "Brat! Don't run!" The Tianshan 7 swords on the other side saw their sect master chasing Xiao Huashan. Immediately stopped fighting the old servant, wanting to pull back and follow Lu Liangzhong. Unexpectedly, the next second, 2 of them split open on the spot, actually cleaved in half by a blade. Divided into 2, the old servant, wielding 2 kitchen knives, had already chased them from behind. The remaining few were instantly terrified. The old servant, licking blood from his blade, said grimly, "You must stay." Meanwhile, in the dense forest, Xiao Huashan ran wildly, Lu Liangzhong pursuing closely behind. Seeing Xiao Huashan showed no sign of stopping, Lu Liangzhong launched several more sword beams. Each sword gleam aimed straight for Xiao Huashan's back. Unexpectedly, Xiao Huashan seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Again dodging each one with intricate footwork, suddenly, Xiao Huashan crouched down. His hands formed palms, grabbing the ground, his index fingers digging deep into the earth. Xiao Huashan exerted force suddenly, actually pulling up a chunk of earth several zhan large, twisted his waist, loosened his hips, and violently turned, smashing it behind him. Lu Liangzhong, seeing this, was greatly alarmed. The huge chunk of earth crashed towards him in a flash. Xiao Huashan stopped, admiring his masterpiece. Unexpectedly, the next second, behind the earth chunk, golden light flared. Lu Liangzhong swung both swords, instantly shattering the earth chunk. He had completely lost his patience now. Unexpectedly, Xiao Huashan actively attacked. His movement speed even faster than before. "Old fool, you enjoyed blasting sword chi just now. Now your internal energy isn't enough, right?" Lu Liangzhong was suddenly shocked. Could this youth have been plotting against him step by step from the very beginning? At this moment, Xiao Huashan also stopped holding back. 2 balls of golden energy covered his palms. "Old fool, my Huashan sect master is dead. Don't think you can live either, die." Lu Liangzhong was greatly alarmed, quickly holding his sword defensively before his chest. Unexpectedly, Xiao Huashan directly grabbed the sword blade. As the golden energy surged, the sharp sword actually shattered inch by inch. Xiao Huashan let out a roar, actually snapping Lu Liangzhong's treasured sword with his bare hands. Then his right hand used a family martial art, moving like a coiling snake, instantly wrapping around Lu Liangzhong's arm. A backhand strike sliced across Lu Liangzhong's neck. Then his left hand, holding half the broken sword, raised high, stabbing into the opponent's chest. This series of actions was completed fluidly in an instant. Xiao Huashan retreated. "Old fool, go apologize to my sect in the underworld." The contemporary master of the Tianshan sect, Lu Liangzhong, dies. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, Prince Yusu received some uninvited guests. Prince Yusu led his court officials, kneeling deeply on the ground, the Dongchang eunuch transmitting the decree recited loudly. Rebel confessed Prince Yusu participated in rebellion, treasonous act, immediately escort to the capital for trial. The emperor had been unconscious for days with no one inquiring. The ministers of the 6 ministries were also thrown into prison. The commanders of the 5 armies were all captured at once. The 3 people driving all this were now secretly planning the next step. The vice minister of war proposed eliminating Prince Yusu is the key to the entire plan. The chief eunuch slammed the imperial seal on the table, stating that people had already been sent to deliver the decree. Meanwhile, in the Yusu Wangfu, the decree-delivering eunuch was already reading the imperial edict. The commanders of the 5 armies and ministers of the 6 ministries plotted rebellion. Prince Yusu participated in the rebellion, immediately escort to the capital for trial. Prince Yusu's pupils constricted. In disbelief, if anyone defies the sacred duty, they will be immediately charged with treason, implicating 9 generations. The mansion's left general became furious upon hearing this, immediately drawing his sword, wanting to kill the eunuch delivering the decree. The decree-delivering eunuch trembled in fear. Tension filled the Yusu Wangfu instantly. The strategist quickly intervened, stopping the left general. If they harmed the eunuch now, Prince Yusu's suspicion would be even harder to clear. The eunuch, having escaped death, immediately fled. To bring the news of Prince Yusu defying the decree back to the palace, after the decree-delivering eunuch left, everyone began discussing countermeasures. The strategist stated that at this time, only the Shangfang sword bestowed by the late emperor could resolve the crisis. When Prince Yusu was young, he resisted barbarian invasions meritoriously. The late emperor specially granted the Shangfang sword. The holder of the sword, regardless of the crime committed, could redeem themselves with merit. And this decree could not be changed by later generations. At this time, Steward Huang came to report that the Shanxi Provincial Administration Commissioner had ordered the army to surround Xi'an Prefecture. The left general stated if the soldiers searching for Xiao Huashan were recalled to the mansion, the army still had a fighting chance. The strategist immediately objected. Doing so would confirm the crime of rebellion. After weighing the pros and cons, Prince Yusu immediately decided to bring out the Shangfang sword. The group arrived at the ancestral hall where the Shangfang sword was enshrined. Prince Yusu ordered the attendant soldiers to retrieve the sword, untying the wrapping. Unexpectedly, after the wrapping was undone, everyone was aghast. Inside the wrapping was just an ordinary sword. The Shangfang sword had actually been swapped. Prince Yusu nearly went mad, shouting sternly for the guards of the ancestral hall, stating that only Princess Huarong had come here a few days ago. Prince Yusu instantly realized it was his daughter's doing, helplessly covering his face with a sigh. The generals, upon hearing this, felt as if struck by lightning. The Provincial Administration Commissioner's army would soon enter the city and surround the mansion. Without the Shangfang sword, what could be done? Meanwhile, in a dense forest near Sanmen Gorge, Xiao Huashan was preparing to take Lu Liangzhong's head. Suddenly, Xiao Huashan's hand paused mid-air, turning his head to look behind, killing intent revealed. 2 figures suddenly appeared, standing quietly behind him. Xiao Huashan's face was stern, asking who the visitors were. Unexpectedly, these 2 masked figures just stared at him, saying nothing. After a moment, the masked figures exchanged glances, seemingly discussing something. But Xiao Huashan had lost patience now, darting straight towards the 2. Unexpectedly, these 2's movement skills were no less than his. In an instant, they vanished. Xiao Huashan looked shocked. This martial world is vast, truly heavens beyond heavens. Meanwhile, the battle by the Wei River had ended. Strategist Yang Qing was captured alive by the Huashan sect. Even now, he couldn't figure out how their plan was ruined by a single youth. The old servant, having reverted to his thin old form, also swam ashore. The Tianshan's 7 swords had been slaughtered by his kitchen knives. The leader cupped his fists, thanking the master and servant pair for their righteous help, asking their identities, stating they would be heavily rewarded later. The old servant scratched his head, saying they'd have to wait for the young master to return and ask him themselves. Suddenly, a Huashan disciple pointed towards the dense forest with a cry of alarm. Everyone turned to look in that direction. It was Xiao Huashan walking out from the woods. Xiao Huashan quickly walked to the shore to meet everyone. His first words were to instruct the old servant, chop up all these Tianshan members. Everyone was aghast upon hearing this. The old servant picked up his kitchen knives, eager to try. The leader immediately spoke up to stop him, saying these people were enemies of Huashan, requesting Xiao Huashan hand them over for disposal. Xiao Huashan showed disdain. Although the Tianshan sect master is dead, The foundation of the Tianshan sect remains, thousands of miles away, keeping these people alive. The Tianshan sect will surely send people to rescue them. Will you be able to resist then? Xiao Huashan's face turned fierce, about to continue scolding when suddenly he heard thunderous drumbeats from the river. Everyone turned together towards the sound. Several warships broke through the waves. On the masts, the military flags of the Yusu Wangfu fluttered fiercely when they saw the person on the bow clearly. Xiao Huashan covered his face, speechless. The visitor was precisely Prince Yusu's legitimate daughter, Princess Huarong. Hundreds of guards surrounded the small building. The target to be apprehended was actually the current top scholar. The young Xiao Huashan wanted to kill all the Dongchang dogs who caused his father's death. Unexpectedly, the old family servant beat him to it. Xiao Huashan angrily questioned the old servant why he risked his life. The old servant just grinned foolishly, saying the Xiao family's great kindness was hard to repay even with 9 deaths. Just then, a commotion came from the courtyard. The old servant cupped his fists, saying he would take full responsibility. The supervising eunuch outside ordered them to rush into the building. If anyone inside resisted, deal with them immediately. A top imperial guard charged forward first towards the door. The wooden door shattered upon impact. A large number of guards poured into the building, surrounding the Xiao master and servant. The old servant stepped forward voluntarily, claiming he did it alone. The supervising eunuch immediately ordered his men to seize the old servant. Xiao Huashan wanted to fight these eunuch dogs desperately but was held back firmly by the old servant. The old servant suddenly turned his head and roared, "Young master, have you forgotten the master's last words?" The old servant had always obeyed Xiao Huashan. The sudden outburst stunned Xiao Huashan on the spot. In that moment of hesitation, 2 guards had already attacked. Not only controlling the old servant, the supervising eunuch also ordered Xiao Huashan taken away together. Master and servant were shocked and furious upon hearing this. No one who entered Dongchang came out alive. Just then, an angry shout came from outside the main gate, "Stop!" The supervising eunuch looked towards the sound. He didn't believe anyone else dared interfere in their Dongchang affairs. Unexpectedly, it was the Grand Commander of the Imperial Guard arriving with an imperial decree. Compiler Xiao Huashan, immediately enter the palace for an audience. No delay permitted. Xiao Huashan was extremely surprised. How did this decree arrive so coincidentally? The supervising eunuch, seeing this, could only grit his teeth and leave with his men. Full of questions, Xiao Huashan arrived at the Golden Throne Hall, impressively finding Prince Yusu holding the Shangfang sword. Standing before the throne, and nestled in the current emperor's arms, was precisely Prince Yusu's legitimate daughter, Princess Huarong. Many years passed in a flash. The little girl who used to cling to him had grown into a graceful young woman. The people on the shore heard the princess had arrived. All knelt down. The old servant was especially grateful for the princess's life-saving grace back then, kowtowing repeatedly. Only Xiao Huashan stood like a gardener, looking helpless. Why did this little demon come? Princess Huarong, like a bird returning to the forest, threw herself into Xiao Huashan's arms. The Wang Fu Yu general greeted Xiao Huashan, then asked about the cause and effect of the Xiao family village's misfortune. Xiao Huashan was caught speechless. Helplessly, he had to change the subject, asking how they arrived here. It turned out they were ordered to find Xiao Huashan, tracked him along the road to Sanmen Gorge. Cavalry couldn't cross the river easily, so they rushed to the Sanmen Gorge naval battle site. Princess Huarong used the stolen Shangfang sword to mobilize the local naval forces. The naval commander immediately dispatched troops to follow the princess here. Xiao Huashan couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. This little girl was as daring as ever. But the right general beside him suddenly sharpened his gaze. He noticed that although Xiao Huashan was covered in wounds, he chatted and laughed freely. The biceps on his arms were definitely not developed from holding a brush. Also, the kitchen knife in the Xiao family old servant's hand was no ordinary item either. Just then, Xiao Huashan helped Princess Huarong up from his embrace. Huarong Gij, brother, has something to do now. But before he finished speaking, Princess Huarong's pretty face turned cold, shouting, "Attendants! Quickly take Gij onto the boat." A group of soldiers acknowledged the order. Xiao Huashan trembled in fear. Princess Huarong supervised the soldiers. Carrying Xiao Huashan onto the warship, the group immediately set off for the Sanmen Gorge naval base. What they didn't know was, a huge net was already quietly spreading at this moment. It was a Shangfang sword bestowed by the late emperor. Even the current emperor had to yield somewhat before it. The entire court saw this sword as seeing the late emperor. None dared disobey. Outside Xi'an Prefecture, the Shanxi Provincial Administration Commissioner was in a dilemma. On one hand was the imperial decree bearing the imperial seal, ordering him to capture Prince Yusu and return him to the capital. On the other hand was the feudal lord holding the Shangfang sword, who could execute first and report later. Just then, an attendant soldier entered the main tent and reported loudly. The army had completely surrounded the Yusu Wangfu within a 50-li radius, and all passages were sealed. The provincial administration commissioner gritted his teeth. The arrow was already on the bowstring, it had to be fired. A vanguard unit charged straight towards the Yusu Wangfu, while the Yusu Wangfu troops stood ready in formation at the mansion gate, facing the stern reprimand of the commissioner's vanguard. Prince Yusu impassively took a yellow-wrapped package from his subordinate, then held it before him, coldly shouting, "The Shangfang sword bestowed by the late emperor is here. Why don't you kneel?" The vanguard leader, seeing this, immediately knelt on one knee, cold sweat already beating on his temples. Then, Prince Yusu angrily rebuked, "By the name of the Shangfang sword, I command the commissioner to immediately withdraw his troops 100 li." At this point, the vanguard officer had regained his composure, gazed at the long package in Prince Yusu's hand for a moment, then slowly spoke, "Your Highness, could you unwrap the package for this servant to confirm?" As soon as these words were spoken, the three officials of the prince's mansion immediately changed color. The Shangfang sword had been swapped by Princess Huarong. If the package were opened now, the truth would be revealed. At this critical moment, it depended on the old actor, Prince Yusu. "Insolence! The late emperor's decree, dare to speak further? Do you regard the late emperor's words as flatulence?" But inwardly he was crying, "Huarong, Huarong, you shouldn't screw your father over like this." Meanwhile, Princess Huarong had already returned to the Sanmen Gorge naval base with Xiao Huashan. The naval vice admiral was extremely respectful towards the princess and her party. But just as the vice admiral welcomed the princess into the main camp, no one noticed. He secretly gave a signal to two deputy commanders. The two deputy commanders immediately understood, cupping their fists towards the right general, stating frankly that the naval base was a crucial military area, requesting the right general station his troops outside the camp. The right general didn't suspect foul play, and agreed, but Xiao Huashan started to feel suspicious now. But before he could think further, Princess Huarong grabbed him and walked into the camp, completely unaware. The vice admiral was whispering instructions at this moment. "That's the Shangfang sword. If I seize it and present it to the San Chang Taidu," thinking of this, the vice admiral immediately gathered his subordinates to deploy the task. "Act tonight at high hour, 9 to 11 p.m. Must obtain the Shangfang sword, leave no survivors from the Yusu Wangfu." Exhausted from the journey, Princess Huarong fell into a deep sleep. Xiao Huashan walked out of the main tent and started chatting with the right general. The right general expressed that the prince valued Xiao Huashan greatly. Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, Xiao Huashan interrupted him with a hand gesture. The right general looked puzzled, thinking Xiao Huashan was trying to make excuses again. Unexpectedly, Xiao Huashan's expression gradually became serious, too quiet. The right general suddenly realized what Xiao Huashan meant. In the vast military camp, not a single patrolling soldier was seen, nor was any sound heard. Just then, suddenly figures flickered. Countless people were surrounding them. The right general realized something was wrong. Immediately took out a signal flare, preparing to launch it. Suddenly, a sharp arrow shot through the air. The Lu general quickly dodged, barely avoiding it. Xiao Huashan's eyes flashed, observing the surroundings. A large number of soldiers suddenly appeared, surrounding them tightly. What the two didn't expect was, these soldiers were the same naval soldiers who had been respectful to them during the day. Merely a naval vice admiral dared to besiege the prince's daughter and threaten the Wangfu. "Right general, hand over the Shangfang sword, and I might spare your life." The right general's eyes sharpened, sternly rebuking, besieging the current princess. "Your petty vice admiral, are you planning rebellion?" Unexpectedly, the vice admiral retorted sarcastically, "Rebellion? Isn't that what Prince Yusu did?" Then ordered the charge, seized the Shangfang sword. The soldiers responded with a roar, blades and bows ready. The right general looked grim. Breaking out alone wouldn't be difficult, but protecting the princess and Xiao Huashan was harder than reaching the sky. Just then, Xiao Huashan beside him suddenly chuckled lightly. Princess Huarong heard the sound, also walked out of the tent. Xiao Huashan beckoned to the vice admiral with his finger, signaling him to step forward and talk. Unexpectedly, the vice admiral stated he had nothing to discuss with a scholar and ordered the archers to fire immediately. Xiao Huashan looked disdainful. "Polite discussion doesn't work, huh?" The next second, his figure flashed straight towards the vice admiral. The vice admiral's pupils constricted suddenly, disbelieving. In a flash, Xiao Huashan had closed in. Xiao Huashan looked fierce, reaching out, like an eagle catching a chick, grabbed the vice admiral's collar, then lightly tapped the horse's back with his toes, leaped back, instantly capturing the vice admiral alive. Leaving Princess Huarong and the right general astonished, Xiao Huashan held the vice-admiral in front of him, lifted one of his arms, exerted force suddenly, actually snapping the vice-admiral's arm raw. The vice-admiral clutched his broken arm, wailing in pain. Xiao Huashan ignored him, drew the sword from his waist, then slashed upwards, severing the vice-admiral's other arm at the root. Instantly, everyone present changed color. Was this still that gentle and refined weak scholar? The vice-admiral couldn't bear the pain. Knelt down with a thud. The soldiers looked furious but dared not advance. Xiao Huashan held the blade to his throat, coldly saying, "A mere vice-admiral dares to frame an imperial relative for rebellion. You must be acting under orders. Confess who ordered you, and I'll spare your life." "I won't ask this question a second time." Seeing Xiao Huashan was serious about killing, the vice-admiral immediately confessed it was orders from the chief eunuch in the Ministry of War. The General was greatly shocked upon hearing this. Princess Huarong was also puzzled. The vice-admiral continued confessing. The Beiping Wei Zongdu and the Jin Ruying Zongbing had already detained the ministers of the 6 ministries. Princess Huarong was furious upon hearing this. The Beiping Wei Zongdu was her uncle, he would never act like this. But the General understood now. The Jin Ruying Zongbing, Lu Shizhong, was the empress's brother. Imperial relatives and external relatives joining forces, clearly plotting something big. Xiao Huashan, after hearing, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He then handed the vice-admiral to the right general, preparing to use him as a hostage to escape the camp. Unexpectedly, the soldiers showed no sign of yielding. Seeing this, the vice-admiral quickly shouted sternly, but these soldiers still stubbornly blocked the way. Xiao Huashan, seeing this, showed a playful smile. "Since that's the case, then I won't be polite anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, a cold glint flashed through the crowd. Several soldiers died on the spot. 2 kitchen knives flew relentlessly, heading back into the crowd, like monstrous pythons striking, instantly felling several more people. Everyone present changed color dramatically. But those 2 kitchen knives continued reaping lives like cutting melons and vegetables. Xiao Huashan coldly watched all this without a shred of pity. At this moment, a powerful voice came from nowhere. "All of you, quickly make way. Otherwise, starting from the Shifu Zhang, corporal, I'll open you up one by one." Several corporals heard they would be first, hurriedly ordered their soldiers to yield. Xiao Huashan's group immediately took the vice-admiral hostage and walked out of the camp. Xiao Huashan continuously observed the situation. The general's heart was already surging with tumultuous waves. Setting aside Xiao Huashan's ruthless methods displayed just now, this old servant beside him was also resourceful and brave. First, killing several people with throwing knives to establish dominance, then threatening the Shifu Zhang who held actual command. Only then did these soldiers have no choice but to let them leave. The group walked to the naval base entrance, only to see a sea of corpses and blood. The old servant cupped his fists, apologizing for frightening Her Highness the Princess. The Lu General and Princess Huarong changed color. This old servant had actually killed all the soldiers stationed here first. Xiao Huashan kicked the vice-admiral to the old servant. "Deal with him tomorrow at noon." "All right, young master, the horses are already prepared for you ahead." Xiao Huashan didn't delay, pulling Princess Huarong along. The right general felt a heavy weight in his heart. What exactly were the identities of this master and servant? The 3 didn't travel far, reaching a riverbank. Xiao Huashan analyzed. According to the current situation, all roads within the territory were likely blocked. The rebels would surely pursue relentlessly for the Shangfang sword. To return smoothly to the Yusu Wangfu, they must cross the Yellow River. Simultaneously, Xiao Huashan asked the right general to relay orders. The right wing guard soldiers must act covertly, assembling near Baishui. The 3 rode swiftly, traveling through the mountains overnight. Xiao Huashan saw Princess Huarong was exhausted, so found a nearby ruined temple for a short rest. The right general tied the message letter to a carrier pigeon's leg, relaying orders to the Wang Fu according to Xiao Huashan's plan. The right wing guard then worried about the elderly old servant. Although the old servant held the vice-admiral hostage, whether he could retreat safely was still unknown. Xiao Huashan smiled without speaking upon hearing this. "Right general, left, right. How many people can retreat unscathed from old Baitu's hands?" Meanwhile, in the naval camp, the old servant had confronted the soldiers all night. Estimating the time, the young master should have escaped far away. Seeing the soldiers closing in, eagerly, the old servant raised his knife and brought it down on the vice-admiral's shoulder. A pig-like squeal echoed through the night sky. The vice-admiral cried tearfully, cursing painfully. "Don't move, none of you move." The bald deputy commander didn't know what to do for a moment. After struggling briefly, decided to send messengers for reinforcements. The messengers immediately rode off swiftly, reporting via 3 routes. The old servant, seeing the soldiers still relentlessly surrounding him, felt his killing intent grow stronger. The young master must be far away now. Then let's start with these people as appetizers. Instantly, miserable screams rose and fell within the naval base, only gradually stopping around noon the next day. The old servant, covered in blood, looked up at the sky, murmuring, "Noon has arrived," while the numerous rebel soldiers had long been terrified by the night's slaughter, not daring to take a step forward. Just then, a voice came, "Deputy Commander, reinforcements have arrived." The old servant heard this. Bloodlust flared in his eyes, then let the main course begin. The vice-admiral turned pale with fright upon hearing this. Is this old man crazy? The next second, the old servant pointed the kitchen knife in his hand, the kitchen knife, pulled by threads, soared like a flood dragon, instantly reaping a swath of officials. The kitchen knife spun relentlessly under the old servant's control, felling several more people before returning to his hand again. Past noon, not a single living soul remained in the entire naval base, even amidst thousands of troops. This old man comes and goes as he pleases with one knife. The old servant spat out a mouthful of blood that had splashed into his mouth, broke off all the arrows embedded in his body, then let out a roar, forcing out all the arrowheads from his flesh. The wounds on his body, stimulated by his energy, actually began closing at a visible speed. After doing all this, he reverted to the appearance of a thin old man, murmuring, "Young master, are you truly determined to wade into these troubled waters?" One was a lay disciple deeply versed in Shaolin teachings. One was the young leader inheriting the beggar's sect's ultimate skills. The two grew up together, now fought fiercely because of a dog. Seeing Long Nyawer holding half a bone, Liang Mayu shouted loudly, "Give back my dog!" Then used the Shaolin ultimate skill, Luohan Fu Hu Quan, Arhat subdues Tiger Fist, attacking fiercely. Long Nyawer wasn't weak either. Using the beggar's sect ultimate skill, Xian Longshir Ba Zhang, Dragon subduing 18 palms, one fist, one palm, collided violently, the force fierce. A loud bang instantly echoed through the bamboo forest. Numerous beggar's sect disciples were knocked to the ground. Trembling, when the dust settled, a deep pit had appeared on the ground. The two showed no intention of stopping, raising their fists towards each other again. Unexpectedly, just then, a sharp shout came, "Stop!" The two looked towards the sound. Two beggars' sect elders looked grave. The two elders came before Long Nyawer. Elder Feng actually took out the beggar's sect token, the Dago Bang, dog beating stick. Liang Maoyu's pupils constricted. How could this sect token be in the elder's hand? Long Nyawer and the beggar's sect disciples immediately knelt down. Unexpectedly, Elder Feng actually handed the Dago Bang to Long Nyawer, "Young leader. From now on, we rely on you to lead the brothers." Long Nyawer's face changed drastically upon hearing this, disbelieving. Elder Feng then explained the reason. Several days ago, the court suddenly sealed the beggar's sect headquarters. The sect leader and many hall masters were arrested. Long Nyawer, hearing his foster father was captured, became furious. His figure flashed and soared away. Elder Kai, seeing this, immediately chased to stop him. Long Nyawer, enraged, wanted to repel the elder but was suddenly tapped on his Baihui acupoint. It was Liang Maoyu intervening to stop him. After settling the unconscious Long Nyawer, Liang Maoyu asked the two elders about their future plans. Elder Kai stated the old sect leader had deep ties with Prince Yusu. Preparing to head to Xi'an to ask Prince Yusu to intercede, Elder Feng sighed sadly, stating frankly that guards were now hunting the beggar's sect leader everywhere. No sect was willing to help. Liang Maoyu suggested perhaps the beggar's sect could seek help from Shaolin. She was willing to make introductions. Unexpectedly, the two elders informed her that Shaolin had also suffered great disaster. Liang Maoyu felt great harm. Pale with fright, a group of martial artists massacred monks and set fire to the monastery. Miss Liang, if worst comes to worst, you should come with us to Xi'an Prefecture too. Meanwhile, outside Xi'an Prefecture city, Xiao Huashan felt quite troubled. Princess Huarong was exceptionally beautiful, and now the entire Xianyang city was tightly surrounded by the provincial administration commissioner's army. Xiao Huashan thought hard, unsure how to sneak into the city. Just then, the three discovered the old servant waiting by the roadside. Xiao Huashan wasn't surprised at all, immediately telling the old servant to get up. The right general was greatly shocked. Not only did this old servant retreat unscathed, he even arrived ahead of them to wait here. Xiao Huashan saw the old servant had also brought out two packages and immediately asked what they were. The old servant untied the packages, spreading them on the ground. It was the clothes, hats, and armor of those soldiers. The old servant chuckled, saying frankly, "The people are dead, might as well sell it for scrap metal." The right general's face showed fear upon hearing this. Could it be he killed all those soldiers? At this moment, Xiao Huashan saw the equipment before him and suddenly had an idea. Accompanied by Princess Huarong's loud wails, the four changed their appearances, making a grand entrance. Meanwhile, inside the Provincial Administration Commissioner's military tent, civil and military officials argued endlessly. The military officials believed they should immediately dispatch troops, following the imperial decree to capture Prince Yusu. The civil officials believed they should respect the late emperor's decree and withdraw troops. The Shanxi Provincial Administration Commissioner sighed lightly. Hesitant, just then, a civil official reminded, the current emperor has no crown prince. Prince Yusu is His Majesty's biological younger brother. If His Majesty passes away, though the words were unspoken, the meaning was very clear. The commissioner suddenly understood after hearing. Immediately ordered the army to withdraw 100 li, and no one was allowed to enter the Yusu Wang Fu. After everyone dispersed, the civil official walked to a secluded corner, quietly took out a carrier pigeon from his sleeve, threw his hands up, and the pigeon immediately took flight. Soon, it flew into an inn. A pair of slender jade hands unfolded the secret message. Then softly instructed, everyone, time to exert yourselves in Shanxi. I protected the sects of several of you, now I need you to fetch me the Shangfang sword. And Prince Yusu's head, she was originally the prince's legitimate daughter, Princess Huarong, now tightly bound, about to be sold to a brothel. Xiao Huashan was relatively satisfied with everyone's disguises. But everyone's tone of voice still needed more practice. Xiao Huashan pointed at Princess Huarong, disguised as a ruffian. You have to act like a ruffian. Come, repeat after me, little slut, just like that. The group, disguised as wandering martial artists, arrived at the city gate. The guarding soldiers saw their appearance, looked disgusted, didn't ask too many questions, and let them enter the city. The group swaggered menacingly into a tavern. The old servant's acting skills exploded. Barking at the waiter to arrange a private room upstairs, the waiter trembled, immediately leading the way. The group walked upstairs arrogantly, leaving the other diners pointing and whispering. Xiao Huashan impatiently let out a roar, little slut, hurry up. In a moment, I'll sell you to the brothel. Unexpectedly, this scene happened to be seen by Long Niaoer, who had also arrived in Xi'an Prefecture. Liang Maoyu, sitting alone nearby, also showed disdain. Xiao Huashan saw Princess Huarong was about to explode and stopped acting. Instructed the right general to take her back to the room to rest. Long Niaoer, seeing this, thought it was ruffians about to misbehave and immediately stood up. Unexpectedly, Xiao Huashan then approached Liang Maoyu's table, striking up a conversation. This behavior finally made Long Niaoer unable to bear it. Xiao Huashan suddenly felt immense force attack him. The next second, he was slapped to the ground by Long Niaoer. The old servant's face immediately changed upon seeing this. Xiao Huashan looked dazed, innocent. What's happening? After Long Niaoer succeeded, turned and ordered his subordinates to intercept that woman. Hearing this, Xiao Huashan immediately realized this group's target was actually Princess Huarong. Immediately instructed the old servant, old man. These people are all rebels, chop them all up. The old servant, hearing this, picked up his kitchen knife and grinned sinisterly, as you command. The two beggars' sect elders, seeing this, immediately protected the two women behind them. Young leader, Miss Liang, you leave first. Unexpectedly, Xiao Huashan's movement was like a ghost, instantly flashing behind everyone, blocking the escape route. Since you've come, don't even think about leaving. Long Niaoer was instantly furious, about to strike, but Xiao Huashan attacked first, striking out with a palm. Then, Elder Kai flew backwards like a broken kite, forcefully blasted out of the tavern window by Xiao Huashan's palm strike. Elder Feng, seeing this situation, cried out in fear, this person is definitely an expert. The numerous beggars' sect members were also stunned on the spot. Even if the old sect leader acted, he definitely couldn't send Elder Kai flying with one move. At this moment, Xiao Huashan assumed a stance, streams of true qi gathering in his palms. Long Niaoer and the other two, seeing this, hesitated no longer, attacking Xiao Huashan together, each using their famous ultimate skills. Striking fiercely, Xiao Huashan faced the three-person siege. Battle intense sword. The next second, only a loud rumble was heard. The powerful force shook the entire tavern, sending debris flying. When the dust settled, Xiao Huashan stood unharmed in the center. Long Niaoer and the other two changed color. This youth actually withstood the combined attack of three people head-on. Xiao Huashan's face was like frost. What you used just now should be Lianhua Zhang, Lotus Palm, De Gobang Fa, Dog Beating Stick Technique, and Luohan Quan, Arhat Fist, right? Unexpectedly, even the beggars' sect in Shaolin have fallen to become lackeys of the guards. Long Niaoer was furious upon hearing this, about to attack again, but just then, a voice called out, stop. It was Princess Huarong, arriving with the right general and Elder Kai. The Yu general explained to the beggars' sect members that this was a misunderstanding. and explained the cause and effect of everything to everyone. Everyone looked sorrowful after hearing. They originally wanted to seek help from Prince Yusu, but unexpectedly, the Yusu Wangfu was now controlled by rebels. Just then, Xiao Huashan suddenly spoke, "Everyone, I don't care what your intentions are, but please see the situation clearly. Prince Yusu framed for rebellion, mysterious forces burning Shaolin. Beggar's sect leader imprisoned, the distant Tianshan sect suddenly invading the Central Plains, turning the Shanxi martial world upside down. Do you all think this is a coincidence?" The 100-year-old man's display was cut short by a palm strike, then pierced through the chest by a sword. "But don't say you didn't expect it. I didn't expect him not to die either, never expected. This old fool dared to deceive me." Lu Liangzhong sat cross-legged, true qi circulating through his meridians. Suddenly, Lu Liangzhong opened his eyes. A masked figure impressively appeared in the room, cold sweat beaded on Lu Liangzhong's forehead. This person's movement skill was truly remarkable. The masked person, without any emotion, transmitted the message via sound. "Master's verbal order. Command the Tianshan sect and Shanxi martial arts sects to seize the Shanfang sword." Lu Liangzhong slammed his fist on the couch upon hearing this. "We agreed long ago. The Tianshan sect would not interfere in court struggles." The masked person laughed coldly. "No matter, the young master has already taken over as Tianshan sect master and has agreed to assist. As for yourself, fend for yourself." With that said, the masked person's figure distorted and vanished without a trace. Lu Liangzhong felt struck by lightning upon hearing this. That rebellious son dared to act like this. Thinking of this, Lu Liangzhong loudly called for a disciple. Unexpectedly, the disciple stated frankly, the new sect master and many hall masters had already departed. Meanwhile, Elder Feng's face changed drastically after hearing Xiao Huashan's analysis. Long Niaoer also realized things were far more complicated than he thought. At this time, the two elders asked Xiao Huashan for a good plan. Xiao Huashan stated the only way now was to deliver the Shangfang sword into Prince Yusu's hands. Only then is there a chance to turn the tables. Everyone was in an uproar after hearing rebels hunting the princess everywhere. The Wangfu heavily surrounded by the army. Shaking off the rebels and then approaching the Wangfu was harder than reaching the sky. So we need to shed our skin like a cicada, then feint east and attack west. Finally capture the leader to capture the bandits. Xiao Huashan then explained his plan in detail. First, divide everyone into 3 groups. Arrange a Princess Huarong in each group, thus dispersing the pursuers, making it easier to shake them off. After shaking off the pursuers, Group A rescues the Beggar's Sect brothers. Then retreat outside the city and wait. One group charges into the Wangfu amidst the chaos, rescues the prince, then rendezvous with Group A. Ming Group heads straight for the Provincial Administration Commissioner's camp, capture the commissioner. Elder Kai immediately objected. Charging into the camp to capture the commissioner alive is suicidal. Xiao Huashan, however, was confident. Rest assured, even the commissioner wouldn't dare easily kill Princess Huarong. Everyone heard this. Immediately looked wide-eyed. Could it be Princess Huarong was assigned to the military left flank? The right general loudly objected like Pama Zhangfei, but was chopped on the back of the neck by Xiao Huashan. Fainting on the spot. Okay, no more meaning now. Has everyone memorized the plan? Just then, Long Niaoer spoke up, asking about personnel allocation. Xiao Huashan immediately began arranging forces. Beggar's Sect brothers and the right wing guard are responsible for rescuing the Beggar's Sect, helping the old servant. The right general and Princess Huarong are responsible for capturing the commissioner. Xiao Huashan pondered slightly then said in a deep voice, delivering the Shangfang sword, such a dangerous mission should be completed by me and Miss Liang. Princess Huarong and the other two were speechless. The 2 Beggar's Sect elders also broke out in cold sweat. What they didn't know was, that night, Xianyang City welcomed 5 uninvited guests. Approaching the outskirts, the 5 abandoned their horses, crossing water like flat ground. Clearly possessing extremely profound lightness skills, soon they arrived outside Xianyang City. A city guard shouted sharply, "Who goes there entering the city late at night?" The commander came over to check the situation upon hearing the sound. Saw the visitor took out a token from his bosom. The commander's face changed drastically, immediately ordering passage. After the 5 entered the city, an attendant soldier whispered, "Sir, didn't you say no one is allowed in or out at night?" Unexpectedly, the commander immediately cursed loudly, "That's the imperial family's token. Do you still want your heads?" This group included disciples from prestigious righteous sects and the current princess. Yet today, they were not only breaking into prison but also kidnapping a court official. The 3 teams acted separately according to the plan. Finally, Princess Huarong adjusted the plan. Everyone knew this mission was succeed or succeed, so upon parting, All carried a sense of grim determination, new courage born from grudges. Few martial heroes remain. Take care, everyone. Before the courtyard, another group assembled. The right general began deploying the prison break plan. After succeeding at show hour, 1 to 3 a.m., assemble at the west gate, temporarily retreat outside the city to ambush. Everyone remember. Before acting, maintain utmost secrecy. During action, strike fast and decisively. Upon hearing, the soldiers thumped their right fists on their chests, silently acknowledging, then began distributing weapons and equipment. Many soldiers also transported flammable materials to various locations in the city to start fires and create chaos during the operation. On the other side, Liang Maoyu waited quietly at the south gate. They needed to charge in after the other group's prison break to distract the defending army's attention. Several beggars' sect disciples looked at the sturdy city gate, hearts pounding. Just a few of them. How could they breach the city gate? Liang Maoyu indifferently flexed her wrist. No need to worry. I can break it with one punch. Meanwhile, in a courtyard on the city outskirts, the woman finished reading the secret report in her hand and let out a light laugh. It's the Xiao Huashan spoiling my plans again. Just then, the old steward reported respectfully, experts from the 5 major sects have already entered the city with tokens, ready to act together with the Tianshan sect assassins at any time. The woman indicated no rush. Princess Huarong will deliver herself into the net with the Shangfang sword. Now she was more interested in meeting that Xiao Huashan. Just like that, the woman drove alone towards Xi'an Prefecture. Suddenly, the woman slammed her palm on the armrest. Under the force of this palm, the carriage wheels actually sank deep into the mud. The woman got out of the carriage, indifferent. She just thought about Xiao Huashan repeatedly ruining her plans, feeling annoyed, unexpectedly creating more trouble. Just then, several burly men emerged from the reeds. The woman turned her head to look. Showing no panic at all, the men approached step by step with wicked smiles. The leading bandit flung away the woman's umbrella. The bandits, upon seeing the woman's appearance, were stunned by her beauty. 2 burly men impatiently pounced forward, but the next second, flew backwards like broken kites, impaled by a knife and an axe, dying on the spot. The remaining men, seeing this, changed color drastically. Then 2 figures swooped down from the sky. Xiao Huashan looked righteous. So many big men robbing one woman, have you no shame? Fine everyone 200. Just then, a carriage sped towards them. Princess Huarong, unable to drive, looked terrified. The carriage whizzed through the middle of the crowd. Xiao Huashan and the old servant were speechless. Then their figures flashed. Xiao Huashan had already reached the front of the startled horse, ruthlessly grabbed the reins. The immense force actually forced the carriage to stop. Princess Huarong was consequently thrown into the air, caught steadily by the old servant who followed closely. The bandits, seeing this, paid the fine in fear and fled. The woman curtsied gracefully in thanks, completely unaware at this moment. The scholar with a gluttonous look before her was the Xiao Huashan she was looking for. Xiao Huashan saw the woman's carriage wheel stuck in the mud, immediately stepped forward wanting to lift the wheel out. Unexpectedly, used too much force, actually shattering the wheel. Xiao Huashan smiled apologetically at the woman, stating it wasn't intentional. As apology, Xiao Huashan invited the woman to travel together. Without waiting for the woman's reply, suddenly extended 2 fingers, a burst of energy shot out abruptly, striking the woman's acupoint. Xiao Huashan didn't stop, continuously sealing 6 major points on the woman. The woman suddenly became vigilant, secretly thinking, not good. Xiao Huashan consecutively dotted 6 major points on the woman, then pulled the woman into his embrace. On the carriage, the woman introduced herself as Ying Yang and asked Xiao Huashan and others' identities. Xiao Huashan stated frankly the woman was suspicious, pardoned him for not answering truthfully. The woman's eyes sharpened, calmly asking where she was suspicious. All roads are blocked. Yet you can travel normally. Encountered bandits yet remained calm. Miss, you have more than one suspicious point. The woman didn't argue. Smilingly said this couldn't be the reason for forcefully abducting her. Xiao Huashan's words held hidden meaning. My 6th sense tells me you'll be useful at a critical moment. The woman outwardly chatted idly with Xiao Huashan, but was actually secretly unblocking her points. But she had never seen Xiao Huashan's point sealing technique, even though her unsealing method could undo the point sealing techniques of the 8 major sects. She was helpless against Xiao Huashan's methods. Xiao Huashan saw the woman glaring at him, immediately let out a light sound. Glaring at me is useless. I don't have those people's psychological burdens. My intuition tells me you'll definitely be a good hostage. The group traveled to a dense forest. Xiao Huashan started a bonfire for a short rest. The old servant and Princess Huarong successively fell fast asleep. The woman stared at Xiao Huashan, her brain working rapidly. Further ahead is the Provincial Administration Commissioner's camp. This young man before her possessed unfathomable martial arts, accompanied by an old servant, and also traveling with a young lady. Gathering all the information, the woman's eyes suddenly widened. The person before her was exactly the Shaan she was looking for. Then the woman peeked towards the carriage. That young lady must be Princess Hwarong. The woman couldn't help but show self-mockery. She originally thought Shaan would be a burly man, never expected him to look like a scholar. Just then, Shaan suddenly spoke. "Looks like you've already guessed our identities more or less." Then a faint smile touched his lips. "Good thing you're not the gossipy type, otherwise I wouldn't mind killing you with a palm strike beforehand." The woman remained indifferent. She could manipulate various forces like playthings, yet had no way to deal with the person before her. The woman was silent for a long while, finally asking, "This matter doesn't seem related to you, young master, does it?" "How is it not related? My relationship with Prince Yusu is rock solid." The woman heard this, lips smiling, expressing disbelief. Unexpectedly, the next second, Shaan suddenly lowered his eyelids. "Then just assume I want to become famous." Shan's chilling killing intent sent shivers down the woman's spine. What exactly had this youth experienced? Just then, Shan's ear suddenly twitched, then his figure leaped, soaring upwards. Saw flames reaching the sky in the direction of Xianyang City, sounds of killing everywhere. Shan narrowed his eyes, murmuring, not bad, right on time," then turned and descended, waking the old servant to depart. Target, the commissioner's camp. The old servant instantly woke up, about to get up and drive the carriage. Unexpectedly, the woman suddenly spoke. "Just take me directly to the Yusu Wangfu." Shan heard this. His eyes suddenly sharpened at the woman. The woman now looked confident. "Use me as a hostage. Wouldn't exchanging for Prince Yusu be better?" Meanwhile, in the Yusu Wangfu, trouble had indeed occurred. A group of martial artists actually took advantage of the chaos in the city to openly invade the Wangfu. The guarding soldiers fought desperately but suffered heavy casualties. A masked man ordered in a deep voice, "Split up, capture Prince Yusu." 5 figures stood imposingly on the rooftop, coldly watching the bloodshed within the Wangfu. This group of masked men were exceptionally cruel, killing anyone they met. At this moment, the Wangfu archers arrived promptly. After one round of volley fire, several thieves were shot into hedgehogs, just as the archers prepared another round to support their comrades. A cold light flashed, several archers died on the spot. The attacker was one of the 5 figures, the Zhongnan sect master, Huayanzhenren. Huayanzhenren gathered his energy, shouting loudly, "Don't get entangled, split up and find Prince Yusu." He was originally the Wangfu right general guarding Xianyang City, yet tonight he led men to openly break into prison. The right general gave the order. Archers fired arrows simultaneously, instantly killing several guards. A surviving guard saw this, quickly shouting, "Enemy attack!" but was slashed by a blade the next second. Head separated from body, the right general led the charge, breaking in. "Quickly release everyone in the prison." Another guard followed closely, unafraid of death, instantly creating a breach in the defensive line. After rushing into the prison, someone chopped the iron chains with an axe. Numerous beggars sect members quickly rushed out of the prison. Seeing the beggars sect disciples were rescued, everyone charged out of the city according to plan. Dozens of iron cavalry acted like a sharp knife, stabbing straight towards the provincial administration commissioner's army line. Unexpectedly, just then, horns sounded suddenly. Large numbers of the commissioner's troops appeared on the street. The right general thought, "Not good." The enemy reacted much faster than he expected. The army surrounded them like an iron barrel. The right general glanced back at Long Nyaur. Long Nyaur immediately understood, calmly rode forward. The right general shouted sharply, voice like thunder, "Everyone stop! This is Princess Hwarong of the Yusu Wangfu." The soldiers immediately changed color. Although under military orders, they definitely wouldn't dare harm the current princess. Then the right general shouted loudly again, "The Shangfang sword bestowed by the late emperor is here. Summon the commissioner to come for an audience." Meanwhile, Liang Maoyu saw the flames lighting up the city, knew the operation had begun, immediately hesitated no longer, punching out fiercely. Accompanied by a loud rumble, instantly wood splinters flew. The several Shanghai sturdy city gate was actually shattered by her punch. The gate guards saw this scene, pale with fright. Liang Maoyu dared not delay, quickly dealt with them in a few moves, leading the beggars sect disciples smoothly into the city. Liang Maoyu stared at the Shangfang sword in her hand, recalling Shan's instructions. The success or failure of this plan depends entirely on when the sword is delivered. What if I fail? Liang Maoyu looked solemn. She didn't want everyone to die because of her. Collecting her thoughts, Liang Maoyu led the team straight towards the Yusu Wangfu. On the other side, Xiao Huashan's carriage was stopped at a crossroads on the outskirts. The woman seemed prepared. Handed over a token, the guarding soldiers saw the token, their faces changed drastically. The captain ordered immediate passage without hesitation. Princess Huarong stared wide-eyed, disbelieving. Xiao Huashan stared playfully at the woman. Didn't expect your background to be so deep. Just a token can make the commissioner's army easily grant passage. This woman's identity is definitely problematic. Xiao Huashan snatched the token from the woman's hand. On it were clearly written the small characters Duka Yushir, Inspector Jade Stone, I thought you were a martial artist. Unexpectedly, you're also an official, however, this token probably isn't yours, right? This humble person didn't comment on Xiao Huashan's words. Everything will be clear once we reach the Yusu Wangfu. Meanwhile, in the Yusu Wangfu, a guard reported respectfully, dozens of thieves are searching everywhere for the prince. The left general was furious upon hearing this. Hundreds of left-wing guards couldn't handle a mere few dozen people? The guard replied truthfully, the thieves are martial artists, highly skilled, although the left-wing guard fought their best. They were still at a disadvantage. Prince Yusu's face changed upon hearing this. He didn't expect martial artists to be involved. The strategist also sensed something fishy after hearing, thus advising Prince Yusu not to linger here. The group immediately protected Prince Yusu, retreating through the back courtyard. The left general held his long saber, guarding the front. He had already sent men to mobilize the mansion troops for support. They just needed to pass through the alley to ensure the prince's safety. Suddenly, Prince Yusu's pupils constricted, looking ahead. At the end of the alley, 5 figures impressively appeared, elderly men daring to assassinate a royal prince? Seeing the 5 figures blocking the alley end, Left General Zhang Zhongxin ordered the archers to shoot immediately. A group of guards protected Prince Yusu in the center. Several archers drew their bows. Zhang Zhongxin gave the order. Several sharp arrows fired in succession. A few masked men couldn't dodge in time, dying on the spot, but Huayin Jinren's figure flashed and disappeared. Just as Zhang Zhongxin couldn't believe the speed of the opponent's movement technique. Suddenly, a cold glint attacked. Huayin Jinren had instantly closed the distance. The giant sword in his hand swung fiercely. Domineering sword energy swept horizontally, instantly cutting several archers in half at the waist. The remaining sword energy continued unabated towards Prince Yusu. King Zhang Zhongxin, seeing this, quickly blocked with his saber horizontally, though barely blocking it. His hand between the thumb and index finger was numb from the shock. The other, seeing this situation, cried out internally, "This old man is definitely a master among masters." Zhang Zhongxin brandished the long saber in his hand. Assuming his stance, "Your Highness, do not be alarmed, this servant will protect you thoroughly." Then Zhang Zhongxin whispered instructions to the prince. "This general will fight to the death to create an opening. When the time comes, don't hesitate, charge straight through." Prince Yusu remained silent, understanding there was no retreat from the current situation. Zhang Zhongxin suddenly stomped his foot fiercely, then power surged from the ground up, waist and horse stance united. Suddenly let out a roar, the long saber in his hand carrying the might to shatter mountains. Slashed straight towards Huayin Jinren, using the army's killing move, Guangwu 18 strikes. Huayin Jinren blocked horizontally, his face grim. Zhang Zhongxin's veins bulged now. The first strike was blocked. Zhang Zhongxin didn't exhale, gritting his teeth. Delivered 4 more slashes consecutively, but all were blocked by Huayin Jinren. Zhang Zhongxin clenched his jaw tightly. His internal qi and blood were already churning. Unexpectedly, this old man took every blow head-on. His strength actually surpassed his own. The exit was still 30 zhang away. He had to clear the path within 18 strikes. Unexpectedly, Huayin Jinren's eyes suddenly turned cold, then counterattacked. Countless sword gleams flew out. Instantly, sword marks appeared all over Zhang Zhongxin's body. Is this the true strength of a martial artist? But he quickly regained his resolute expression. Fearless of death, he charged towards Huayin Jinren again. Huayin Jinren's old eyes narrowed slightly. Feeling quite surprised, Zhang Zhongxin ignored the turbulent qi and blood within him, and delivered another 5 full-force slashes, but couldn't harm Huayin Jinren at all. Just as he was about to deliver the 11th slash, Huayin Jinren suddenly swept his giant sword upwards, directly tossing him into midair. Huayin Jinren seemed slightly moved, but his aged voice held no emotion. "Give up, the difference in our strength is too vast." Zhang Zhongxin was tossed into the air. He had never felt so powerless. Scene after scene flashed through his mind. Years ago, barbarians invaded, harassing the border. His entire village was massacred, home destroyed, becoming an orphan. It was Prince Yusu who led the army to repel the barbarians, rescued him from the pile of dead bodies, brought him back to the Wangfu, treating him like his own. Step by step, he rose from a soldier, bravely killing enemies, relying on illustrious military merits. Became Prince Yusu's right-hand man when Princess Huarong was born. He knew he gained a younger sister. His relationship with Prince Yusu, nominally ruler and subject, was closer than father and son. When he was conferred rank, Prince Yusu gifted him a long saber, inscribed with his name, the two characters Zhongxayan, loyalty and trust. Zhongxayan, difficult to overcome, steadfast and bright. Now Prince Yusu faced great disaster, since his name was Zhongxayan. How could he easily give up now? Zhang Zhongxi landed back on the ground, his long saber striking the earth. Absorbing the falling force, his right leg pushed off fiercely, stopping his backward momentum, closing in again. Straight towards Huayin snorted coldly, stubbornly resisting. Zhang Zhongxi ignored his wounds and the opponent's attacks, each slash fiercer than the last. Each slash faster than the last. After a series of slashes, he actually forced Huayin back over 10 steps. But cold light flickered, enveloping the alley. Within inches, Huayin eyes suddenly sharpened. He noticed Zhang Zhongxi's saber momentum grew heavier, starting from the 10th slash. Each downward chop was like a great river flowing east, unstoppable. A military general with no internal energy had actually pushed him to this extent. Huayin heart suddenly trembled. This person's strength suddenly surged. There was only one explanation. This Guangwu 18 strikes was a life-burning saber technique. Huayin, having figured it out, had a distorted expression, utterly foolish. In that instant, the 18th slash chopped down from the sky. Huayin held his sword with both hands, blocking upwards. The sound of metal clashing exploded in the night sky, then cracks began to appear on the long saber. The next second, half the broken blade was sent flying, deeply embedding itself before Prince Yusu, the constant enemy. Prince Yusu stared blankly at this scene, dumbstruck. He was the highly skilled Zhongnan sect master, yet was beaten until he vomited blood by a military general with no internal energy. Looking at the Yedong gate close by, Zhang Zhongxi's eyes were calm. He slowly closed his eyes, murmuring, "Your Highness, this general has done his best." Zhang Zhongxin could no longer suppress the surging qi and blood within him. A sweetness rose in his throat, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Then his knees weakened, kneeling to the ground. He couldn't hold on to the broken saber in his hand. It fell with a clang. Tyrant on the golden stage reflected. Leading the Jade Dragon Guard to death, General Zhang, farewell. Prince Yusu felt his heart wrench seeing this. Trembling, reached out, about to step forward. Soldiers beside him quickly held him back firmly. "Your Highness, please retreat quickly, do not fail General Zhang's painstaking efforts." Prince Yusu was jolted awake by these words, his gaze gradually regaining clarity. Steward Huang ordered the soldiers to cover their charge. At this time, Huayin, holding his giant sword, was already spent. 3 guards stepped forward to entangle him. Prince Yusu took the chance to rush out of the alley. Unexpectedly, just as the 3 turned the corner, they were blocked. The one blocking was impressively a saber user holding dual sabers. The 3's faces changed drastically. Thinking inwardly, not good, the saber user wasted no words. His figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. Instantly flashing before Prince Yusu, the steel saber in his hand came down fiercely. Prince Yusu looked ashen, thinking, my life ends here. Suddenly, the sound of metal clashing exploded out of thin air. Prince Yusu stared wide-eyed in disbelief. 2 bamboo staffs were crossed above his head, firmly blocking the seemingly unavoidable slash. The saber user's face changed drastically, retreating backward. 2 beggars sect disciples stood before Prince Yusu. The 2 fiercely swung their bamboo staffs, faces showing killing intent. Seeing this situation, Prince Yusu breathed a slight sigh of relief. He should be saved. Just then, a loud bang was heard. Everyone present was startled, looking towards the sound. The wall on one side of the alley exploded violently. When the dust settled, a figure impressively appeared. The visitor was the Shaolin successor, Liang Maoyu. Prince Yusu saw Liang Maoyu wearing Princess Huarong's clothes and stood stunned for a moment, while Huayin, seeing the Shangfang sword on Liang Maoyu's back, his eyes sharpened, then charged straight towards Liang Maoyu with his giant sword. But after thrusting his sword, his eyes widened suddenly. Liang Maoyu stood firm, punching out. Huayin quickly blocked with his sword horizontally across his chest but was knocked back several steps by the immense force. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Huayin forehead, his face sketched with tension. The woman using the Shaolin ultimate skill, Baibu Xinquan, 100-step divine fist, is Liang Maoyu. Liang Maoyu's eyes were icy cold. Snorted coldly, the Grand Zhongnan sect master, actually using the demon-subduing giant sword for assassination. Wasting decades of life, Huayin old eyes grew even gloomier. He knew the urgent task was to seize the Shangfang sword. Unexpectedly, Liang Maoyu's eyes shifted slightly sideways. Then her figure flashed, appearing beside Prince Yusu. Everyone's faces changed upon seeing this. Liang Maoyu said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, forgive my rudeness, please hold on tight." With that said, before anyone could react, She swept Prince Yusu away rapidly. Huayin Jinren shouted angrily, "Don't run!" and was about to pursue, but was held back firmly by the two beggars' sect disciples, unable to break free. Could only watch as Liang Maoyu took Prince Yusu away. Meanwhile, two teams converged inside the Wangfu. The Tianshan sect Westgate master Lu Xingjian listened to his subordinates' report. They received news that Prince Yusu's whereabouts were discovered near the Yedong Gate. Unexpectedly, before they finished speaking, two kitchen knives suddenly attacked. A streak of crimson suddenly spurted from the throats of four people, then they fell to the ground with a thud. All killed. On the carriage, the old servant's lips curled slightly. "Young master, we've arrived." The old servant retrieved his kitchen knives and jumped off the carriage first. Xiao Huashan and the others followed closely. Xiao Huashan led the way towards the group of Tianshan sect members. "You Tianshan sect people are really numerous. Why are you everywhere?" Unexpectedly, at this moment, an arrow was already aimed at them. Suddenly, only the twang of a bowstring was heard. An arrow shot straight towards Princess Huarong's head, but was caught abruptly by Xiao Huashan's outstretched hand. Xiao Huashan looked up sharply, eyes blazing, saw a thief sneakily crouching on the roof. Before Xiao Huashan could give orders, the old servant's figure had already flashed away, instantly reaching the rooftop, bringing his kitchen knife down from the sky. The thief, seeing this, quickly knocked 3 arrows, drawing the bow. Impressively, 3 arrows shot simultaneously. Unexpectedly, the old servant was exceptionally brave, actually not dodging at all. The man stared in disbelief, eyes filled with terror. The next second, his head was separated from his body. Lu Xingjian, new to the Central Plains, didn't recognize. Xiao Huashan shouted coldly, "Hand over the Shangfang sword, and I'll spare your life." Xiao Huashan was genuinely amused. "Lu Liangzhong, that old fool, I didn't even take him seriously." Lu Xingjian was furious upon hearing this, about to order the attack. Unexpectedly, the next second, he couldn't utter half a word. Xiao Huashan instantly flashed before him, grabbed his throat, lifting him into the air. Lu Xingjian struggled with all his might, forcing out a sentence. "Who, exactly are you?" Xiao Huashan's eyes were utterly cold. The 8th-generation successor of the Huashan sect Yanshiliu, Xiao Huashan. Lu Xingjian widened his eyes, exerted force fiercely, actually snapping Lu Xingjian's neck raw. The Tianshan sect members stood stunned on the spot. Xiao Huashan casually tossed the corpse aside. "Killing you all at once is too cheap. Before I change my mind, quickly scram." The Tianshan sect members looked at each other, but the next second scattered like birds and beasts, running in all directions. Just then, Liang Maoyu arrived with Prince Yusu. Liang Maoyu respectfully said, "Apologies for frightening your highness." Princess Huarong was overjoyed seeing Prince Yusu. Immediately flew like a bird returning to its nest into Prince Yusu's embrace. Liang Maoyu asked Xiao Huashan why he didn't capture the leader as a hostage. Xiao Huashan stated frankly he found a better candidate. At this time, Prince Yusu also recovered from the joy of escape, then asked Xiao Huashan how he got involved. Xiao Huashan cupped his fists in salute, saying frankly it was a long story, then turned his head towards the woman beside him. "How disappointing, no need for you as a hostage anymore." Unexpectedly, the woman ignored him, instead calling out to Prince Yusu, "Imperial brother." Only then did Prince Yusu notice this woman. His face immediately changed drastically. Xiao Huashan and Princess Huarong also stood stunned on the spot. After being stunned for a full moment, the two suddenly realized this woman was actually the late emperor's youngest daughter, Princess Yanqi. Prince Yusu's face darkened, angrily rebuking Princess Yanqi for rebelling. Unexpectedly, Princess Yanqi pouted charmingly. "The one plotting rebellion is you, Imperial brother. This matter is about to spread throughout the world." Prince Yusu heard this, tiger eyes widening, furious. Xiao Huashan, seeing this, quickly spoke up to dissuade him, stating frankly the urgent task was to leave the Wangfu, then turned towards Liang Maoyu beside him. The latter understood and was about to escort Prince Yusu away. Unexpectedly, a sword attack through the air. It was Huayin Jinren, having broken free from entanglement, chasing after them. Everyone was alarmed. Quickly shielding Prince Yusu, Liang Maoyu and Huayin Jinren clashed once and separated, facing off on the spot. Just then, dozens more thieves descended from the air. Xiao Huashan saw this, couldn't help showing a faint scent of amusement. What a group of stinking fish and rotten shrimp. The thieves blocked the road. Eager to fight, the old servant, seeing this, also leaped down from the roof, preparing for a big fight. Xiao Huashan snatched the old servant's kitchen knife, without hesitation placing it against the eldest princess's neck. "Looks like I still have to use you as a hostage." Huayin Jinren's face changed upon seeing this. Xiao Huashan walked to the front of the group. "Just let us leave safely, and I'll release the eldest princess, how about it?" Unexpectedly, before anyone could agree, A jade finger pushed aside the blade. The eldest princess spoke first, indicating they could let Prince Yusu and the others leave. Prince Yusu stared wide-eyed, disbelieving. This sister had plotted for so long, yet now let him leave so easily? Unexpectedly, the eldest princess's autumn eyes turned. But Xiao Huashan, you must stay. Xiao Huashan first looked astonished, then a faint smile appeared on his lips, then looked towards Liang Maoyu, asking, Miss Liang, dealing with that old fellow shouldn't be a problem, right? Liang Maoyu remained silent, indicating it wasn't difficult. Xiao Huashan turned to the old servant again, asking, Old man, these small fry are yours, the old servant indicated. Within 10 moves, Xiao Huashan finished arranging everything. Xiao Huashan looked smug. See, wouldn't it be fine if I just forced my way out? Unexpectedly, the eldest princess chuckled lightly after hearing this. The next second, a masked swordsman descended from the sky, the sharp sword in his hand stabbing straight towards Xiao Huashan's head. The long sword shimmered with several sword flowers in the man's hand, momentarily dazzling. Xiao Huashan's face became unprecedentedly grave, only a loud rumble was heard. Xiao Huashan's kitchen knife accurately blocked the swordsman's thunderous strike. The huge force sent debris flying all around. Amidst the dust, the eldest princess looked radiant as a peach blossom. Smiling without words, a black-clothed person flashed behind Prince Yusu, clearly startling him greatly. The black-clothed person pressed a sword against Prince Yusu's throat. He thought, who exactly is audacious enough to assassinate me? At this moment, a man saw a woman looking down silently, wanted to strike up a conversation, so called out, Hey! That young lady! With a swish, a soldier holding a sharp sword appeared, blocking before the woman. The woman smiled, surprisingly calm. Who could she be? A figure appeared in the mist, unclear who it was exactly. Just then, Xiao Huashan assumed a battle stance, like a super saiyan. A Tai Chi symbol actually appeared beneath his feet, extremely domineering. Everyone was shocked by his aura. Terrified, shouting, Oh no! It's Taiji Kanrun, Tai Chi cruelty. The black-clothed person was clearly scared too, holding his saber, staring at the opponent, actually frozen in place. Xiao Huashan pointed at the corpse on the ground, shouting, Hey! Is that all you've got? Really not enough. The two black-clothed men looked at each other, surprisingly not speaking. Clearly startled, the male protagonist now noticed these two tall black-clothed men. Turned his head, saying to them, Is this really all the strength you have? Xiao Huashan saw the black-clothed men didn't react, felt slighted, so leaped into the air, angrily shouting, Little master is asking you. The black-clothed men saw this, also leaped up. Several zhang higher than him. Xiao Huashan now looked terrified, gritting his teeth. Extremely furious, his eyes widened, clearly unable to believe what was happening. He suddenly turned around, terrified, hair standing on end. He looked back. Noticed the corpse on the ground had miraculously disappeared. What exactly was going on? This really infuriated Xiao Huashan. How outrageous! Then he took out a broken kitchen knife. He thought, You're just sending heads. Xiao Huashan started laughing then, his expression extremely terrifying, utterly frightening. This whole display left the prince and the soldier quite surprised. Why does Xiao Huashan know martial arts? The soldier's jaw nearly dropped. Princess Yanqi stared ahead, very calmly asking the opponent, Our transaction. Do you feel it's evenly matched now? He actually took Prince Yusu hostage. Prince Yusu was held hostage by Princess Yanqi's soldiers, unable to move. This really made him extremely smug. Xiao Huashan glared at him angrily. With this happening, how could the previous promise count? At this moment, Prince Yusu was held hostage by a sword. Greatly alarmed, face pale with fear, he couldn't understand why Princess Yanqi would do this. Xiao Huashan, Miss Liang, and the others were very angry, standing aside, fists clenched. Looking ready to fight at any moment, Princess Yanqi was protected by two masked men. Completely indifferent to everything before her, the male protagonist wanted to stabilize the opponent first. Helplessly agreed to Yanqi's condition, but the sister behind him turned pale with fright. He turned around, bidding farewell to the two behind him, instructing them to lead the Wang Fu army. Protect the prince's safety. Xiao Huashan looked back, glanced at Miss Liang waiting beside him. Signaling the time had come, he took out a signal flare from his bosom. Miss Liang aimed it at the sky and fired, with a bang. Brilliant fireworks exploded in the sky. Unexpectedly, this signal flare was quite beautiful. Princess Huaron looked up, eyes widened, discovering the signal from the sky. She stood up slightly. Let out a gasp from the grass, trembling all over. It actually succeeded. The cool long-haired man also noticed this signal. He composed himself, sitting on his horse, waved his hand, shouting loudly, Everyone, listen to my command. Full army, attack. Just then, his subordinates heard the signal, all spurring their horses, holding sharp swords, launching the charge. This momentum was simply unstoppable. The Beggars' Sect brothers also received the signal. Everyone's expression determined, all deciding to set off immediately to rendezvous. Your Majesty! A Beggars' Sect brother holding a staff leaped up, imposing, charge! 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 Protect His Majesty! Everyone rode horses, murderous aura surging, charging forward clatteringly, all shouting, charge! Protect His Majesty! Faster than words could describe, thousands of troops, vast and mighty, unstoppable. This scene was truly rare. The Wang Fu's steward old man heard the sound of the signal flare from the sky. He asked his subordinates what happened. What was the situation with the fireworks just now? Just then, someone came to report. They discovered Prince Yusu had left the city, seemed to be escaping. Simultaneously, a group of Beggars' Sect members and Wang Fu troops appeared outside the city. Should be going to rendezvous with Prince Yusu. The old man was terrified, face filled with astonishment. Did Prince Yusu admit to rebellion? Just then a soldier said, Sir, we can't wait any longer. Please immediately order an attack on the Wang Fu. This is ironclad proof of plotting rebellion. Occupying the Wang Fu isn't enough. Please order the capture of Prince Yusu. Seeing the old man didn't react, the two continued persuading him from behind, send troops, capture the leader first. As long as Prince Yusu is captured, the opponent's forces will definitely collapse. Just then, the old man's face showed fierceness, shouting, Zhang Dexing, Su Fazhong, come out to see me. At your command. The old man issued orders to them. Immediately gather all forces. He would personally lead the expedition to suppress the rebel Prince Yusu. Princess Huarong cried loudly, heartbroken for her brother. Everyone stood aside silently, yet helpless, amidst Princess Huarong's cries. Everyone's carriage drove away swiftly. Miss Liang stood on the carriage. Gazing ahead coldly, the princess's voice came from below, amidst the confusion. She detected a sign of life. Someone was coming on horseback. She turned her head to look carefully. The source of the sound was Xiao Huashan. He looked confident. Facing Princess Yanqi's group, hands crossed before his chest, calmly saying, now we can start the fight, right? Princess Yanqi composed herself. Her cold demeanor instantly chilling. Xiao Huashan, however, laughed loudly, you little girl. Who are you trying to scare? I wasn't raised on fear. If you have the guts, bring it on. Facing the male protagonist's mockery, Princess Yanqi remained expressionless, unfazed. Seemingly disbelieving he could leave here alive. At this moment, she suddenly opened those demonic, soul-capturing eyes. If you defeat them, I'll give you whatever you want. Even the entire country is not out of question. Hearing these words, although the followers said nothing, it caused a huge uproar in the silence. Aren't they together? The male protagonist also stood stunned, greatly alarmed, starting to doubt if he heard correctly. Xiao Huashan rubbed his neck, frowning, thinking, is this woman joking with me? What exactly is she planning? Princess Yanqi put on an infatuated expression. Eyes narrowed into slits, as if looking at her beloved. Turns out she likes Xiao Huashan. Facing a great enemy, how could he tolerate such jokes? Hearing such absurd claims, instantly rejected Princess Yanqi's beauty. Then the woman became serious, dropping a bombshell, the mastermind instructing the Tianshan sect to attack the Huashan sect. Framing Prince Yusu for plotting rebellion. Xiao Huashan heard this. Eyes widened. Yanqi and her soldiers confronted the male protagonist. She revealed a shocking secret. The leader of this group of traitors, the locations of spies in various places. She knew them all clearly. The woman turned her gaze to Xiao Huashan, asking if he wanted to know the details. Just then, a burly man took out a hidden weapon from his bosom. Who was he targeting? Only a loud bang was heard. A huge crack opened in the wall. The burly man from just now was actually killed instantly, his neck pierced. Muffled sounds came from his mouth. Yanqi's group was extremely surprised, all casting puzzled glances towards the source of the loud bang just now. This man suffered a fatal blow, already spat blood, head lowered. Turns out this old fellow struck first, taking the opponent's first blood with a throwing knife. The male protagonist started mocking the opponent. Someone had to make the first move, right? No matter. Anyway, one more isn't many, one less isn't few. Princess Yanqi closed her eyes tightly, sighed, thinking, you forced me. Since it's like this, then let the battle begin. Xiao Huashan assumed a battle stance, launching a fierce shot towards Princess Yanqi's group. Simultaneously letting out a wild laugh, determined to win, he began exerting force, preparing to use a move to warm up first. With a crack, a staff appeared in the male protagonist's right hand. Same situation with the left hand, a staff impressively held. Xiao Huashan was surprised mid-air. He should have attacked the opponent up close. Why was he blocked? Three of Yanqi's personal black-clothed guards attacked the male protagonist in unison. A perfectly good warm-up skill was interrupted by the opponent's casting. Just then, Yanqi remained calm as before. Xiao Huashan widened his innocent big eyes. Didn't know what was happening, saw. The male protagonist was hit by a black-clothed person's flying kick. Xiao Huashan was actually sent flying. Dust rolled, like experiencing a sandstorm. Yanqi heard the sound, opened her eyes. Watching everything before her, revealing an intriguing and curious gaze. Exactly like a hunter looking at prey, amidst the chaos, unexpectedly the male protagonist was still alive. He coughed a few times. Princess Yanqi watched Xiao Huashan, a mocking smile on her lips. Then started mocking him coldly. Hey, looks like you're not so great after all. Is this all the strength you have? He took a punch, steadied himself slightly, pretending to be calm. Wait till I defeat those small fries, then I'll come deal with you properly. Several masked black-clothed men charged towards the male protagonist, making swishing sounds. Seeing the three black-clothed men about to reach him, Xiao Huashan was in danger. His expression gradually sharpened. The male protagonist used all his strength, assumed a horse stance. Struck the ground fiercely. This momentum could swallow mountains and rivers. A black-clothed man was about to swing his saber. He fiercely swung the saber towards the male protagonist's body. Fortunately, the male protagonist was very agile. Actually dodged easily. The male protagonist grabbed a black-clothed man's scabbard with one hand. Xiao Huashan actually performed a bare-handed blade catch in mid-air, making the black-clothed man below stare blankly in embarrassment. The male protagonist was furious. Mockingly shouted, "Stinky brat, draw your saber." The black-clothed man heard this. Instantly seemed struck by lightning. Frozen in fear, Xiao Huashan swept horizontally. This group of black-clothed men were actually sent flying by him. What level of skill was this? One lackey was hit and retreated continuously, crashing against the wall, condition unknown. A masked man, so heavily injured, actually stood up again. Just then, Xiao Huashan didn't give him breathing room, flashing behind the masked man. He was greatly startled. With a bang, the male protagonist launched a sneak attack on the masked man, directly sending the opponent flying, truly satisfying. With a slap, the speed was incredible. The masked man flew out like a shadow, hitting the wall, tumbling several jump away. Another black-clothed man stood aside watching him, unsure what to do. Suddenly the male protagonist leaped into the air, flying behind the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man didn't even see clearly what happened, needed only one move. The black-clothed man was knocked to the ground by the male protagonist. This fierce impact showed the strength of the male protagonist's power. The male protagonist adjusted his footing slightly. The black-clothed man was already beaten helpless, kneeling before the large hole he crashed into. Xiao Huashan stood majestically, raised his treasured sword towards the black-clothed man before him. The male protagonist smiled slightly, mocking the black-clothed man before him. What, just this? Can't even take one hit from me? Looks like your strength isn't that great after all. The male protagonist actually put the sword, threw it at the kneeling black-clothed man's feet. The black-clothed man felt unprecedented fear. Staring at the male protagonist, an unprecedented fear arose spontaneously. The male protagonist was surprised by the black-clothed man's inaction, very coldly asking him why he still hadn't drawn his sword. The black-clothed man before him snorted coldly. Just then, suddenly an accomplice jumped down to support him. The old man's voice came from behind the male protagonist. The old man told him, "These people are all top masters of the Wudong sect." Xiao Huashan stood aside listening, feeling very speechless. The old man continued, "The moves these people used against him were from hundreds of years ago in the martial world. Wudong sect's unique secret skills, named Taiji Sanso and Wu Yu Sunzong." The resting black-clothed man sat there, listening to the old man tell his story. Unsure what mood he was in, the old man's gaze turned cold now, reminding the male protagonist to be careful. This Wudong sect is full of experts. Their moves are very complex. Not on the same level as previous opponents. Xiao Huashan heard the old man's words. Didn't take it to heart at all, simply brushing off the old man. The male protagonist composed himself slightly. Thinking about the old man's words, he thought, matters from hundreds of years ago in the martial world. This old man actually knew them all clearly. This old man was very unusual. Then what could his real identity be? The male protagonist looked at the three black-clothed men before him, expressing doubt. How does this look like Wudong sect? He looked disbelieving. These people were clearly Taoists. Why dress like a group of thieves? What's going on? At this time, Yanqi's group watched everything from the side. He told his subordinates, "If we don't act now, it'll be too late." Stop hiding behind and slacking off, Yanxi told them, if you don't want to be wiped out. Like these Wudong sect people, revealing identities and seeking self-destruction. You must fight with all your might to defeat Xiao Huashan. The male protagonist heard this news from the side. Couldn't help exclaiming, how is this a princess? Clearly a master of fanning flames. A large group of troops charged forward mightily, the leading soldiers waved their sabers, shouting, must capture these traitors. Definitely can't let them escape. Just then, Miss Liang on the carriage heard the sound, immediately turned back, very frightened. She waved her hand forcefully, relaying instructions to the coachman, don't stop, speed up. The coachman heard the command, quickly accelerated, whipping the long whip. The carriage sped forward, Miss Liang leaped from the carriage roof. Landing on the ground with a whoosh, the carriage shook violently inside. Everyone's bodies trembled uncontrollably. Princess Huarong covered her face, very scared. Miss Liang looked up, heard the sound of a large group of troops approaching from afar, shouting to capture her. Thousands of troops charged towards Miss Liang mightily, making Miss Liang appear outnumbered and weak. Everyone charged forward imposingly, holding weapons, unstoppable. Miss Liang used lightness skill to fly up, using a move called Dijin Gangquan, Great Vajra Fist. Golden light emanated from both hands, instantly becoming incredibly fierce. The sky was beautifully illuminated by Miss Liang's Dijin Gangquan. Making sizzling sounds, she instantly resembled a Buddha statue. Golden light radiated from her body. This was her making a move. She shouted the line, Fo Ling, Buddha spirit. With a boom, an incredibly huge pillar of light exploded among the troops. Such a huge commotion was actually produced by Miss Liang's single punch. This move called Dijin Gangquan subdues demons and monsters. Seeing the scene before them, the soldiers couldn't help widening their eyes. How could they have seen such martial arts? Exclaiming this fist technique was too shocking. Miss Liang watched all this. As if it had nothing to do with her, she clenched her right fist, throwing off her cloak directly. As if preparing for a big fight, she threw a heavy punch towards a group of soldiers. With a booming sound, like thunder and lightning, Miss Liang's expression was cold, towards them. She used a fist technique like Pegasus Meteor Fist. Fists rained down like raindrops, making it impossible to track. Rumbling fist energy hit the pitiful group of soldiers. Everyone was blasted into disarray, thrown off their horses. A group of beggars sect brothers came to support. Discovered the booming sounds ahead, they knew this was Miss Liang's opening victory. The beggars sect young leader exclaimed happily, success! Prince Yusu and the others have escaped. But a member behind him reminded him not to celebrate too early. Need to rendezvous with them first. The young leader's eyes turned fierce. Thinking, Liang Maoyu facing so many enemies seems overwhelmed. With a whoosh, he leaped off his horse. Calls from sect members came from behind. The young leader jumped into the air, cupped his fists, actually shouting, Xiang Longshir Bai Zhang, dragon subduing 18 palms. Just then, golden light shone from both his hands, above the sky behind the large troop formation. This beggar's sect young leader emitted golden light, dazzling like the sun. The soldiers noticed the abnormality, all turning to check the situation. Asking each other what exactly was happening, the young leader seemed transformed, shouting loudly. A beggar's sect member saw his appearance, astonished, could this be? This is actually the most powerful stance of Xiang Longshir Bai Zhang. Clearly, no one expected. The young leader struck downwards forcefully, shouting, Xiang Long Jiangshir, dragon subduing soldiers. With a boom, it exploded among the crowd, catching everyone off guard. All let out wails. The young leader's small frame, yet capable of producing such powerful martial arts, beating these soldiers into chaos. He continued exerting force, shouting loud slogans. These soldiers were beaten into disarray, utterly disorganized. Miss Liang crouched amidst the ruins, having just used this move. Tired, she panted slightly, sweating profusely, very fatigued. This beggar's sect young leader fell back onto his horse with a thud, scaring his attendant into calling out repeatedly. He, like Miss Liang just now, panted heavily, complaining why Miss Liang fought so desperately. He felt his bones were about to fall apart. At this time, a group of beggars sect brothers rode horses, carrying treasured swords, arrived timely at the battlefield to support the young leader. The large troop assembled, rendezvoused with the young leader. General Song noticed the young leader's nosebleed. Asked with concern, a huge gash was cut into the wall. The white-haired old man stared at the crack behind him. Startled, he let out a mocking laugh. Thinking, now it's his turn to act, 3 assassins dashed towards the white-haired old man simultaneously, shouting, old thing, die. Assassin white-haired old man held his large saber, shouted, Hiya. Murderous aura surged. Another man also charged over with a swish. The old man exerted slight force. The short saber in his hand cracked. the three charged ferociously towards the old man. He was outnumbered. Would he have a chance? With a bang, Xiao Huashan took a heavy blow. Expression pained, a black-clothed person charged over, swishing out a slash of sword chi. The male protagonist was terrified by the killing intent, quickly jumped up, finally dodging the slash. He stared ahead wide-eyed, as if something unbelievable happened. Just then, he was attacked by the black-clothed mask with a slash. Fortunately, he dodged in time. Otherwise, his life would be forfeit. The sudden killing intent stunned Xiao Huashan. Saw the black-clothed person raise his weapon, about to attack again. At this critical moment, the male protagonist actually blocked the masked man's attack with his hand, making a clanging sound. The male protagonist coldly stared at the masked man before him, starting to mock coldly. Disdaining the opponent for not even lasting one move against him, Xiao Huashan channeled energy with both hands, emitting golden light, as if performing Kamehameha. Looking exactly like Miss Liang earlier, suddenly even his eyes turned golden. Just like an angry Vajra, the three black-clothed masked men looked at the male protagonist in unison. Simply unbelievable. Xiao Huashan punched rapidly, delivering many punches invisible to ordinary people. Truly, among all martial arts, only speed is unbeatable. Swish swish swish, the male protagonist's hands reached out to grab the three black-clothed men. But this group of black-clothed men were like ghosts in the night, flying ethereally, making it very difficult for the male protagonist. The male protagonist swung a punch forcefully, hitting empty air. Xiao Huashan immediately felt extremely furious, angrily saying, "What's going on? Why can't I catch them?" He watched the three people swishing before him, actually disappearing. The three black-clothed men appeared, attacked together, striking the male protagonist. Instantly, the scene filled with smoke, unsure if the male protagonist was dead or alive. Xiao Huashan was still alive, struggling greatly to withstand the blow, feeling very puzzled. Why couldn't he capture the aura of these black-clothed men? A huge Tai Chi symbol appeared beneath the male protagonist's feet. After this fight, Yanqi appeared. She felt this battle was very boring. Xiao Huashan stood up shakily, thinking Yanqi was talking nonsense. As if she wasn't the one getting beaten. These people's moves were so strange, too interesting. It was like punching air. Seeing her subordinates fail to finish off Xiao Huashan, Princess Yanqi decided to retreat, slipping away. Suddenly the scene changed. He noticed something changed. The male protagonist was spacing out. The white-haired old man bled. Thudded down before him. He looked at the old man at his feet, surprise overflowing. The white-haired old man was severely injured, barely alive. Xiao Huashan was very angry. Didn't know who dealt this cruel blow. Heard shouting from behind. Yanqi's assassin trio appeared like walking on eaves and walls, visitors with ill intentions. The male protagonist happened to be injured just now, unable to escape. The white-haired old man composed himself. Heard a sound beside him, cupped his ear to listen carefully. The hatted old man also looked tense, panting, squinting to observe ahead. Everyone looked tense, facing the impending crisis. Turns out it was this kid Xiao Huashan, sighing calmly, looking nonchalant. The white-haired old man lay motionless on the ground, unknown if still breathing. So the male protagonist quickly shouted at him, "Get up quickly. Don't lie there playing dead." The old man was woken by the male protagonist's shouting, scratching his head embarrassedly, greeting him. False alarm, started nagging that now wasn't the time to sleep on the ground. "Get up quickly." Yanqi's group saw the old man was actually fine, all feeling very surprised. Thinking, this old man is definitely not ordinary. The old man stood up, turned his head and called the male protagonist. The male protagonist instantly became irritable, asking the old man what he wanted. The old man scratched his head embarrassedly, grinning foolishly with clenched teeth. He told Xiao Huashan to rest a bit and put his heart at ease. He was fine. Just fooling around. The male protagonist heard this news, stunned on the spot. As if he misheard, the old man said calmly, "Then I won't be able to look after you." The male protagonist smiled slightly, arms crossed. He felt he could handle it alone. With a crack sound, Xiao Huashan leaped into the air, preparing to exert force. He thought he was actually looked down upon by the white-haired old man. How outrageous! The three black-clothed men stood penalized on the spot. The male protagonist suddenly jumped before them, planning to end all this with his own martial arts. The black-clothed men found the male protagonist's words very funny. Looked at him playfully. The male protagonist's expression was very cold. The person who was joking just moments ago instantly became serious. He asked the opponent, "Is it funny?" The three black-clothed men swished into illusions, like flowing sand. The male protagonist smiled knowingly. "Humph, using this trick again? Trying to rely on one move forever?" Swish 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 sounds arose. One black-clothed man appeared. Several people appeared uniformly like ghosts. The three attacked the male protagonist in unison. Xiao Huashan stood motionless, letting the opponent attack him. What's happening? He actually turned into a shadow. Did he copy the opponent's skill? Just then, the black-clothed man's jaws nearly dropped. This scene was so familiar, Princess Yanxi also started to stare blankly, unable to believe it all. The male protagonist's body transformed into red, even becoming blurry, causing the black-clothed group nearby to stand aside, not daring to approach. Xiao Huashan glared around angrily, expression fiery like the god of fire, asking the opponent if they were scared by him. The three black-clothed men dared not be negligent, quickly charging towards him, but he looked completely unconcerned. The black-clothed men's sabers slashed onto his body. He didn't dodge. Another slash, yet it was like hitting air. This made Xiao Huashan overjoyed. Correct, his goal was achieved, watching the black-clothed men's attacks on him, yet completely unharmed. He let out a wild laugh. The unique martial art created specifically to deal with the sword sect was truly extraordinary. The three were about to attack him, only heard a bang. He actually disappeared under everyone's watchful eyes. This really caught the black-clothed men off guard. The three didn't react at all. Suddenly the male protagonist swished beside the black-clothed men. Greatly surprising these people, he punched one black-clothed man in the face, then backhanded another punch. The male protagonist delivered a flying kick, sending the two down with a bang. Then he turned around, looked back, actually before the black-clothed man, poof, turned into flowing matter, leaving the black-clothed man confused, a masked man, in shock. A red giant hand appeared above his head, grabbing him with a slap. The male protagonist above the black-clothed man's head, like a red tornado, gave his head a fierce twist, seemingly wanting to snap his neck. Just then, a masked man lying on the ground was greatly startled. Another showed the same expression. So Xiao Huashan had turned into a demon, watching everything before him like a tiger watching prey. Princess Yanxi stood aside, watching this guy several times larger than them. Her eyes widened, exclaiming incredulously, "How is this possible?" Watching this behemoth before her, started pondering, it really resembled his martial arts. Xiao Huashan's expression was like a devil's, smiling wickedly at everyone. Just then, fierce fighting occurred on the other side. The scene turned into ruins. The white-haired old man holding a saber instantly transformed into a muscular beast. Was this still the same person who was submissive, meek little old man towards Xiao Huashan earlier? Suddenly he made teeth-gritting sounds. Extremely furious, this change greatly startled the three present. Unsure what was about to happen, the white-haired old man let out a beastly roar. Huang Lei and the three lackeys saw this, none daring to slack off, together using their signature skills to deal with the old man. 3 against 1, isn't that bullying? The white-haired old man leaped into the sky, launching lightning-like attacks towards those below him. This couldn't help but make everyone sweat, thinking, what kind of technique is this? Golden light shone from the old man's eyes, launching the attack. 3 loud bangs, pong pong pong. The attacks launched by the old man hit the three people, like 3 thunderbolts striking down. He jumped down, looking angrily at the opponent. This body of muscle was like a completely different person from before. With a slap, one person spat blood. All 3 were beaten into disarray by the old man's attack, heavily injured. Sitting in the corner, the old man walked towards him, aura fully charged, holding his saber, commenting on the person before him. The Zhongnan sect master is different from those lackeys. The old man mocked him at his feet. The Shishuemang has been taken down by me. Heard the leader knew Luang Shan had some skill. Looks like it's just a so-so. On the other side, one person lay on the ground, unknown if dead or alive, the old man said. This fellow using dual spears should be Gui Jian, Ghost Sword, Shuangchang Yi, Dual Spear Night Gathering. The short-haired old man saw this. Asking the opponent's true identity, the white-haired old man looked at him. A playful smile hung on his face, telling him back then, his master Qianli Jian's thousandly sword, arm, was injured by him. The short-haired old man heard this, greatly alarmed. Recalled the scene back then, the white-haired old man used only one slash to sever his master's arm. The saber-wielding man spoke to the young child. He didn't want to fight anymore, told him to help his injured master. The little boy heard, responded okay, sobbing uncontrollably. The man holding the saber was about to leave. His injured master behind, supported by the disciple, asked what martial art the opponent used just now. The man turned around, telling the opponent, "You are qualified to ask this question, might as well tell you. This is called Patian 12 Dao, sky-breaking 12 blades." The little boy cried profusely, surprise overflowing. The past experience was now recalled vividly by the short-haired old man, asking with doubt, looking at the tall, imposing giant before him, "Could you be the great desert mad saber from back then?" On this side, Xiao Huashan was fighting 3 people. He quickly finished the battle. Even feeling somewhat bored, the three black-clothed men were all injured, unable to continue fighting. Trembling, looking at the male protagonist, he told everyone not to be afraid. "I don't want to kill you yet." The three clearly didn't quite believe what he said, so he comforted the opponent again. "I've read many books. Won't lie to people, only if you live can I make a name in the martial arts history." Everyone was half believing, thinking, will he really not kill us? The male protagonist smiled knowingly. He still intended to attack everyone. What a rogue! He instantly swelled immensely, like a giant red balloon. Swish swish swish, this attack like sharp swords pierced the black-clothed men. All three were hit by the same attack, utterly helpless. The male protagonist hit the target. Only saw ferocious light radiating from his body, like a wild beast, telling the opponent he wanted to end this beautiful night. With a crack sound, everyone let out miserable screams. One black-clothed man was very scared, begging the person before him for mercy, begging Supreme Sect Master to spare his little life. The mysterious person holding the treasured sword said to the man kneeling on the ground, "Repeat again, what exactly happened? Who injured you like this?" The old man faced the ground covered in soldiers' remains. The few lucky survivors reported the situation to him. They were sneak attacked first, had no time to react at all. The sect master and disciples had no time for any counterattack. Ambushed and killed on the spot. Everyone practiced martial arts. The master repeatedly praised the disciple. Praising him, having high hopes for him, the master told him his expectations were high. As the master's direct disciple, must set a good example. The old man angrily asked him who the culprit was. The old man turned to leave. The man knelt on the ground, telling him Xiao Huashan killed everyone. The old man heard, face instantly darkened. Issued an order to him, take everyone still alive back to Tianshan, seal the gates starting today. The day Xiao Huashan dies is the day our sect unseals. Everyone heard. All looked up, greatly surprised. The old man clenched his fists, trembling slightly, very calmly telling everyone, if Xiao Huashan doesn't die, don't even dream of conquering the Central Plains. The man was surprised after hearing, repeatedly asking where the old man was going. The old man turned slightly, telling the opponent, didn't Xiao Huashan say he'd give you the same taste? This old man will also repay in kind. The old man was furious. Going to Manhwa to kill all those people, let Xiao Huashan also experience the taste of being unable to protect anyone. Xiao Huashan's wind-like movement brought a whirlwind. Truly like the wind, the man stood amidst the wounded and defeated soldiers. As he landed, turned back to his original form, showing no trace of the earlier terror. The black-clothed men on the ground were dead or crippled. Those still alive couldn't stop trembling. One person was kicked by the male protagonist with a slap. He was still joking, "Hey, don't lie there twisting around, let me help you, quick, sleep." Only a loud clang was heard. The male protagonist was startled, exclaiming, "Aya." He looked back, eyes widening. One person held a broken sword, making a clanging sound. Turns out the short-haired old man was knocked down, unknown if still breathing, leaning against the wall. Behind him formed a large crack. A strong arm held a saber. It was the late-arriving dual saber by Yutong. The old man looked meaningfully at the defeated opponent before him. The male protagonist behind couldn't help complaining, criticizing him for not arriving timely enough. Xiao Huashan turned around, smiling towards Princess Yanxi watching from the side. Next, this made him feel a bit uneasy. The male protagonist smiled slightly, telling Yanxi, what other tricks do you have? Hurry up and use them. She heard this, smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Because her men had already been defeated by the male protagonist, at this moment, the male protagonist sensed something unusual. Turned his head to look fixedly. Red rolling dust smoke rose in the distance. The male protagonist looked towards the distance. Saw thick smoke billowing from a distant high mountain. That was the direction of the Huashan sect. Inside a small house halfway up the mountain, a loud bang sounded. A fist the size of a sandbag punched the wall. Turns out it was the villain old man. He punched the Huashan sect's gate pillar. The extremely thick pillar rumbled and broke directly. On the steps, a Huashan sect disciple was covered in wounds. Clutching his wound, staring fiercely at the old man, very unwilling. The old man stepped on the Huashan sect plaque, cracking it in two. He stepped over the corpses of Huashan disciples, ascending the mountain step by step. The old man stared fixedly at the scene before him, like a tiger watching prey, frightening. The courtyard was filled with people, hearing the alarm of enemy invasion, all gathered together. Inside the room sat the sect's 4 elders. A disciple came to report, the Tianshan Sword King is coming to oppress our Huashan sect. A bald old man stood stunned, exclaiming, this is trying to wipe out our Huashan sect. At this time, A young disciple's footsteps pattered, running up the mountain, he strode like a meteor. Panting heavily, saying, Xiao Huashan will definitely come help us. He will definitely come. He recalled Xiao Huashan handing him a small package back then. He looked at the thing in his hand, never seen it before, couldn't help asking, what is this? The male protagonist turned around, walking behind, waved his hand, telling him if he needed help, just go to the Fengbotai, pile up firewood, sprinkle this packet of powder on top, and light it. He gave the young disciple a cool departing view, then said, it will then ignite red wolf smoke. The young disciple held the wolf smoke powder given by the male protagonist, asking him, if I light this thing, will the great hero receive the signal and come help us? The male protagonist said without turning back, no. At this moment, he turned around, looking confident, this is a warning. It tells them I will come, warning. Returning to the present, the young disciple opened the small powder packet. Rustling, poured it out, he lit the firewood on the mountaintop, sprinkling the wolf smoke powder given by the male protagonist. Slowly drifting up, now it's done, he stood before the bonfire, gazing into the distance. The flames crackled, roasting him until he sweat profusely, thinking, great hero, you must come lend us a hand. The Tianshan Sword King looked at the few Huashan sect disciples before him. Everyone held treasured swords, but were very nervous internally, shouting at the old man, stop. Take one more step forward, and we won't be polite. Who knew the Tianshan Sword King wouldn't listen at all? Gave them a round of punches and kicks, full of momentum. The Huashan disciples were beaten by the old man, letting out miserable screams. At this moment, the tied-up black-clothed men heard the commotion, casting curious glances. A pair of boots stepped clatteringly on bloodstains. A group of black-clothed men were tied up together. The old man holding the large treasured sword walked towards them. They didn't know what happened. Staring with innocent eyes, the old man suddenly raised his voice, glaring at them, saying, let's all thank the Huashan sect, come out. Then a group of disciples heard the command and stood up uniformly. The old man clenched his sandbag-sized fist, telling them, we committed monstrous crimes against the Tianshan sect. Only by destroying the Huashan sect can we atone for all this. The disciples before him heard the news, their morale rising. Everyone immediately picked up their respective weapons, without a moment's delay, immediately moved, vigorously shouting the slogan, kill, destroy Huashan. In the blink of an eye, the black-clothed men had already rushed before the Huashan sect, shouting, kill, kill. Huashan disciples wanted to stop them, arriving at the main entrance of the Huashan sect. Disciples from the two sects instantly began fighting, protect Huashan, destroy Huashan. Two kinds of slogans echoed endlessly. The two groups confronted each other at the main hall entrance. The Tianshan sect's black-clothed men came menacingly. A pair of huge feet stepped in. Huashan sect disciples stood together, huddled into a ball. A man with thick arms holding a treasured sword appeared. It was the Tianshan sect's expert old man. An eagle landed on his thick shoulder with a slap. He waved his large hand, swishing the treasured sword, displaying it before the Huashan disciples. This completely dropped everyone's jaws. That's our Zixia divine sword. How is it in his hand? The old man held the sword before him, glaring at the opponent, saying, if you die under our sect's sword, perhaps it's easier to accept? The Zhonghuashan disciples heard this, so scared they couldn't speak, gritting their teeth thinking, how hateful. One person appeared with a weapon swish. The Huashan head disciple came forward with a Fengtian Huaji to challenge. You shameless villain! Unworthy to use our Huashan sect's divine sword. He charged forward in one step, engaging several black-clothed men from the Tianshan sect. Weapons clashed with scraping sounds. His Fengtian Huaji was actually split in two by the opponent's single slash. The Huashan disciple, after a fierce battle, had his weapon destroyed, clearly unable to fight anymore, started cursing. So the Tianshan sect members started mocking, better give up resistance. This will make your death easier. A man from the Tianshan sect holding a fan, seeing the opportunity, at the critical moment, wanted to go up and deliver the final blow, finishing the opponent. Die. At this moment, fire-burning eyebrows, extremely dangerous. Everyone saw what was happening. Actually stood stunned. No one intervened, just waiting for the fan man to finish his task. Suddenly the young disciple heard a sound from behind, couldn't help turning to check. Only heard a whoosh, a golden light flashed past. Xiao Huashan appeared like a savior. Only heard a clang. He kicked towards the Tianshan sect fan man from earlier. The fan man, completely unprepared, was sent flying by this sudden aerial kick, crashing against the wall with a bang. The Huashan sect young disciple was overjoyed seeing this, quickly shouting, great hero Xiao. The male protagonist struck a pose, looking coolly ahead. A Huashan disciple told him, "Thank you, young hero, for lending a hand." The male protagonist said without turning back, "I told you long ago to finish off this old man quickly. You didn't listen, now there's trouble." The old man looked at the suddenly appeared Xiao Huashan, telling him, "I've waited long for you here, if you didn't come, the Huashan sect would be wiped out by me." The male protagonist laughed carelessly, raised his hand and pointed, "Yes, that's right. I came precisely to make up for not being able to understand your wish last time we met." The old man heard this, very angry. The hand holding the Zixia divine sword started trembling. "Enough nonsense!" The old man angrily raised his treasured sword, about to attack the male protagonist. But Xiao Huashan actually turned and walked back, ignoring the old man. What exactly was he planning? The old man heard the male protagonist's voice from behind. "Can't stretch hands and feet here. If you want to fight, let's fight outside. It's spacious out there." The Tianshan sect's black-clothed men heard this news, bewildered. Similarly, the Huashan sect side was also astonished, mouths wide open. A gust of wind whistled past. The two arrived at the battle platform outside, preparing to compete. Disciples from both sides stood behind them, eager for action. A great battle was imminent. The white-haired old man assumed a battle stance, gaze turning fierce, snorted coldly, "Come, brat, taste the power of your own sect's Zixia sword." Xiao Huashan wasn't easy prey either. Still smiling unhurriedly, one hand clenched, one hand forward. "Old man, what's wrong? Trying to scare me with our own treasured sword?" The old man's eagle saw this. With a whoosh, flew from his shoulder into the sky. He impatiently struck first, raising his treasured sword, wanting to use his signature skill against Xiao Huashan. Shouting loudly, "Tianshan 12 strikes!" The old man's sword was extremely fast. Swish, struck out a sword shadow. The male protagonist's movement technique was also quite swift. Unexpectedly, this strike was dodged by him, otherwise, he would surely die or be crippled. Truly, among all martial arts, only speed is unbeatable. He started circulating energy, dodging this calamity. He couldn't stay idle either. Swish, landed a heavy palm strike on the unprepared old man. His movement technique was simply superb, turning 5 steps into 3. Slipped away from the old man right after striking. The male protagonist didn't forget to mock the old man after hitting. "Yo, progress this time," didn't randomly throw sword chi at others, saying stone can take stone block. Words just popped out of his mouth. He charged forward in 1 step. The old man took another hit. Beaten until his expression was pained, grimacing, the old man started counterattacking. Swung his treasured sword, swish, but didn't hit the male protagonist. His speed was simply extreme, jumping around the old man, very arrogant. Xiao Huashan jumped above his head, telling him, "Even if you've made progress, and are holding my sect's treasured sword," the old man was toyed with by the male protagonist. Stumbled back several large steps, he suddenly looked up, showing a terrified expression. Whoosh, the male protagonist flashed before the old man like wind. He extended his palm, directly blocking the white-haired old man's attack, murmuring, "You think you can defeat me like this?" With a bang, the old man was actually sent flying far away by the male protagonist, directly flying out, instantly causing a huge uproar. Xiao Huashan's hand was stained with the old man's blood, dripping down. At this moment, he looked very smugly at the old man, saying, "Just based on your strength, if you think you can defeat me, that's simply too naive. Old muddlehead." The old man was utterly humiliated by this youth, simply furious, face showing fierceness. Gritting his teeth, glaring at Xiao Huashan, saw he hadn't given up. Swung his sword towards Xiao Huashan again, emitting a cold gleam. The old man expended too much stamina this time, panting heavily. The male protagonist, after this round of fighting, looked unfazed, heart not racing, telling the old man, "Looks like this is all you've got, right, old fellow?" The white-haired old man shouted loudly, roaring, "Come, brat, take my move." The two began to duel. The old man leaped, clashing with Xiao Huashan with a bang. Unfortunately, the old man didn't succeed. Although very fast, was still dodged by the male protagonist with a whoosh. The male protagonist extended one hand and began exerting force, saw him strike the old man with a clang. This caught the old man off guard, taking a solid hit. The old man stood holding his treasured sword. The male protagonist grabbed his throat, contemptuously shouting, "Hey, old man!" The male protagonist looked coldly at the old man, spitting out with a wicked smile, "This young master is very disappointed in you." He, with extreme speed, delivered a heavy punch to the old man's abdomen. Boom. The scene instantly became chaotic, kicking up clouds of dust, making everything unclear. The old man was struck to the ground, panting heavily, covered in wounds. A group of Huashan disciples stood aside, watching everything unfold. Is it over? At this time, the Tianshan sect disciples were very worried about the old man's safety, all shouting, "Sect master!" The male protagonist steadied his steps, mocking the old man. "What, is this all your strength? Defeating you gives me no sense of accomplishment at all." The two stared at each other like this. The male protagonist let out a contemptuous laugh. At this moment, the old man looked angrily at him. Only heard a crash. The wall behind the old man made a sound, as if about to collapse. A Tianshan sect disciple called out to him worriedly. The old man suddenly awakened. Face instantly becoming ferocious, he held his treasured sword horizontally, concealing himself. A Tianshan sect disciple said urgently, "Everyone, pay attention. For the grand plan of our Tianshan sect, now transfer all our true chi to the sect master." Saw the old man assume a horse stance, swung his hand back. A group of black-clothed men behind him started channeling true chi to him. This move called Xia Chi Shipa, evil chi shoots through. This kind of martial art is rarely seen in the martial world. The Huashan sect disciples saw this stance. All felt extremely surprised. What kind of evil technique is this? How come we've never seen it? The old man's eyes instantly turned red, like a wild beast's eyes. For the Tianshan grand plan, this old man must fight with all his might. Xiao Huashan looked very tense watching this scene. Just then, the Tianshan sect master's body turned red, true chi surging rapidly within him. Instantly, steamed bun-like muscles appeared, the bandages on his hands snapped. Golden light shot from his eyes, seemingly becoming a different person. "Sect master, please kill him quickly." "Let's do it," this Tianshan sect head disciple said weakly, because transferring his internal true chi. All to the old man, the Tianshan sect disciples all collapsed to the ground. Trembling, saying this was for the Tianshan sect's grand plan, the old man's aura shook all directions. Like a flood beast, could the male protagonist's small frame possibly defeat him? After absorbing the true chi of all sect disciples, the old man radiated an indescribable evil aura, utterly terrifying. But the male protagonist seemed unfazed. The old man's face was crimson red, somewhat resembling Guan Yu's divine appearance. Extremely domineering, Xiao Huashan waved his hand from the side, telling the old man, "Now that you've drained their true chi, are you the only one left in your Tianshan sect who can fight?" The old man heard these words. Instantly furious, roaring, charged towards the male protagonist. Personal honor and disgrace no longer matter. "You die for me, brat!" The male protagonist dodged this fatal blow again, then started mocking the opponent. "Just absorbed the power of a few trash. You think you can become stronger and defeat me like this? What a joke!" Suddenly the male protagonist shouted loudly, smashed a fist towards the opponent's body. How could the old man tolerate this? Quickly used a move. Dazzling light radiated from the staff, boom, sending the male protagonist flying. The male protagonist was caught off guard by the sudden attack, tumbling several times. Staggering back defeated. "What's wrong with you, brat? Why does hitting me feel like scratching an itch? Is it you got weaker, or am I too strong?" The old man looked like a monster watching the male protagonist. The situation changed abruptly. How would Xiao Huashan resolve this? The male protagonist heard these words, instantly shocked. He wasn't discouraged by the old man's sudden power, but directly towards the old man's direction. Rushed over with a whoosh, the old man stood still, completely disregarding him. The male protagonist's speed was extremely fast, reaching the old man in a flash. Reaching out with a palm, the old man's face was grabbed by Xiao Huashan, not only unafraid, but also gave a cold laugh. He saw this, greatly alarmed, staring dumbfounded at him. Unable to believe everything before him, only heard a crack sound. A golden light flashed past. Xiao Huashan's clothes were actually slashed in two. A huge gash appeared on his chest, blood flowing down. He stared blankly at the wound on his body. The old man took a step forward with a slap. His expression was terrifying, eyes bloodshot, telling the male protagonist, "Now, let me properly send you on your way." The old man launched an attack on the male protagonist. First slash dodged by the male protagonist, then came another slash. This slash was dodged by Xiao Huashan with a leap. He was very nervous. If hit, he might lose his life on the spot. Taking advantage of the pause in the old man's swing, the male protagonist fiercely counterattacked the old man, down with a clang, kicking the old man's shoulder with great force. Only an old man still had an unhurried expression. The male protagonist sensed something amiss. Something's wrong. Why did this kick have no reaction on the opponent? Did I not eat enough lunch? No pain, no itch, the old man replied thus. Then delivered an elbow strike to the male protagonist. The male protagonist couldn't take it, sent flying with a slap. He endured the severe pain, expression pained, started cursing, uttering, "Bastard!
Xiao Huashan couldn't sit back and let the opponent attack.
Continuing like this, he would eventually be defeated, so he started circling the old man, steps exceptionally fast, like a ghost, making the opponent unable to track his direction. At this time, a Huashan elder stayed with the young disciple. The young disciple glanced at the opponent, surprisingly calm, so his expression became firm, firmly believing the great hero Xiao in his heart would not be defeated so easily. The old man saw the male protagonist's illusionary steps, started using his signature skill, Tianshan 12 blades. He slashed forcefully towards the male protagonist, swish swish swish, hoping to end the battle quickly. Only heard a bang, the field made a loud sound, the male protagonist was attacked by the old man. Seemed unable to withstand it, he was sent flying with a whoosh, very far. At this time, the young disciple watching from the side was very worried, secretly sweating for Xiao Huashan. This can't go on, great hero Xiao, quickly think of something. The male protagonist's face bled, sighed, complaining, this old man is really a bit tricky. Covered in sword wounds, he lowered his head, panting heavily, just dealt with those 3 guys. His strength was indeed consumed. The old man appeared from the thick smoke, holding the Zixia divine sword, very imposing, just like that. Watching the male protagonist didn't immediately attack him. A gust of wind blew past. Today's weather was pleasant, very suitable for sects to spar with each other.
Round 2 begins. The two from Tianshan Sect and Huashan Sect once again engaged in a life and death struggle.
Bloodstains covered the ground. The old man's attacks on Xiao Huashan were extremely fierce. With several rumbles, even buildings exploded. The male protagonist saw the old man's sword swish, slashing towards his face, emitting a sword chi. He quickly dodged this fatal blow. If hit, wouldn't he die on the spot? So the male protagonist appeared very nervous. Just then, the young disciple nearby sweated profusely, very much wanting to help Xiao Huashan, but helpless due to his poor martial arts. Could only worry secretly from the side. The old man pressed his advantage. Towards Xiao Huashan's direction was a flying pounce, raising the treasured sword in his hand. The goal was 1 arrow through the heart. You can't dodge it, escaping is useless, come on. The male protagonist saw this scene. Frowning tightly, he leaped into the air, dodging this earth-shattering attack. Watching the ground split open by the old man's slash, the old man was flushed red all over. This sword plunged into the ground, panting heavily, looked up and complained to Xiao Huashan.
Why keep running? Really annoying.
He heard the opponent's words, looked back at the old man, attacking him again, raised his hand, another sword strike. This slash covered a very wide range, but was still dodged by the agile male protagonist. At this time, the Zixia divine sword held by the old man suddenly emitted flames with a puff. The male protagonist saw this moment, expression becoming even more tense. The old man attacked Xiao Huashan again. Then I'll test my treasured blade on you.
At this critical moment, the old man used a move that pierced the rainbow.
The emitted light was extremely dazzling, like a comet hitting Earth. Everyone saw this scene, all astonished beyond movement, staring wide-eyed, eyes filled with endless fear. Only heard a boom, a thunderbolt exploded in the sky, golden light flashed, like splendid fireworks during spring festival, very beautiful. A gust of dust smoke blew up. The old man just finished using the heaven-splitting strike on Xiao Huashan. Couldn't see his position for a moment. Unsure if the opponent was dead or alive, the old man's face held killing intent, searching for the male protagonist's location. The Huashan sect young disciple was blinded by the smoke from the great battle. Smoke dispersed, saw Xiao Huashan surprisingly wasn't knocked down, standing there. This greatly surprised the old man. The Huashan sect disciples saw the male protagonist was still alive. Excitement overflowed. The young disciple shouted, "Great hero Xiao, are you okay?" Xiao Huashan was covered in blood, looking in very bad condition. He raised his hand tremblingly. His face was pained, his left hand dripped blood continuously.
Enduring the severe pain, said, "Damn it. How could this be?" The old man saw the male protagonist looked miserable,
then threatened him, "Dying sooner or later is still death. Clean yourself up.
Prepare to die by my hand." The young disciple nearby looked at the injured Xiao Huashan, very distressed, saying with a crying tone, "Great hero, so sorry to burden you." The male protagonist heard these comforting words, replied angrily, "Help people all the way, see the Buddha to the west, at this time. Don't say such useless things." The old man saw this, thought the male protagonist really couldn't beat him now, so decided to press his advantage. Turning 5 steps into 3, rushed towards the male protagonist. Swish swish, go on the road. The male protagonist had no time for nonsense. The opponent's sword was about to hit him. This time he might have to meet his end here. The old man suddenly broke out in sweat,
At the critical moment, the old man's body underwent a huge change. As if sneak attacked, the male protagonist stood stunned. The old man's feet began to tremble uncontrollably. With a slap, suddenly he clanged. Unable to support himself, knelt down on the ground, looking very tired. The Huashan sect disciples saw the old man like this, all staring wide-eyed. Xiao Huashan looked at the powerless old man before him, instantly relieved, couldn't help mocking. This time it's finally his turn. The old man looked ashen. The male protagonist told him, "Hey, how can you fight me with your chaotic state?" Just then, a Tianshan sect member behind shouted at the old man, "Sect master." This man tremblingly told the old man, "Sect master, our Tianshan sect is a prestigious righteous sect. Perhaps it cannot tolerate your kind of evil ways." The old man heard these words, instantly felt extremely surprised, face darkened. One dark windy night, a shout came from the house ahead. "What did you say?" Two black-clothed men stood before the old man. The opponent said, "Let me use your evil martial arts? Isn't this a joke?" On the table lay the secret manual brought by the black-clothed man. The old man continued, "Our Tianshan sect is a prestigious righteous sect, pursuing the righteous path, the peak of powerful swordsmanship." The old man then said angrily, "This old man cooperates with you only because it can help us unify the Central Plains martial world. This old man seeks nothing else. So this kind of evil martial art, this old man doesn't want it." A black-clothed man squinted, smiled awkwardly, "Old sect master, we also came to you with a cooperative attitude. Sharing our secrets with you, why must you resist so? As the saying goes, more skills don't burden the body." The old man looked serious, looking at the secret scroll on the table, began pondering. After a moment, he didn't accept the opponent's request, turned around, waved his hand, "Don't mention this matter again." The black-clothed man heard this news, smiled helplessly, instantly turned into an illusion and was about to disappear. The old man's face turned gloomy. Returning to the present, the old man felt all this was because anger made him crazy and blind. Xiao Huashan saw this, turned slightly, joked with the young disciple behind him. This old fellow, at this stage, finally reflects on himself. Chi deviation, the young disciple heard, felt very surprised, seeing he didn't quite understand his words. The male protagonist continued telling him, this is because the old man now cannot completely control this true chi that doesn't belong to him. The male protagonist looked calmly at the old man before him. If he still insists on using it forcefully, it will further aggravate the chaotic state of true chi in his body. He then leaned down close to the old man's ear, whispering softly, "Aio, the situation is really awkward. Perhaps if you continue, you'll explode like Tai Wang. But we still have to continue fighting. How shall we proceed next? It's all up to you." The old man raised the treasured sword in his hand, the sharp blade reflecting his face. He's right. He stood up, golden light radiating from his body. Now there's no way to control his own body. This true chi will tear his body apart. The old man started talking to himself. Didn't expect I would also have a day of chi deviation. Lu Liangzhong, have you forgotten your original intention? His appearance changed at this moment. No longer having the previous crimson eyes, he looked at the spirited Xiao Huashan before him, exclaiming, "This young reckless brat could actually become the target I challenge. Truly unbelievable." Xiao Huashan turned his head, very smugly telling Lu Liangzhong, "Aren't you heaven beyond heavens? Old man, fight or not? I'm going to make a move." The old man heard these words, stroked his white beard. "I, Lu Liangzhong, have now plunged Tianshan into great disaster. Already deserved 10,000 deaths." He suddenly opened his eyes, gazed coldly looking forward. "But my, Lu Liangzhong's, sword will never again bring shame to Tianshan." Suddenly he stood up, swung the treasured sword forcefully, only heard a bang, used a move Qin Jun Qian Ni, 1,000 armies 1,000 mud? Aware of torrential rain and thunder, the male protagonist saw the old man suddenly exert force, couldn't help feeling a bit nervous. Whoosh, the old man's sword technique was like golden raindrops. Swish 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 rushing towards the male protagonist. Suddenly boom! A golden sword chi struck in Xiao Huashan's direction, but was dodged by his extremely agile steps. Slap, another strike, was also easily dodged by the male protagonist. The Huashan elders behind watched him from the side. So Xiao Huashan's agility was remarkable. Whoosh, dodged another calamity. After all, the opponent's skill was very powerful, if not handled carefully. Easily killed by the opponent. Facing the sudden attack, the male protagonist felt a bit puzzled. This old fellow was randomly throwing sword chi again. Did his brain malfunction? Then the old man flew into the air, towards the person below. The male protagonist used the same move, Chen Jun Qian Niju, sword chi like dense raindrops, fired towards the male protagonist's body.
under such dense attacks, even if his skills were superb. It was very difficult not to be hit. A sword chi whizzed past, dodged by the male protagonist with a leap. That previous slash hit the ground like an explosion, making a heaven-shattering noise, kicking up clouds of dust. Saw the old man fiercely charge towards the male protagonist again. The young disciple sweated profusely, watching forward nervously. A golden sword chi struck over. The male protagonist luckily dodged another strike. The old man saw this, dared not slacken, continued sending sword chi towards him. The old man's attacks were all dodged by Shaan, truly a master of tracing the human body outline. The male protagonist couldn't help starting to mock the opponent. Looks like your Tianshan swordsmanship really isn't much. The male protagonist clenched his fist, began circulating internal energy, exerting force. Huff huff. The Huashan young disciple saw this, greatly alarmed, loudly saying the situation wasn't right. At this moment, the male protagonist was circling in the air, suddenly feeling a major problem occurred. The young disciple stared wide-eyed, sweating profusely, only saw a gust of dust smoke whistle past. The old man suddenly reverted to his original form from before. Just then, a Tianshan sect disciple lying on the ground saw the old man's appearance, saying, "Finally changed back to my former sect master?" The male protagonist touched his abdomen. He smiled slightly, tremblingly telling the old man, "This sword strike hurts me a little bit." The old man recalled his youth, born in Tianshan, grew up in Tianshan. By age 18, had already mastered all Tianshan swordsmanship. By age 30, the Tianshan sect had no opponent for him. Within 10 years, challenged over 100 swordsmanship masters in the martial world, could be said to be completely victorious, shaking the entire Central Plains continent. After he took over as sect master, should have revitalized the sect's prestige in the martial world, but even though he carried such a high mission, did not truly lead the sect towards brightness. He thought he could rely on his own strength to improve the sect's swordsmanship. He originally thought he could make the Tianshan sect the #1 sect in the Central Plains, but failed to do so. Recalling the past, he now gradually understood, he was Tianshan's divine hound. Tianshan's claws and teeth, he was now gradually moving away from the sharp self that challenged martial world masters back then, forgetting the self that climbed the peak of swordsmanship. "Wake up, Lu Liangzhong." The old man cursed himself awake, then launched an attack on Xiao Huashan, Tianshan 12 Sure. The male protagonist was caught off guard by this sudden attack. The Huashan sect disciples saw this scene, exclaiming that divine hound Lu Liangzhong, why suddenly become so strong? All sweating for the male protagonist. An elderly senior told the young disciple beside him, "You are young. This divine hound was once a legend in the martial world." The male protagonist was beaten until covered in blood. He became like a wild beast licking its wounds. He raised his hand, looking at the blood on it. Couldn't help complaining to the opponent, "Old fellow, these few sword strikes of yours were indeed a bit fierce." Lu Liangzhong held the Zixia divine sword, gaze cold, telling the male protagonist, "Quickly bring out your signature skills. Brat, let's fight to the death." The male protagonist heard these words, decided not to waste more words with the old man, charged forward fiercely like a tiger watching prey. "Since you've decided to risk your life with me, I'll naturally play along seriously till the end," a Huashan sect elder said, about 50 years ago. This Lu Liangzhong once single-handedly challenged over 100 martial arts masters. Completely victorious, a group of Huashan disciples watched the two fight. The old elder continued, "Lu Liangzhong left the title of divine hound throughout the martial world." The disciples heard, greatly surprised. He was actually that powerful? Later, he never appeared again in the Central Plains. Everyone thought he had already passed away. At this moment, the two fought fiercely. Evenly matched. Unexpectedly, this time he actually reappeared like this. The young disciple's expression was grim. Watching the dangerous scene ahead, this is a life and death struggle, the final gamble. "Great hero, you must hold on." Just then, the two were still fighting desperately. The old man swung a fatal slash towards the male protagonist. Swish, Xiao Huashan dealt with it nervously. The male protagonist stumbled, nearly falling, supporting himself with one hand on the ground, looking very miserable. Saw the old man suddenly stand holding his saber with a bang, standing on one leg, murmuring, "Tianshan sword sect." Time flashed back to long ago. He arrived alone at a sect, wanting to challenge martial arts masters. The opponent, dressed in white, held a treasured sword, assuming a battle stance. At this time, a group of sect members stood behind watching the battle. The elegant youth in the crowd worried secretly about the duel ahead, swallowing hard. Saw him suddenly turn pale with fright, sweating profusely, exclaiming, "What's happening?" Suddenly a golden light flashed past. The white-clothed man was sent flying by one move, flying very far. Lu Liangzhong then asked the white-clothed man. He decided to stop after this fight, the white-clothed man said. Should have challenged over 100 people already? Then he turned to leave. Suddenly he turned back, telling the man behind him, the limit of swordsmanship this old man pursues. Don't know how far it is. Next, I will await challenges from young people. At this moment, returning to the duel scene, a gust of wind whistled past. The old man held his treasured sword facing Xiao Huashan ahead. Lu Liangzhong watched forward calmly. A Huashan sect old man watched him, thinking, isn't this the day you anticipated? At this moment, you are no longer lonely, right? The male protagonist rested briefly, preparing to continue fighting the old man. Saw the old man wave his hand, suddenly start exerting force, using a move, the Tianshan sect's sword sect. Xiao Huashan saw this, couldn't help but be overjoyed. Since you've decided to risk your life with me, then I'll play along till the end. Go all out. The old man answered him, for our Tianshan sect, I must kill you. Also, this is this old man's final battle. The male protagonist flashed beside the old man. Slap, the old man, caught off guard, took a heavy blow. Then the male protagonist used his lone leg, kicking the old man with a clang. Felt a bit like bullying the elderly. How could the old man suffer such a big loss? Shouted loudly. About to take Xiao Huashan's life with one sword, the old man slashed with his sword towards the male protagonist's face. The male protagonist saw this and dodged in time. The young disciple nearby saw this. Couldn't help sweating for Xiao Huashan. This is the final deadly battle. Great hero must hold on. The two clashed heavily again, bang. The male protagonist mocked the old man. Old fellow, don't leave regrets this time. The old man asked back, you know everything? The male protagonist smiled coldly. Ever since the old man absorbed the chi of his own sect's disciples, he had already guessed the ending. The old man used a heavy strike, swish, a sword chi, extremely imposing. Little friend, you haven't truly understood the power of our Tianshan sword. The male protagonist didn't care at all, coldly telling him, I only hope you do one thing. Just finished speaking, swished, and flew up. This scene greatly surprised the old man. The male protagonist's entire hair stood on end. Used a palm technique descending from the heavens, shouting, don't, before I understand it. Burn out completely. The old man crouched down, back facing his hand, like a fierce eagle. The ground began rumbling, bang, in a flash. The two clashed again. This round, both sides' strength was comparable. Neither gained much advantage. The two landed on the ground, swish swish swish. The old man hadn't steadied his footing yet, then turned around, holding the Zixia divine sword. Slap, charged towards Xiao Huashan, the male protagonist at the same speed. Slap, charged towards the old man. The old man held the treasured sword. Xiao Huashan used only fists and feet. For a time, fought evenly matched. The old man's gaze shifted, looking at the male protagonist. The male protagonist responded with the same gaze, saw the old man swing his sword. Swish, raised his hand, a sword strike. The male protagonist couldn't dodge in time, steadily pierced. Stumbled back several steps clatteringly, pushed back several zhang. Blood dripped continuously. After this round, the male protagonist was covered in wounds. Couldn't stop trembling, but still told the old man, you don't have much true chi left, right? Old thing, bring out your trump card, let me see. The old man, after this round of fighting, had also consumed too much stamina. Hearing the male protagonist's words, couldn't help asking, trump card? The male protagonist didn't give the opponent time to react. Charged forward in one step, expression extremely wicked, saying, give me a surprise. Saw the old man wasn't idle either, raised the Zixia divine sword in his hand, shouting, sword of Tianshan. Instantly, blue flames radiated from the sword. The male protagonist saw this, overjoyed. Thinking, this old man finally brought out some real strength to compete with me. The two clashed again. The scene went bang. Creating a scene like lightning, a sly smile crossed the male protagonist's face. This time seemed different from the last duel. Suddenly the Huashan disciples surprisingly discovered. The Zixia divine sword in the old man's hand fell to the ground. The male protagonist leaped, telling the old man, what a pity. Old fellow. The Huashan young disciple saw this, anxiously shouted at the male protagonist, young master Xiao, be careful. The old man wasn't idle either. Transformed into a whirlwind-like demon, Lu Liangzhong delivered the final strike of his life. At this time, the wind was gentle and the sun beautiful. The little old man and Princess Yanqi stood on the mountaintop watching. The duel below finally ended. The little old man stretched lazily. Young Master Xiao must have had fun fighting this time, right? He scratched his head. Even felt a bit thrilled himself. Yanqi beside him stared blankly at him. Princess Yanqi's eyes suddenly turned fierce. Xiao Huashan, Must have intricate connections with that person. The little old man looked at Yanqi, saying, "Let's hurry and rendezvous with young Master Xiao," she said, of course, then smiled slightly. "I'm very sure now, he is my beloved." Yanqi's expression at this moment was like a shy young girl. At this time, someone spoke in the Huashan sect's ancestral hall. Divine Hound, although committed unforgivable sins against Huashan, he finally returned to his true heart, able to break through the limits of his own swordsmanship. We greatly admire it. The Huashan elder told the group of Huashan disciples, "We are stronger in hardship. Trials unite us more. Only through constant cultivation can one become strong. Only then can one protect oneself. The future of our sect rests upon you now." The old man kindly told everyone. At the same time, we know Huashan's strength doesn't come only from Huashan. A group of disciples listened firmly to the old man's words. At this time, a disciple listened very attentively as the old man said, "Thank you for defending Huashan." Xiao Huashan gritted his teeth, only heard a loud boom. Like an explosion occurred. The scene was spectacular. A gust of wind whistled past. Lu Liangzhong pierced the male protagonist with the Zixia divine sword, right through his heart. The male protagonist looked at his body, feeling immense pain, telling the old man, "Sure enough, you were one move higher, old fellow." The male protagonist's words just fell, as if seeing something unbelievable, saw the giant-like strong old man. Golden light radiated from his body, making it impossible to open one's eyes. His eyes turned golden yellow. "Thank you, stinky brat named Xianxiao." After he said this, his body seemed to turn into flowing sand, dispersed by a gust of wind. Lu Liangzhong, after saying his last words, turned into dust smoke and disappeared. Xiao Huashan saw this, slightly cupped his fists as a sign of respect. Whoosh, the old man's body floated into the sky with the wind. The young disciple on the painting turned around, finally reached the end. At this moment, Xiao Huashan looked up towards the direction the old man went, expression suddenly becoming sorrowful. A gust of wind blew past. The male protagonist stood with hands behind his back, saying, "As your final battle, it was fun, right, old fellow?" Sure enough, heroes appreciate each other, even if enemies. The young disciple nearby heard these words, seemed not quite to understand, but it no longer mattered. Time for parting. The Huashan sect disciples performed the highest martial arts etiquette, cupping fists. They told Xiao Huashan, "Please take care of yourself. Seen your uncle." The male protagonist heard, waved his hands repeatedly. "No, no, no, I'm not any senior uncle." He laughed, telling the Huashan sect old man beside him, "Hey, those few elders over there, take care too." The three elders heard this, all cupped fists in salute, nodding slightly, indicating. An old man opened his eyes, saying, "Who would have thought? He is actually the designated successor by the founding ancestor. It's Xiao Huashan." The male protagonist, along with the little old man and Princess Yanqi, were about to leave. The Huashan disciples behind started discussing among themselves, "His martial arts are so high. And he's of the same generation as the 8 great ancestors. Are we just letting him leave like this? We should hold on to him tightly." Then someone answered the opponent, "The martial world is currently facing calamity. How can we forcibly keep him just for our Huashan? He will achieve greater things outside." Xiao Huashan heard, laughed loudly. On this side, the three originally planned to rendezvous with Prince Yusu, discussing which road to take. Just then, Xiao Huashan told everyone, "Prince Yusu commands the country's strongest 80,000 soldiers. I've already sent a message to General Song. Even if he suffers a bit, he will definitely rendezvous. Besides, the overall leader commanding 100,000 beggars sect brothers is also there. And Liang Maoyu with monstrously terrifying strength, Shaolin Temple will also lend a hand." The male protagonist smiled slightly, saying, "See? No need for us to worry over there for now." The old man looked doubtfully at Xiao Huashan, who was a head taller than him, asking what he planned to do now. Pretend not to know about the country's upheaval? Xiao Huashan heard this, instantly couldn't hold back, shouting, "Nonsense, of course I'll step in to solve this problem." Princess Yanqi heard. Feeling a bit puzzled, the little old man didn't understand the male protagonist's words, thinking he was talking nonsense, so carried his bag straight ahead. The male protagonist continued telling him he would suppress the rebellion, save the emperor, those disobedient fellows in the martial world. He would also step in to teach them a lesson. The old man turned back, telling the male protagonist, "So, shouldn't we go find Prince Yusu? Why are you going east one moment, west the next, so unpredictable?" Xiao Huashan looked into the distance, smiled calmly, telling the old man his true thoughts, because since ancient times, only monopolizing merits can make one famous. He wanted to handle this mess himself. The old man heard, sighed helplessly. AI, the male protagonist suddenly laughed loudly. "Correct, It's fame. He suddenly grabbed the little old man walking ahead, shouting loudly at him, "Fame!" The old man was startled by the sudden sound. Couldn't help complaining, "Are you trying to deafen me?" The male protagonist said, "Shut up, stinky old man." Just then, a Huashan sect elder clicked open the room door. He looked ahead. It was the Huashan sect's treasured artifact. The old man murmured, "Zixia, the beginning of all this seeing." Looking at the Zixia sword, already broken in two by Lu Liangzhong, the old man said slowly, "Now all cause and effect also end here. Hope you won't experience those past calamities again." In a mountain cave 300 years ago, several black-clothed figures appeared. Unclear identities. In the dark dungeon, 2 fires burned. 4 black-clothed men stood beside a stone coffin. The person on top surprisingly couldn't stop bleeding. Life or death unknown. A black shadow coldly uttered a few words. The great technique is complete. A dungeon cave, crackling with 2 flames. A candle illuminated the dark night, about to burn out, saw a boy lying on the ground. Blood flowed from his body, unknown if dead or alive. He just lay there quietly. On a coffin, 2 Shaolin disciples sat meditating. Eyes closed, circulating energy. Suddenly, one person's eyes actually bled. "What's happening?" Saw his bleeding increased, gradually soaking the stone slab beneath him. This blood actually flowed along the cracks onto the stone coffin. In the vast space, 8 great monks sat meditating. In the middle was actually a coffin. This scene was simply bizarre. Chilling. What exactly was happening? The wall banged loudly. Saw the wall before everyone began rumbling, seeming about to shatter. Such a thick wall shattered into pieces with a bang. Who could have done this? One foot stepped out forcefully. Turns out it was the Shaolin temple abbot leading a group of great monks. The abbot shouted, "Treasonous Huikong! Stop immediately! Do you know what you are doing?" A white-bearded great monk turned his head towards the abbot, saying, "The great undertaking is complete. You arrived one step too late." The Shaolin abbot heard this news, eyes widened. Instantly his body trembled like being electrocuted. "Amatba, well done, well done. How could you do such a thing?" Then, he shouted angrily, "Where are the 8 great Vajras and 4 heavenly kings? Immediately apprehend the 18 Arhats." A 3-headed Buddha statue watched everything majestically, only heard a slap. A group of Vajra protectors stood together uniformly. "Bold sinner Huikong." Huikong now knelt on the ground, held by 2 Shaolin disciples with staffs. Huikong, as a Shaolin disciple, dared to violate Buddhist law, disregard sentient beings, solely for personal revenge, becoming an enemy of Buddhism. Then the old abbot said angrily, "Not only did you kill innocents, but also attempted to awaken the hell demon suppressed by the world-honored one, plunging this world into fire and water. How will you bear such monstrous crimes?" Huikong knelt on the ground, face instantly darkened. "They killed 500 Shaolin disciples, not even sparing the young novices. How am I killing innocents?" The monks heard his words, instantly silent. Unable to speak, the abbot continued angrily telling him, "The common people were misled by demonic words. How could you kill everyone regardless of gender or age? How can they be considered evil people?" Huikong's face darkened, saying, "They are a group of evil beings who sold out Shaolin disciples just to survive. For a handful of rice, actually rushed to set fire on Songshan. For a handful of copper coins, could sell out Shaolin disciples. For a bottle of wine, sold out even the novice monks I depended on. They are the shameless sinners." Suddenly Huikong's face turned black. He actually said everyone alive here are shameful sinners. Hearing these words, all monks were greatly alarmed. Never expected Huikong would say such things. Huikong continued telling everyone, to protect a few broken scriptures, sacrificed numerous disciples, escaped from Songshan only to flee back. On what grounds do you forgive them on behalf of the 500 wronged souls of Shaolin? Actually talking high-mindedly about great mercy here? Saw the old abbot hear these words, suddenly became furious. Swish, raised the staff in his hand. He gradually tightened his grip on the staff. Trembling uncontrollably, actually shedding tears. "Don't you understand? Everyone expected you, Huikong, to become the abbot, to revitalize Shaolin. Not for you to become a world-staining killing demon, but to become a Buddha saving sentient beings." Huikong lowered his head aside, murmuring response, "When sentient beings betrayed Shaolin, Buddha was also betrayed by them." The abbot heard these words, greatly disappointed in Huikong, so he slammed his staff forcefully on the ground. "Huikong's crimes are enormous, beyond redemption. Therefore, immediately administer the 5 great punishments." Everyone heard this news, instantly felt very surprised. After all, he was the future abbot. Should such a high punishment really be imposed?
Hui Kong endured the extreme punishment, unable to bear it, collapsed, blood flowing everywhere. His hand tendons were severed, already numb, foot tendons also similarly severed. Unable to walk on his own, saw everyone gather together, eyes closed, palms together. Silently chanting sutras and praying for Hui Kong, the old abbot turned his head, saying, "Apply golden sore medicine to the sinner's wounds. Quickly carry out the remaining punishments." Everyone watched everything before them uniformly. The three administering punishment to Hui Kong said, "Amatba." The old abbot was about to leave. Two monks pulled up Hui Kong, who had just fainted from the torture. He instantly broke down, because his eyes, mouth, and ears had all been destroyed. This pain made him uncontrollably utter muffled sounds. He couldn't bear this blow, fainted again. Monks beside him placed him on the ground. They began applying medicine for Hui Kong, bandaging the wounds. Saw a hole chiseled out on the stone wall, but only a very short distance. A group of Shaolin disciples arrived uniformly at the entrance. Hui Kong was put in iron locks and mechanisms. Even his feet were shackled. They carried the already unable to walk Hui Kong. Locked into this cave opened specifically for him, he sat cross-legged on the ground. Because of the heavy cane on his head, could only lower his head, like a sinner. A monk coldly told everyone, "Wake up." Everyone pushed a huge stone together forcefully. Exhausting everyone until they sweat profusely, they wanted to lock Hui Kong inside. Rumbling sound arose, the stone blocked the cave entrance. Hui Kong could no longer hear anything. Couldn't see anything, wearing shackles, could only let the opponent lock him up. Seeing the stone door about to close, Hui Kong saw the last ray of sunlight in his life. Bang, the stone blocked the cave. Hui Kong received the final torture. Shaolin disciples rebuilt the main hall, roofing, hammering pillars. A group dragged large stones, looking very strained, exhausting everyone until they sweat profusely. Just then, the abbot sat cross-legged indoors, asking the two before him, "What ritual did Hui Kong exactly perform? Are there any clues from the 18 Arhats?" Everyone sat cross-legged like the abbot, squinting, reporting to the sect leader, "They have all passed away." "Already unknowable," a white-bearded old man said when they rushed in. Already had no breath or consciousness, the thin monk beside him continued. "These foolish fellows, what kind of evil ritual was it?" The abbot continued asking them. The demon monk previously seen as the ritual sacrifice. How is he now? This demon monk already had no breath, placed on a pyre to burn. But the corpse, despite using various methods, couldn't be destroyed. A Shaolin disciple struck the corpse forcefully with a saber, surprisingly no reaction. It was an indestructible Vajra body, truly strange. This demon monk's hostility was extremely strong. Even highly skilled disciples couldn't last half an hour, vomiting blood, fainting. The monk said, "If the corpse is just buried carelessly like this, that generation will surely become brothers. There will definitely be great trouble in the future." The demonic scripture Hui Kong obtained from India records the content of summoning the ancient demon Ishur, although heavenly aid can be used to stop it. The demon monk's physical body already shows ominous signs, need to be cautious. Just then, a monk came. "Abbot, bad news." The abbot looked at the demonic scripture on the ground, fell silent. The disciple reported to him, saying the sinner couldn't endure the 5 great punishments, has now stopped breathing, returned to silence. The monks and elders heard, all falling silent. Amatba. But he still left characters on the scripture. "Please abbot, review it." The old abbot then picked up the scripture and read, saw written on it, "If I don't go to hell, who goes to hell? The Tathagata will surely rise from the blood-stained land, completely destroying this sinful world." The old abbot read this far, body couldn't help trembling. This fellow Hui Kong still held this thought until death, truly monstrously evil. Then he picked up the staff under his hand. "By the authority of the Shaolin Temple disciplinary staff, issue the abbot's order, forge Kuan Wu Gang." Saw 2 Shaolin disciples, sweating profusely forging ironware. They used the forged artifacts to firmly nail the demon monk's body to the wall, then carved statues capable of suppressing 10,000 evils and demons. Extremely efficacious Wu De Ming Wang, 5 great underworld kings, statues, setting up the demon subduing formation below. 2 young disciples squatted working on the ground, the floor and ceiling. Must be built with bricks and stones 3 feet thick, a disciple on the wall bricks. Carved demon subduing magic inscriptions. 2 disciples dug earth with shovels, preparing to bury it. After burying with earth, rebuild the burned down Mahavira hall on top. Then invite the 3 Buddha statues to suppress the tower. A group of disciples sat meditating before the Buddha statues. Cultivating Buddhist Dharma, the disciples' sharp Buddhist heart can dissipate it. Forbid discussion of anything related to Hui Kong. And the 18 Arhats, violators will all be punished with the 5 great punishments.
and all records related to them must be burned, cannot be passed down to future generations. At this time, war raged continuously. Martial arts sects from beyond the border invaded the Central Plains. 3 young men in white robes were cornered, a group of masked men surrounded them tightly. Located in Sichuan, the Qingcheng sect and Ma sect were annihilated in just 4 days. The martial world, having experienced a long period of peace, began to become turbulent. The Huashan sect and Zhongnan sect, and some martial arts sects rooted in Shaanxi, also became precarious due to the invasion led by Lu Liangzhong's Tianshan sect. In chaotic times, people couldn't live peacefully. People began hoping the Central Plains Jinpai Wulin could gather strength and quell this chaos in one fell swoop, but then changes occurred in the court too. Now the emperor's younger brother, the next heir to the throne Prince Yusu, colluded with the military, raised troops to rebel, precisely because of Prince Yusu's rebellion. Now holding important positions in court, the Nangong family, Zhuge family, Tangmen family, the leaders of prestigious martial arts families like the Tangmen family and Shandongyu family, were all captured and subjected to the cruel punishment of dismemberment by 5 horses, plotting rebellion, punishable by implicating 9 generations. Both direct and collateral lines suffered tragic beheadings. The martial world once again plunged into bloody chaos. Although bad news came one after another, the righteous martial arts sects still couldn't unite to fight. The prestigious Qingcheng sect in the traditional sense, and the main forces that led to the Ma sect's destruction, were the Diansong sect, Hangshan sect, and martial arts families, exposing the shameful actions of the Wudong sect. For a time, distinguishing friend from foe in the martial world was difficult. Mutual suspicion and resentment deepened. The small martial arts sects and common people in dire straits placed their final hopes on the unwavering, steadfast guardian of the Central Plains' righteous martial world, no matter how chaotic the world became. The Shaolin Temple. At this time, the Shaolin Temple plaque cracked with a snap. Instantly, raging fires ignited. Rumbling sounds echoed endlessly. Saw along the long corridor mountain, Shaolin disciples were dead, wounded, all struck down to the ground. Unclear who did it, so cruel. A pair of hands on the ground were dragged away, making scraping sounds. A mysterious man dragged a foot forward. Suddenly he waved his hand. Swish, released his hand, only heard a slap. This Shaolin disciple was thrown heavily onto the ground, in the vast square. A group of people threw the Shaolin disciples they killed into a pile, the scene extremely bloody. Just then, a man carrying a large saber, wearing a cloak, came towards the pile of Shaolin disciple corpses before him. A subordinate reported, "Great Lord Master." Inviting the Divine Lord to the Mahavira Hall, this man turned his head, actually having only one eye, fiercely said, "He's not here. Go look in the Damo Dian or Bor Dian. Luo Han Dian." A monk was tightly encircled by a venomous snake, extremely terrifying. Inside the room, surprisingly, was a merchant's large gorilla, howling while strangling a monk's neck. A long-haired man actually lifted a monk with one hand. He was being strangled. Suffocating, unable to breathe, face pale, speechless, the man mocked him. They say the Shaolin 18 Arhats are incredibly fierce. Seeing them today, they're nothing special. This person is named Guo Xiao, one of the 10 demon kings of the Tianma Shinjiao, the Shouamo Shinjun. 2 wild wolves showed fierce glints in their eyes, walking over menacingly. Surprisingly, without a word, started gnawing on the monk's flesh from earlier. Guo Xiao watched from the side. Just then, someone came to report. Guo Xiao turned his head, asking, "What is it?" The other person cupped his fists, saying, "Master invites you." Saw this demon of the Tianma Shinjiao. Started cracking his knuckles, making crunching sounds. Why does this old man get bolder outside? I'll pull out his tongue. See if he can control that mouth. In the Damo Dian, one person reached out, slapped a monk on the forehead. He was instantly overwhelmed by immense pain. His arm actually made cracking sounds, seemed fractured, his expression extremely pained. Started screaming, his head was grabbed with a slap. Surprisingly, there was a man twice his size, radiating evil energy. Able to lift him with one hand. This person is named Wu Ji, one of the 10 demon kings of the Tianma Shinjiao, the Qingmo Shinjun. He extended his fist, cracking it, then punched the pitiful monk. Can names be taken casually? If you want to be called Divine Fist, you should at least reach my level. You demon! Suddenly a monk rushed out, launching a sneak attack on Wu Ji's back. Only heard a sharp break sound. He stopped skidding. The tall and mighty Wu Ji held the monk in front with one hand, turned back, letting out a wicked laugh. Is this the Baibao Shenquan? Why does it feel like tickling? Come again. Sneak attack from behind. I didn't see clearly. The Shaolin disciple glared fearfully at the opponent, trembling uncontrollably, but also assumed a battle stance. Qingmo Shinjun then took the monk in his hand. Swish! threw him away, urging the opponent, hurry up, stop dawdling. Saw this monk fly from the ground with a slap, wanting to fight the opponent desperately. The muscle man stood here waiting for the opponent's move. The monk suddenly turned into 9 illusions. Impossible to distinguish the real one, dazzling the muscle man. Is this Miao Gue Xiang He Lian Dai Jiu Pin? Xing Imo Shinjun saw the opponent's impressive display. Suddenly overjoyed, indeed looks a bit like the head of the 8 great Vajras. The 72 ultimate arts are used quite well. The great Vajra suddenly shouted loudly, aimed his fist at the muscle man. Wu saw him like a super scion. Emitted a whirlwind, launching a pile of golden shockwaves, hitting the ground with rumbles, while Cheng Imo Shinjun seemed unaffected. Stood penalized with hands on hips, he thought, this Bai Bao Shunquan? Is this all there is? Suddenly his right hand began exerting force, blue light flared up huff huff. He told the Vajra, I already said, if you want to be called Divine Fist, you have to look like a Divine Fist, this won't do. He suddenly started spinning, becoming a tornado, momentum clearly much stronger than the monk beside him. Ching Imo Shinjun's tornado howled, directly blowing the great Vajra helpless. He was blown into the sky, only heard a slap, the Shaolin Vajra was struck to the ground. He couldn't withstand this strong tornado, mouth wide open, started howling. Such powerful martial arts, despite being Shaolin Temple's Vajra protector, was also helplessly beaten. The muscle man slapped down. Sat on the Vajra just blown into the sky, mouth not idle either. These incompetent fellows are actually called this sect's sworn enemies? Truly laughable and speechless. At this time, a lackey came, kneeling on one knee, reporting to the muscle man, reporting Divine Lord, Master requests your presence. The muscle man heard this, impatiently scratching his head, started talking trash. What dog fart master is he? Is this old man addicted to acting? Must be crazy. Only heard someone angrily strike the ground with a staff, making a clang sound. This person's gaze was extremely fierce, saying, Abbot Fa Lu. As a Buddhist disciple, how could you burn the Buddhist scriptures? Turns out he was one of the 10 demon kings of the Tian Ma Shinjiao. Gule Mazong, he looked at a gray figure in the night, calling you, why don't you speak? Saw the old abbot sitting cross-legged on the ground, covered in wounds, looking very pitiful. Gule Mazong continued asking, not speaking because your tongue was pulled out? He continued telling the unresponsive abbot, isn't there also that thing? Hue Guang sinew? Just then, the Shaolin Temple abbot suddenly fell to the ground. This scene caught Gule Mazong off guard. He mocked him with claws, the Grand Abbot Fa Lu. Just this level of cultivation? If your magic power were high, even in nirvana, you should be able to respond to me. He lay on the ground, a wicked smile on his face, imitating a Shaolin disciple's tone, well done, don't worry. If the abbot didn't have a foolproof plan, how would he burn the sutra repository? At this time, Abbot Old Man's blood started flowing, gradually soaking his long robe. On the uneven ground, a puddle of water dripped steadily. A foot stepped forcefully onto it, making a splashing sound. It was a group of Shaolin disciples advancing inside the cave. Their gazes were extremely firm. One disciple panted heavily, seeming very tired from this journey. The slightly older monk beside him saw this, turned around telling him, destination is near. Xingxiu, persevere. You must remember, from now on, your responsibility is the entire Shaolin Temple. The young disciple heard these words, paused sweating profusely, gaze becoming extremely firm. I remember, senior brother. For Shaolin disciples stood in a row, looking at the large stone before them, only heard one monk say, let's go outside first to check. Without my command, definitely don't act rashly. The young disciple looked very nervous. Although wanting to go out with senior brother, couldn't disobey senior brother's command. Had no choice but to agree, yes, senior brother. 3 monks exerted force together, pushing the large stone before them together, exhausting everyone until they sweat profusely. The stone door moved slightly, making a rumbling sound. The monks started moving out. Senior brother's expression was extremely cold. Seemingly about to engage in a fierce battle, the 4 looked out at the vast night. Just then, one monk looked back, seemingly worried about the junior brother's safety. The junior brother was hugging his legs, waiting anxiously on the ground for news. Calculating how long they had been out, he couldn't hold back, stood up, shouting towards the direction his senior brothers went, Xingyin Xixiang. Shengji Xixiang. Can you hear me? He suddenly remembered the instructions his senior brothers gave him just now, don't go out without being called. After thinking for a short while, he felt he couldn't just sit idly by, actually disregarded senior brother's warning, clattering towards the outside direction. He was very worried about his senior brother's safety, so started calling the opponent, Shangxian Shixiang. Shangu Shixiang. Where are you? Only heard a slap sound. A pair of large hands grabbed his bald head. An extremely ugly person stared at him, looking him up and down. You little bald donkey. If you're coming out, come out quickly. Why dawdle for so long? The little monk saw this, greatly alarmed. The senior brothers he was worried about were actually all killed by these people. Lying motionless on the ground, large pools of blood beneath them, a large number of killers stood together, chilling, at this time, in the Mahavira hall. A Buddha statue was decapitated. A Shaolin disciple knelt down to kowtow to the abbot. He tearfully lamented to the old abbot, such cruel fellows will surely suffer heavenly retribution. Demon King Puwagon thoughtfully pondered, oh, so they wanted to escape through the secret passage. He looked at the 4 Shaolin Arhats at his feet, the legendary last fortress of Shaolin Temple, the Bordian. The 4 heavenly kings. The muscle man crossed his arms, fiercely saying, truly laughable. These cowards are actually called the 4 heavenly kings? Wouldn't it be a joke if word got out? This seed is too lazy to act, might as well chop up the 4 to make pickles. Show emotion. Jun Guishao said, why bother? My children like eating monk meat, just right to take back for them to eat. The 3 cast dark shadows under the moonlight. The muscle man told Guishao, truly a lunatic, raising a pack of beasts as playthings. 2 huge white tigers were gnawing on Shaolin's 4 heavenly kings. The little monk saw the bloodstains and corpses on the ground, shouting loudly in the main hall for remaining senior brothers. Shengji Shixiang. Where are you? By now, he was already tearful. Seeing the scene of tigers gnawing his senior brother earlier, loudly saying, no. You bastards cursed by heaven. The muscle man suddenly kicked the little monk. He was sent flying with a slap. The muscle man looked down on him contemptuously. Where did this brat come from? The little monk was knocked to the ground. The muscle man actually stepped on his face, humiliating him. The demon monk beside him couldn't help mocking him. Look at this weak little body, must be a student who hasn't learned martial arts. He told the little monk, strange, the 4 heavenly kings ran away. Why bring a useless little student like you? The muscle man impatiently cleaned his ear. Turns out he's just a little follower, truly a lucky bunch of guys, running away even brought a follower. The demon monk squatting nearby heard these words, questioning the muscle man. Wu ji can't you use your brain? Cultivated the Qing Quang emotion, like madness demon body. Did your brain also turn into Vajra? Just finished speaking. The demon monk grabbed the young disciple. The muscle man nearby clenched his fists, very angry, saying, does this old fellow want to die? Became the holy demon lord and now looks down on this seat? The demon monk held the little monk, smilingly telling the muscle man, how could I? How would I dare disrespect the divine lord? But this isn't the main point. He turned to look at the kneeling Shaolin Temple abbot, the Grand Shaolin Temple sect leader. Why would he just burn the sutra repository? He smiled wickedly. Certain the old abbot left a backup plan. At this time, the demon monk held the little monk from earlier. He was clearly very scared, crying uncontrollably, face covered in tears and blood. Mixed with a channel of thought, I think that backup plan is you. Little brat. This thought emerged, surprising the 2 generals beside him greatly. The demon monk looked fierce, smilingly asking the little monk, right? It must be you. Memorized all 72 ultimate arts of Shaolin Temple. So the 4 heavenly kings ran away just to save you. Xing Emotion Jun beside heard this, clenched his fists. That brat has all of Shaolin Temple's ultimate skills in his head? Show Emotion Jun continued, in that case, his body itself is a sutra repository? The demon monk continued supplementing from the side, this little monk is a living secret manual. Even is the sutra repository. The 3 menacingly held the little monk hostage. The demon monk suddenly burst into laughter. What luck! This time we can finally complete the cult master's command. Suddenly he released the little monk. The little monk had been choked for half a day. Seemed unable to breathe, coughing desperately. The demon monk continued, we were ordered to burn Buddhist scriptures and secret manuals, if sacrificing him is the secret manual. Burning him alive counts as completing the command, right? Suddenly the demon monk shouted loudly, attendants! Burn this brat and the entire Mahavira hall for me. Then set up the altar, light incense. Sacrifice to the wronged souls of our ancestors 300 years ago. The lackeys outside heard, clangingly started working, wanting to completely seal the Mahavira hall. The little monk heard this sound, very scared. Stood in the blood-stained but empty room. The Buddha statues behind him were damaged. Clearly reached a dead end. The lackey soldiers outside stood in a row. Holding torches, having waited long, suddenly an order was given, everyone swish swish. Threw the torches in their hands, in just an instant. The entire Mahavira hall became a sea of fire. The demon monk let out a cold laugh. This is your last vegetarian meal. Shaolin, eat more before meeting King Yama. Suddenly the little monk slammed forcefully against the door window, bang. This surprisingly had no reaction, the fire burned increasingly larger, the little monk coughed uncontrollably. Suddenly even the roof beam fell down, clang. Fortunately he dodged in time. The little monk seemed to see something terrifying, heart very panicked. It was the 3 Buddha statues in the main hall, actually being roasted in the fire. As a Buddhist disciple, how could he watch the Buddha suffer? So hurriedly went to rescue the Buddha statues, only heard a boom. The pillar in the hall was burned down by the fire, the little monk didn't see, crack. The pillar was completely burned through by the fire, the little monk lay prone at the door, simply no time to dodge. He was terrified, letting out miserable screams, very heartbreaking. Meanwhile, the Tianma Shinju were feasting merrily inside a house, drinking wine. Holding a celebration banquet, the scene very lively, the 3 demon kings and divine lords sat at a small table aside, each drinking their own wine. Jingamo Shinjun Wuji held a large wine jar, drinking heartily alone, making gurgling sounds. Just then a cold lackey came, reporting the death toll was 2059, severely injured 247. Demon monk Po Hua Gong closed his eyes, saying, more brothers martyred than expected, truly regrettable. Those severely injured brothers, I grant them the blessing of cultivating into Simo Jiangshi. The lackey below asked him, how to dispose of Shaolin Abbot Fa Li's corpse. Guo Xiao spoke loudly, shouldn't they be burned together? The muscle man looked at him, angrily saying, let's drink our wine, why care about the stinky monk's corpse? Demon monk Po Hua Gong smiled wickedly, just burning it is too wasteful. He holds symbolic significance. Then another demon king said, why not strip the flesh, use the bones to make a throne for you? Or refine into this sect's strongest Tianma Jiangshi, heavenly demon zombie? Act as the vanguard for the holy war? The muscle man casually snorted coldly, who doesn't know your thoughts? This old man likes playing with corpses, still talking nonsense, Guoxiao said. The holy demon great long march leading the holy war to success has just begun. There are still 2 holy sites to reclaim, choosing the latter helps the divine demon lord's combat power. Po Hua Gong heard these words, laughed happily, Still, Shoemo Shinjun's confidence is extraordinary. Divine Lord receives the cult master's favor. Will surely achieve great deeds. The muscle man heard this, slammed the wine pot onto the table with a clang, since only 2 places remain to be reclaimed. Then the holy demon lord's forces should split into 2, right? Could it be Qingmo Shinjun already has a plan? Po Hua Gong questioned him, the muscle man said confidently. This seat wants to reclaim Tianshanzhu Imogu, Ghost Demon Valley, conveniently clean up the Kunlun sect along the way. And that old fellow daring to call himself Divine Hound, Po Hua Gong thought for a moment, said, sounds good. But the Tianshan sect seems to have already occupied Shaanxi? Compared to the cold Tianshan, Shoemo Shinjun should prefer the south, the beautiful 10,000 mountains, right? Long-haired Guoxiao turned his head, saying, I never analyze enemies or locations. Jingamo Shinjun said, hasn't even started, this bunch of stinky monks already confessed, truly a disappointing wait. Really can't figure out how the ancestors lost 300 years ago, fleeing to the grasslands. Po Hua Gong also felt very disappointed, to warn future generations. Dizang Mofo Hui Kong was always spread with an evil name. But this spread also disappeared long ago during the 300 years. A pile of Shaolin disciples' corpses were heaped together, blood flowing outwards from below. Blood flowed like a stream, gurgling along the ditch, only heard gurgling sounds. Simply a river of blood, drip drip drip, blood permeated down to a 3-faced Buddha statue below. Blood dripped onto the Buddha statue, the little monk was already smashed immobile at this time. But he was still conscious, thinking, I can't die yet. He thought of Tathagata Buddha. He said tremblingly, still need to inherit Shaolin's legacy. Just then, a voice came, life or death? Want to live or want to die? He heard, immediately shouted out, I want to live. Tathagata Buddha. At this time, blood still continuously dripped from the rooftop. Blood dripped onto a demon monk's shackles, drip drip drip. Just then, another voice said, but you must understand, I am no Tathagata Buddha. One dark windy night, a group of crows stood on branches cawing. A youth was nailed to the wall, this posture resembled Jesus, after a battle. Shaolin disciples' corpses hadn't been buried yet, gnawed by crows flying in from outside. A cloud was about to block the moon, the feasting crows looked up at the sky. Seemed like something bad was about to happen, this suppressed youth. Cold air radiated from his body, huff huff, only heard caw-caw sounds. Countless crows circled in the sky, tonight would surely be a sleepless night. Shaolin Temple, demolished by the Tianma Xinjiao, had already become ruins, only heard a crack sound. A pillar broke, 2 Tianma Xinjiao lackey soldiers, they held torches patrolling. What was that sound just now? The two held torches, bringing their gaze closer. Carefully checking what it was, the 2 lackeys actually in the ruins discovered a secret passage with patterns. At this time, Qing Emotion Jun just finished drinking heavily. Lay snoring loudly on a small wine table, sleeping soundly, he was woken sleepily. Eyes not even open, Divine Lord, Qing Emotion Jun. We found something strange in the Shaolin Temple ruins. Seems like Shaolin Temple's secret room, hurry and take a look. The muscle man clearly wasn't sober yet, rubbing his head, the muscle man heard this news. Suddenly woke up completely, eyes wide, asking the opponent, what secret room? Shaolin Temple still has a secret room? Clang, was the sound of a pickaxe digging earth. 2 Tianma Xinjiao lackeys were digging something vigorously. Couldn't help complaining, really, this late at night, not letting people sleep. What are they doing? Suddenly, after much effort, finally dug to the secret room. The muscle man looked at the secret room before him. The scale wasn't small, these sinister stinky monks. Could they have hidden gold inside? Guo Xiao beside said, truly strange, buried underground, and built a house on top. What exactly is it used for? Puwa Gong looked at the scene before him. Said, we don't care what it is, hiding it under such an important Mahavira hall means it's still very important. At this time, finally dug out the secret passage. The images on a pair of stone doors came into view. Qing Emotion Jun beside said with satisfaction. These stinky monks draw quite well, quite suits my taste. Actor Guo Xiao answered him. Not Buddha's statues, rather suits our taste? The two only got a rough look. Didn't know who the image was, so ran to ask Puwa Gong, do you know who this image is? Puwa Gong said, this place is indeed special. His lips curled slightly into a smile. Naturally, he held a torch, approached the image, observing carefully. This is Sholuai Nyeka, belonging to the Babu Zhong. The muscle man behind didn't understand at all. What are you talking about? Speak clearly. Said to be divine generals guarding Buddha, actually. They were evil gods in the heavenly court before Buddha, just those Buddhism-believing stinky monks. Casually labeled them Buddha's subordinates. Qing Emotion Jun heard this explanation. Couldn't help but sigh in relief, he snorted coldly. So just some minor ghosts and evil gods among gods, the hand of demons still depends on us. Tianma Sect. 2 subordinates wanted to open the stone door, but despite using all their strength, the stone door didn't budge an inch. One used too much force, the pickaxe in hand bounced off. He turned pale with fright. The muscle man saw this, couldn't help feeling ashamed. Approached his subordinate, saying, get lost. Useless thing. Watch me. He assumed a horse stance. Began exerting force, muscles seeming about to explode, imposing momentum. Suddenly shouted loudly, the muscle man angrily punched, hitting the stone. Bang, a loud noise, emitting sparks like lightning. Unexpectedly, this punch's power was so great, the entire stone door exploded violently. Puwa Gong and Guo Xiao behind saw the scene, couldn't help exclaiming, truly worthy of being this sect's strongest Qing Motion Jun. The muscle man opened the stone door with one punch, looked forward, seemed like nothing special, he excitedly opened his arms. Shouting loudly, come on. Let me see what treasures these Shaolin bald donkeys hid. Puwa Gong saw this, quickly told him, careful, there might be traps. Need to be careful about such childish toys? The muscle man expressed great indifference. Puwa Gong cursed inwardly, what a brainless fellow. Just then, Shou Emotion Jun summoned his beast friends. Suddenly several huge beasts appeared, forest wolves, and white tigers. They flanked Guo Xiao left and right, preparing to await orders and attack. Guo Xiao now crossed his arms, looking certain of victory. 3 beasts walked unhurriedly towards the secret passage, making clattering footsteps. Suddenly their claws actually started trembling. What's happening? The pitch-black hint made it impossible to see anything inside, only heard a long wolf howl. 2 beasts with fur standing on end looked fiercely ahead. Suddenly Guo Xiao's tiger body trembled. Seemed to see something spectacular, his eyes widened. The beasts, fierce just moments ago, actually turned back from the secret room and ran. What's happening? Guo Xiao had never seen this group of beasts look afraid. Puwa Gong saw the whole process, smiled teasingly at Guo Xiao. Humph. Divine Lord's beasts also have moments of fear? Guo Xiao heard, actually speechless. This was also an unexpected surprise for him.
the two stood at the pitch-black secret passage entrance, pondering whether to enter, only heard muffled sounds coming from inside. The Beast Divine Lord's sudden appearance startled the two spacing out people. Why is it so dark? Hey! Who go get a torch? Just then, fog suddenly drifted outside. Appearing extremely eerie under the moonlight, a lackey soldier told his companion, out of nowhere. Where did the fog come from? The companion pursed his lips. This is a mountain after all. What's so strange about this? The three demon kings of the Tianma Xinjiao held torches, walking towards the secret room. Hey, this is really dark enough. This darkness isn't quite normal, see? This seat said it's pitch black inside. Guo Xiao seemed to have discovered something new, held the torch, casting his gaze over. There was a footprint on the ground, Guo Xiao observed, judging by the thickness of the dust. No one has been here for a very long time, at least decades, oh no, at least hundreds of years. They saw the stone on the ground. This is actually demon subduing magic script. At this time, the muscle man pioneering ahead turned around, urging them to walk faster. Stop dawdling. The two couldn't help cursing inwardly, this brainless fellow. The three arrived inside. The muscle man and Guo Xiao each held a torch. Only Puwa Gong held his staff. The muscle man complained, why is it so spacious here? Much larger than seen from outside, this secret room is too empty. Everyone was very surprised. Puwa Gong was speechless, went to gather clues himself. He saw on the walls and ground, including the ceiling, all carved with so much demon-subduing magic script. The three stopped, looked up, found a behemoth. Turns out it was a stone statue. Such a large project. Placing stone statues in the basement, Guo Xiao was very curious, couldn't help asking, is this a Buddha statue? Puwa Gong told him, this is Wu de Ming Wang, while the muscle man still observed on his own nearby. Puwa Gong continued, Buddhism calls them the five great revered ones. They differ from gods representing compassion and tolerance. They accept Buddha's command. Punish those hard-to-convert demons, are gods of anger making people submit. Called Jiao Ling Luanshen, Guo Xiao heard these words, couldn't help feeling a bit curious. Gods of anger punishing demons? The muscle man held a torch, observing the wall alone. Why so many miscellaneous gods below the Buddha statue? Hey! So they are Buddha's assault team, right? Puwa Gong heard, giggled, and said, our Chi Emotion Jun truly speaks wonderfully. The muscle man's face darkened, saying, stinky monks indeed don't even understand the basics. Truly disappointing. Guo Xiao and Puwa Gong beside heard the muscle man's words, both completely baffled, not knowing what he meant. The muscle man turned back. Assault teams, shouldn't they face external enemies? But now they are all staring, holding weapons facing inwards. After saying this, instantly caused an uproar. Guo Xiao and Puwa Gong both shook their heads observing. It really is like that. The Buddha statues all face inwards. Extremely strange. This scene made Puwa Gong beside couldn't help feeling very nervous, sweating profusely thinking. Saw the muscle man seemed to discover abnormality, slightly raised his head watching him, the torch in his hand. Crackling sound very clear in the night. He held the torch, looking fixedly. Surprisingly, a boy was tied to the wall. Everyone present was affected by the scene before them. Genuinely startled, seeing someone tied to the wall late at night. Anyone seeing it would shiver. Beast Divine Lord held the bright torch. Approached, looking at the person on the wall. What is this? Where did this little brat come from? Everyone in a pitch-black secret passage actually discovered a child nailed to the wall. This situation was incredibly creepy. Ye Yuwa Gong saw this, started pondering, truly strange. The Grand Shaolin Temple underground secret room actually imprisoned a youth. What's going on? His hands and feet were baked onto the wall, using a very special material. Harder than 10,000-year cold iron and profound iron. This brat must have done something bad. That's why Shaolin Temple treated him like this. Then isn't he one of us? Just saying. The muscle man reached out wanting to touch. Slap sound. His large hand grabbed the handcuff switch. Guwa Gong saw this, shouted loudly, wait, don't rush. Only heard a clang sound. One of the boy's handcuffs fell to the ground. He was about to undo the second hand, only heard Guo Xiao behind call his name directly. Hu Jia, what are you doing? Haven't figured it out yet. Don't touch blindly. Puhua Gong beside also chimed in. Emotion Jun, can't you use your brain? So careless. The muscle man sighed impatiently. Stop arguing. What's so scary about this little brat? He smugly told everyone. Are you scared? Saw the boy on the wall suddenly radiate evil energy. A force enveloped his body, extremely strange. He seemed to move slightly. But isn't he a corpse? What's happening? Naturally, this boy on the wall. All shackles fell to the ground, but still nailed in midair. Tang Buddha is like a monster. Even stranger things happened.
The giant Buddha statue beside actually shed tears. Clearly a stone statue, but seemed to be moving, even flowing human tears. What's happening? The three saw this, couldn't help sucking in a cold breath. Frozen in place like being electrocuted, the wall made cracking sounds. Surprisingly, continuous blood flowed out, making splashing sounds. Flowing along the ditch somewhere, only heard a whoosh sound. The two didn't know what happened, everything was too fast. The muscle man looked at the torch in his hand. Blown out in an instant, suddenly he seemed to think of something, opened his arms. Shouting loudly, extremely excited, saying, "Huh? Look at this brat's posture. Clearly one of us. Look at the way he's tied up." And again in Shaolin Temple's underground secret room. Could he be our giant demon predecessor reverted to childhood? Pouhua Gong Fa Fere. Moment, saying, can't rule out this possibility, but something feels strange, a bit ominous. Guo Xiao heard, at this time, suddenly heard a new heartbeat sound. Clearly no sound just a second ago, he couldn't help sweating. Saw this youth's body tremble slightly, this greatly surprised everyone present. Sucked in a cold breath, this is clearly a corpse, how could it move? Suddenly he opened his eyes, face like a ghost, baring teeth smiling at everyone. Like a hunter discovering prey, Pouhua Gong saw this. Quickly used his skill stripping, nor dared to slacken, used his beast-like claws. Thud sound, the little boy landed barefoot on the ground, he started walking forward. Radiating evil energy, extremely strange, the muscle man saw this, started cracking his knuckles. Saying with interest, hee. Quite impressive. Where do you think he came from? The muscle man looked at the little boy half his height before him, issued an invitation. That kid. Let's chat. Let me see what level you are. So the blue-haired youth seemed not to hear, eyes vacant. Suddenly he made grinding teeth sounds, smile extremely cold and creepy. Even drool trickled from the corner of his mouth. The muscle man felt slighted. The opponent actually didn't speak, so fists served, one step swish charged over. Only heard a miserable scream, greatly alarming Guo Xiao and Pouhua Gong nearby. The muscle man's hand actually made cracking sounds, suffering unbearable pain. The two behind saw this scene, both extremely surprised. What? Xing Emotion Jun. That's an arm impenetrable by blade or spear. Go ah. The blue-haired boy lowered his head, palm circulating energy. Slap, hit the muscle man's chest, emitting a blue shockwave. This youth, with just one palm, sent the huge Qing Emotion Jun flying. The muscle man was hit against the ceiling, bang, loud noise, roof shattered into pieces. Guo Xiao and Buffet Gong looked up at the muscle man, truly dumbfounded. Debris still hung down from the ceiling. The blue-haired youth giggled, came beside the muscle man to check. How could the muscle man suffer such a loss? Gritted teeth, couldn't help starting to curse, you brat. Saw in mid-air. This youth with unfathomable martial arts, like a ghost shadow, gradually turned invisible. He suddenly appeared behind Pouhua Gong and Guo Xiao, the two didn't notice at all. Suddenly the two turned pale with fright. My God! When did he get behind me? Guo Xiao was furious, angrily charging towards the youth. Momentum like a hungry wolf, faster than words could describe, the two clashed. Guo Xiao fiercely struck at the boy, a bloodstain streaked across the night sky. Pouhua Gong dared not slacken either, shouted loudly, using his skills to help his companion. Unexpectedly, Pouhua Gong's martial arts were so high, one palm actually sent the youth flying. And this palm actually passed through his chest. Pouhua Gong's eyes sharpened. Guo Xiao also seemed to discover something. Pouhua Gong trembled uncontrollably. What's happening? Truly unbelievable. After this round, Guo Xiao's two legs were actually chopped off, before he could even feel what happened. Just then, the blue-haired boy appeared like a ghost, radiating blue flames. Walked over, many fireflies flew in the sky, very beautiful. The extremely combat-effective muscle man was beaten to the ground, walking dragging his head, making scraping sounds. Just then two lackey soldiers stood guard. They heard sounds, both paying attention towards the secret passage. The three of them were roasting meat beside the fire, heard screams. One person said, sounds like Qing Emotion Jun's voice, impossible. Everyone looked at the pile of monk corpses before them. Did something happen inside? What could happen? Three demon kings went in together. What could go wrong? A pile of Shaolin disciples thrown together, blood flowed like a river. Saw one corpse's eyes actually turned white. The Tianma Xinjiao people were playing wailing flutes and horns. Were they performing some ceremony? Suddenly a pack of hungry wolves ran over clatteringly. Eyes radiating fierceness, seemed like a pack of long unfed hungry wolves. A man wearing a hat appeared, shaking the large bell in his hand. Clanging sounds arose, saw the monk corpses lying on the ground earlier. All stood up, like zombies. This move is the Tianma Xinjiao's famous Huanhunling.
In the night, a large group guarded the Shaolin Temple secret passage, just waiting for the Demon King's return.
Suddenly a scream came from inside the secret passage. Ah! Help! Everyone heard this sound.
All picked up their weapons, everyone very nervous, faces sweating profusely. There were cries. Suddenly, a huge meatball flew out from inside, whoosh sound. The meatball crashed clang, like a whirlwind, heavily onto the Tianma Xinjiao group.
Robin's feet, this meatball actually emitted miserable screams. Surprisingly it was Qing Emotion June. Wu Ji's huge body rolled into a ball by someone, simply unbelievable. Xin Emotion June, how could, all the lackeys Robin saw this appearance.
The usually tall and mighty muscle man actually in this state now, leaving everyone dumbfounded. From the pitch-black secret passage, one foot stepped out, making clattering sounds. Another foot also stepped out. It was the blue-haired youth who just taught Qing Emotion June a lesson. Clearly in this battle, the three Demon Kings' fates unknown, this youth won completely. Tianma Xinjiao, all the lackey soldiers saw this, all raising sharp swords.
Gritting teeth shouting, "Who are you? Where from? State your name. Where are the two divine lords and master?"
Suddenly a scar-faced soldier opened his mouth wide, very surprised saying, his eyes. Saw the youth from just now raised his head, surprisingly nothing in his eyes, only sockets. Appearance very scary. All the lackey soldiers saw this situation, shouted loudly, "Oh no! Brothers, charge! Quick, kill him!" Saw several fierce wolves, rushing forward clatteringly, unstoppable. On the other side, the Huanhundi Fa turned all the dead great monks into zombies, each barely looking human.
Like skeletons, rigidly advancing. Just then,
the blue-haired youth's body seemed floating on water, swish. He emitted bursts of blue light, such a small body actually radiated such high energy, swish swish swish.
Bursts of light radiated from the youth's surroundings. One wolf suddenly started trembling. Then a pack of wolves, each instantly seemed sick.
Every step taken with great difficulty, started whimpering. The wolf pack started turning back, running away.
A soldier asked surprisedly, "What's happening? Why did they all run? Truly raised you bunch of waste for nothing." The zombie people heard the aura emitted by the youth. Instantly all fell to the ground. The soldiers beside exclaimed, "What's happening? Is the Huanhunling also ineffective?" Saw the zombies, lively just moments ago,
now lay peacefully sleeping on the ground. The blue-haired youth raised one arm.
His right hand radiated a kind of energy, rise.
The soldiers beside sweated profusely, watching dumbfounded. Suddenly a large batch of living dead figures stood up, making strange sounds. It was the Shaolin Temple old abbot and a group of disciples. Only now they had all turned into zombie people, radiating dark energy. At this time, one pleasant morning, birds chirped. Ahead was a waterfall gushing down, high mountains, flowing water, very beautiful. Two deer drank by the stream. It was the Shaolin Temple little monk.
He lay prone asleep on a large rock. How did he get here?
The older deer watched him, seeming about to wake him. The little monk suddenly opened his eyes. Those two deer were startled, clattering away into the forest. The little monk sat up. He began checking his body, looking left, looking right.
What's happening?
He found himself safe and sound, couldn't help feeling very surprised.
What? I actually didn't die?
He began recalling what clearly just happened. He was trapped in a hall, couldn't get out. Seeing a pillar about to smash his head, he shouted desperately. But no one would save him. At this time, the doors and windows were already sealed by the Tianma Xinjiao people.
He thought, I was trapped in the Mahavira Hall, covered in fire, impossible to still be alive.
Just then, a voice sounded in his head, "Do you want to live or die?" This voice gave him splitting headache, extreme pain. He recalled his appearance in the fire scene. Heard a voice say, "Your wish will be realized." At this time, a youth's image appeared in his mind, tattoos on face and chest. Blue-haired youth, he suddenly exclaimed, "That voice.
How is it possible?" He got up, dazed blankly. Could it really be Tathagata Buddha saved my life?
The little monk came to the shore, scooped up waterfall water, started washing his face with a splashing sound. While washing his face, he thought, wonder how Shaolin Temple is now.
Are the abbot and senior brothers safe?
Finished washing his face, suddenly felt very surprised. Stared blankly at his hands, saw the clear spring water reflected the little monk's face. No different from looking in a mirror, the little monk saw himself clearly.
Exclaimed, "What happened to my face?" He broke out in cold sweat. What exactly happened? Who am I?
After a bout of surprised flailing, he seemed somewhat tired. Slumped onto the ground with a slap. He couldn't figure out what exactly happened.
Wasn't I bald? Why suddenly have hair? And dyed color?
After thinking left and right, unable to figure it out, he decided he had to return to Shaolin Temple.
He thought, I need to know what exactly happened to Shaolin Temple now. And what happened to my body?
Just then, he saw passerby appear on the small path in the woods nearby. Please wait. Please wait. Passerby heard the sound, walked over. The little monk asked him, Excuse me, benefactor.
What place is this?
The middle-aged man heard his words, told him fiercely, This is Taesang Mountain.
Are you lost?
The boy beside said, Father,
Isn't this person a fool? Doesn't even know where he is. The little monk was very surprised. What? This is Taesang Mountain?
I've only been to Dengfeng County at the foot of Songshan. Then the little monk continued asking the uncle,
Then excuse me, please, in which direction is Songshan's Shaolin Temple?
The man said interestedly, Oh,
it's Songshan Ah. Are you a monk from Shaolin Temple?
The uncle then pointed towards the distant mountains,
telling the little monk, Can't point accurately from here, keep walking in that direction. Is Zhengzhou County, cross 4 or 5 mountains and you'll reach the Songshan you want to go to. The little monk heard, felt aggrieved. Is it that far? How long would it take to walk to Songshan?
The uncle then thoughtfully scratched his head. Hard to say, if you walk fast. Crossing those few mountains probably takes about a day. From Zhengzhou County then to Songshan needs another day. The uncle kindly told the little monk, The mountains are dangerous, especially near water. Wild beasts often appear.
You traveling alone must be very careful.
Ba, thank you, benefactor. The little monk gratefully nodded slightly to the uncle. The little monk, after learning Songshan's direction, began the journey. He crossed mountains and ridges, braving dangers beside cliffs.
Suddenly, didn't pay attention, didn't hold on tight, turned into an invincible spinning wheel.
Rolled down the mountain. Descending the mountain this way was incredibly fast. Just got covered in injuries. This made the little monk very tired. He started from morning
until evening. The sun was about to set. One person's figure appeared somewhat lonely.
He came under a large tree, lit a bonfire alone. This scene quite resembled back then. Bodhidharma attaining enlightenment under the Bodhi tree, he curled into a ball, watching the crackling bonfire, thinking, a day passed just like that.
Maybe the demon cult people haven't left yet, might as well observe the situation nearby first.
After a day's long journey, his eyes started fighting, drowsiness assailed him. About to fall asleep, the last sight seen today was this pile of flames. The next day dawned. A flock of birds flew across the sky. It was a good day. The little monk slightly opened his eyes, shielded the sun with his hand, looked at the sky. The little monk slept beautifully, got up, stretched lazily. Yesterday's fatigue vanished. At this moment, something nearby seemed to attract his attention, flowing straight down 3,000 feet. Waterfall flowed down gushing, the scenery very beautiful. He rubbed his eyes.
Thought he wasn't fully awake yet. What's happening? He got up and walked out, rubbed his head. How did I get back here again? Looking at everything around him. Could it be I was possessed by a ghost last night?
Just then, he encountered the woodcutter uncle from yesterday again.
Seeing each other was very surprising. The uncle couldn't help asking curiously, Little master, how is it you again? Weren't you going to Songshan?
Hearing this, the little monk smiled awkwardly, hurriedly found an excuse to deal with it, because I got lost.
Ha ha, the uncle found it unbelievable. Can get lost like this too? The child couldn't help saying, Wow, truly a fool.
When the uncle and son were leaving, again instructed the little monk, Young man, don't always be so muddle-headed.
The mountain isn't high nor complex, just keep walking straight ahead. He quickly agreed, Yes. Ba.
He opened a patch of grass with vigorous steps. Then widened his eyes again, stepping into another patch of grass, suddenly didn't pay attention.
Then rolled down the mountain again like a rolling stone, gulu gulu, when night fell.
The little monk returned again to the foot of this large tree, after this day, tired and panting heavily,
thinking, This is really killing me. What is all this?
The little monk was very tired.
Actually directly beside the crackling firewood, started dozing off.
In a blink, another new day. The little monk woke from his dream, seemed to have had a sweet dream, so much so that now seemed still unable to distinguish reality from virtual. He suddenly looked up, stared blankly at the waterfall before him. What is this situation?
Wasn't I just here yesterday? Today I changed location, woke up still here?
He started running. Swish, how could this be?
Am I really possessed by a ghost?
Just then, the woodcutter uncle from yesterday met the little monk again. The uncle was shocked speechless,
thinking, How is it you every day?
The little monk ignored this, This little monk is rather busy.
Will take my leave first. Because running speed was particularly fast, wanted to stop, nearly couldn't break. After a bout of running, the little monk sweated profusely, panting heavily. Looked at the traces left by the bonfire these 2 days, exclaimed, "This actually isn't a dream." Felt things weren't so simple, too strange. Perhaps this place has demonic energy. Better go elsewhere. At this time, the sky had already darkened. Hid behind a large rock to sit down, telling himself must not fall asleep. Widened his eyes, resolved himself, 2 days without sleep, just endure it. Must not sleep. I can hold on. The next day dawned. Found himself back at the starting point again, instantly felt extremely broken down. Knelt down on the ground with a thud, looking at the constantly appearing waterfall, he fell into a dead loop. What exactly is going on? At this time, the woodcutter saw the little monk again. No longer had that kind face, said, "Are you human or ghost?" Quickly scram. The little monk was forced back by the uncle's chopping knife, quickly explaining it was a misunderstanding. "I'm human, I'm human." The uncle's son beside said, "Then you're a fool." Before he had a chance to explain, the little monk was chased away by the uncle. Scram. "Stay away from my son. Foolishness is contagious." He ran into the woods shouting, "Help!" Another chase. Fell down tired, wiping sweat. What exactly is happening? Today actually treated as a ghost by someone. Truly absurd. Couldn't figure it out. Am I really possessed by a ghost? If this continues, needless to say ghost, that woodcutter will kill me. Only heard a tearing sound. Tore off his own clothes, stared at the towering tree before him. Thinking, only this method is feasible, but if even this doesn't work, then what should I do? An evening breeze blew past, the sun was about to set, the little monk glanced around. Night was about to fall, whether ghost or god, sleepwalking or not, let's see who wins this time. Saying that, he actually tied himself up with clothes. The setting sun is infinitely beautiful, just near dusk. Just then, the little monk was forcefully biting a strap. Heard a voice telling him, "Stop it. Crazy kid." He tied himself to the tree. Hurriedly looked left and right. Who is speaking? "I told you to stop. You thief." Suddenly his heart tightened. Could this be the Chanli Chuanin Gong? This voice echoed beside his ear again. What Chanli Chuanin? Are you a fool, kid? The little monk was scolded thoroughly. At this time, he felt very strange. Thinking, how does he know what I'm thinking? Could it be this temple's ultimate skill, Huiguang Sinew? At this time, he widened his eyes. Another voice continued, "Huh? There's such a thing too?" Suddenly his body started trembling. The little monk was startled. Saw his left hand lift up, reaching out to grab the clothes wanting to untie them. The little monk was very surprised. My hand became fully automatic? Seeing the clothes he painstakingly tied about to be controlled by another voice in his body, he quickly said, "Cannot. No." About to use the other hand to stop it. His left hand slapped the back of his right hand with a slap. A voice said, "Don't get in the way. Brat." He instantly widened his eyes. What's happening? Truly rocket destroyed my body. Suddenly that voice told him again, "What are you muttering? Don't move. If you get in the way again, I won't be polite to you." How could the little monk be fooled by this evil way? Hurriedly began to recite scriptures. Golden light pulsed behind him, only to see his left hand completely disobeying orders, slapping himself hard across the face. "Hey, brat, what are you reciting this demon-subduing mantra for? What does this mean?" The little monk ignored him completely, enduring the pain and continuing to chant. Now it wasn't just one hand, both hands were controlled by the opponent, continuously slapping his face. Who are you calling a demon? Looking for death, only to see him chanting louder and louder, eventually shouting at the top of his lungs. Only one phrase was clear, "Evil spirit, get out." The voice inside the body was furious. Who are you calling an evil spirit, casually occupying someone else's body, yet playing the victim? Truly shameless, huh? The little monk heard, someone else's body. His eyes widened at this moment. This is impossible. Could this body be? The other voice answered him fiercely. That's right, I am the master of this body, you ignorant brat. The little monk's clothes were torn into strips and thrown on the ground. He stood up and stretched. Oh, so tiring, being tormented back and forth by this brat. At this time, the original little monk was in his mind, but couldn't actually control the body. Couldn't help but ask curiously, what exactly happened to my body? The fierce little monk muttered to himself, "Stop nagging, get lost, now it's my time." The little monk seemed to fall into a dream, darkness beneath his feet. Reaching out his hand but grabbing nothing, he gradually fell into the abyss, letting out screams. At this moment, he had become another person, the one with blue hair. The person with unfathomable magic power. He kicked open a door. Damn it, what the hell did this jitting do? What on earth happened inside my body, he thought. Before being controlled by that foolish Shaolin Temple monk, I need to get out of here quickly, no matter what. First, get away from Shaolin Temple, figure out how long I'd been asleep. He looked at the distant mountains in the night. Is Kublai still the Khan? I'd better not go to Yinjing. He touched his stomach, saying thoughtfully. The problem now is, there's still a foolish little monk in the body. What should I do? Suddenly, memories returned to a few days ago. He woke up from a dream, looking at his fist guards. Although he didn't know what happened, he finally escaped the clutches of that crazy monk. Recalling a few days ago, the youth was tied up by the Shaolin monk, unable to move. He started cursing, "You bunch of stinky monks, how dare you treat me like this? Do you know who I am? I am the Jiangnan religious affairs supervisor appointed by the emperor." At this time he was placed on a stone slab. As the saying goes, men are the knife and block, I am the fish. His body was firmly fixed. Could only spew some trash talk. You bastards who deserve death by 1,000 cuts. Do you think you can get away unscathed? Then the head monk said, those who died at the hands of the Tianma divine cult, why vent anger on the innocent Buddha? Thinking of this, the blue-haired youth took a breath. He started running, thinking, I will definitely not let those Shaolin Temple guys off. I need to get reinforcements. Teach them a good lesson. Suddenly he ran to a waterfall, really couldn't run anymore. Let's rest here for a day before leaving. He looked up. Exclaimed, isn't this the place from yesterday? What's going on? He thought he was being pranked, suddenly stood up. Who is it, daring to joke with me? If you know what's good for you, come out quickly. I am the Jiangnan religious attendant supervisor appointed by the emperor. But something even weirder happened. This made him gasp. He looked around, found no one, really couldn't figure out why. He knelt on the ground. Splitting headache. Truly heaven doesn't answer, earth doesn't respond. Then he returned to this waterfall again, suffering greatly. What exactly happened? Why is my body out of control? Recalling the scene of being threatened by the woodcutter that day. Could it be the other person in the body controlling me? He couldn't figure it out. Am I really possessed by a ghost? At this time the other voice in his mind retorted, what? Possessed by a ghost? How could you think of that? You brat, who are you calling a ghost? Could it be the fire worship cult's soul transference technique, or the Maoshan sect's soul returning technique? He continued thinking, could it be because of the ritual that crazy monk performed for me? It must be like this, because of that crazy monk, my body attracted his soul. But why attract such a fool's soul, spending so much effort on such a big ritual? Just for this, he looked at his hand and said, although I got the body back, it's limited to nighttime. During the day, that foolish monk becomes disobedient again. This guy might be able to talk to me at night too, or hinder my actions. He sat cross-legged pondering for a moment. No choice, although I don't like him. But let's try talking to him. Looks like someone from Shaolin Temple. Must coax him no matter what. Absolutely cannot go to Songshan. Only to hear his stomach start rumbling. He couldn't help complaining. Starving me till my chest sticks to my back. This brat doesn't even eat properly during the day. Trying to starve who? The moon hung high. A gust of wind whistled past, only hearing the tapping sound of beast claws. It was 3 large gray wolves, unfriendly visitors. Wolves love the full moon night. At this time, he stared at the human before him, seemingly ready for dinner. The youth not only wasn't afraid, but also showed a wicked smile unbecoming of his age. Only heard a wolf howl. The moon was still so bright. The little monk was still sleeping soundly. A voice shouted beside him, hey, wake up brat, I'm telling you to wake up. You thieving brat. He rubbed his eyes, sat up from the grass. That voice sounded again, brat, is your fate really that tough? You can still sleep under these circumstances. Truly incredible. Only then did the little monk come back to his senses. Called out frantically, it's that ghost. The other party immediately retorted, brat, stop talking nonsense. Who are you calling a ghost? Truly foolish. Let's talk, okay. I was just looking for you too. This day was sunny and beautiful. The weather was very good. The two exchanged their respective information. The little monk learned that blue-haired kid was the one who excavated the imperial tombs, burned down hundreds of temples. The Yangli Zenjia who burned, killed, and plundered, turned out to be that guy known as the demon monk. The evil spirit from 300 years ago, while the blue-haired youth said in surprise, what? Has it already been 300 years? What about my subordinates? What about the treasures I hid? Is all this real? He saw last night's uninvited guest, surprisingly had been roasted on a spit. The meat eaten clean. He looked at his bulging stomach. Clearly, he ate it himself. He was extremely surprised. Wanted to ask the other little monk inside his body, pointing at the wolf's remains and asking the other party. Is this? Before he finished, the other party directly told him, that's right, you ate it. Did you choke? At this moment he felt like struck by lightning. What? I ate it. That's meat. Did I kill? He hurriedly knelt down, pounded the ground fiercely, crying bitterly, saying, I am a Buddhist disciple, how could I kill and eat meat? As soon as the words fell, he touched his neck, intending to die to atone for his sins and face the Buddha. Seeing this scene, Blue Hair suddenly flew into a rage. Hey, you brat, don't choke my neck. The little monk foamed at the mouth, eyes rolled back, making muffled sounds. Blue Hair beside continued saying, truly an idiot, how can you die by choking yourself? Truly speechless, he suddenly started hitting his head on the stones on the ground, banging until blood flowed. World-honored one, please let me die to atone. Blue Hair behind saw this, even more anxious. Hey, stop quickly, I'll really die like this, that's my blood. He quickly persuaded the little monk, saying, I'll find you a body you can possess, okay. Only then did the little monk stop, asking, what new body? The blue-haired youth snapped his fingers. Yes, I'll find you a new body, then the sin of killing and eating meat is mine. It has nothing to do with you, right? The little monk heard this, immediately felt it was absurd. Please say something practical, how can this be achieved? Then continued smashing his head. Blue Hair heard this, felt discouraged, then do you think sharing a body now is good? The little monk turned around, showing curiosity, then he saw himself gesturing wildly. I studied at the Padala Palace, proficient in 100,000 ancient Buddhist scriptures, also studied ancient secret texts and all spells at Layin Temple in Tibet. Then the little monk asked him why he was so young. The other party said angrily, brat. That's because this body obtained the 3 treasures of immortality, rejuvenating back to youth. At this time, he looked at his current body, isn't that immortal and undying? Blue Hair continued telling him, can't you see, according to you, after 300 years, an ordinary person's body would have long turned to dust. Look at my fresh and vibrant body, if it's really feasible. And you are willing to abide by the agreement. Before he finished, the other party interrupted him. Of course it's feasible, I'll also abide by the agreement, in the name of the Jiangnan religious affairs supervisor appointed by the emperor. Vows, the little monk thought for a moment, okay, then I choose to believe you. Let's go to Songshan Shaolin first to take a look. Blue Hair heard this, immediately flew into a rage. You pighead, I told you we can't go to Shaolin Temple. The little monk said, only this I cannot agree to, because the demon cult raised Shaolin Temple. I have to go back to save the survivors. What's there to save? They're already dead. Besides, didn't you memorize all of Shaolin's scriptures in your heart? What if you get killed going back like this? The little monk punched the ground with a bang. Anyway, I'm just smart, I have no talent for martial arts, even with secret manuals I can't learn them. Blue Hair comforted him, you don't need to worry about this, I have my ways. The little monk asked him what way, don't try to trick me with smooth talk. Blue Hair once again showed a trace of a wicked smile, I'm not like your pig brain. This body and mind are rare talents through the ages, he confidently told the little monk. Meaning your brain just needs to be responsible for remembering all of Shaolin Temple's secret manuals. Don't worry about the rest. The little monk lay prone on the ground thinking, how is this possible? Every secret manual in this temple takes a lifetime to master. But this body is a genius, Blue Hair said bluntly. He continued speaking to the little monk. Just having the incantations appear in your mind is enough. My body is perfect. It can perfectly comprehend anything. A cold wind blew past, leaves scattered everywhere. Only to see the ground covered in blood. 2 men lay on the ground, seemingly dead for some time. Several crows stood on the roof beam watching below, cawing. Seemingly waiting for the men below to die, to run up and peck. A pair of large riding boots stepped out. It was a one-eyed man carrying 2 sabers, his left eye seemed embedded with something. Suddenly, 2 black shadows appeared before him with a whoosh. The man asked, have you brought the clues? The 2 masked black-clothed men cowed out answering, no survivors, cause of death still unknown. Could be man-made, could also be wild beasts. The one-eyed man fell into silence. Seemed to find it incredible. At this time a black shadow flashed out from behind the screen. Shang Majuan has lost contact. Nimoyingzu quickly go to Songshan to check the situation. A black-clothed man below answered, understood. One person spoke. Should be traces left by Shou Mashinjun's beast demon party. Another person echoed, this subordinate. Thinks so too. The one-eyed man looked into the distance, expression very determined. He is going to Songshan. This order made the black-clothed man beside him astonished. He raised his head and said, an hour ago scouts were already sent to investigate. There should be news soon. A gust of wind blew past the originally peaceful village. now had become a horror city. Suddenly the three became very serious. Got ready, only heard a slap sound, the three leaped up from their spot. Their group instantly like a flock of wild geese, swooshing across the sky. The scene was magnificent. On the cliff edge in the mountains were several small houses. This was Shaan. The ground was a mess. Calling it a mess was truly a mess. The ground was full of remains of live wolves torn apart. Everyone was shocked upon seeing this. What is this situation? Aren't these the beasts under Shomashinjun? How did they end up like this? The one-eyed man knelt down to check the beast's injuries. He found the tiger was torn apart alive, truly terrifying. Who on earth did this? Seeing this, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. The one-eyed man finished inspecting. This place is not suitable to stay long. Said to the crowd, let's go. Swooshing sounds arose. A group of people shuttled through the dense forest like ghosts in the night. The one-eyed man led a group of ninja soldiers rushing along. Ahead was Shaolin Temple, but the plaque above had been knocked down. Seemed like a fierce battle just occurred here. The ninjas reached the destination, stood firm. The one-eyed man saw a very shocking scene. Pupils dilated more and more, only to see the once magnificent Shaolin Temple, now turned into ruins. The crowd watched this scene, feeling very surprised. Due to having only one eye, his vision wasn't particularly good, so he pushed aside someone's shoulder, carefully inspecting. A very terrifying face with mouth wide open, empty eyes. Looked very creepy late at night. This really gave the one-eyed man a big scare. Hurriedly stepped back several paces, breaking out in a cold sweat. Everyone stared at each other. Look at you, look at me, the prestigious Shomashinjun, one of the 10 great demon kings of the Tianma divine cult. Hua Xiao was unexpectedly killed, and died so gruesomely. Instantly these people were furious, letting out howls. Overwhelming momentum. A bright moon hung in the sky. Bright, and underfoot a golden identity token, with the silhouette of a fierce beast drawn on it. Made a clanging sound. A black-clothed man wearing a hat calmly walked out with hands behind his back, only to see a crowd of lackey soldiers suddenly kneel. Unaware Lord Left Envoy has arrived personally, failing to welcome you from afar. How dare we trouble you to come personally? This man was a divine cult guardian in the Tianma divine cult, second only to the cult master in status, named Zhuo Xianshi. The current cult master's different identity, very respected. The one-eyed man sweated nervously. He thought, I actually met someone shoulder to shoulder with the cult master. A mimaging expert. The black-clothed man called out, where is Nimoy Ingzu? The person kneeling below answered, subordinate is here. Where are the remains of the demon kings? Take me to see. At this time the one-eyed man stood up, reporting, the remains have not been dealt with. Still kept as they were found. Please follow subordinate. The one-eyed man held a torch, leading a group of black-clothed men towards the terrifying secret room. Everyone followed behind unhurriedly. Inside was very dark. Without torches it would be pitch black, easy to fall behind. At this time Zhuo Xianshi suddenly remembered something, began to ask. Shang Maju and Lord Gule Mazong's carrier pigeon message said all Shaolin monks had been wiped out. But on the way here, why didn't we see any Shaolin monk corpses? The one-eyed man turned back reporting to him. Subordinate also searched Sonshan thoroughly with subordinates. Strangely, not a single monk's corpse was found. Don't know what happened. Intelligence and reality are very contradictory. All halls in the temple have been burned down. Shang Majuan must have achieved a great victory. The mysterious black-clothed man opened one eye in the dark night. Seemed to have a new discovery. He found he was stepping on demon-subduing needle eyes. The black-clothed man couldn't help but start thinking, why would Shaolin monks put these things underfoot? Only the shadows of these few people in the night. The group continued walking forward. Tap. Discovered scriptures on the wall. The black-clothed man seemed also one-eyed, but it was too dark. Couldn't see clearly, only saw the 10 great demon kings of the Tianma divine cult. 2 of the great generals were kneeling on the ground covered in blood, a very bloody scene. The one-eyed twin saber man held a torch. The torch crackled. He leaned closer to look. Without turning his head, said to his superior, see for yourself, forgive subordinates' incompetence. Really cannot deduce what exactly happened here. Who could turn the supposedly impenetrable Changma Shinjun into this state? A behemoth was actually rolled into a meatball alive. Even stranger, the 2 demon kings looked like they perished together. His chest had a huge hole. Blood seemed almost drained. Zhuo Xianshi pointed at the meatball underfoot saying, Changma Shinjun died from the wheel-turning 1,000 general's palm, one of Shaolin's 72 ultimate skills, before he could defend. His breath was cut off at the 108th move. The one-eyed man heard this, felt very astonished. What? How is this possible? Changma Shinjun cultivated the Tianma 108 skills. How could he be killed by Shaolin Temple's 72 ultimate skills? That kind of juggling act. Zhuo completely ignored the opponent's rebuttal, with hands behind his back continued, Shang Majuan outside. Died from Tianshanzine Dragon Claw. The one-eyed man immediately widened his twin eyes, with an expression of I absolutely don't believe it, asking, are you saying Shan Majuan's three forces were all killed by Shaolin Temple's ultimate skills? He looked at the black-clothed man, waiting for the opponent's answer. But what waited was silence. The black-clothed man looked at the corpses of the two demon kings underfoot, prepared to tell the opponent, these 272 ultimate skills have two common points. First, both techniques are fierce and cruel, listed as forbidden arts by Shaolin Temple. Second, the last cultivator was Xidagarba demon Buddha Huikong. The one-eyed man heard, greatly shocked. Are you talking about Xidagarba demon Buddha Huikong, the villain from 300 years ago, who almost wiped out this general's sect? The black-clothed man didn't listen to the twin-saber one-eyed man's words. Directly issued an order, Mimoing select a few people, disguise as martyred cult members. Transport the three demon kings' corpses back. We retreat, the one-eyed man asked. Is everyone retreating? Zhuo said only need to leave a small number of people, await further orders. No matter who appears, don't reveal yourselves, report everything, big or small, to me. Only heard a sound of understood from behind. Zhuo looked at the human-shaped mark on the wall. He picked up a broken piece of chain, making a clattering sound, Kunwo steel. There must have been a third person present, and was locked up. He then raised a ghost-like eye, looking at the ceiling. On the ceiling, a huge human-shaped mold, was the imprint of Qing Mashinjun being knocked flying. Must be an expert with unimaginable martial arts. He looked at the fighting marks and blood on the wall. Couldn't help but exclaim, such a person was trapped by Shaolin Temple under the Mahavira Hall. Judging by the traces, this person's martial arts were not crippled by Shaolin. His skill level is definitely not something mere Kunwo steel could hold. Besides, the martial art he cultivated is a forbidden text among the 72 ultimate skills. If he were a Shaolin disciple, how would he be punished? He saw the characters on the wall. Isn't this an array used to suppress demonic arts? Or cultivators of evil arts? 3 of the 10 great demon kings unexpectedly were killed before they could even fight. Within our own school, these 3 joining forces, almost no one could resist. The black-clothed man couldn't help but feel curious. What exactly happened here? He angrily slapped the table with a bang, shattering the cup on it to pieces. Looking at the liquid on his hand, he thought, this group of Shaolin monks really has good luck, since it's like this. The plan to end the Shao family line will be postponed for now. In the broken house, no roof beams, but could see the moon above. The moonlight was very strong. A bonfire crackled, burning very brightly. It was Blue Hair's. The little monk was just the martial arts possessing part, said to the little monk. So how did you exactly shake off the demon cult and run here? The little monk asked back awkwardly, why ask me? Aren't you clearer, kid? Blue Hair said angrily, brat, I slept for 300 years. The moment I opened my eyes was that waterfall, he said fiercely. Also, pay attention to your address. What kid, you wet behind the ears brat, how dare you talk to me like this? The little monk answered him, really, you must be lying. The first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was the waterfall. So the two started arguing. Blue Hair furiously said, I said it first, you brat, what are you pretending? You pretend. 300 years have passed, the Shaolin Temple's stinky monks are still as cunning. How could the little monk endure hearing this? He also became stern, you demon monk. Stop talking nonsense, our Shaolin Temple would never do such a thing. I am a student monk from the scripture repository. I've never seen any record of Xidagarba demon Buddha Huikong. Little Blue Hair heard this. What did you say, demon monk? Truly nonsense. How do you know about that guy Huikong? I never mentioned him. Could you possibly peek into my thoughts? The little monk gave a wicked smile. Not just your thoughts, I even know the little tricks in your heart. Blue Hair heard, greatly shocked. What, you even know what's in my heart? Little Blue Hair immediately fell into thought. Even my thoughts and intentions can be seen through. Looks like I have to be careful in the future. Right, cannot think, at this moment. The mind little monk's voice sounded, you think anyone can achieve no thought, you a demon monk. Unexpectedly still learning others' ways, eminent monk. Blue Hair really couldn't bear it anymore, waved his hand. Fiercely said, you bastard brat, get out of here, you unruly brat. Is this how your bodhisattva taught you? Answer me, in the empty house? The bonfire crackled. The little monk seemed to be talking to himself, suddenly dead silent. His body couldn't stop trembling, shivering into silence. Blue Hair furiously raged, brat, come out, why aren't you talking, this bastard brat? Come out quickly. He suddenly gritted his teeth, punched his own head, cursing while hitting, wake up,
are you asleep? Suddenly he let out a sigh of relief. Collapsed onto the ground, snorted coldly, that bastard brat must have been scared away by me. This rascal didn't even notify me before leaving, am I like this too? He stared blankly at the Tianshan moon, thinking, how can I drive this kid's soul out? Maybe go to Lei Temple. But after so long, don't know if it's still there. He suddenly remembered something, covered his mouth. Must stop thinking, because this guy can peek into my thoughts even when asleep. Need to first figure out if all Shaolin Temple monks are dead. But why is this guy's memory so vague? Little Blue Hair thought absent-mindedly. That guy Wei Kong must have left behind a way to neutralize my heaven-defying immortality technique. AI, truly unpleasant. He abruptly got up, supporting himself with hands on the floor. The Yuan dynasty cons 10,000 Buddha's main temple built in Hefei, and the Sungday administration office in Hangzhou. The city has disappeared, my everything. Only the things hidden in Huangshan's Tianshan alternate cave remain. That place has a restriction placed on it. Shouldn't be discovered by anyone, he continued thinking. The problem is this guy doesn't listen. Getting here already took immense effort, how can I convince him? He fell into deep thought, came up with an idea. At this time the sun had just risen. He couldn't help but smile smugly. Truly wonderful, people really need to use their brains more. Suddenly, his body gave a sudden violent tremble. Turns out the little monk woke up, occupying the body at this time, because it was daytime. Now he opened his sleepy eyes, raised his arms, stretched beautifully. Rested for a night, refreshed, he looked down at himself. Realized he can only return during the day, but the demon monk was nowhere to be seen. So he blankly shouted into the air, "Are you there, Lord Demon Monk?" Hearing no echo. He scratched his head awkwardly, smiled embarrassedly, "Not here, oh dear. What am I doing? If seen, people would definitely think I'm crazy." He looked at the scenery outside the window. The distant mountains were in the direction of Shaolin, then looked the other way. The clouds outside hung in the sky like cotton candy, doing what the demon monk said. Is it really okay? No matter what, I can't escape alone, disregarding the safety of my sect. Suddenly he seemed to discover something. Only to see several lines of large characters written on the ground. Don't get any funny ideas, walk in the direction I said. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unjust. The little monk finished reading, his face immediately filled with terror. Aren't these all my precepts? Are you trying to kill me? Right, he couldn't help shouting at the sky, this demon monk, Tathagata Buddha. Please help me subdue him. The little monk walked in the desolate desert, a gust of wind blew past. Seemed somewhat desolate, only saw the sound of horse hooves in the distance. The clattering sound kicked up clouds of dust. The little monk had no food or drink. Walking barefoot alone, truly hungry and tired, his whole body couldn't stop trembling. Horse hooves clattered, someone shouted, "Pennies from heaven," turns out. The envy they spoke of was the weak little monk, just about to reach them. A group of people riding fierce horses, holding various weapons, shouting, "Hand over all your valuables." The crowd rode horses, holding sabers, surrounding the little monk. He didn't know what to do. A carriage whizzed past, kicking up dust, turns out. The little monk was directly tied onto the carriage by them. He was very scared, immediately started crying, cursing incessantly, "You heaven-condemned fellows. Aren't you afraid the Bodhisattva will punish you?" At this time, the two leading the way ahead chuckled wickedly. A burly man said to his companion, "What nonsense is he spouting? Why is this brat crying?" Truly shameless, the little monk was thrown to the ground with a bang. Knocking him dizzy, a bandit lackey beside said, "If this kid's hair were longer, he'd look like a girl." Another person licked his dagger, chiming in, "Looks aren't bad, but it's better to chop off his limbs and make mincemeat." At this time the little monk heard what they said. Instantly scared pale, "Make mincemeat, don't scare me." Dusk fell. Smoke rose from cooking fires. The bandits' fun time arrived. Some were roasting suckling pig. Some were playing finger-guessing games, laughing heartily, drinking merrily. The little monk was locked in the dungeon, holding the iron bars inside, speechless, watching them. The little monk was sweating nervously at this time, thinking, "Can't just sit here waiting to die. If this continues, I'll definitely die." He shook his body vigorously, trying to ask the other person inside his body for help. Hey, Lord Demon Monk, where are you? Come out quickly." After struggling for a while, still no response, the little monk sat blankly in place. Meditating, he had used too much energy, tired himself out and fell to the ground with a plop. Thinking, "Damn it, why no movement at this critical moment, must think of a way." Just then, he heard other sounds nearby, immediately startled. Who is there? Two men sat on the ground with gloomy faces, very distressed. The fatter one said, "I say, little monk, please be quiet. You'll implicate us and get us killed too." The attendant-looking person beside chimed in.
Sob, anyway we'll die sooner or later. The little monk calmed down, asking who the other party was.
What identity? This fat man said. We are from the Shanshiiping Chamber of Commerce. Yesterday morning we were traveling for business, ambushed by them when passing here. The little monk heard this.
Thought there was hope. Killing you, you are merchants. Does that mean someone will come rescue you?
The fat man felt a bit helpless. When we were attacked, there was one armed escort who escaped. But the bandits will decide tomorrow who to kill, or who to sell. The little monk immediately started crying. Now, isn't this calling heaven ineffective and earth unresponsive? The sun went down.
Dusk, another beautiful day ended. The little monk was squatting in the corner,
head down in silence. At this time it was the other party in this body.
Awakening, the highly skilled little blue hair, he opened his sleepy eyes. Am I back?
He looked at his hands. The original sleeps during the day, that kid sleeps at night. This body is half for each, is it? He looked at the iron bars before him, immediately very surprised.
Where am I? Why are there bars? What happened again? Blue hair couldn't help but sweat. Thought speechlessly, why can't I have a peaceful day? This brat is so restless. Can I even survive? He shifted his body. It's useless.
The little monk original's transcendent body, and high martial arts, he doesn't know how to use them. He gripped the bars with both hands, only heard a crack sound. He unexpectedly directly pulled open the iron bars with his hands. This scene happened to be seen by the merchant and attendant behind, directly dumbfounded in place. Thinking, if you have this ability, why were you locked up with me? He rolled his eyes,
walked out carelessly. Hey, anyone here?
Before him was a large table of delicacies. Fill the stomach first, then get some travel money. At this time he noticed something interesting, turned his head to look. Only saw bandits everywhere, drinking and dancing, very lively, also the smell of roasted meat, and the scent of rouge and powder. This made little blue hair very excited. A bandit was eating meat.
Saw an unfamiliar face behind, turned around and said, who's this? He saw it wasn't one of his own. Isn't this the foolish kid caught during the day? How did this little brat get out? The burly man beside saw, old demon, what are you waiting for? Beat him flat then lock him up again. So he picked up the large axe beside him, said fiercely, ruined my good mood, I'll kill you. The bandit beckoned little blue hair with his finger, shouting disdainfully, hey, talking to you, come here. You little brat, daring to run out, teach you a lesson. Only heard a whoosh sound. Something flew past. The bandit on the other side felt surprised. The burly man who just made threats unexpectedly was knocked down with a bang. The three bandits beside couldn't help but fly into a rage, all picked up their weapons and said fiercely, you brat are looking for death. This little mongrel, watch me skin you alive. Only saw blue hair throw a few things on the ground. Unexpectedly they were the burly man's teeth from earlier. At this time, he let out a chilling cold smile. Little cuties, even drunk, you're so cute, come on, let me see how many teeth you have. The three bandits were humiliated by a brat for half a day, already unbearable. The three picked up their respective weapons, charging swish 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 towards little blue hair. The women beside saw this, all shivering in fear, not daring to make a sound. The bald bandit from earlier was knocked to the ground with a thud, kicking up dust. A shout came from behind blue hair, stop. He turned his head to see who it was. One was very burly, physique similar to Tianma divine cult's Qing Ma Shanjun. The other dressed in white, looked refined. The surrounding bandits all shouted, boss. Second boss. Little blue hair saw the two, couldn't help but let out a mocking laugh.
Oh my, look at this face, 300 years have passed, thieves still look like this. The boss approached, couldn't help cursing, truly a bunch of trash.
Beaten into this state by a brat, the second boss didn't underestimate the enemy.
Instead told the boss to be careful. This kid knows martial arts. Is that so? Since he knows martial arts, then he's not a brat, should be called a martial artist. Eat my heavy blow first. Saying that, he swung the weapon in his hand, like a propeller. The boss seized the opportunity, dashed forward in one step, while little blue hair unexpectedly put his hands behind his back, looking careless. He raised his weapon, after a roar, was about to strike blue hair on the head. Just about to be hit, yet blue hair unexpectedly smiled. What's going on? His lips curled slightly, seemed completely unconcerned, only heard a huge rumbling sound field. Surface exploded like, blasting out a large mushroom cloud. The boss froze in place, because the little monk unexpectedly dodged it, and even stepped on his weapon with one foot. Little blue hair stepped on it with one foot, murmuring to the boss. Seems the Luwafu sect has successors, but only reached this level of Tsuyu staff technique. The boss heard this, looked up at little blue hair, exclaimed, how could this be? Little blue hair grabbed the opponent's staff with a slap, unexpectedly with one hand swoosh. snatched the opponent's weapon. The boss was unexpectedly lifted up by little blue hair with one hand. This made the boss feel he encountered a demon this time, with a whoosh. The boss was thrown out, flew very far, drawing an arc in the night sky. Little blue hair unhurriedly patted the dust off his body. This kid is really funny. Even if you mastered Shongjinjinba, it's not even half my skill. Learned some basics and started showing off to me. The group of lackeys beside immediately started crying, thinking, we're definitely dead this time. At this moment the second boss attacked, waved his large hand. Swoosh 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 fired a pile of sleeve swords. Little blue hair saw a pile of darts flying over. Not only did he not dodge, but also started chatting, hey, you use hidden weapons. He stood very calmly in place, turned around. Very gracefully dodged the hidden weapon attack. The second boss saw the first wave failed, so continued taking hidden weapons from his sleeve. He fired countless flying swords, swish swish swish, dense like a rain of bullets, looking very fierce. Ordinary people would die or be injured upon encounter. Little blue hair sighed, thinking, truly old birds can't play new tricks. He casually put his hands behind his back. One vine, December. Dodged the second boss's second wave of attacks again, and this time was just as graceful. The second boss took out a wooden tube from his sleeve, shouted, die. Then from his sleeve, fired flying swords with firepower like a machine gun. This must be his ultimate trump card. Flying swords rained down towards little blue hair. He was floating in the air at this time. How would he deal with it this time? Only saw him calmly start using martial arts, his whole body emitting golden light. His fingers also glowed golden, seemed like Buddhist martial arts. Suddenly with a slap sound, little blue hair fired 2 beams of golden light towards the second boss. The second boss's heart was in his throat, face grim, didn't know how to counter. He watched the golden light about to hit him, gritted his teeth saying, no, this is absolutely impossible. With a thud, the second boss fell to the ground. Little blue hair stood on the ground with one foot, looked very relaxed. Little blue hair raised his own hands, also felt very curious. What was that I just used? Shaolin Temple's finger flick divine skill. The bandits. Boss and second boss announced their names, looking very weak. Boss called Huangfeiqing, second boss called Zhugagon. Little blue hair was sitting on both of them at this time. Oh my, let me take a good look. Thought you were just country bumpkins, didn't expect you had some background. The two were pressed down by him, very miserable. He looked at the boss saying, you fellow should be the descendant of Luofu sect's Bahan Huangtanzan. As for you, your surname is Zhuga and you use Mandarin Duck Divine Fist, isn't it obvious? Little blue hair showed his characteristic wicked smile again. Your combination is truly absurd. Regardless of the evil Luofu sect being the boss, while the prominent righteous Zhuga family being the second boss, the two heard this, both felt a sense of jealousy. Little blue hair continued complaining, oh, the world is degenerating, the world is degenerating. Those with some family background all became mountain bandits. This is the so-called great family style. Only saw the boss cursing, brat, little rabbit whose fur hasn't fully grown. Such a foul mouth, watch me eventually slap his lips off, while the second boss below thought, this person looks like a Shaolin bald head, but acts very strangely, and so young. How can he have such high skill? At this time little blue hair unexpectedly picked up a wine gourd. Gulp gulp took several large swigs of wine, wiped his mouth, asking, what are you two kids muttering in your hearts? The boss rushed to the second boss saying, is this kid really a Shaolin monk, 100% a gangster? The second boss agreed. Finger flick divine skill is one of Shaolin's 72 ultimate skills, not something one can learn casually. Little blue hair without turning his head rushed at the two saying, are you two fit to be prodigal sons? Right, the two fell into silence. He then threatened the crowd, elders ask questions and you don't answer, seems the education wasn't enough. Ouch, stop hitting, ka-hi-hi. After a round of fist and foot education, the two now hugged themselves shivering. Little blue hair crossed his arms. Continued questioning, so, you two occupied this mountain stronghold not long ago. He looked at the group huddled together beside, each terrified, shrinking back. Like seeing a plague god, he waved his hand, look at you all. Subordinates don't look like bandits, surviving like this without starving is truly a miracle. Then before he finished speaking, a fragrance drifted to his nose, only saw a roasted suckling pig. Being roasted crackling by the fire, he happily ran to this roasted pig. Began rubbing his hands, oh, forgot my stomach was empty. Directly broke off a pig leg and started gnawing, crunch crunch. His mouth stuffed with roasted meat, like a reincarnated hungry ghost. This instantly blew the lid off this group of bandits. Everyone was so shocked their jaws almost dropped. What monk unexpectedly eats meat? At this time, the boss and second boss also exclaimed, damn fellow, unexpectedly stealing my meat.
Could he be a monk who broke his vows? Everyone watched him eating heartily. So happy, while eating he discovered a pile of wine jars beside. There's even wine here. Truly wonderful, wonderful. Instantly little blue hair laughed heartily. This made him very excited. Only saw the wine in the jar, like turning into a water spout. Swish 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 was storm sucked into his mouth, like a water pump. A crowd of bandits, including the boss and second boss, were all wide-eyed at this frightening scene. Truly overwhelming presence. The second boss saw the opponent's appearance, immediately sweated nervously, thinking, such strong internal energy. Instantly, a crowd of bandit lackeys all turned towards little blue hair, admiring him completely. Truly invincible divine skill. Then he said, look at you all who haven't seen the world. What kind of invincible divine skill is this? Then he stood under the moonlight. Hands on hips, then I'll show you a trick, see what real skill is. He smiled knowingly under the moonlight. Swish flicked his finger towards the sky. Only saw the huge rock beside him, instantly blasted, scattering everywhere. Like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. The second boss frowned, thinking, is this moving objects from afar? The lackey bandits behind had never seen such strong martial arts. All mouths agape. Stood blankly watching. Blue hair raised both hands above his head. Roared furiously. At this time his whole body emitted golden light. The little monk's hair stood on end, body emitting golden light. Then charged towards the opponent at extremely high speed. Things under several banging impacts. Completely disintegrated. The group of people were all stunned. His martial skill so high. Then grabbed clothes. Swish, the clothes were fiercely thrown out by him. Anger erupted like a volcano. The horse slaves saw this strange phenomenon. Immediately swung his weapon towards him. All weapons flew towards him. Only saw those weapons hitting his body, like hitting an iron wall. Unexpectedly these weapons broke with a sound. All weapons instantly shattered completely. Could this be invulnerability to blades and spears? Truly India's #1 body protection ultimate technique? How can Naluo Jingon's acrobatics compare to him, wanting to follow the divine monk? Lord, the little monk saw this, sneered, this venerable one is precisely the world's #1 divine monk. The two bandits felt this little monk really knew how to show off. Divine monk, please accept us as disciples. Vow to follow the divine monk forever. May I ask the divine monk's great name? Unexpectedly the ignorant child has some manners. Then let me lead you out of the sea of suffering. Seems the name Shangchang is unworkable. Otherwise will be constantly hunted by those abominable demon cultists. Real name is recognized by the world as a demon monk, also unworkable. Since after 300 years I am resurrected again, am I not the reincarnation of Tathagata? Heaven has decreed it, henceforth call me reincarnation of Tathagata. Listen carefully, I am Tathagata. Everyone kowtowed to Tathagata Buddha. The two bandits saw the little monk proclaim himself Buddha. Felt like a deity, then flicked fingers at the bandits beside. But this Buddha is magnanimous, won't hold it against you. At this time the two looked at the little monk before them extremely angry. The little monk beside laughed wickedly. At this time the two leaders were shivering in fear. This Buddha accepts you into the demon box. But I know too well the character of you mortals. Then finger golden light surged. Accompanied by a whoosh flashed past them. Two beams of light shot straight towards their chests. The two bandits hadn't reacted yet. What was that just now? At this time the little monk said wickedly. This is this Buddha's unique divine skill. Every 12 hours needs this Buddha to press acupuncture points once. Otherwise within 4 days your whole body's tendons and bones will break and you'll die. At this time the two mountain stronghold leaders were terrified. Other bandits were equally scared and unsettled. Seeing this the little monk was very satisfied. As night fell, time came to deep night. The little monk was hiding in a large cellar. With a clang sound, the wine jar was thrown down by the little monk, at this time full of wine and food. Body couldn't hold up, unable to hold his liquor the little monk finally lay on the ground, fell fast asleep. The bandits beside immediately stopped their actions, a fierce glint also appeared in their eyes. At this time the little monk lay on the ground looking distressed. Why does my stomach feel so uncomfortable? The stove is smoking. The little monk sat up wanting to find some water to drink. A flash of inspiration, he seemed to discover something, at this time picked up the water jar beside with one hand. A strange smell came from the water jar. After drinking the little monk realized it wasn't water. Then vomited profusely, felt dizzy and weak all over. Immediately a group of people ran over, everyone knelt down with a thud, kowtowing to the divine monk. Everyone shouted, Tathagata is wise, divine skill reaches heaven. At this time the little monk surprisingly didn't know what happened. Everyone was excitedly thanking cult master Tathagata. Divine monk is great. The little monk looked puzzled. Why are you doing this? Everyone was confused. Clearly the divine monk told us to do this. At this time the monk couldn't believe it.
Why would he behave like this? Hurriedly explained, this humble monk is not any divine monk. Even less cult master Tathagata. At this time the two mountain stronghold leaders were still thinking the little monk was playing new tricks. The little monk also noticed the two in front. The two mountain stronghold leaders showed helpless expressions, immediately knelt down. Tathagata number 1 guardian and number 2 guardian pays respects to the cult master. The little monk was greatly shocked. What guardian? What number 1, number 2? The two leaders were angry, clearly the result of you torturing us all night. The little monk immediately slapped over with a bang. Insolence, you cursed me just now, right? Subordinates are forever grateful for the cult master's grace, appointed as guardians of the Tathagata divine cult. The little monk again puzzled, what Tathagata divine cult? This humble monk appoints you as Tathagata number 1 and 2 guardians. At this time the little monk realized. The demon monk caused some trouble again last night. The group beside were again raising flags and shouting. He angrily cursed that demon monk, in one night, unexpectedly created such heresy-spreading fellows. The two mountain stronghold leaders felt, the little monk looked non-threatening now, especially last night. His eyes were foolish. The two seized the opportunity to conspire, preparing to kill the little monk. The two, worried about silence, decided to leave him breathing, only cut off his arms and legs. Saying this summons his own life, the mountain stronghold leader shouted loudly, everyone come here. Pointing at the monk on the ground, ordered, cut off his 4 limbs. The soldiers dared not disrespect the divine monk's sacred body. The mountain stronghold leader lifted him up, about to cut out his tongue. At this time another burly man advised him not to take the lead. Observe the situation first. At this time everyone was afraid of dying. They knew the divine monk's body was invulnerable. At this time the little monk seemed to sense something. Suddenly the style changed. Eyes emitted a fierce aura, along with several flashes of light. With a whoosh, 2 bandits were directly pierced through the skull by the fierce aura, dying instantly, and in that moment, the ground was already covered with corpses. The 2 mountain stronghold leaders saw the scene before them. Eyes widened in surprise. Never expected, this skinny young man unexpectedly had such high combat power. Seeing this young man's gaze shift towards them, the mountain stronghold leaders immediately felt trouble. The demon monk, like a demon general, looked at the two with a bloodthirsty smile. They knew well they were no match for the opponent, feared they would perish here. And in just a brief moment, the demon monk's expression changed slightly. Immediately followed by screams, the leader was sent flying with 1 punch. The other leader was even more pitiful, kicked by the demon monk till nose bled profusely. But what surprised the two was, the demon monk, who was just surging with bloodlust, suddenly collapsed. This also gave the two a chance to survive. Could it be sudden death on the spot? The two leaders were already scared out of their wits, sat down on the ground with a plop. The two still thought it was a dream. Besides the pain, everything felt unreal. Stammering, asking the other leader beside, what just happened? Is this still a person? Simply a demon god descended. At this time this body was already driven by the little monk's soul. The merchant captured by the bandits was also released by him. Although he was a monk, being frequently called divine monk by the crowd, still felt a bit embarrassed, watching the bandits use strength to untie him. The two merchants were frightened and didn't know what to do. The divine monk should be from Shaolin. Dare ask your dharma name, will definitely repay well in the future. The divine monk's name isn't something you can casually ask. This is the famous Tathagata divine monk. The three immediately looked puzzledly at the divine monk who saved them. Couldn't believe his title was so grand. Hearing the bandits praise him like this, the little monk angrily scolded them all to shut up. The little monk watched the carriage drive further away. Hope Buddha will bless you. At this time, the two leaders speechlessly watched this abnormal fellow. Hearing the sparse footsteps behind, the little monk turned his head to look. A group of bandits flatteringly carried a sedan chair over. Even bootlickers aren't this good. Looking at the eye scene before him, the little monk was extremely speechless. You two must be the leaders of the stronghold. Cannot rob people of their money anymore. Turn back from the wrong path. Let's part here. The two leaders looked disdainfully at the monk. Really want to kill you, Tathagata number 1, Tathagata number 2. Hereafter vow to follow Lord Cult Master. If you leave, we'll just die for nothing. You help us undo the restriction. Before the little monk could sit firmly, a group of bandits lifted him up and set off. Never expected. This demon monk created so much trouble for him. This place is Hunan Linjiangan's Kaifeng Prefecture. In this brightly lit place one person was instructing to manage the Kaifeng Prefect and his hand. At this time the prefect was under house arrest, all his subordinates sent to prison. The distinguished guests arriving this time, besides our cult disciples, other brocade guards must not see their true courage. Must be foolproof. Ba Tianyu is our cult's strongest necromancer. Anyone is nothing before him.
Even if that kid's martial arts ranks among the top 10 experts, he's vulnerable before him. By tomorrow, you will be reborn with loyalty to our cult, along with the commotion outside. Discovered a group of dark shadows, immediately figures dressed in black cloaks. Ran very fast, only saw a temple not far away, should be heading there. Hearing the news from outside, couldn't help clenching fists.
Impossible, I absolutely don't believe Shaolin Temple would be wiped out. This is impossible, not just Shaolin Temple. During this period, the entire Hunan area Shaolin lay families were all wiped out by people of unknown origin. Simply lawless. Does the local government just sit idly by, without the brocade guard adding fuel to the fire?
Hunan couldn't turn into scorched earth. Could this be related to the imperial court?
How could the imperial family's personal guard army interfere in martial world affairs, before a conclusion is reached? We must take precautions early. Elder brother and sister-in-law are still in danger. Let the women in the family return quickly to Shaan, Dongyue family Duo says. This is to go to Songshan to check on the safety of the sect's disciples. Little girl is very skilled now. No need to worry at all, letting little girl go alone. How can you be assured? You haven't seen each other for 7 or 8 years, she's completely different from before. The Zhuge family has been exterminated. I fear our Hangshan sect and Wudong sect are also in grave danger. At this time, she doesn't know what plan is being plotted. Hunan is very dangerous now.
Shaolin Temple was burned down, cannot delay further. You go, let's part ways here.
Now the officials are colluding. Don't act rashly, think carefully before acting.
This kind of thing doesn't need you, stinky girl, to consider for me, you dead girl.
Film, haven't hit you for days, your skin is loose again, right? Shouldn't have spoken kindly to you.
They are truly just a brief peace between the martial arts twin disasters.
At this time, the two martial arts twin disasters were still dueling. His Highness and his entourage watched from the boat side. Nearby guards urged His Highness to board the boat quickly, cannot delay further. At this time, His Highness was still waiting for Xiao Huashan's arrival. Rest assured, Your Highness. Xiao Bianxiu will be fine, we should head quickly to rendezvous with General Xiao. At this time, His Highness was worried, really couldn't rest assured. The princess quickly comforted her father emperor.
Don't worry, brother Huashan will definitely be fine, just wait and see.
Must have been seduced away by that Hu girl. At this time they bid farewell to each other, going separate ways. He looked into the distance, couldn't help sighing. With the sound of flowing water, the boat had started. Hope the companions galloping on horseback in the distance take care. A group of bandits raised flags shouting to Thagata manifestation divine skill. Reaches heaven. The little monk, broken by this group's actions, roared, shut up, stop talking.
Damn unlucky, forbidden became a cultist, truly no way.
Who let that guy with high martial arts place a restriction on us?
At this time the divine monk was shouting loudly, Tathagata number 1, Tathagata number 2.
Called out together with the bandits to the leader beside, this bunch of smelly guys, shut up you. At this time the little monk was surprisingly unaware of what happened. Where is this, where are we going? Clearly this brat told us to go. Could he be playing with us? The little monk turned his head to ask.
Have we reached Huangshan? The two stared wide-eyed. This foolish kid really thinks we have burrowing rats. Such a long journey, arrived just by saying so.
The leader beside told the divine monk, at our current speed, it will take several months to arrive. The little monk was shocked after hearing, so far, why go there? The leader pointed to Kaifeng Prefecture not far ahead. The little monk looked over there, seemed to have an idea. The little monk wanted to report the demon cult's evil act of blood-washing Shaolin Temple to the imperial court. He was extremely happy. Orders, we immediately head to Kaifeng Prefecture. This kid changed his mind again, treating us like monkeys. At this time the little monk was being carried by 8 bandits in a sedan chair, a group of people. Mighty procession headed towards Kaifeng Prefecture. The two leaders saw this, truly regretted not killing him, following him to death. In front of Kaifeng Prefecture's gate stood many brocade guards. A brocade guard commander looked into the distance, puzzled, seeing a group of people heading towards them. Seeing this group with different attire, immediately shouted, "Where are you from? State your names." At this time the brocade guard noticed their special attire. This humble monk is a monk from Shaolin Temple. Came here to pay respects to Lord Prefect. You bunch of fellows, hurry up and pay respects to the divine monk.
Tathagata divine cult master descends upon the clouds. Divine monk's divine palace moves mountains and overturns seas.
The brocade guard in front looked at this group before them, looking very much like a cult. The leader beside slapped his face, really wanted to find a hole to crawl into. At this time the little monk still hadn't realized the severity of the problem the brocade guards here put their entire group arrested and thrown into prison. At this time they were locked in the Kaifeng Prefecture prison. Why did you arrest me? First help me untie the ropes. There must be some misunderstanding.
You bunch of fellows don't know your place, daring to form a cult, spreading heresy. This humble monk is an upright Shaolin disciple, not that kind of person. This group here, to faggot a manifestation divine skill reaches heaven, still dare to stare wide-eyed and lie.
The bandits pleaded for them to release their lord cult master. The little monk fell to the ground with a thud, thinking he would die surrounded by these evil spirits array. The guards outside actually roared, "What's the noise? Report to the lord." "We caught the head of a cult." The guard looked at the captured crowd beside. "Could it be our Tianma divine cult? This fellow claims to be the Tathagata divine cult master. Many people follow him." The guard was shocked. "Shaolin temple has already been by our Shang Majuan." At this time, the guards were interrogating the holy monk claiming to be a Shaolin disciple. "What trick is this kid playing again? Wanting to perish together, damn lunatic." The other leader looked at everything before him. Very desperate. "Are we going to offer our heads voluntarily, outside the mountains not far away?" The sun was about to set. The mountain stronghold leader angrily wanted to go perish together. "If you don't help us remove the restrictions soon, I fear we only have death awaiting. Dragging on like this is extremely unfavorable for us, to prevent the onset. We also cannot be too far from him." The little monk was still shouting to see Lord Prefect. "Tell him. Shaolin temple was bloodwashed by the demon cult. This kid really is a Shaolin temple monk. Otherwise how would he know the function of this cult?" At this time the commander ordered subordinates hunger thirst. "Lock up the fleeing cult, interrogate personally." At this time the two leaders had been captured inside. Several guards firmly subdued them. "You this cult master, they don't even want their lives for you. Didn't expect you two are so rich for this humble monk. Will definitely share joys and sorrows in the future. Share honor and disgrace, because the power of life and death is in your kid's hands. Who would want to share joys and sorrows with you? Hurry up and lock them all up." The little monk abandoned pleading in the cage. Buddha helped them escape the sea of suffering. The two couldn't believe the foolish kid's actions before them. At this time the little monk didn't know what he was thinking. The leader beside urged the little monk to help them press points. "Forbid onset." "I've never heard of forbidden point pressing. What does it mean?" "Knew you'd be like this. Don't want to just undo it for us like this." At this time the guard looked at the darkening night sky. Seemed like there was some plan. The guards watching the prison gate and surrounding guards were all transferred away. "Men bring Lady Batian to the prison gate, then leave immediately, remembered during the ritual. Absolutely no one is allowed near the prison office." The golden-roofed palace before them was precisely the emperor's bedchamber. The candle flames emitted a soft glow. A dark thing on the ground still made noise. At this time Lord State Preceptor was performing magic in his majesty's bedchamber. Several guards in the corridor were delivering things. At this time the imperial physician carried the prepared decoction. Outside the bedchamber many imperial guards were patrolling. "Orders from above, before dawn tomorrow, no one is allowed near the imperial hall. This old minister still needs to deliver decoction to his majesty." "Do you know who gave the order?" "Lord State Preceptor is performing a ritual tonight, praying for his majesty's speedy recovery. Avoid outsiders entering and affecting the ritual's efficacy. His majesty's illness release, heavy desire speed." The prince rebelled again. What should the country do? Along with the ritual instrument, a clang sound. At this time a golden light flashed before the ritual master's eyes. Night arrived. The demon monk once again occupied the body, looking at the prison cell before him, and those two leaders. "This bald head really deserves death, always getting locked in prison drive." Quickly asked the two beside, "What place is this?" At this time the demon monk showed a wicked expression, scaring the two beside him into collapsing on the ground, stammering, "They treated us as evil generals. Caught in the Kaifeng Prefecture government office, you damn things. How did you only run to the next room in a day?" The two watched him standing at the prison gate, not knowing what he prepared to do. Just then, the demon monk grabbed the prison gate. Accompanied by several cracking sounds, the prison gate was easily crushed by him. This operation directly scared the two beside him wide-eyed. In a blink it was night. Night fell. At this time the unusual commotion outside also alerted the three people in another room. Only saw several mysterious figures in black cloaks appear. The three secretly observed from the side. This group of mysterious men, watching the mysterious figures in black hooded cloaks before them. Suddenly the demon monk sensed something strange. At this time the two were shivering in fear at the scene before them. What kind of broken government office is this? People coming and going, all strange people in weird clothes. Interesting. Unexpectedly it's undead ghost demons. Haven't seen them for a long time. Such good kings, cannot let them go easily. The two heard him talk so big, only begged him not to court death and implicate them. Then let them go over together. At this time the demon monk was very interested in this delicacy delivered to his door. At this time beside the lake accompanied by falling leaves in the sky, rustling wind sounds.
Fishing rods visible on the lake surface, someone must be fishing. Only saw many corpses floating on the lake surface. Unexpectedly there was an old monk holding a lamp. Fishing by the lake, this person was precisely Tianma divine cults Bikong Movoe Morong Bai.
Suddenly with a whoosh, someone appeared behind him and walked towards him. Fishing in the dead man's lake, you're in a good mood. What you did really gives me a headache. Act according to the plan, troubles instead increase. Troublesome affairs are all done by this old man. You're still here complaining about this old man. Tianlong City's brats don't have much ability. The remaining 3 great evil sects will also be taken in by me. This man controlled by iron chains before me is about to be refined into a puppet by Yu Xianshi. He has many crooked ideas. Qing Mashinjun hopes every day to manipulate Long Huacheng in his palm.
At this time hearing the news of Wu Ji's death, simply couldn't believe it.
I've read the carrier pigeon message from Zhou Xianshi, and Po Gong and Guo Xiao are also dead. Could my judgment be wrong? Shaolin Temple, impossible to withstand the 3 great demon kings in Shang Majuan.
Shaolin Temple has been cleaned up by Shang Majuan. I fear the culprit is someone else. Left envoy should go find the old ancestor for help. This holy war has just begun. 3 have already died on our side, truly unexpected, still no clues now. What's there to fear? The 3 of them combined are not as good as you alone. In this situation, it's not yet time for this venerable one to personally take the stage. Why did you specifically let Lu Jigging come too? Really, you handle the evil sect matters well. Jian Dinghui has already cleaned up all other major sects. He Baoman currently has no base. Very tricky, have already sent Tian Jianyi and Mia Xingyi to the mountaintop. It's time to depart. The ritual master is performing demonic magic in His Highness's bedchamber, holding his magic staff with several bells, shaking it gently. Just in this corridor filled with candlelights, the back view of a black-clothed person suddenly appeared here, the man trapped here by iron chains. Eyes suddenly flashed red light, looking extremely fierce. Mysterious figures wearing black cloaks were heading uniformly towards the secret room. They heard the sound coming, stopped their actions. The ritual master rotated the ritual instrument. Only saw a flash of red light appear, following a loud cracking sound. The thing was directly shattered. His palm stretched out, only saw a patch of eerie blue flame ignite. Following beams of blue light hitting, the wall instantly blasted away. The gate imprisoning the man, after receiving heavy blows, smashed towards him. Following the footsteps sound from the ground, black shadows walked inside one by one. A mysterious person wearing a mask, eyes glowing red, extremely terrifying. 8 mysterious figures wearing black cloaks surrounded the man. Shook the 8 bells on the staff in hand, between anger and despair. His eyes revealed blue light, then stretched out their pitch-black palms, as if performing some evil magic. Immediately everyone towards the man's body. Performing magic? What are you doing? Are you sent by the evil sect? In the dim room, that ritual master shook the bells on his staff, performing magic. They used all their strength, instantly shaking all directions. Luo One at this time was entering the man's body bit by bit. Only saw a black shadow appear above their bodies, as if about to evaporate. The man's eyes filled with words of their destruction. What did you do in my body? How did I become like this now? Following the black horse rising from their bodies. Mostly demonic magic formed. A ball of flame shot towards the man. If my internal energy wasn't sealed, you would have long died without burial. Just then, his eyes saw a black shadow. The black shadow drilled out from under the cloak. Slowly moved towards the man's direction, following a slap sound, looked not far away. The mysterious person's cloak fell off. At this time the black shadow whooshed, instantly vanished without trace. At this time, only saw this mysterious person open arms and rush over, speed extremely fast. Rushed over like lightning. The ritual master continued chanting spells. Seemed to use the bell sound to awaken the mysterious person. The man's intention. Consciousness also gradually blurred, after the demonic patterns invaded the body. The man like a monster, very fierce, followed by a loud cracking sound. The man's mask was shattered, only saw that black shadow. Quickly rushed before the man bound by iron chains, came before the mirror. Began drilling into the man's mouth and nose, following large patches of demonic patterns appearing in his mind. Then the man completely lost consciousness, in a trance. He remembered bits and pieces of his daughter, black figure. Was entering the man's body bit by bit, just at this critical moment. A palm stretched out from outside the door with a whoosh, blue fluorescence condensed in the hand. Filled with magic power, only saw the remnant of that black shadow, floating in the air sky. With a whoosh, a surge of demonic magic struck towards the black shadow's direction. The black mysterious person sensed the magic power outside, prepared to accelerate entry into the man's body. The black shadow, not yet fully drilled into the body, was directly sucked over, accompanied by a light source. 8 mysterious figures all fell backwards. The black shadow thumped down from afar, sucked over, then turned into a sphere, firmly pierced in hand, following the demise of the black-clothed ghost soul. The ritual master controlling the magic, the ritual instrument held in hands subsequently shattered. At this time the black-clothed person had already entered his mouth, became his food. This person was precisely the demon monk locked in the nearby prison cell. The demon monk looked smug, snatched his delicacy. Pay attention to the bell on his staff, because it will break in a moment. I'll undead soul, ghost demon became the demon cult's death demon. Unexpectedly able to drive the fire worship cult's dream soul technique. Hey you few. Did you come to do chores for the demon cult? Where did this brat come from? Looking for death, only saw his staff shake. The bells on it began ringing. Several wizards simultaneously formed an array, like phantoms surrounding the newcomer. Hands formed seals, red lightning condensed in hands emitting crackling sounds. Next moment, collectively waved hands towards this unseeing newcomer. Lightning contacted the newcomer, instantly exploded. Looking at his appearance, this powerful current, absolutely no less than Yawafu's high-voltage electricity. Was this kid abused in the past? No, then you're wrong, he's enjoying it, cute little fellows. Let you witness my power. Only saw him raise both hands above his head. A surge of crimson flame energy rapidly condensed, both hands suddenly pushed forward. You little Kalami beauties. With a loud boom, surrounding visible objects began to crumble, debris flew everywhere. The wizards were also beaten, scattered. Are these two children of destiny? Debris perfectly avoided the two. Banging sounds followed one after another, explosions rose and fell. You think this is the end? No, this is just the beginning. A figure whoosh. And appeared behind the demon monk, attacked like a phantom attacking the demon monk. All martial arts under heaven, only speed is unbreakable. In an instant the demon monk suffered several zhang, for evil techniques took shape. Black hands quickly controlled him in mid-air. The wizard saw this, quickly leaped high. A blue sharp blade instantly condensed into female soldiers. Watch your several sharp blades simultaneously stabbing towards the demon monk. But strangely emitted sounds of metal collision. The wizards were greatly shocked. What the hell is this? Is it Imperial Vajra's doing? Imperial Vajra Hard Qigong, one of Shaolin Temple's 72 ultimate skills. Master this skill, invulnerable to blades and spears. How do I know Shaolin Temple's Kung Fu? Who cares? Learn and apply flexibly, accept all comers. Just use you little cubba. Try my new technique. Only saw his right hand grab a wizard's collar. Left fist clenched, accumulating power. With a bang struck the wizard's chest. Gracefully threw the corpse to the ground. Done with 1 instant flash. Already appeared above another wizard, leaped high, clenched fist accumulating power in mid-air. Landed transforming into palm, one palm struck out great strength Vajra palm. After these wizards were defeated, all turned into undead ghost demons. The demon monk opened his big mouth, unwilling to let go of these great nourishments. Powerful suction rapidly condensed, evil like a dragon sucking water was sucked into the demon monk's abdomen. Is this kid human or not? Is it forbidden arts? How can a Shaolin Temple monk know forbidden arts? Following the continuous decrease of evil, the bells on the staff shattered one after another. One bell represents one undead ghost demon. In the blink of an eye only 3 bells remained. You 3 still not coming back quickly, still want to run, leave one behind. Right palm suddenly stretched forward. The evil saw this, scared, scattering everywhere, absorbing star great technique, moving objects from afar, or absorbing palm. The evil unexpectedly was absorbed by him from afar. The ghost saw no escape. Opened its big mouth wanting to bite him, only saw him extend one finger pointing down. The chains binding the man began clattering, next moment seemed to gain life. Surged towards the evil monk, instantly locking the undead ghost house, preparing a final counterattack, ignoring the leader. Watching the operation before him still stunned, from somewhere another chain flew out from behind. Went up and gave him a big slap. This slap unexpectedly opened his thoughts. He had seen this person in the dungeon. Who are you? State your name. State name, didn't you see just now, my Imperial Vajra? Telling you is fine. This Buddha is called Tathagata, Shaolin Temple. Turns out it's you. You killed the 3 demon kings and cultists. Is that so? I don't remember. Brat, who exactly are you? Shaolin Temple's stinky monk? Still can't interrupt this venerable one's ritual master's level. Ritual master secretly learned a few worthless little tricks. Dares to call himself ritual master. Your little tricks aren't even worthy to hold shoes for the ancestor of necromancy tree, Shiling Wuxiang Zaohua, Shiling Wuxiang Zaohua. From India's mad demon monastery, have some knowledge. 300 years have passed. Unexpectedly still someone knows. Unexpectedly 300 years have passed.
this Buddha is busy, no time to play with you. Played, warn you, don't play these little tricks anymore, your fancy but impractical skills. Even if the ancestor came, he's no match for this Buddha, bastard, you really kill people and hearts. Finished speaking, figure flashed, disappeared, the demon monk looked at the dissipating evil in his hand. Slept too long, people become stupid, how could I not think of it, use necromancy. Can completely drive the foolish kid inside the body, onto that person, thinking of this. The demon monk trembled with excitement, I'm really scared of this kid, who says otherwise? This kid is terrifying, come out little cuties, as soon as the words fell. Countless evils flew out from his hand, patter patter all fell to the ground, in an instant. All turned into human form, the two were terrified, that bunch isn't dead, heaven help. Me too, almost forgot the fire worship cult also has dream soul technique, this kid is conscious. Human soul cannot be separated, means he's a living person, but he unbiasedly occupied my body. Necromancy is used on ghosts or evil spirits transformed from dead people. Treat this guy as a living person, isn't it much simpler? Dream soul technique is a magic art attaching human soul to a living person, turning them into a puppet. First, extract this kid's soul, then put it into his body. Second, then use the demon sealing divine technique refined by this Buddha to seal him. This way no more demons or ghosts will oppose this Buddha. Who are you calling demons or ghosts? Thinking of this, he quickly walked to this puppet captured by the demon cult. Not an ordinary person to be used by the demon cult for mischief. Looking at the face seems somewhat capable. Looks pretty good, his cold eyes flashed, preparing to verify the idea. The evil just condensed began circling around him. Where is the appearance of a Buddhist disciple? That bound person, I seem to have seen him somewhere. Both sides sat cross-legged opposite. The demon monk prepared to cast spell. Our fateful connection ends here. I have already found a body for you. After 49 days the demon sealing divine miracle will make your soul dissipate. Hands clasped together. Chanting dream soul technique, following the evil monk's incantation, the transformed evil began to move. The evil monk began to become illusory, as if soul separating. Right, very good, keep it up. The monk began slowly floating out of his body, slowly merging into another body. Truly obedient, cute little fellow, goodbye, no, never see again, brat, Following the slow merging, the evil also slowly dissipated, the evil monk's eyes brightened, I succeeded. The stunned group watched dumbfounded. This Buddha is finally just this Buddha. Truly finished. What, that's me, why can I see myself? What's happening? How did this Buddha enter this kid's body? He screamed frantically, damn it, what's going on? Woke up, what's wrong with him? Going crazy, this won't do. I must quickly return to my own body, but the evil used for the ritual has turned to dust. The monk was also completely bewildered, the technique was now completely finished. The evil monk anxiously scratched his head. 2 tears uncontrollably fell. May I ask why you are crying? Benefactor, is there some difficulty? Hearing the monk's sarcastic words, the evil monk furiously went mad. Next second went up and gave the monk a chokehold. The rattling sounds inside attracted the guard's attention. What happened? So noisy, don't bother. Did you forget the order from above? Absolutely cannot approach. Muffled sounds drifted back and forth. Crying sound, this sound is Long Huacheng's voice. Really, a dignified beggar sect leader. Whining lived so long for nothing. Inside the deep courtyard continuous snoring sounds. This place is precisely Shang Several figures loomed in the mist. 2 fierce-looking men were slowly approaching the martial hall, unexpectedly letting us Yanma Tang people come to this poor remote place. That girl Liang Daoyu. Isn't she a Shaolin lay disciple known as Quan Zai? Ignorant little girl dares to boastfully call herself Zai. Education is sacred and inviolable. The hall master's order is imperial decree. Cut dead dogma, he roared, swung the meteor hammer. Initiated the attack first. The meteor hammer flew forward like splitting bamboo, with a loud boom. The wall exploded, debris flew, arm waved, little ones attacked together. The Kalami heard the order, swarmed forward, skilled ones flew in the sky. Less skilled ones could only climb the wall. The 2 leaders slowly walked into the newly smashed gap. Very arrogant, what's going on, why so quiet? The Kalami searched and looted everywhere. Determined not to leave any place untouched. Report boss, it's empty here, seems everyone escaped. Damn it, did the news leak? What about the snoring sound just now? Deliberately set up a facade. A figure appeared on the mountain peak, silently watching below. Holding fist tightly, demon cult bastards, return to my home, everyone be careful. Don't make noise, the demon cult hasn't gone far, senior brother, after crossing the stream, we can speed up. Okay, let's go quickly, everyone stay alert. Among the advancing crowd, a woman wearing a cloak suddenly stopped. You go first.
Cannot, master ordered, must protect master's wife safely to the Yu family no matter what. Father, I absolutely cannot let him go to Shaan alone. The man silently looked at the inscription on the stone tablet. Enterers live, exiters die. He walked up, raised hand touched the inscription, Huanshan Ling. Didn't expect your fate was foretold by this inscription. Finished speaking, turned and left gracefully. Explosions began sounding consecutively behind. The man led the way into the bone first, followed by over 100 disciples behind. The mysterious woman sat cross-legged on the chain bridge. Saw someone crossing the bridge, angrily shouted, "Stop!" He used a ruler, tapped his palm. Watched the woman. Who do you want to kill? Tell me the target's name. Target determines. Commission varies. Fake man flicked his thumb. With a bang, item flew into the woman's hand. Commission 1 copper coin. Target Huanshan Ling. Everyone has great courage. Didn't you see the inscription at the entrance? Hearing the woman's words, the disciples lined up, assumed combat stances. The man smiled mysteriously, ruthless few words. With a whoosh, attacked first, fundamentally no time to react. The old man had already appeared behind him, only heard a poochie sound. The woman was split in two. Fell off the cliff. Find Lingzhu, bring her before this old man. I want to interrogate personally. The disciples heard the order, left one after another. Inside the bamboo slip was a letter. Take it to eldest senior sister. Please. Baozi wagged his tail, indicating rest assured. Tap 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 several leaps. Disappeared from everyone's sight. Eldest senior sister has been secluded for 20 years. Can she still be found? Baozi has familiarized his scent. Will eventually find her. Lord, leave quickly. They slaughtered the entire Tianlong city. Subordinates will definitely resist to the death. After Tianlong city is Huanshan. Could this be coincidence? The war god's warning came true. Whoosh whoosh, two sounds. 3 disciples unexpectedly were simultaneously knocked flying. Everyone was shocked. What happened? Lord, leave quickly. It's people from the demon cult. The Lord frowned. Didn't expect them to come so fast. The old man had slowly walked towards them, still stubbornly resisting. So fast. Didn't even last a moment. Solved all obstacles. This person is definitely unfathomable. Turns out you are Huanshan Ling's, Lord. You are from the demon cult, right? Correct. Then no need to say more. Tell me where the war god's martial world supreme token is. Turns out this was all for the martial world supreme token. Lingzhu waved her arm up. Rather die than submit. Young master, why are we going south? The imperial city is east. Didn't you say you wanted to help Prince Yusu? Shouldn't we go to the imperial city first? Is this old man stupid? Only with high prestige can one become martial world supreme, not martial world supreme. You think any cat or dog can become martial world supreme? Foolish cat dog. Old man, this skin is tight again. A figure leaned against the cabin, listening to the two's conversation. The two locked eyes. Without words, you first don't move. First tell the plan to subordinate. So subordinate can be mentally prepared. Go to the 10,000 mountains. Start there first. 10,000 mountains. Why go there? Seems you are sightseeing, even riding horses. Takes at least several months' journey, because that's the place where Nangon Yu built his retirement retreat. Could it be 300 years ago, during the time Tianma divine cult and Jin Dinghui caused chaos? Righteous and evil sects were besieged on all sides. Righteous sword god Nangon Yu and evil sect war god Rongmacheng formed an alliance, although the martial arts alliance disbanded after defeating Tianma divine cult and Jin Dinghui. But the sword god and war god's agreement with the martial arts alliance leaders, if in the future the remnants of Tianma divine cult and Jin Dinghui make a move, the two sects will ally again. Using the two martial world supreme tokens as symbols, the two tokens combined into one. Righteous and evil sects must follow the alliance leader's command, obey orders. Young master, could it be after 300 years, this thing still exists? Of course it still exists. Sword god and war god each holding white jade, blood jade, two tokens went into seclusion. Then how to guarantee? Martial arts sects will definitely abide by the 300-year-old alliance pact. Of course countermeasures were arranged long ago. Grandfather told me before, sword god Nangon Yu and the 6 great sects back then. 10 great families sign a martial pact. War god Rongmacheng once declared, families abiding by the pact would be taught his martial arts ultimate skills. The two joined forces to resist the demon cult leader back then. Hailed as sword god invincible, war god unmatched, just afraid before finding the supreme tokens. Those Jin Dinghui guys will unify the world, even can't survive till then. This world is not worth my deciding this point. Don't even have survival ability. What's the point of saving? Truly an extremely selfish testament, young master. This journey is too long. Really no need to stop by home and Xian on the way. I poisoned, became head of family. Why waste that effort? An old man secluded for generations, for hundreds of years. Who would come looking? Perhaps. Hope no one comes looking. Lightning flashing, thunder roaring, night.
Time for murder and arson. This night is destined to be extraordinary. 5 tigers cover the world, thunder unyielding. Several large characters already stained red with blood. This person was surrounded. But he was still resisting fiercely, struggling hard. Assassins leaped up one after another. Straight for this person's vitals, only saw his right arm suddenly raise, lightning power added to the great saber. Enemies surged towards him from all directions. He roared loudly, thunderous might. Lightning circled around him, rainstorm instantly transmitted to the weapon in a flash. Lightning struck all assassins, next second all were electrocuted into charred remains. Rainwater mixed together, he panted heavily, already exhausted. Everyone looked worried, with a trace of fear. "Far, quickly take them. From now on, you must take good care of mother and elder sister." Just at this moment, footsteps tap 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 walked towards them. The family looked fearfully at the newcomer. Pang Wulong indeed deserves the name Thunder Saberland. Who is it? Why attack our Pang family? Might as well tell you, this venerable one is Jin Ya, from Tianma Divine Cult. Demon Cult, you bunch of thieves unexpectedly haven't died out completely. The man looked at the final faces of these people before death. Mother and children stared at by the newcomer's eyes, shivering. "Bastard, what are you looking at? If you have guts, come at me. This old man will chop you with one saber. I give you a chance. If you surrender to this general, you can avoid this disaster." Nonsense, we dignified Ping family members vow to die unyielding. Ping family members would rather die than suffer the humiliation of the filthy demon cult. Don't even consider it. Are they also willing to die for the family name? Alright. Seems bloodline ultimately cannot match your so-called family name. As soon as the words fell, he moved tap tap tap. Several quick steps rushed towards him. He roared, swish, swung the saber. Directly hit the head stab. This person didn't split in two as imagined. Instead scattered like paper, instantly reassembled appearing behind him. "This is your own choice." He hurriedly looked back. Crap, miscalculated. Only saw him grab the son's neck. "Didn't you want a sacrifice for family honor?" He rushed towards him with eyes splitting. "Changer, bastard, let go of Changer." Suddenly a sword shadow attacked him. Caught off guard directly fell to the ground. "You just stay there. Watch the consequences of your hypocritical choice," he roared hoarsely. "You bastard. Don't harm my son." The man ignored, instead decisively snapped his neck. Poochie sound, hot blood splashed onto his face. Mother and son saw this. Already crying inconsolably. "It's all because of you, they died. A family neatly together, let's go." A person dressed luxuriously had been waiting here for a long time, saw the person slowly walk out of the Peng family courtyard. "Seems everything is handled, just let subordinates do it is fine, right?" Approaching he recognized the newcomer. Hurriedly stepped forward bowing. "Lord Cult Master, why come personally to such a dirty place?" "No matter, how was it? Interesting. Huashan location did you forget? I no longer use this name." "How could that be? Immortal Father once gave you a new name too. Your previous name study was very peculiar. Should have some story, right?" "Nya Huashan. Literally means destroy Huashan, right? Of course this isn't the real name either." "Really, you and Immortal Father both won't tell me about the past." Hearing these words, instantly opened his thoughts. "Husband, must we really do this?" "Don't, I'm sorry. Please make a choice, which of the two bells to take. This is all I can do. For a mother, this choice is like the pain of carving stars and picking bones. We both have no choice. Why make me make such a choice? Why father? Where are we going? Can't everyone go together?" "No. You and your younger brother, only one can go with father, whether following mother or father. We'll never see the other party again in the future. Huashan has been raised for several years, hard to part with. This little one was born just days ago, might as well let me take him. I'll go with father. I want to go with father, let me go." "Shaner, my Shaner, I want to go with father. I want to go to Bailang." Watching the family about to separate, fell into silence. "Husband, until the end, you still won't tell me your name. Don't ask, and don't look for me. This is the only way for you and the child to survive. Then give the child a name before leaving." The man stopped his steps, looked at the wrapped infant, slowly spoke. "Let this little one be called Huashan too." "Father, why? I don't want to." "Don't argue again and I'll spank you." "Huashan, my child." The boy turned his head away, showing he was angry. "Come, let's go." "Yes, me lord." "Husband, wait." "Wait." Watching husband leave resolutely, the woman holding the infant in swaddling clothes hurriedly chased. Unexpectedly the road surface was too slippery, fell to the ground with a thud. The woman cried heartbrokenly. The infant in swaddling clothes also wailed loudly. The boy looked back at his fallen mother, hurriedly tugged father's sleeve corner, wanting father to change his mind. Bai Lao was also helpless. Sighed, all this couldn't be changed. Shao family manner, quickly greet grandfather. Grandson Huashan greets grandfather. Good. Grandson Inchi Lu finally has a successor.
This old man can finally relax. Ancient constant good, very good, luckily didn't take after your sickly father. Grandfather strictly supervised his practice every day, horse stance, weight-bearing running. Time flew by. At this time Shaan had already grown up. Eagle snake life death combat skill of killing in the dark, strikes decisively, one move kills, mercilessly. Shaan diligently practiced with grandfather every day. Head of family, meal is ready. Young master lord, please come over for meal together, please let father eat alone. I'll eat with grandfather. This time too. My lord, how many times already, why always eat together? Isn't it fine for father to eat alone usually? Useless fellow, being the father is useless. Still hindering own son's practice. Grandfather, don't you still have grandson? Grandson is most like grandfather. Good grandfather is happy just seeing you. Shaan doesn't know. Father specially prepared a lavish dinner for him, seeing son still didn't come today. He understood in his heart, Shaan still resented him, when you resolutely left. My lord, don't be disappointed, young master also acts according to the head of family's mood. How can it be called mood? Our Shaan is a filial child, taking care of him is also a good thing. Good times always fly, just on this day. A shrill scream spread throughout the entire courtyard. How so careless, ending up like this? How to still pity Inchi life death not alive, someone come, head of family lord is little princess. Accident happened, still 10,000 8,000 li from completion, 10 days half month, fear cannot get out of bed. Take him to Taihua Medical Hall for treatment. At this moment Shaan was covered in silver needles. Also had cupping done, physician checked pulse, frowned immediately. What did you say? Say it again, head of family lord absolutely true, your grandson. This lowly person knows well, does not view grandson's identity as noble, therefore inform your grandson body naturally has illness, will definitely be without offspring. Hearing these words, the old man's face immediately darkened. Down, by Lao carry him back to the room. Father, is Shaan's injury serious? Physician says Shaan naturally has illness, will definitely be without offspring. How could this be? Don't you have another son? Bai Lao heard this, greatly shocked. He had already guessed something. Father, must you really do this? Unable to continue the family line. Cannot leave alive, this is the rule set by the ancestors, but for your sake, I promise you. Only sever his meridians, not letting Bai Lao go with you, is already Ling Su their mother and son. You know my temper best, time is tight, you go quickly and return quickly. Watching son already far away, he said in a deep voice, Bai Lao, you go send that kid on his way. Let him go quickly. Bai Lao heard this, face changed greatly. Cannot let Siya have unnecessary thoughts. Body cremated or water burial. Bai Lao still in shock, slow to recover, another day of pouring rain. Shan's hand tendons had been severed. Bai Lao received head of family's order, prepared to kill Shaan. Watching the young master he grew up with, how could he not have feelings? His hands trembled holding the head saber. Shaan lay pleadingly in the rainwater. Seems somewhat related to the Shaan sect. How about taking this chance to go? Still not time. But need to find someone. Yang, why go there, old man? I miss mother. Hearing this, Bai Lao looked shocked. Mother, son is coming back. Your only son Shaan saw the newcomer. Mother inadvertently dropped the bamboo basket on the ground. Why did you come back? I came to take Shaan away. Sorry, really sorry. At this time the monk was still sleeping. Having sweet dreams, sudden movement, scared his soul almost flew out of his body. Look at his expression, probably not fully awake yet. Dead pig, wake up quickly. Stop sleeping, what's this situation? Woke up surrounded. Stop, run again and I'll chop off your head. Demon monk palm accumulated power, emitting whooshing wind sounds. Next second suddenly struck out a palm. Palm wind like a tornado, blew the crowd scattered everywhere. What's going on? What exactly happened? Why are you carrying? Am I not the cult master's branch leader? I'm dying of exhaustion. Cult master, please don't talk first. Me, how am I not? It's that cult master, that cult master. These bedbugs are really annoying, endless. His cold eyes flashed. Several quick steps followed the momentum out. Palm technique fast as lightning, instantly finished several people, without diamond drill, don't take porcelain work. This person's strength is truly terrifying, can't catch Long Huacheng, then catch his. Accomplice saw the pursuing soldiers dealt with by Lord Cult Master, sighed in relief, raised hand lowered weapon. Woke up, then come down you, then adopted a horse stance, prepared to go help. Cult Master's hands fast as phantoms, wielding weapon, come on you bunch of idiots. What exactly happened? Escaped prison, why did I wake up at night? This is the demon monk's time, weapon in hand rotated 360 degrees without blind spots. Pursuing soldiers fundamentally couldn't approach. Beggar sect leader, rebel Long Huacheng, surrender quickly. You think you can escape? The owner of this body turns out to be the sect leader. Not bad, not bad. Still has some talent. This is really a magical ability. Let's test skills a bit. Finished speaking, he roared, struck the ground with one palm. Ground instantly appeared a palm print deep pit. Looking at his masterpiece, expressed satisfaction, took a long breath. Figure began flying upwards, only felt rapid switching. Others I can understand. What's with that orchid finger of yours? Looking at the pursuing soldiers below. At this time power accumulation complete, roared loudly, fiercely struck out a palm, everyone greatly shocked. Fundamentally nowhere to hide, with a loud boom, the moment it contacted the ground instantly exploded. This power is truly not small, half the city shook with it, smoke dispersed. Ground impressively showed a giant palm print deep pit, dragon subduing 18 palms indeed lives up to its name. At this time people behind continuously called his name, hey demon monk, Lord Demon Monk, can you hear? Please answer, brat. Every sentence doesn't leave the two words demon monk, bastard brat. Suddenly a large crane appeared behind, die stinky monk, faster than words could describe. Crescent moon shovel suddenly appeared, blocked the newcomer's attack. Still sitting here doing what? Hurry up and move aside, you bastard. This Buddha's body loses one hair, you won't live. Whose name is he saying? Why so familiar? Damn too many, I can't hold on. Suddenly movement in the distance attracted the two's attention. Looking over, someone lit a signal flare. Clever fellow, it's Juga Kid's signal. Quickly respond to him. Damn it, really, unexpectedly making this old man do this. Tathagata manifests. Divine Palace reaches heaven. Tathagata, Lord Cult Master personally arrives here. Precisely so. This Buddha Tathagata descends from heaven. Quickly kneel and worship. This person's tone has a very familiar feeling. Tathagata manifests. Divine Palace reaches heaven. Tathagata, Lord Cult Master personally arrives here. Quickly save the Cult Master. Divine Monk, divine power, invincible under heaven. Cult Master, long live Divine Monk, long live. Wanna harm Cult Master? Get past me first. This bunch of cultists quickly scram. Where did this group pop out from? Tathagata manifestation, divine skill reaches heaven. Divine Monk manifestation, divine skill reaches heaven. That must be Lord Cult Master. Save him. Lord Tathagata number 1 is also here. The believers heard, quickly rushed over. Your faith is firm, worthy of praise. Quickly open a clear path for this Buddha. Come on. Wait, what's the situation? Directly carried me away. This bunch of crazy believers really support Lord Cult Master. The believers lifted the two and ran off in a flash. Like wind darted past the demon monk. This bunch of bastards. I am the Cult Master. It's me, a bunch of idiots. In a blink only the demon monk remained alone dealing with pursuing soldiers. At this time within a certain deep courtyard, several figures were slowly advancing. Brothers have all remembered, our self-target is to rescue help. Finished speaking completely. Adjusted hat brim, beware of being recognized. Several people leaped, began separate actions. The two looked blankly ahead. What happened? Guards all dead. Quickly return report to Hall Master. Hall Master, guards all dead. No sign of sect leader. Must have already escaped. What prison break? Where could sect leader go? Hall Master, let's withdraw first. No, must find sect leader first. Quickly go search for clues. I am the Cult Master, you bastards. Within a camp nestled in the mountains, a cry of alarm came from inside the yurt. Could you be the demon monk? If you dare call this Buddha one more time, demon monk will immediately slaughter you. Cannot believe, how did he enter this body? But why not use his own body? Use this, truly hard to believe. Such strange news exists in the world. This Buddha then says one last time, I am Buddha, not demon monk. Not so intense. This body is demon cult. Originally thought to help take revenge this time. Didn't expect that group was doing evil magic, but then you. How did you get into this guy's body? Actually I don't know what happened either. Just one careless moment was forcibly sucked in. Oh, let me think then. Don't this soul ball don't while I'm thinking what demon magic. Have our souls already separated? Then can we go our separate ways? What separate ways? Thinking quite beautifully. This is my body. You are the one who should be in this guy's body, thick-skinned. I didn't mean this. Calm down, calm down. You can first live well in this body. Evil magic fundamentally cannot sustain long. Will return after 49 days. What do you say will happen to the original owner of this body? Indeed, humble monk was reckless. But what does 49 days mean? Now this body was originally binding its spirit to make a puppet, according to their plan. This body's soul will scatter into ashes, then be controlled by spirit binding. Meaning this body will become an empty shell. Didn't expect this Buddha happened to be during the ritual. Soul was unexpectedly absorbed in. Just come out, not save is fine. Staying in someone else's body all the time is what? Didn't I already say? That was forcibly absorbed. Okay, but is there anything hidden from him telling you what? Still manage yourself. Luckily this guy is an idiot so could cope. Don't ask probing questions again, but this body's soul controlled by evil magic. Already completely dormant, different from that foolish monk's situation. There's no day-night this saying, because once their plan succeeds, this body hit by crazy demon divine miracle, soul will dissipate, want to return to his body. Then only guard this body for 49 days, whether possible or not. If the previous body has another accident, then the loss outweighs the gain. But who are those guards, and who are those with gold patterns on them? Enough, chirping is annoying, go ask yourself. Thinking isn't it their turn to enter, better he explain for them. 2 guards suddenly attacked from behind, but dealing with them before the demon monk is like crushing an ant, don't know how. Outside Kaifeng Prefecture are all guards and brocade households, just a bunch of rabble. Listen, this is clearly that fellow's tone. Brocade Guard is the Emperor's forbidden army. Each one's martial arts are top-notch, and many personnel, power cannot be underestimated. This should be similar to Yuan Dynasty's Imperial Guards type, but seeing the current situation, these Brocade Guards should be used by the demon cult, but wanting to stop me is probably impossible. Tathagata number 2, listen well to my next preparations. You now immediately go gather the divine cult believers, and expand the number of believers. Find as many people as possible, use human sea tactics to open out. Does this mean using human flesh as shields, truly wooden head, extreme trust since ancient times? Possible trust, then must first feed these people well, if can trade with money. Then even better, thinking thought what good advanced, now several people, no money no money. No people no money can take from government office, must know whether famine year or plague year. Government treasury has always been rich, now only need one action, that is rob. Don't know if demon monk's brain broken or water entered. Could demon monk be worried about conflict with brocade guard? Previously demon monk said met demon cult people in prison, but the guards outside the prison unexpectedly were brocade guards. Seems imperial court and demon cult already colluded, then Shaolin temple's extermination injustice. Who should be sought for appeal, moreover also previously went to Kaifeng Prefecture to report demon cult. Now I have already memorized Shaolin Temple's 72 ultimate skills, wanting to pass down legacy only. Can rely on myself, but although I mastered the ultimate skills, but haven't displayed a single bit of effect, seems can only take this path. Must strive to gain demon monk's trust, then let him teach me martial arts. But looking at the hard to provoke demon monk before me, may not necessarily teach me martial arts. A voice came from ahead, is it a bird? A woman dressed as a Taoist, severely injured, looked already dying. Despite this, she struggled to kneel. Pale Yu Xianshi Shao pays respects to Lord Cult Master. Letting you activate the demon spirit palm is not a good thing. Beggar sect leader's current puppet action has encountered problems, met several troublesome people. This is an unexpected variable. What is variable? There is no variable explanation among them. Please Cult Master forgive sin. People obstructing the ritual master already 3, among them 1. Is the person who killed the great demon king at Shaolin Temple, also claims to be some Tathagata. Hearing it's the fellow claiming to be Tathagata, the cult master learned of this matter. Not as simple as imagined, tone is quite arrogant. Seems wanting revenge. This matter is still very tricky, also the reason ritual history failed is all because of the demon monk's Shiling Wuchang Zhaohua technique. Could he also know India Fengma Monastery magic arts? Cult master he also personally mentioned Fengma Monastery, then is this person the heaven-defying immortality technique that disappeared with the demon monk back then, now unexpectedly reappeared in the world? Then he must know the secret of immortality. 3 great demon kings exterminated forget it first. But the puppet ritual master disturbing Long Huachang cannot just let him grow. No matter who he is, must find a way to eliminate him. Now this matter is the most important thing at hand, not only must assist guide him, also must capture him alive, understood, this is execution. Seems demon monk and the others this time wanting to leave there alive will be very difficult. Difficult because they already provoked one side's cult master. This is a heavyweight figure. Because prey targeted by the cult master has never not been obtained. Just on the bustling streets of Kaifeng, countless guards were searching for martial artists. Anyone looking like a martial artist would be arrested by guards if resist decree. Otherwise kill without mercy, because this time the order is the emperor's decree, especially Shaolin Temple people. Not one left. If anyone dares defy decree or harbor, all considered treason. Directly beheaded. Indeed what happened? Big trouble. Said to be Prince Yusu rebelled. Throne is his sooner or later. Why rush to rebel now? Who says otherwise? Probably couldn't wait, and hundreds of thousands are pressing towards the capital city, also just overnight.
Hundreds of high officials' heads directly moved house. Seems this time the world will change greatly. Want to learn martial arts? The little monk nervously couldn't function, afraid the other party wouldn't teach him martial arts. Looking at the pitiful little monk before him, didn't know whether to refuse. Hurry, follow me. Is this really going to teach me martial arts? Since this Buddha has already promised, then won't go back on word. All 72 martial arts skills of Shaolin will be taught to you, but if you want to inherit the Shaolin Temple's secret manuals, couldn't you just write down what's in your head? Why go through the hardship of learning the 72 ultimate skills yourself? To truly pass them down, the secret manuals must be protected by strength, and I need revenge against the demon clan. So, I must become strong myself. Although what you say makes sense, even if you are familiar with martial arts, it doesn't necessarily mean you'll become strong. Hearing this made the little monk feel quite disheartened, but he still resolutely decided to learn martial arts. The group looked at the demon monk before them with surprise. Their family specialized in healing and saving people. Should they use such methods to kill? Born in troubled times, although you can save people, you cannot protect yourself. This was the demon monk's previous life. An unbearable history flooded his mind, remembering how helpless he once was. How miserable. But thinking about this now is useless, however. I feel the little monk thinks the same way I do. Now using this Buddha's body, I must tell you an interesting phenomenon within this Buddha's body. Now, inside your body, there are already numerous Shaolin Temple secret manuals. Although you haven't studied them, you can still use them. Reaching the highest realm is easily attainable. But the little monk wouldn't even dare to think about this. Destroying without learning. What kind of concept is this? Especially the Tanjin Shintong and Yujingang just used. He couldn't believe he would already die. Actually, those secret manuals in your head, coupled with my current perfect body, wouldn't that make you a strong fighter instantly? It's just that you haven't tried. Go when I tell you to go, why so much nonsense? Saying this, the little monk, following the moves in his mind, struck out with a poem. I told you to use Tanjin Shintong. Why aren't you following the script? You told me to start with what I've seen. I've only seen this one move. Unexpectedly, the little monk who grew up in the Shaolin Temple had never even seen Tanjin Shintong or Yujingang. How is there nothing normal about this kid? It seems the strangest thing is still, this kid, while in the scripture depository, also happened to see the training moves of the 4 heavenly kings guarding the scriptures. Right, how could I forget the training moves from the scriptures? Then, light as a swallow, he flew into the air, directly mimicking the moves from the scriptures. This speed greatly shocked this Buddha. As the little monk pushed out with one hand, a loud bang echoed through the sky. Could this be the Nyewu Weishao from the Shaolin Temple's 8 great manuals? It really worked. It really succeeded. This is the first form of Jiang Ma Chu. This kid must be crazy. You know, only those who have accumulated Shaolin Temple internal energy can perform such moves. But this kid doesn't even have internal energy, just using my body unleashed such power. Truly terrifying. Cult Master, we're back. Bastard, do you want a beating or want to live? Why run towards him? Hurry over here. Still more interested in this Cult Master. I heard. The Emperor's brother, Prince Yusu, was discovered secretly plotting rebellion. The entire capital is in chaos. The rebel army is approaching the capital. I really don't understand why he's rebelling. The Emperor has no biological son, so isn't Prince Yusu the future Emperor? Almost reaching Anhui territory to deal with this headache. Why is this kid in such a hurry? Didn't rebel earlier, didn't rebel later, but chose this exact moment. But luckily, there's no bounty for capturing the Cult Master and their abilities. There isn't one now, and there won't be one later. But after all, turning Kai Feng Fu upside down, they can't just sit by and watch. Of course, they won't sit by. The Nidian Busi Dafa has already been thrown out. The demon clan must be drooling over it. To monopolize the bait, they won't openly come looking for trouble with this Buddha. As long as the Rulai Shinjiao grows strong, in the future, I can command the world. Reaching Huangshan won't be that easy. Not only are there government troops guarding it, the most troublesome are Anhui's local power, the Nangong Shirjia. These people are nothing, not even worth the pebbles underfoot. Nothing to worry about. But this rebellion, Nangong Shirjia and Wujuan Duda seem to be involved as well, and those with official ranks in the capital have all been arrested and publicly executed. If the news is true,
Have those people and their families all been implicated and exterminated down to the 9th degree? These guys might be wiped out. Are you going back to your hometown? I'm afraid the family is already in turmoil.
Yes, you are from the Zhuge, from the Shinji.
What direct lineage or not? He has already been kicked out of the family.
Suddenly, a loud explosion occurred near the three, almost sending them packing.
Turns out it was the little monk making the noise. Could it be he succeeded? He can actually use Dolly Jin Gang Zhang. Why is his nose bleeding? Stop practicing, you big idiot.
Recklessly using power like this will lead to cultivation deviation and chi reversal.
Big idiot, hurry. My father's mother. Quickly bring him over to me, or he's going to die. How could the dignified Shaolin temple be wiped out? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. He couldn't imagine that what happened next would exceed his imagination.
By the time he arrived, the Shaolin temple was already in ruins.
Well, what exactly happened?
What kind of battle took place here? He then leaped up directly, standing at the highest point.
Nothing, there was nothing. Neither the bodies of monks nor the bodies of enemies.
No trace was seen, only the marks left by the battle. Suddenly, several figures in black quickly advanced towards this place.
Shameless villains, how dare you come back here? All of you, come out.
The black-clothed figures were like turtles pulling their heads in, refusing to show themselves. If a tiger doesn't show its might, they treat it like a sick cat.
Roll out. He directly launched a fierce attack. What? No way. This is the lion's roar technique.
Each one actually spat blood directly.
One person was even directly thrown back by the lion's roar.
Then, that person gently lifted a finger. The black-clothed man actually slowly rose into the air.
He choked the black-clothed man's neck. Who exactly are you? Why did you kill everyone in the Shaolin temple?
Suddenly, even more black-clothed figures jumped out from behind. He was surrounded by the black-clothed men.
Can he really get out safely? He, just relying on you few. You think you can trap me here? The black-clothed men didn't answer, directly rushing towards him. But one punch aimed straight at the gate destroyer sent a black-clothed man spinning in the air. Coming one by one scattered isn't satisfying. If you have guts, come all at once.
The commotion from this fight startled the birds in the mountains into flight.
These are the dirty deeds of your demon cult. Quickly tell me, where did the monks' bodies go?
No, we also came to investigate the monks' bodies.
Impossible, quick, tell me, what was the purpose of massacring the Shaolin temple? Suddenly, a hidden weapon shot straight towards them.
That person was shot down directly.
Seeing this,
he quickly retreated, looking seriously at the newcomer. It was actually a sedan chair.
With a bang, it landed on the ground. He was defensively alert.
The sedan door slowly lifted.
A person stepped out.
He was actually one of the 10 great demon kings of the Tianma Xinjiao, Yuling Laozu Pan Honggang.
There's demonic energy, he's a top expert. Could it be I'm destined to die here today? That person walked slowly. Pan Honggang slowly walked past him, but he actually didn't make a move. What trick is he planning?
Pan Honggang took out a purple ball from his hand. The purple ball emitted a sizzling sound.
What exactly is this?
Then, wisps of purple gas drifted over.
This ominous aura is actually love? How come there isn't a single bald donkey's soul?
The Huan Mengzhu also shows no reaction.
Huan Mengzhu, let's take a good look this time.
Suddenly, black shadows appeared one by one behind Pan Honggang.
He watched this scene, shocked.
These bald donkeys fought, and they all died. But why are there only souls of our own people, and none of the bald donkeys?
Suddenly reappearing.
One person in the scene caught Pan Hongong's attention.
Could it be him? The culprit who defeated Xingma Jun.
But, this person doesn't look like someone from the Shaolin temple at all. He looked at the reappearing scene beside him.
This is an evil technique. How dare you use it in the sacred grounds of Buddhism? Get out, all of you get out. Those souls were shaken by his lion's roar. Gradually, this is still the lion's roar technique?
I didn't expect the stinky girl to use Shaolin's secret arts. Buddhist sacred ground, how dare you perform dirty evil arts?
Lackeys of the demon cult. Lackeys, demon cult lackeys. Kill, kill, kill.
He quickly used his arms to block the attack, but felt somewhat overwhelmed.
Clang, 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 he retreated backwards. This wave of attack is really powerful. 2 deep marks were left on the ground. He finally stopped his steps. Yoho, you actually caught the demon's deadly run? Truly interesting. Great Vajra Fist, Subduing Demons Chapter. World-shaking Buddha Spirit. Old man, I want to see what tricks you, stinky girl, can pull off. With a huge roar, some gold appeared in the sky. Then, a massive golden light descended from the sky. Pan Hongang watched this in disbelief as it shot straight towards him. He didn't believe this old man wouldn't die. The smoke gradually dispersed. The old man's figure slowly revealed itself. He was actually standing there unharmed. What is this situation? How is he still standing there? This is actually protective Vajra Chi, the highest realm of self-defense arts. I didn't expect you, little woman, to be quite dangerous. Then hurry up and give me your life. Watching Pan Hongang being attacked in the distance, he didn't believe he would be unharmed. But the next second disappointed him. Pan Hongang was actually unharmed. Seeing this, he quickly retreated backwards, extending a demonic palm, grabbing straight towards him. Seeing the demonic palm grabbing, he dodged. Take a palm strike from this old man. Do you really think this old man is easy to bully? Unexpectedly, he didn't dodge this time. A crashing sound erupted in the distance. Really a bastard. Seeing he's still alive, Pan Hongang leaped into the air, quickly grabbing. Unfortunately, he could still dodge. Can he, having just stood up, dodge this attack? His figure was agile. His eyes revealed a cold killing intent attack, as if violently opening a huge crater in the earth, evaporating everything without a trace. After searching for a while, that person's body was not found. Interesting, this girl is somewhat unexpected. Back then, the high monks of Shaolin Temple couldn't escape the hands of the three great demon kings in Xingma Jun. In the distance, he stretched his muscles and bones, readjusting his already dislocated rule. This woman is really somewhat terrifying. Then he spat out another tooth. Old man is Tianma Xinjiao Yuming Demon Palace Princess Pan Hongang. Being able to take 3 moves from this old man makes you quite capable. This humble person is Shaolin lay disciple Shangu Guan Liang Mao. He is actually from Shangu Guan? Looks like not the person this old man is looking for. Our cult's 3 great demon kings were ordered to crusade against Shaolin Temple, but unfortunately perished. Do you know who the killer is? Perished? The 3 bastards who ambushed Shaolin Temple died? That means there are survivors. Must find the survivors. This fight can wait. Without another word, he directly launched a fierce attack. Really insincere, using such miscellaneous moves against me. But he brushed past Yuming Demon Palace Princess Pan Hongang, towards the ruined old plaything in the distance, launching a move. Boom! Pan Hongang watched him throw messy punches, either sending pillars flying, or sending living gods flying. What on earth is this girl doing? Watching various things being hit towards him, clang, clang, they were shattered one by one. Didn't expect this old man to be somewhat terrifying. Then why not take another move? Immediately, bigger and more rocks smashed down. A huge bombing sound rang out. Thick dust rose from the ground. Looking at the dust on the ground, this is a good chance to escape. Then he fled non-stop from here. But when he escaped above the forest seemed to have a little dot. What is this situation? Could it be a survivor? Suddenly, that purple anomaly was like lightning. He was actually hit. The thick smoke dispersed. Pan Hongang still used the same self-preservation move from before. I thought this was a clever girl, but I didn't expect her to be so stupid. A person in black fell from the sky. It's the girl. She endured the copper pillar, sitting up. Yoho, quite unexpected. Didn't expect that after being hit by the Shenhua Qianzhongyin, you're still not dead. Classmate, you are truly amazing. This must hurt a lot. The newcomer is precisely one of the 10 great demon kings of the Tianma Xinjiao, Undying Monster Ton Lujiqing. You arrived quite quickly. Stinky little girl, your body is quite sturdy. Your martial arts are surprisingly better than our cult's promising seedlings. Old grandpa, who are you? Shut up, you bastard. You're 10 years older than this old man. Who are you calling grandpa? Escape is likely impossible. Another unfathomably strong expert has arrived. No, I must take someone down with me. Then I'll choose an easy target to perish together with. The joke ends here. Undying Monster Tone, the 3 great demon kings in Xingma Jun were all wiped out here. I was just thinking of finding someone to play with. In that case, the body belongs to me. Bodies can be played with too? How can it be so fast? When did he get here? Suddenly grabbing Shangu Guan Liang Mao's neck, with a forceful throw, sending Liang Mao flying into the air. Spinning a few times, bang, smashed onto the ground. He can't be killed yet. We still need him for clues about the hands that killed King Guang and Holy Guang Demon Lord, only to see a hand slap onto the ground. He was so heavily injured, yet he can still stand up? Punching towards the undying demon child. It was effortlessly blocked by the opponent. Defeating him is not that easy, smashing his head onto the undying demon child's chest. This power actually knocked the undying demon child through the stone slab. And what is this situation? Didn't I tell you she's not an ordinary girl? Still got sent flying by her. Truly embarrassing. The next moment, a whirlwind appeared around Liang Mao's body. This is the Shaolin's 6 great ultimate techniques, Guanyin Jin Ma Ju. Those who master the highest realm of this technique can obtain the Guanyin Dharma body. The body becomes like copper walls and iron ramparts, impervious to blades and spears. But it clashes with those who practice evil arts, thus erupting with demon-subduing, evil-exterminating energy. Little girl, but quite capable. It's actually the Ahan 108 Quan. Stinky girl, amazing. A super large fist, fiercely struck towards the undying demon child. Bang! The ground seemed to whimper. Unexpectedly, the undying demon child dodged. But then more fists struck towards the demon child, urgently dodging this wave of attacks. Seeing the smile, felt like everything was under his control. Liang Mao brought both fists together. What came back towards the demon child was a giant Buddha hand. Will he be defeated here? Better save your strength. Do you really think you can beat him? Then why not try this move on you? Green light burst forth from the fingertips. Put! Straight into the center of the Buddha's forehead. At this moment, Liang Mao suddenly spat blood non-stop. The fists that were just glowing golden, now only green light remained. Just like that, broken by Padi and Shueyu. Understanding, another mouthful of blood spat out, painfully clutching his forehead. Ouch, didn't expect it to hurt quite a bit, only heard a whoosh. Pan Honggang disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Liang Mao, directly stomping Liang Mao to the ground with one foot. You should be proud. Being able to last until now is already very old. Grandpa, quickly move away. Don't touch him, he's mine. Hi, rest assured. In the next life, I will definitely kill you. Truly a pity. If you were born in our cult, you would surely gather all the favor and power. Really funny. The undying demon king actually sent Pan Honggang flying with one punch. Hey, you guy. What exactly do you want to do? You must be in great pain. It was all the dead old pervert's doing. How dare you talk like that about me, this old lunatic, actually using light demon hand gestures against this old man? Looking for death? So noisy. You are really too annoying. Liang Mao gradually lost consciousness. Blue ripples appeared around her. A hand suddenly reached over. That person gently picked Liang Mao up. How could she be injured so badly? Is it father? Is father really here? When did this uncle arrive? Who is he? What happened to Liang Mao? How did she get injured so badly? Seeing the two figures behind, he quickly got up and walked over. The man said resentfully, I am Liang Xiaojie. May I ask what business uncle has? Didn't even hear you walking. A top martial arts master, yet striking such a deadly blow against a girl? Aren't you afraid of losing face if this gets out? Why does it sound like you're cursing me here? What does it have to do with you? Of course, it has something to do with me. I am this girl's father. Pan Honggang looked at the man before him, revealing a wicked expression. They are people from the demon cult. They burned down the Shaolin temple and then killed the masters. You two lackeys of the demon cult. Enemies truly travel narrow paths. Go die. This father and daughter really share the same virtue. No wonder the dead girl has such a bad temper. Father, don't worry. I just suffered some internal injuries. I'll understand after resting a bit. Father knows. Leave the rest to me. Do you think we're made of paper? Really want to finish you off together. Killing everyone is too troublesome. Still need to leave someone alive for interrogation. Then I need to choose carefully. I want to kill that one, they are too ugly. Want to kill that one? As you wish. He extended his finger and gently waved it. A dazzling green light gushed out from his fingertip. Just as they were wondering what kind of divine skill that was, something unexpected happened. In the distance, whoosh, a cylindrical beam of light appeared, rushing towards them. The speed was extremely fast. No time to dodge at all. The intense attack caught Liang Xiaojie off guard. He couldn't believe he would be unharmed.
At this moment, his eyes were solemn. A sharp light flickered in his eyes.
The powerful divine skill knocked Liang Xiaojie back several steps. Then he extended a demonic palm to strike back.
Pan Honggang at the side was astonished.
He couldn't believe he could block this move. Could it be among the lay disciples? There is actually such a master?
Just leave this guy to old Kwang.
Just then, a strong force attacked Liang Mao in the distance. Can she, heavily injured, withstand this attack?
Liang Xiaojie quickly looked at his daughter behind him, afraid his heavily injured daughter would be harmed.
Seeing you like this is really boring. Not playing anymore, we're leaving. Just as the two turned to leave,
a strong light flashed over with a swoosh. This maneuver scared Pan Hong pale.
Just saw several flying wheels spinning over from not far away with a whoosh.
At this time, the figure of a long-haired woman appeared, recalling the just-launched flying wheels with one hand.
Quickly arrived in front of Liang Mao, trying to protect the woman behind her.
At this moment, the woman scanned her surroundings, checking if it was safe. The woman reached into her clothes,
seemed to be looking for something on her body. A pill was thrown towards Liang Mao,
then told her to take it down. Pan Honggang at the side watched the woman before him,
didn't know who she was. Still a child? How about I fight in his place? Young people nowadays are truly arrogant. Hearing the mockery from the two in front, couldn't help but chuckle.
The ground was covered with people.
Looked like a battle just ended.
At this time, discovered there was still one survivor,
unwilling to reveal any information. Tell me everything you know, and I'll spare you.
Under his interrogation, obtain some information. Just need to find the person with the alias by Lumiyin.
Please don't kill me. His whereabouts have long been unknown.
With a sound, the woman died on the spot.
But where exactly can Bai Lumiyin be found? He knows the whereabouts of the Zhanshan Shuiyu Zis and Lingpai. We must find him.
At this time, Liang Mao's mother was supporting the heavily injured Shouwu, negotiating terms with them.
You truly don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, yet you cooperate with this old man to negotiate terms? This action completely angered Pan Honggang.
Don't even think about keeping your power. The mother and daughter looked at the situation, seemingly sensing something was wrong. Undying demon child Lu Jiqing at the side decided he should step up. Saying that, he flung Pan Honggang aside and went forward to attack. Seeing the situation, they also decided to start a battle. At this moment, swoosh, the undying monster child leaped into the air.
Pan Honggang opened his big mouth, spitting out a ball of purple magic energy.
At this time, Liang Xiaojie also revealed a cold killing intent. Accompanied by a blue light figure, he leaped directly into the air. Liang Xiaojie used all his skills, launching a strong attack towards them. Only saw a moth appear above. Facing the strong attack,
the monster child was not to be outdone.
At this time, he angrily gritted his teeth, deciding to use a big move. Under his call, a fierce beast appeared behind him. Just as he and the demon child were fighting back and forth, an astonishing scene appeared.
Pan Honggang swooshed towards the opposite side.
Luckily, he reacted quickly,
blocking his attack in time.
Just then, a strong light attacked him again. This power startled him. Looking down at Lu Jiqing, an idea suddenly formed. Liang Xiaojie gathered all his energy into his hands, striking towards the direction of the two. The two were pushed back far by a powerful force.
With a bang, smoke rose from the ground.
He stood beside the smoke, looking at the youth nearby.
Told them to flee quickly. They are the demon cult giants. We are no match for them.
You guys leave quickly, don't worry about me.
They are not ordinary people. Without a handy weapon, it's hard to deal with them. He actually practiced to the highest realm of a hermit? Seems like it's the Shaolin 72 ultimate skills, Wuxing Quan. You are so young, how can you be so impolite? Hitting with every move. It seems today is our family's birthday.
At this time, he fought with all his might, as if only this way could his daughter live. Accompanied by a thunderous strange sound,
3 pillars of light appeared in the sky. Liang Xiaojie was furious, then clenched his fists.
At this time, the two were extremely disdainful.
Lu Jiqing showed a victorious smile.
Everything around them was shattered. At this time, Liang Xiaojie stared wide-eyed.
Could it be the complete whooshing interpretation? Joking once is enough. Do you really think we are useless? The second time isn't interesting anymore.
The moment the demon child stood up,
A figure darted out from behind. Pan Hongang kicked hard. He was instantly sent flying.
Liang Xiaojie continuously sprayed blood from his mouth. Reaching out with a demonic palm, struck towards him.
Clang!
After a few punches, he was beaten badly.
Isn't it just a scratch? Could you still be angry? I'd better deal with these two.
The demon child walked towards the mother and daughter.
At this time, Liang Mao couldn't bear it anymore. You can't beat him. Leave this to me. Mother, go quickly. Go ahead and make your move. Old lady isn't afraid of you. Do you know? When this old man's spirits are high, I put forth my best effort. Thump! He instantly fell flat. His face was deathly pale.
A large amount of blood spurted from his mouth. Seeing Pan Hongang before him,
he gritted his teeth in anger,
then prepared to strike again. Before he could react, he was sent flying. He shivered, his mouth filled with crimson color, fiercely spitting out a mouthful of blood.
He stared fiercely at Liang Xiaojie before him.
Finally, he slowly fell like a withered tree.
Dealing with you, even using fingers, is a waste.
Seeing them fall one after another, she didn't know what to do.
You wretched insect, too overconfident.
At this moment, her two flying wheels launched towards the distance.
Crack!
They slid down from the top of his head, narrowly missing.
Pan Hongang looked at the woman before him, looked extremely like a madwoman.
At this time, the wheels returned to her hand.
Her appearance was extremely terrifying.
The three were completely dumbfounded seeing this scene.
What secret is this? The weapon is so powerful.
The sun slowly rose from the clouds, leaped over the mountains, shooting strong golden light. Pan Hongang looked upwards, eyes wide with surprise. The demon child weaved through the forest, accompanied by gusts of gloomy wind. At this time, a large Buddha statue could be seen not far away.
Beside it was a pagoda.
The demon child stood in front of the large Buddha statue, but his eyes were searching for something. The Buddha statue's form was majestic, appearing exceptionally grand. The demon child looked at his own hand.
Could it be this isn't orthodox martial arts? Orthodox martial arts wouldn't be this poisonous, right? I need to leave Sonshan quickly.
Accompanied by two streaks of golden light in the sky, swoosh, two flying wheels flew over. The flying wheels were in the air, moving towards the demon child at extreme speed. The demon child stepped on the Buddha statue,
leaping over fiercely, eyes staring fiercely, facing the flying wheels behind him, unsure if he could successfully dodge. With a loud thump,
the demon child was fiercely knocked to the ground. Then two light shadows appeared again in the air. There was also a swishing sound. At this time, the demon child lying on the ground saw this scene, eyes full of killing intent.
This woman was currently holding his divine artifact, standing on the tip of the pagoda.
The demon child looked at him, stammering, asked who exactly he was, and what divine artifact the flying wheels in his hand were.
The one in my hand. The divine artifact is Ryu Guangrong. Dealing with you is easy.
The demon child was instantly stunned by everything before him.
Staring dumbfounded right there. Could this be the weapon of the legendary war god Rongmaching from 300 years ago? How could this divine artifact be in your hands? Who exactly are you? You are not qualified to ask me yet.
Quickly tell me where the demon cult headquarters is.
Mourning really wasted his efforts. The descendant of the war god is right here, yet still running around looking for the Shueyu Zissen Lingpai. Which assassin group are you from? Tianlong Chang or Hebo Men? Mind your own business where I'm from.
I'm afraid those killed now probably can't even find an ant.
From now on, this cult will chase you to hell. Don't think you can rest easy. Saying that,
was about to pull out the divine artifact to teach the young spearhead before him a lesson.
Puff, puff,
after several rounds, the demon child was beaten until he collapsed on the ground. His pupils inadvertently shrank slightly. A sharp light flashed at the bottom of the building.
At this time,
Liang Xiaojie was carrying his daughter towards him. He looked up at the sun in the sky. The cult master actually granted me such a high position as Huddy in Xinjiang. The two guardians saw the scene before them,
couldn't help mocking how shabby they were. You quickly go everywhere to awaken the ignorant masses.
Let the whole world know, anyone in the Rulai Xinjia who performs great deeds will share eternal life with the godlike cult master in the future.
The cult master's right and left arms
are currently getting more believers among the masses, so they can reach the Pure Land sooner. Everyone is vigorously promoting the divine power of the Rulai Xinjiao, capable of saving the world.
Groups of people in front are raising flags and shouting, Rulai Shinjiao. Divine skill reaches heaven. The three looked at them, laughing heartily. This will be lively for a while. The four of us should set off quickly. Still have a road to travel. Strive to reach Huangshan in the shortest time. You released this bait to divert their attention? Do you really believe they can recruit believers to go to Huangshan? If you hadn't distributed grain to them at the beginning, they wouldn't have followed you here. Following us, they would probably scatter like birds and beasts. When did your head start working so fast? Will the result be like this? Do you know what's more tempting than grain? Once they taste the flavor of command, it's hard to stop. At this time, it depends on who puts this official's hat on their heads. Everyone who follows wants to hold it in their own hands. Everyone competes for this position. Next, the Rulai Shinjiao will decide who the supreme position belongs to. The three looked at the distant scene, truly speechless. At this time, the divine monk had eaten and drunk his fill, sleeping soundly in the sedan chair. Looking at this foolish, contemptible stinky kid, really want to go up and kick him. But can't hurt my own body. Damn it! He picked up an iron rod, urging the two, telling them to quickly lift that kid. Set off for Huangshan. In a dark room, someone lit a candle and came to the room storing contraband. The demon master looked at the highness before him, plotting the next step. The demon master's eyes under the black cloak were gloomy, like dark pools. With crackling sounds, the jars on the shelf instantly shattered. The contents of the jars gurgled down the shelf. At this time, the demon master's eyes were filled with hostility, emitting a bone-chilling dangerous aura. Two black flying eyes suddenly appeared above, accompanied by red light, swoosh, attacked. The demon master's neck was instantly grabbed, letting out a tragic cry. The highness lying on the bed had his eyes covered by a black mask. The demon master fiercely pounded the ground with both hands. His fingers clenched tightly into fists, ice coldness hidden deep in his eyes. An irrepressible anger flickered in his eyes. The demon master roared in breakdown. Both of them actually died. Simply unreasonable, this. At this time, the divine monk frowned deeply, looking worried. Looking at this place before him, he didn't know where this was. He shouted loudly, "Where are the demon monk and the two benefactors?" He looked into the distance, unexpectedly finding slowly rising flames. He hurriedly ran over. The great hero hall before him was burning in a large fire. Then discovered the head abbot and the others were all here. He quickly ran over, telling everyone the Buddha hall was on fire. "Hurry out!" With a loud bang, the burnt pillars all collapsed. The thick smoke in front made him cover his mouth. He loudly shouted for the abbot inside, shouted until his voice was hoarse, still no response. At this time, the head disciple and others were all chanting scriptures, as if they couldn't hear his shouts. He was flushed with anxiety, like an ant on a hot pan. Accompanied by a huge bang, they were burned beyond recognition. Seeing the scene before him, felt extremely scared. Saw a group of people shouting Shangchang, "Why did you stand by idly? Abandon us." Then reached out their hands asking him for help. At this time, he was covered in cold sweat. "I didn't abandon you. I was shouting for you to come out just now." Saw them like a group of madmen, shouting loudly. The three Buddha statues all smiled eerily. Saw his eyes glowing white, grinning widely and laughing loudly. The people behind him used all their strength to shout his name. Everyone's hands reached out towards him. Saw this group wanted to pull him to die with them. He struggled hard, hoping they would let go of him. At this time, he noticed a flash of light pass by, then several streaks of golden light hit his forehead. Their appearances were extremely like zombies. That Buddha statue suddenly had eyes spitting golden fire, opened its large mouth and shot at him. Following the strong attack, his body flew towards the ground like a stone. At this time, the two bound by iron chains looked extremely fierce. This scene directly stunned him. The Buddha statue in front sucked all those people away. A loud bang. Saw the fire in front of the Buddha statue burning bigger and bigger. A barely perceptible smile touched the corner of his mouth, full of evil spirit. He trembled all over, opened his mouth and let out a tearing scream. Felt like his chest was splitting open. After being woken by the nightmare, stared wide-eyed, shouted out loud. At this time, he was covered in cold sweat. Looked around. Luckily, it was a dream. Before he could react, the two guardians directly carried him up. "We are now near Davy Shaan, the border between Anhui and Huguang. Did I sleep that long? How are we arriving so soon? What an idiot!" Doesn't even know how long he slept. No wonder fools have fool's luck. I'm exhausted to death here. Starting a few days ago, we keep encountering people from the demon cult. Both inside and outside the city. It's all demon cult and government troops. We are trying to find a way to avoid them. Brat, if you dare mess with my body again, I definitely won't spare you. The demon monk scolded the two beside him. Why should this Buddha avoid them? I insist on going straight to Huangshan. The four had no time to dawdle, hurriedly rushed on without stopping. Look, several people are advancing rapidly. This idiot can't even run 2 steps before collapsing. Can't catch his breath. Heart feels like it's going to explode. A voice suddenly entered his ear. Qianli Chuanin Gong. The lightness skill you're using now is Shaolin Temple's Fuguan Yukiliu, right?
Idiot, no need to shout loudly, no need to nod either.
Close your mouth, straighten your back. Use the tips of your toes to push off the ground. Don't let your true chi go downwards. It must go upwards, then imagine you are dissipating, like smoke. He heard the demon monk's words, began to silently chant, true chi upwards, like smoke. A stream of true chi actually formed under his feet. He rushed forward in one breath. Wow, it really worked. Not tired, not panting. Awesome. I'm such a genius. He excitedly, quickly ran to the evil monk, as if showing off how smart he was. The evil monk gave a wicked smile. You kids still have some understanding. Demon cult disciples had already ambushed the path the group must take, only heard a few whooshing sounds. Dozens of light beams had already attacked them. Before the demon cult members could react, they were already hit. The evil monk descended from the sky, had long sensed their ambush. Just then, a figure in the trees wanted to escape quickly. Demon monk pointed a finger. Where are you running? A beam of light instantly pierced this person. The arriving monk was shocked. This is too amazing. Just arrived and already dead. Are you going to lecture me again about killing? Aren't they your Shaolin Temple's enemies? Protect your wooden head. Guard the secret manuals, get your revenge. You still don't know what change is. Hearing this, the monk fell silent. He was right. The two passed through the grass, scouting the enemy situation first. Wait, crouch down. There's activity. It's the enemy army's camp. Why are so many people here? Don't move, I'll go check the situation. The newcomer was shocked upon hearing. What, thousands of people have already surrounded this mountain. Isn't that too many? Better return the way we came. Shut up, didn't you hear there's no way back? Damn it! Only about 20 days left until the owner of this body wakes up. Before that, this Buddha must return to his own body safely. There's no time. Whether it's thousands or tens of thousands, there's no retreat. The monk was greatly shocked. Are we really doing this? At this moment, 3 enemy commanders stood in the camp. The 2 hid in the grass scouting. The demon monk sat on a tree, seeming to have an idea. He clenched his fist. The next moment, leaped down. Suddenly flung the stones in his hand. Unsurprisingly, all hit. Bang! A perfect landing. The 3 behind exclaimed. Rashly got up and delivered 2 slaps. Bastard, get up. The commander hadn't understood what happened yet, received 2 more big slaps. Only now, did he see the situation clearly? See that? This is the consequence of not answering. If you want to join them, that's fine too. The commander knelt down terrified, begging for mercy. This subordinate will tell everything. The group smiled wickedly. Consider yourself sensible. Zhaoyang Gongju and Jusen Tangju aren't here to capture us? Capturing a few requires sending so many people? Surrounding the mountain isn't like this. We are under the orders of Chi Moan Morongbei to deal with the forces in the Anhui region. Such a waste of time. Better just bury them directly. I still have something to say. The Nangong Shurjia ruling Anhui were executed for treason by Ma Yun. Bastard, so much nonsense. Go die. Anyway, we have to go to the barren mountain and break through head-on. The group lined up, swaggered into the barracks. Brother, tough work. The 3 watched his divine operation, completely dumbfounded. Actually managed to bluff their way through? Keep it down, hurry up and slip away. Do you know them? Seems like the first time seeing them. I thought you knew them. I can't remember where I've seen them. If you want to die, don't drag me down. Why do all that useless stuff? Sorry, I just felt something was missing. What will happen to the surrounded Orthodox people? Will they be alright? It'd be good if they're alright. Look at these numbers. All are dead people. Then we have to help. Should this Buddha help, or should these kids help? Or will you go help yourself? Are you willing to let Shaolin's legacy be destroyed? The sinner who severed Shaolin Temple's 1,000-year lifeline, yet can be immortalized? A sudden sound. The group paled in shock. What's happening? Why did the horn suddenly blow? Have we been discovered? The horn sounded. Soldiers poured out from the barracks. The group looked left and right, confused. What's wrong with these guys? Soon, the group was squeezed among the soldiers. Seems it wasn't because of their potential. Soon, everyone lined up in 2 rows. The group also breathed a sigh of relief. Saw a demon cult general sitting in the military 10th center. Soldiers lined up neatly, seemingly receiving someone. At this time, Dida footsteps continuously approached. Soon, 2 figures entered everyone's view. The sources were Zhao Yang Gongju Zhenghayu and Jushen Tangju Yuxingzi. Please sit, gentlemen. Looking at the short stools. This is clearly a blatant insult. Yuxingzi was about to get angry. Zheng Hayu quickly persuaded him to endure it first. What happened? Too far, can't hear clearly. Idiot, can't learn flexibly. Brave kid, circulate qi to the back of the neck. When the back of your head feels sore, then circulate qi below the ear. This is the 1,000 li listening technique. Look in the direction of the speaker. Concentrate. After doing everything, the sounds indeed poured into his ears. Spare your life. Indeed heard it. Bullshit. Even if we die, we won't condescend to the demon cult. How many people do you have on the mountain? 500 or 1,000? Do those old men think the same way? Don't underestimate us. We are the dignified Orthodox faction. We won't yield to any threat. Soften up? Never mind. Wasn't interested in you from the start anyway. What exactly are you saying? Playing with us? I'm not looking for you guys. Yuxingzi, wait. Let's see what he really wants to say. Shizi Biaoju, Bailong Biaoju, Liuxing Biaoju. Leave these 3 escort agencies, and I will withdraw my troops 100 li away. The demon cult is making such a big fuss for a few young guys from escort agencies? I want to eradicate Shaolin Temple, root and stem. Hearing this, the monk trembled all over. The demon monk also frowned. Do you think this kind of hunting method will work? What if they refuse? Ha ha ha, how can the noble Orthodox faction be completely killed without leaving any? Kill all the able-bodied men. Use the womenfolk for fun. When tired of playing, sell them off. Prince, hearing this, the monk's anger rose steadily. Seeing this, the demon monk quickly flicked his fingers, tapping twice on the back of the monk's neck. Ouch, my brother. No wonder you said you felt unwell this morning. Seeing he hadn't attracted enemy attention, quickly helped the monk leave. White Hair made a hand signal, indicating his companions to retreat. Cult Master, what's wrong? Are you all right? None of your business. Let's leave while we can. Until sunset, not a second more. Remember, no matter how you choose, once the sun sets, there's no room for change. Rushed footsteps sounded from outside the tent, but unfortunately, they were still discovered by the demon cult members. The demon monk's gaze instantly changed. He then raised his finger towards the people in front. 3 beams of light instantly shot from the demon monk's hand. Several people were directly sent flying several meters. Accompanied by 3 muffled thuds, several people fell to the ground, entering eternal sleep. You two handle the rest. I have important things to do. The demon monk carried the little monk and continued to run forward. One of the stockade leaders picked up his machete, aimed at the enemy's back neck. The other also picked up a dagger, aiming at the neck. But before they could succeed, the opponent agilely discovered them. You 2 kids dared to ambush us? Tired of living too long? My goodness, they actually blocked our blades barehanded. Looks like the demon cult's foot soldiers are all top-notch masters. However, in the next second, the 2 cried out and fell backwards. No time to tangle with them. Let's quickly find a safe place. Although we know the demon monk is strong, we didn't expect him to be so terrifying, capable of a fatal blow. And just at this moment, the demon monk noticed movement from the little monk he was carrying. Where exactly is this? What happened to me? Kid, how did you wake up so quickly? I clearly hit your sleep acupoint. To protect the safety of his body,
The demon monk used the sleep acupoint again, randomly tapping all over the little monk.
What exactly is wrong with this kid? I remember he was unconscious just now. Even after hitting so many sleep acupoints again, his hands are still so strong? The due north direction isn't surrounded yet. Let's quickly leave this place. And at this time,
the little monk who heard this began to speak with difficulty.
We can't leave now,
speaking while yawning drowsily. The curse cast by the demon cult leader
seems not so easy to deal with. But just at this moment,
the little monk's body underwent a strange change.
The demon monk looked incredulously,
watching the strange scene before him.
If I'm not mistaken, this should be a precursor to cultivation deviation.
Cultivation deviation is inherently hard to control, and it happens at this critical juncture.
If this body is destroyed, I will perish along with it. What must be done now
is to bring the body to a safe place and wait for disposal. The two behind saw the scene before them, almost rooted to the spot.
The demon monk couldn't wait any longer,
directly barged into an empty tent. Looking at the struggling little monk before him, felt very distressed, because he was pained about his own body. Immediately started hitting acupoints on him again.
Don't stay inside.
Watch the situation outside, don't act rashly.
Even after being hit with many acupoints,
the little monk was still fine, like a normal person.
What exactly is wrong with this body? Strange things keep happening frequently. Quickly let me go. Why can't I move at all?
If you don't let me go, I'll bite my tongue and commit suicide. The threatened demon monk had no way to deal with the little monk, but immediately slapped him. He wasn't a pushover either. How dare you use my body as a hostage?
Dare to threaten this Buddha? If you want to meet King Yama so badly, then die quickly.
Anyway, the monks outside have delivered themselves to the door.
Hearing this, the little monk became extremely agitated. What's wrong with the two inside? Seems like they started arguing. Watching the change in the little monk's emotions before him, the demon monk didn't know how to continue.
Instead, the little monk was touched by these words, repeatedly begged him to save his companions. This put the demon monk in a difficult position. If he agreed, he himself would also fall into danger.
Just need you to release me.
I'll go save them myself.
Saving you with this body? Before you even walk out, you'll probably collapse on your own. The little monk coughed a few times, spat out several mouthfuls of blood. A guy who doesn't even dare kill a rabbit, still wants to challenge the enemy? If you don't want to court death, lie here and sleep obediently.
Wait until your chi and blood stabilize, then think about getting revenge, saving companions.
In a desolate area outside the camp,
a group of Shaolin Temple believers were surrounded. This group of demon cult members had only one thought, that is to slaughter the people of Shaolin Temple completely. A group of unarmed people forced to kneel on the ground,
waiting for their execution. The demon cult leader was very satisfied seeing this scene, considering how to dispose of them.
No need for mercy, just kill all these people right here. The cult master also ordered to take their heads,
hang them on the path the orthodox faction must take. Let them see
what kind of fate awaits those who follow the Shaolin Temple.
Looking at the sleeping little monk, the demon monk could finally sit down and catch his breath.
But before he could sit down, the little monk woke up again, continuing to beg him for help.
The sky outside gradually darkened.
A group of killed Shaolin Temple believers were hung high on wooden stakes. Their manner of death could be called extremely tragic.
Until nightfall, the little monk still hadn't given up the belief of saving people.
At this time, the demon monk was annoyed beyond endurance. Your mission is to protect the Shaolin secret manuals. If you die, what protection is there? If the manuals remain, but all the people are dead,
what use are the manuals then?
It was this sentence that directly touched the demon monk. Recalling his past life, he had asked the same question. And his father's answer greatly shocked him.
If there is no country, where is the home?
But at that time, it was difficult for him to understand his father's words. Only now, thinking back, did he understand the deep meaning in his father's words back then? A noisy sound came from outside. Seems like the two guards outside were discovered.
As expected.
The two were anxiously panicking, not knowing what to do. These two guys are pitiful.
Capture them and kill them directly. Before the two could react, soldiers rushed forward and knocked them down. There are actually people inside. Capture them all.
Must interrogate clearly.
Really two useless guys. You come watch the little monk. I'll go deal with them. The two watched the demon monk's back, constantly trying to dissuade him, because the opponent's strength was great. What's going on again? Are you two done yet? Turns out the little monk opened the mirror himself, got up from bed and walked outside. His current obsession is to save his compatriots. But just walking out the door, he looked up and saw the thing he least wanted to see. Bodies hung high on wooden stakes, covered in blood. Just a few hours ago, they were living people. Now they died so tragically. The little monk stood stiffly on the spot, didn't say a word for a long time. After clashing with the demon monk, a group of demon cult soldiers, all fell defeated. Upon learning the little monk ran out on his own, the demon monk hastily pursued, but it was already too late. Because he saw the scene of his compatriots being killed. This might very well worsen the little monk's condition. The little monk stood stunned for a long time. His eyes stared blankly, without any light. After slowly recovering, the little monk clenched his fists tightly, only wanting revenge. He was already shaking with anger, his whole body twisting uncontrollably. Don't they claim to be the orthodox faction? Why attack their own compatriots? They obediently offered so many heads. Then next, we harvest. The little monk heard the conversation behind him, further igniting his anger. Then, two of them prepared to step forward and capture the little monk. With the little monk's current skill level, let alone fighting others, even walking by himself was strenuous. But this still couldn't stop the deepest anger in his heart. The little monk seemed to be completely demonized. Can his strength still transform? Accompanied by rumbling sounds, a beam of light burst from the little monk's body. This is the power of the strong. How did the little monk become like this in such a short time? At this time, the little monk's feet slowly lifted off the ground. Where he stood, a large pit was blasted out by an invisible airflow. This also left several top-tier demon cult masters staring blankly on the spot. He was no longer the person he was before. The little monk's face now looked extremely ferocious. The demon monk felt a sense of foreboding. This is a sign of mutation. Actually sensed demonic energy from him. The demon monk hurriedly called out to the little monk, trying to wake him up, but he was now extraordinary. Very difficult to return him to his original state. With a sharp turn of the head, the little monk showed a strange smile. It was just a casual move from him, yet it could release powerful energy. The surrounding group of people began to feel somewhat uncomfortable. Even the two stockade leaders clutched their necks and wailed. Seems the little monk has lost his sanity. Even I uncontrollably started trembling. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the little monk. The group stared wide-eyed, incredulously watching the scene before them. Even the demon cult elders also felt the power of this aura. Because the aura emanating from the little monk was a very strong demonic cult type. And in the blink of an eye, some weaker soldiers died under this pressure. Everyone, don't let this young man in front go. He's the one causing trouble. The demon cult members swarmed forward, because they had never suffered such humiliation. The current little monk was not so easy to provoke. Saw him slowly raise his arm, instantly condensed a terrifying energy in his hand. Aiming at the rushing people, one strike. The sound of weapons falling to the ground echoed. The hands of a group of people were crippled by this one strike, but the little monk didn't intend to let them go. Then another strike. A group of demon cult members were directly frozen through. How terrifying is the mutated little monk? Essence chi rushed out from the mouths of the dying people, all heading straight for the little monk, preparing to absorb completely. Accompanied by howls, the little monk's body seemed about to change slightly. What exactly is this? Could the little monk be going mad? A rushed sound came from outside the door. Two figures appeared at the doorway. The two appearing now obviously meant a sneak attack, but this was also the worst decision they made. In the large pit on the ground, the little monk naturally floated up. And in the next second, the little monk had already flashed 4 or 5 meters away. The two watched the scene before them, nervously breaking out in a cold sweat. And just at this moment, a hand gently grabbed the heads of the two. The little monk easily lifted the two above his head, then let out bursts of evil laughter. Looks like the two men's lives are in peril. Following that are crisp cracking sounds. It's actually the sound of skulls being crushed. The two men's faces began to twist, because although this hand wasn't large, it possessed immense power. Yet, even more terrifying was, their faces also began to age at a visible speed. This was like the hand of a devil, sucking away their voices. It seemed like a long time, but it was actually the blink of an eye. The little monk finished off both men and walked into the dark night. This was truly a devil descended upon the world. Truly unbelievable. Must not provoke him again. Get as far away as possible now. But before they could react, the little monk had already targeted one person. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the person blocking the front fell down at the sound. The others wouldn't fare any better, being hit by the little monk one after another. Looking at this person who was both familiar and strange, the demon didn't know what to say either. What exactly is going on? Could the little monk have mutated? He who once had clear eyes has now become extremely dark. How dare you attack people from our Mosen Jiao? You kid don't want to live? One of the small fries, after receiving the signal, started calling for backup to fight the enemy. A rustling crowd began to surge towards him. But the little monk at this moment was different from before. He still floated off the ground, suspended in midair, watching everything around him. Today, no matter what, he must be torn to pieces. The soldiers, receiving the clear order, began to swarm forward, preparing for a fatal blow. Thinking with your toes, you could guess what kind of response their actions would receive. Those behind, don't hide, all of you come out. The little monk spoke this sentence word by word, then suddenly clenched his fist. A bizarre scene appeared. Countless bloody hands broke through the ground, grabbing at the attacking soldiers. What on earth is happening? Why did so many corpse hands suddenly appear? However, this was just the beginning. One by one, zombies from the ground crawled out. What does this madman want to do? How could he use such a cruel method? A group of zombies resembling monks began to walk as if accepting orders. What exactly is happening today? The moon has actually become so harmonious? Didn't expect this power could actually cause celestial anomalies. The moon in the sky is blood red. This is the legendary blood moon. A group of monks appearing at this time? The zombies started roaring madly at the crowd in front. It seems the little monk must make a resolution today. Waves of roars were deafening. The zombie legion charged forward in unison. The few who had never seen such a sight were scared out of their wits. We can't be afraid of them. We must fight the enemy. Kill all the monsters. Don't leave a single corpse. Do the living know if they can beat the dead? The result should probably already be guessed. The zombie legion had no self-awareness, now only charging forward to kill. Following the soldiers' slashes, the zombies were struck undefended. And on the other side, it was even livelier. The orderly combat style seemed workable. Looking at the corpses lying on the ground, they were defeated so easily? Turns out it was a false alarm. These guys aren't that impressive either. Then, prepared to kill all the zombies appearing on the ground. Both sides resisted desperately, otherwise, those guys jumped directly over them, actually charging straight towards the masked person. Truly ignorant, actually trying to deal with me? But didn't expect the zombie to pounce headfirst? The masked person attacked directly. Looking at the zombie coming towards him, then I'll grant your wish, you monsters. Instantly, the twin axes burst with dazzling light. The masked person exerted force, fiercely chopping towards the zombies. In an instant, not a single zombie dodged. The zombies' figures were attacked until blurry. The cultist stepped on these severed arms. Could these severed arms be quietly moving again? Suddenly launching an attack. Some cultists were directly grabbed by the severed arms. Oh, how could this be? How can they still move? Saw the zombies slowly wriggling. Seemed to come alive again. The cultists watched this situation, extremely shocked. How can these things revive? The zombie supported itself with both hands on the ground. The masked person looked at the reborn zombie with great confusion, then held his weapon, staring intently at the monster. But the number of monsters began to gradually increase, quickly charging towards the believers of the Tianma Shinjiao. But beside him, another zombie suddenly emerged from the ground, directly thrusting a spear into the zombie's chest. Saw the zombie grab the long spear directly, fiercely rushing towards the person holding the spear, directly grabbing the cultist's face. What kind of demonic skill is this? Directly sucking out that person's blood. Help! Help! Quickly save me! The originally brave cultists were now pinned down and bitten by zombies. The next second, a zombie was stepped on the ground. This really isn't an illusion. Being able to regenerate means they aren't Edo zombies attacking the demon monk. The appearance of a hand. The zombies directly stopped in their tracks. But there were still monsters unafraid of death charging forward. Bang! Falling heavily to the ground. The zombies actually cowered, not daring to move recklessly. This damn stinky kid. What on earth is he trying to do inside my body? But what exactly is this ominous aura? Wrong, it's not Shang Chang's problem. It's my own body's problem. Damn it. Hui Kong, that damned old man. What exactly did he do inside my body? Saw Shang Chang slowly rise into the air.
A head wearing a silk hat slowly emerged from the ground, a red-haired man, and a bald man with a terrifying face.
3 large monsters surrounded Shang Chang. Who exactly are they? Why is their aura different from others? Shang Chang's body seemed to be undergoing some kind of mutation.
A pair of wings burst out directly from within his body. Shang Chang's dancing body revealed a sinister smile. The wings carried him into the air. Fingers moved slightly, then fiercely pointed at the demon monk. The 3 great monsters directly revealed creepy smiles.
Can the demon monk figure it out? Why his body would generate power? Time shifted again.
This time, switching seats.
The demon monk was surrounded. Rocks rose fiercely, but he made no move. How can there be such martial arts? The little monk's actions had already shocked everyone. This is definitely not power that should exist in the human world.
And just in the demon monk's dazed moment,
the 3 eerie figures suddenly launched a sneak attack.
For this sneak attack to succeed,
the speed of the 3 increased significantly. Looks like it won't be easy for the demon monk to dodge. He could only use all his strength to fight the enemy. After a full-force collision of palms, an explosion-like sound was produced.
The surrounding airflow was affected by their power,
becoming extremely unstable.
And just at this moment, the 2 behind suddenly launched a sneak attack.
Saw the demon monk's legs slightly bend, starting to sink downwards. The hard ground beneath his feet was like loose soil.
His legs gradually entered the ground.
Looks like the situation has reached a critical moment this time.
The martial power of these guys is unexpectedly strong.
Where exactly does their power come from?
Before the words were finished, only a large pit remained on the ground.
But in the next second,
a beam of light shot out from another spot inside.
Although these people's power was strong, the demon monk wasn't that easy to mess with either.
Since you dare to sneak attack me, then I'll let you taste the flavor of a sneak attack too. One person was directly sent flying tens of meters away. A very deep mark was also drawn on the ground by him. Seeing his companion being sneak attacked, the other 2 rushed forward to attack.
The demon monk was thoroughly enraged,
using his ultimate skill, penetrating without obstruction.
And just at this moment,
the person who was sent flying also began to attack.
But in the blink of an eye, he was frozen in place. Including the other 2 as well. Their strange power couldn't be unleashed no matter what.
This made them feel the aura of death. Don't know what these old guys did before they died. The few couldn't withstand the pressure,
kneeling down one after another.
But the demon monk knew this still wasn't over.
Another person from the demon cult in the distance also began to attack. If he wasn't stopped, several zombie monks would be freely counter-killed like this.
Just as they were about to reach the target, the demon cult member instantly jumped up.
Bunch of trash. Watch me kill you with one axe blow.
Accompanied by waves of red light. The demon cult member used his full strength.
As expected, several zombie monks were easily slain. But just at this moment,
creaking sounds came from the distance.
The trouble wasn't over yet. Looks like it will be hard to conclude today. Several zombie monks weren't completely killed.
They revived again and started attacking.
A group of people ran desperately in front. The monks behind also chased desperately. They actually can't be killed? What exactly should be done? To catch bandits, first catch the king. Looks like just killing the one using the corpse evil art is enough.
After understanding the source of everything, the demon cult members began to charge again. The little monk sitting steadily on the chair remained calm.
And the demon cult members didn't dare to act rashly, using the ultimate move, Thousand Cuts Dismemberment.
An axe was quickly thrown towards the little monk by him.
But utterly unexpected. This axe would actually move left and right around the little monk? The surrounding group of zombies all suffered heavy damage.
As the axe returned along its original path into the demon cult member's hand, all surrounding zombies, in a short time, wouldn't stand up again. The little monk glared angrily at the scene before him. Looks like the demon cult members truly fear no death this time, leaping up to rush towards the little monk.
The same move again.
Waves of light rushed downwards.
If it hit him, the little monk's life might be in danger. But unexpectedly, the little monk actually didn't dodge. Instead, 2 fingers lightly snapped. The light wave about to land on the little monk was frozen in midair like that, then converted into his own power, turning back along the original path. How is this possible? Could he already be in an invincible state? Watching his own light wave about to strike, the demon cult member used all his strength to block. But unfortunately, these light waves were originally unleashed by him with full force. Dodging them was simply harder than climbing to heaven. Just like that, hit by his own light wave. But the demon cult member's strength was not simple either. After quickly recovering his stamina, launched another wave of attack. The axe was once again thrown forcefully by him towards the little monk. Even more surprisingly, the little monk still didn't dodge, just used one finger to steadily block it. The suddenly stopped axe emitted a loud buzzing sound. This was his Kuang Yue Maluo Fu, actually broken by one finger? You bunch of trash. Get as far away from me as possible, and you, bastard, quickly get out of my body. The demon monk was now very worried. His own body was being controlled by an unknown power. Then also rushed towards his own body, preparing to drive it out. But he forgot how big the gap was between his own strength and the unfamiliar power. A bad feeling instantly surged into his heart. Didn't expect you could dodge my Rui Cyan Shua. Just right, in this paused moment, the 3 once again blocked the demon monk's path. Looks like if the trouble at hand isn't resolved, things will be difficult to handle. A fierce wind formed around the demon monk's body, then quickly flung backwards. Several puppets were summoned over just like that. To deal with puppets, naturally, one must use puppets to kill. 3 puppets quickly rushed forward like this. The puppets commanded by the demon monk also began attacking forward. The 2 groups started a merciless slaughter. This is the true meaning of a duel. Puppets have no emotions, only enemies. Dealing with the matter at hand, the demon monk began looking at the distant body. Now must manage his own body. But the little monk at this time wasn't so easy to deal with. No matter what, must try. Meanwhile, the demon cult member on the side prepared to join the fray. But what followed were 2 strange forces, rushing straight towards the demon cult member's position. You young brat, how can I be defeated by your demonic arts? But before the words were finished, his own axe was split in 2 by this force. Perhaps the demon cult member never expected to be killed so easily. The 2 forces pierced straight through his body, accompanied by a heart-wrenching wail. The demon cult member completely lost his fighting ability, falling straight to the ground. At this moment, the little monk could be said to be invincible. The demon cult member, with only 1 breath left, was already trembling with fear. Watching the surrounding group of zombie monks, slaughtering his own people. Everyone, retreat quickly. Don't get entangled anymore. A strange phenomenon occurred on the little monk's side. For forces from the surroundings bound his hands and feet. Could the little monk really be restrained? This was the demon monk's method. He prepared to control him by taking advantage of the situation. But the little monk showed no trace of fear, still very calm. The demon monk knew that no matter how many methods he used, it was useless. Who exactly is it? Why appear in my body? The little monk still said nothing, just stared straight at the demon monk before him. If you don't speak again, I will prepare to act. Before the words were finished, the demon monk struck the little monk's body with a palm. Swear, can you act recklessly? After speaking, used all his strength, aiming for the little monk's head. Fingers tapped the table and chair, but the sound was like ants gnawing at the heart. Looking coldly at the little monk. Didn't expect the Shilin boundless creation art, unexpectedly there was actually no one? He suddenly laughed strangely. The laugh made one's heart feel terrified. Only heard a whoosh, directly sucked away. Stuck tightly to the stone slab. But how could he be sitting in this chair? Clearly, the little monk wasn't sitting here. What exactly is going on? Used all his strength, but didn't pull it off. The little monk stood gloomily in front of the demon monk. Is this illusion art or soul-snatching art? You should know this Buddha's demonic arts and techniques are number 1 under heaven. Yours are petty tricks. Before the words were finished, his face was grabbed by the little monk. Bastard! You really are a bastard. The little monk had no time for his nonsense, directly using demonic arts. How could this Buddha's martial arts be? The 2 sides fighting just now, because of the black-clothed person's pause. The scene instantly became quiet. wearing a monk's hat, directly attacked. Of course, the other demonic creatures wouldn't let go of this great opportunity.
The little monk giggled strangely,
grabbing the demon monk's face until it deformed,
using all his strength to break free from the red thing binding him. No, can't continue like this, otherwise, my soul will scatter.
Since I'm going to die,
then might as well die together. If I die, I need to take someone with me.
Directly grabbed the little monk's hand backhanded. The little monk instantly used Nia Di Gue Yuan. This is the ultimate secret manual of Tianlan Fang Ma Si Yuan. When grinding away evil power, all disembodied souls will dissipate again. Want to die?
This Buddha won't let you die so easily.
Dazzling light illuminated heaven and earth.
Let's have our souls scatter together. Just feel a bit sorry for him.
You, naive and unrestrained, must also go. Must our souls really scatter? Didn't we already make an agreement?
To wait for him, whether it's 1,000 years or 100 years.
How could you know these things?
We are a family of physicians who heal and save people.
Brat, could it be we should use life-saving methods to do the work of killing?
So, brother,
you will wait for the day I am reborn, right?
You must wait for me. Wait for me for 100 years, 1,000 years, you must wait.
Brother!
Bastard! How dare you imitate his tone of voice?
Truly pitiful. Pity your tragically deceased younger sister.
But in the near future,
she will be reborn. I will give you the right to choose. Just like the kid inside.
Not bad, you are very wise.
The little monk suddenly flew into the air, looking down intently. Who exactly are you amidst all this? I am the Wanwu Ziyuan, the Tiandi Zhisher.
Although without a physical body,
yet perfect and flawless, and eternally indestructible. Those eerie monsters lined up orderly. My family members, we will meet again soon.
Saw a dazzling light erupt in the sky, rushing towards the little monk.
Those monsters' teeth began to dissipate and disappear.
The little monk fell rapidly downwards. Saw the demon monk's hand lift upwards. The little monk landed steadily in his arms.
Looking at the little monk in his arms, he fell deep into self-blame.
On the other side, in a cave in the mountains,
he was circulating energy to help the two heal. The two finally had some beauty? Cannot slack off at this time. Increase the power to heal. After this operation, he was tired and sweating profusely.
The two finally woke up, spitting fiercely onto the ground.
Mouth full of blood. War god Rong Macheng? What does that mean?
Shuxiang, you were once the daughter of a prestigious Orthodox family.
How did you become the descendant of an evil sect leader? 300 years ago, the war god who ended the Jin Ding Zhiluan and the demon cult calamity. Descendant? But saying they are descendants of the Jinshin and Nangong Nu is understandable. It was humans who ended the two great wars, not the Jinshin. It was indeed Genshin Shizu who repelled the Tianma Shinjiao. But Jinshin Nangong Nu was not the hero who ended the Sword Peak, but the culprit of this strife. He single-handedly founded the Jin Ding Hui. He was the chief culprit. Only acknowledging the Jin zone in Jinpai, not recognizing other sections. And consolidated the internals of various sects, attempting to establish a world under the Jin zone. The beginning of all this was caused by him, Nangong Nu. This is different from what everyone knows. The mastermind behind the scenes, how did he become a hero then?
Mother is a descendant of the war god, so she knows the truth. If the war god knew the truth,
shouldn't the Orthodox faction's internal strife be the Jianding Zhiluan? And Genshin Shizu was the leader of the evil faction?
Words spoken by the evil faction leader.
How could everyone believe?
Instead, they would be considered slander against Orthodox heroes,
igniting the war between Orthodox and evil. But Mother's token? What about the Martial World Supreme? It's not a rumor.
The Martial World Supreme token truly exists.
As long as an oath is sworn.
No matter when the demon cult remnants appear, one can use these two tokens, thus gathering and dispatching the forces of both sides.
But clearly knowing the Jinshin is the leader of the Ding Hui, then why make an oath?
I still cannot understand the war god's actions.
This isn't an oath, it's a warning. What warning?
Of course,
it's the one that can command the evil faction martial world. The Shueyu Zisen Lingpai.
Jinshin, please restrain yourself.
Do not act rashly. But the appearance of the demon cult is the dying wish of Genshin Shizu.
We must go to Huanshan
to retrieve that Shueyu Zisen Lingpai.
Young Huashan followed beside him walking, seeming somewhat hurried and nervous.
This was the Xiao Zhazhuang in its prime back then, but returning to Xiao Zhazhuang again, it was already in decline. Hua Shan looked coldly at this place that had humiliated him, directly blasting the Xiao Zhazhuang gate plaque with one palm. Slowly walking into Xiao Zhazhuang, looking at this vast manor, fell into deep thought. Childhood memories surfaced beside him. Hua Shan, let's have dinner together today. Heavy rain poured down on Hua Shan's body. Suddenly rushed to one side. Da! Quickly jumped onto the eaves. In an instant, already in the forest. What exactly is Hua Shan going to do? Looking at the tombs in the distance, seemed to know where he was heading. This is the tomb of the Xiao Shi family. Grandfather, father. Hua Shan comes to pay respects. Long time no see. Then bowed towards the tomb. Only heard whoosh, whoosh, whoosh 3 times. Hua Shan actually launched an attack, destroying the tombs of his grandfather and father. Just because I couldn't carry on the family line, then became father's wife? This should be true, right? So I am the one who broke the line? Ruthlessly bombed the last tomb. In the name of Mian Hua Shan? Yes, he showed no mercy. Why should Hua Shan still remain? Have filial piety, but mother, please wait a bit longer. Hua Shan will come soon. Just need to handle this last matter, then they can return to their previous happy life. Inside a bustling tavern on the other side. The two seemed to have been hungry for a long time. Started hiding with big mouthfuls? Truly, like father like son. Wow, haven't eaten anything this spicy in a long time. Then raised a finger to call the waiter over. Hi, hey Darren, are you still satisfied with today's meal? Very satisfied. But can that woman pay the bill? You brat. One day I'll kill you. My stomach is finally full, but should we find some other fun? Heard people say the nearby brothel is very famous. Can also take a boat trip to enjoy the scenery, has a unique flavor. You old man, have you forgotten the purpose of this trip? Quickly go inquire about the best tailor shop here. Meanwhile, I need to bathe. TCH, really putting green onions in a pig's nose, pretending to be something? Saw him tie his hair bun tightly, then put on clothes. After getting dressed up, the villa owner is quite handsome. Been open for so many years. Xiao hasn't seen such an imposing person. It really suits you. Ha 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 ha. The woman stared intently at him, seeming captivated. How is it? Nor is it. How is it? What to do? Am I perhaps crazy? Quickly go choose a set of clothes for my wife too. Need the same as mine. Fit doesn't matter, silver amount is irrelevant. Okay, absolutely no problem. Leave it to this humble one. What wife? You're really crazy. How can you call me that? Then I'll have to trouble you for a moment. Pretend to be husband and wife. Get lost. What nonsense are you spouting? What pretend husband and wife? Really, what do you take me for? Hearing this, he directly started acting shamelessly, falling to the ground and refusing to get up. Hurry up and get up. If it were real, I could consider it. Young master might be excited because he's about to see mother. But mother wouldn't think like this, because the pain buried deep in the heart is about to be unearthed again. How heart-wrenching it is. Okay. Promise you. Ha ha ha. Wife is still the best. Hey, don't call me that anymore. What's wrong with that? It's normal for husband and wife to call each other like this. Shut up like a fool. No, what if mother suspects? Then can't call Princess Highness either. Wouldn't that be even sillier? Don't care about these things. Anyway, I won't speak. Master, we've arrived. Looking at the dilapidated house before them, but it was tidied up neatly. The second young master's heart was filled with mixed feelings, carefully reached out a hand towards the door, seeming to have made a great resolution. Finally opened the door directly. Needlework is already busy, can't open, send it over tomorrow. But when mother saw the visitor clearly, this was the son she thought of day and night. Snapping back from the shocking scene, seemed like the sun tripped over a shadow. Clang! Fell flat on the ground. Hua Shan quickly went forward to hug mother. It's Hua Shan. It's really Hua Shan. Yes, mother. It's son who returned too late. Sorry, mother. The two watched the scene, both shed tears of emotion. Old Bai cried even more inconsolably. But then discovered, the birds in the forest over there flew into the sky in panic. Someone walked towards the side very angrily, breaking quite a few trees in the forest. Actually occupied his name. Delusionally wanting to snatch mother away. I am Hua Shan. The one mother cares about. Not you. Second young master was joking with mother, seemingly alerted to someone approaching. Old Bai said he would go check. But can the old man himself do it? And this person's aura is very unusual. Really, memory is getting worse and worse. My son, are you hungry? I'll go make you delicious food right now. Not hungry, already ate. It's okay, madam, what are you still standing there for?
Hurry up and go decoct the medicine.
You're really crazy. Asking me to decoct medicine.
This girl's heart is truly kind.
Yes, mother. You rest first. Old Bai here wanted to sneak out. Just as he was about to open the door, directly discovered by the second young master. Old Bai, what are you going to do? Come help. Trying to slack off? No, haven't eaten meat in a long time. Now my stomach is churning. Really can't pretend not to see. Really lack insight. Humph. These two stinky guys really forgot who I am.
Thank you for your hard work, young lady.
It's my duty to be filial to mother. Humph. Just wait. Xiao Shang Hua Shan, I will definitely take revenge. Be careful, old man. The opponent isn't simple. Rest assured, you know. This subordinate's life is tough. Who exactly is harassing this way?
But when Old Bai raised his head and saw clearly,
why was Old Bai so shocked by the newcomer? Who could he be? Isn't this the first young master? But how is he still alive? First young master?
Old Bai, that rainy night, he lay on the ground. The tendons in his wrist had already been severed.
Saw someone raising a blade, about to silence him directly. The person raising the blade was actually Old Bai. Thanks to you, I'm not dead yet. Thank you, Old Bai, didn't I tell you to hide well? Why did you come back? Truly ridiculous. Did I commit some unspeakable crime? Came from afar, just wanting to see mother. Unexpectedly, someone came uninvited. Then I'll help mother swat mosquitoes and flies. First young master knows martial arts? How is that possible? Clearly destroyed his dantian, broke his tendons and bones. Is this going to Sha Shao family manor?
Manor lord, he is your biological younger brother.
It'll be laughable if this gets out. Biological younger brother? Don't joke. He's just a tool for the Shao family to carry on the line. Only mother is family. This is the last thing I can do for you. Hurry back. Could it be you want to kill me? Before, yes, now, yes. But Old Bai, you can't kill me. Old Bai directly slashed towards the first young master. Can the first young master turn defeat into victory this time?
The situation reversed. Single-handedly pinched by Shu, the Tao righteousness coming straight at him.
First young master, please quickly return. This subordinate's Taoist temple doesn't want to be stained with your blood again. Could Old Bai have 9 lives?
If he throws away his life for the Shao Shi in vain, it's truly too pitiful.
I have no ill intentions towards you.
But this subordinate's mission is to protect the Shao Shi in times of crisis. So this time, no matter what, I won't let the first young master go.
If this is all you have, looks like Old Bai still has some hidden tricks? Or perhaps Old Bai is also getting old?
While speaking,
Old Bai's strong body directly looked towards the first young master. Finally willing to use real skills? Then let's spar a bit. See who will die today.
After speaking, charged straight towards Old Bai, quickly slashed at him with the blade, trying to create distance.
You won't be my opponent? How do you know without trying?
The first young master was actually knocked back several rolls by Old Bai.
Finally stood his ground. Really wasted effort. But didn't see Old Bai's figure.
Hurriedly turned his head searching for Old Bai's figure. Suddenly, Old Bai, with lightning speed,
slashed from behind him.
While the body was cut in half, Old Bai was also greatly shocked.
When did he switch? Old Bai, are you looking for me? Hearing the voice behind him, hurriedly swung backwards.
The first young master quickly used his hand, but still crashed into the tree behind him, then bounced back onto the ground with a thump.
The power was immense, leaving a large dent in the tree. Body ached, couldn't stop coughing. With just this much strength, still wanting revenge? But it's not possible. But who was that ominous aura just now? Someone must be helping him.
The last move, clearly could have dodged, but took it head-on.
This counts as repaying kindness.
The first young master let out a strange laugh.
Now it's his turn for revenge. How could this be? Is this still the first young master? Can't manage that much. Better strike first. stared fiercely. Both sides were in a fierce standoff. In an instant, the first young master directly slashed across Old Bai's body. The blade fell directly to the ground. Pfft, cut sounds. Blood spurted from Old Bai's body. Before dying, there's one thing I don't understand. When did the first young master learn Confronting? Really want to know? Then I'll grant your wish. Still remember that rainy night? At that time, I was full of panic and fear. Afraid your blade would fall. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Looks like heaven doesn't want me dead. Let's go. Go somewhere no one can find you. But you turned my body into this state. How am I supposed to live? In that case, might as well just kill me directly. Just as he was arguing, Old Bai blasted him off the cliff with one palm. Suffering such unjust wrong, what exactly did I do wrong? He slowly opened his eyes, found himself sitting safely by the river. Didn't expect he was still alive. Yuan sure doesn't even have the qualification to die? So that's why I was allowed to live. Turned his head to check the surroundings, but found a pitch-black cave. With a brave heart, walked towards the dark cave. Carefully touched the dark fragrance, 3 characters floated out. Isn't this the Shaan martial art grandfather mentioned? How could it be here? Ha ha ha. Heaven is truly helping me. Obtained without any effort. Immediately began cultivating. The surrounding aura began to rise rapidly. Then began using the simplest moves, but the result was clearly very powerful. Laughed out loud happily. As long as using the dark fragrance moves, the power increases greatly. But also somewhat regrettable, because the body cannot bear it. Not to mention the problems of revenge and escaping here. Cult master, right here. Looking at the very formidable master before him, said fearfully, "Who are you? The hero who repelled Zixia? Manhwa? Actually fell for Hua Shan's treacherous scheme? Friend, I arrived too late. Still died here silently." Hearing this, still being able to make decisions means not being a man? But didn't expect his move to be directly blocked. Isn't this tantamount to throwing an egg against a rock? Originally thought could take revenge. By then, didn't expect to die just like that. A vain emptiness. Don't say heaven has eyes, leaving me a disciple. I am willing to accept you as my disciple. Following me can help you kill your master's enemy. Hua Shan, what's your name? Many thanks to Cult Master for saving me. Teaching me martial arts. Such great kindness, unforgettable till death. Then raise your head. Mia Hua Shan then looked towards the other person, placing both their hands together. From today onwards, you two are brothers. Must work together to complete my great cause. All of you listen. Just as you listen to my words, you must listen to their words. Cannot disobey. The servants below said yes in unison. Looks like I have a reliable brother. Hua Shan younger brother. Hua Shan gave him the highest gift. I didn't kill you so you wouldn't set foot in the martial world again. But you hooked up with the demon cult. You still dare say. For this point, I must thank you. To repay the kindness of not killing, will definitely let you die comfortably. Hua Shan Sect 29th Generation Inspector by Yutong. Following Ancestral Edict. Execute the traitor who damaged the family's reputation. The blade that fell on the ground was directly sucked up. Potty and Shire Dao. Potty and Ji Chi. He looked at Old Bai in surprise. A loud bang. A very deep mark was blasted into the ground. Hi. Still too stubborn. Didn't expect the former mysterious Potty and 12 Blades King to actually be Old Bai. Watching Hua Shan slowly walking over from the distance. Ni, how could you dodge? How was this done? Ning said, Old Bai's martial arts are too outdated. The older the year, the weaker the power. The attack grazed past Old Bai's ear. This is Tianma Gong, but the power seems different? How could this be Tianma Gong? This is the unique skill Tianma by Fa Gong, developed by the demon cult after years of dedicated research. This is one of the demon cult's secret manuals, Jiankun Denuti. Old Bai's last move will be returned to you. If you obediently die, I plan to go easy. Blame yourself for bringing this upon yourself. How could this be? Why would this body reach such a realm? Saw the attack spinning around him. Could it be unavoidable? Seeing his attacks getting fiercer. This Xiao sure rushed over. Old man, are you alright? Looking at the man before him. The one who hit my old man is you? One man with hatred wanting revenge, and a man with treacherous schemes. What kind of sparks will collide between the two? Old slave looked at the two beside him, didn't know what to do. Thought these two meeting would surely end in death. Actually grown so big? You must be very curious who I am? Who cares who you are? I don't want to know. Xiao Huashan's expression suddenly became heavy, prepared to strike him directly. Saying more is useless, invites death. Said, then used full strength to punch out. But the man opposite appeared extremely calm, wanted to test how powerful Xiao Huashan's punch was. He just used one hand, and blocked Xiao Huashan's thunderous attack. Then quickly flashed to the side, carefully observing Xiao Huashan's every move. Then attacked swiftly like a demon, preparing to take him down in one move.
The old slave seeing this scene felt something was wrong, hoped young master wouldn't be controlled by this guy. But the man still underestimated Xiao Huashan's strength.
The punch thrown with force was actually easily blocked. But how could a duel between masters be so simple?
The man used the momentum to push forcefully to the side.
Xiao Huashan quickly moved back.
Their every strike contained ample explosive power. The man was thus affected by Xiao Huashan's internal force, spitting out a mouthful of old blood.
This minor injury meant nothing to the man. Then charged straight towards Xiao Huashan again.
Seeing Xiao Huashan's strength made him have to get serious.
Following the force of inertia,
the man's hand forcefully grabbed downwards.
But Xiao Huashan just gently extended his arm, and blocked the opponent's full force.
Then the confident Xiao Huashan waved upwards again with one hand. This hand was almost broken by the force.
This also completely angered the man. Looks like can't deal with him without using some real skills.
The figures of the two flashed rapidly in various places. Every strike was easily neutralized by Xiao Huashan. The astonishing speed was breathtaking. The man saw the opponent still steady as Mount Tai. Mood became extremely irritable. Then used one of his family's unique skills.
Return my pretty fist. Countless fists fell rapidly like raindrops. This also made Xiao Huashan change his mood? Actually, what surprised him wasn't the attack of this move,
but a stone below tripped him.
Watch my pretty fist beat you to death. Accept my judgment. The man's power became unstoppable.
Looks like Xiao Huashan's mistake this time will cost him.
This strike blasted out. Even a mountain would be collapsed.
Looking at the several large pits on the ground, the man nodded with great satisfaction.
Originally wanted to leave you a whole corpse,
but ended up letting you accidentally have your soul scattered.
What the man never expected was,
behind him, a figure quickly flashed past. The man with extremely strong perception
discovered something wrong behind him. Fiercely turned his head to look behind. Then another strike.
A powerful fist struck backwards,
just hitting this figure.
But what was incredible to him was, the figure behind was actually soft like cotton candy. Even the greatest force caused no damage to it. This figure no longer dodged, directly met the opponent's elbow strike with one palm.
Who exactly are you? Looks like Ying Shi Lu, but didn't unleash its full power.
Looking at the difficulty hit by his own palm, the more he thought, the more confused he became. Just learned half of Ying Shi Lu,
yet could reach such a level? First young master is truly a once-in-a-century talent.
Hearing the old slave constantly praising the first young master, Xiao Huashan laughed heartily.
Even if he learned it completely, he's still no match for the young master, because the young master is a once-in-a-millennium talent. The joke ends here. Next, I'll start fighting seriously.
Then his body began to undergo terrifying changes.
This aura looks very oppressive. Was there something wrong with my eyes just now or what? That guy who knows Yin Shi Lu Anshan Piao? Looks like he knows him. This isn't thinking talking more is useless. Actually, you don't need to know.
Then the first young master's figure
already started charging here.
The old slave got scared and quickly reminded Xiao Huashan young master.
Careful ahead. Indeed should be careful.
This guy's strength just now was actually just a warm-up.
If I'm not mistaken,
the person before me should be him. Suddenly, a mouthful of old blood spurted from his mouth. The first young master's strength is still relatively weak in comparison.
This is completely an imposter. The Yin Shi Lu Anshang Piao learned beautifully? A bit wasted this move. First young master endured the pain, angrily looked at the opponent.
Quickly shut your stinky mouth.
Then,
took the opportunity, a ball of flame was quickly expelled from his palm. Xiao Huashan still stood calmly, gently leaning sideways to dodge the strike.
What move was that just now? Flashy but lacking power. Young master must be careful. This is the demon cult's Tianma 108 Gong. Turns out this person is a lackey of the demon cult. Stealing others' martial arts, truly shameless. You are the thieves who stole from me. Still have the face to lecture me here? The first young master has completely lost patience. Continued to display those unseen moves. The figures of the two dodged back and forth on the spot, competing with their respective speeds. And just at this moment, an invisible sword slashed down from above, but was easily blocked by him again. Looks like the first young master is still at a disadvantage. Another unknown move attacked from the opposite side. Unexpectedly, the first young master now has a slight upper hand? Could he still have moves left? Don't you believe it? The world is vast. There are many martial arts more powerful than Ing Shi Lu Anxiang Piao. Before the words were finished, the first young master clenched his fist again, ready to launch the next attack at any moment. Another very established move. The Bailey Mo Joie from the 108 Palaces. Just know how to learn from others, monkey. This martial art only learned the basics. This time, let you experience what true speed is. What true Anxiang Piao is. In a dense forest in the outskirts. An old lady searched everywhere for Xiao Huashan. Accidentally, the old lady tripped over a stone underfoot, falling flat on her face. The two behind saw this scene, both turned back to look. Mother, are you all right? The old lady lifted her head with effort, looked at the two people opposite. In a dilapidated room, the door was opened by a beautiful girl. Mother, are you in the room? The foot-soaking water is ready for you. But, the girl who just entered looked at the empty room, instantly felt something was wrong. Huashan told me to take good care. Looking at the reflection in the water, the girl was instantly scared stiff. Then tried hard to wash her face, wanting to return to her original appearance. The old lady was still weaving back and forth in the jungle, searching for Xiao Huashan. Seemed to hear young Huashan's voice, but seemed to also hear the elder's voice? Where exactly is my Huashan child? The old lady unknowingly walked to the edge of a cliff. Unfortunately, a hungry wild boar suddenly darted out from behind. Because it saw a human, entered its territory. Leapt high from behind a rock, aiming at the old lady, preparing to drive her away. But before the wild boar could succeed, was hit by some unknown force. If it were just a little later, the old lady might not have survived. The old lady looked in surprise at the familiar yet strange person. This seems to be De Huashan? Mother, you actually still remember me? I am Huashan. But before the words were finished, a fist from nowhere directly smashed into his face. The first young master looked angrily at that person, clenched his fist, preparing to kill him. But before he could react, fist-like raindrops smashed over again. This left him bewildered, because the speed far exceeded his imagination. Xiao Huashan finally used one strike. Foshan's shadowless kick. Kicked him heavily towards the ground directly. Pitted the trees in this forest. Broken one by one. Finally, accompanied by a deafening sound, the first young master crashed straight into the rocks on the ground. Covered in injuries, he no longer had the strength to fight back. Mother, are you all right? Were you hurt by that villain? I also caught a wild boar for you, by the way. Help improve your meals. So that's how it is. But where did the elder who was just beside me go? Mother, what are you saying? You won't save me, this one son? Huashan is my son, but I clearly heard the elder's voice just now. This is a touching memory. On a night several years ago. Heavy snow covered the entire village. I have to leave again this time. Mother, you must take care of your health. Excuse me, who might you be? Why come help us every year? Not repaying kindness makes one not a gentleman. Please tell us your esteemed name. I haven't had time to repay your nurturing kindness. Moreover, I am your son. Your eyes became blind because of me. Please let me repay you in this way. Mother seemed to know something about this matter. Isn't this my eldest son, Huashan? Blind. Mother pondered back and forth in the room. As long as her son isn't dead, it's good. This time she prepared an extra set of bowl and chopsticks, preparing to wait for her eldest son to come eat. Also prepared for the younger son, by the way. Huashan's mother sat at the empty dining table, waiting every day for her son's return. At this time, the beautiful girl hurried over from behind. So you were here. Luckily I found you. Didn't I tell you to take good care? How could this situation happen with mother? I have been taking good care, just didn't pay attention for a moment, and mother disappeared. Can't even handle this small matter? What have you learned in the palace all these years? I've already tried very hard. Will definitely pay attention next time.
Listening to the two children arguing in front of her, mother anxiously came forward to mediate.
Sorry mother, we were joking. Not arguing. Old slave watched this scene, very gratified. What kind of situation is this? Old man, you are responsible for escorting mother home. I don't trust him. The woman hearing this instantly flew into a rage. A dignified princess actually being looked down upon? Old slave looked around. Princess Highness. Come with us. I don't want to go with you. I'll go back by myself. Two people. Standing lonely on the edge of the desolate cliff. I definitely won't speak first. That makes me seem like I have no status. The princess, still sulking inside,
not only didn't wait for recovery, but saw Shaan already walking into the distance.
You're going to leave me here alone? Not wait for me to go together? Shaan thought, isn't controlling you an easy matter?
After the first young master was beaten hard on the rocks, still had no strength to stand up. This scene happened to be seen by the princess.
This person is actually Shaan,
a master of the Jin Dinghui.
Why would he appear here? And be so heavily injured? Turns out he is Prince Yusu's rival force. Seems like keeping him is of no benefit. Could it be I'm going to die here today? Don't know if there's a chance to see mother again. Thinking of mother's reaction after hearing his voice just now.
Clearly recognized him. Letting her old self know I'm still alive is enough.
Counts as a good ending too. Since you are now my enemy, then I won't leave you a way out. But just then,
a figure suddenly appeared beside Shaan.
Where did this guy pop out from? Could he also be from the Jin Dinghui? Looking at the person before him, Shaan didn't dare act rashly, sizing him up.
You seem to be heavily injured.
Can you still walk with me? Sorry, elder brother. I might not be able to help you complete the great cause. Although you no longer have value, but your insides are still useful.
This sentence sounded not so comfortable.
Could this mean wanting my life? Then, under a dazzling light,
Shan's insides were being absorbed by him.
If this continues,
only death awaits him. The cult master felt this powerful inside,
revealing a strange smile. The two on the side watched the scene of mutual destruction opposite in disbelief. Although the one being killed was their enemy, he still shouted loudly. Do you have any conscience left, even killing your own people? Just now you ignored me, that's fine. Yet you dare to snatch my prey? Please forgive this subordinate's eyes.
Turns out it's the famous Shaan of the martial world. This sounds quite comfortable. If you let him go, I won't hit you.
Today, if you don't stop me, I will cause great trouble. Looking like people of my father's generation. I can't bear to hit him. If you still want to live now, then you'd better obediently listen to the woman.
Actually, from the first moment he saw the cult master, he already had killing intent, then rushed towards the opponent without hesitation, preparing to settle things.
The cult master isn't someone easy to mess with. Has dominated the martial world for a lifetime.
A return my pretty fist was quickly thrown out.
This couldn't help but stun the cult master for a moment. This aura is actually so powerful?
The distance between the two gradually closed.
Who wins and who loses is really hard to say.
But before Shaan got close, he felt it.
Not right. Shan's martial arts are originally just average? Too disappointing. You actually used such despicable means?
Then let you witness my true skills. Then used all strength to fiercely charge forward.
A punch landed heavily on the opponent's forehead. But strangely,
this person actually seemed to flash away, dodging this calamity.
Shan's strength greatly increased after transforming shape. But being unable to hit the opponent is very frustrating. His every strike was easily neutralized by the cult master.
Even using full body strength and acceleration,
the cult master only used one hand to fight the enemy.
This place has now become the target of all arrows.
Are you planning to perish together with me? There is now completely no way to escape here. Shaan actually always held back a trump card. You are not worthy to perish together with me. Still have many things waiting for me. What moves do you have? Quickly use them.
Then the cult master began to actively attack.
An explosion sound echoed through the sky. The tightly surrounded cult master used only one move to break the cage. Wait to meet King Yama. The cult master was already getting impatient. A Shan shaped like a tornado in the distance began the second wave of attack. Used the ultimate skill from the Shan secret manual, but before he got close, a beam of light pierced through his body, instantly shattering Shan's form. Looks like the cult master's strength cannot be underestimated. Just one move can heavily injure oneself? Looks like can only fight him close combat. First threw a ball of flame. Looking at the cult master before him like watching Jia, prepared to play well with him. But what he never expected was, this ball of flame was actually his essence? This strike landed heavily on the cult master's shoulder. Do you only have these few moves? The cult master didn't even bother to dodge. Looking at the unresponsive cult master before him, Shan's gaze remained very firm. I only have these few moves. Then the cult master's forceful punch smashed onto Shan's arm. Just this one strike sent him flying hundreds of meters high. This person's strength is actually so terrifying? Looks like I'm not his opponent. The princess was also scared witless by this scene. A splash rose high from the water. The princess hurried forward to rescue, forcefully pulling him out of the water. To prevent Shan from dying, the princess gave a loud slap across his face, then also arranged artificial respiration. You idiot! Clearly know you can't win yet still act tough. How could he be killed so easily? But already heavily injured. With just this much strength, still want to rewrite the martial world map? Truly unable to withstand a single blow, fragile and unable to withstand a single blow. What cultivation technique did you exactly practice? Why is it so strong? Considering our brotherly ties, I'll leave you some strength. Let you live for another quarter hour. Even if you don't absorb internal energy from me, you can still deal with that person. If you disobey and continue to hide, you won't even live for a quarter hour. I have always obeyed you like a dog. Why would you treat me like this in the end? Since your companion is about to die, then telling you is fine too. Long ago, the Jin Dingji Yuan still raged. The demon cult emerged out of nowhere, vowing to unite the world. If you dare step into the martial world again, you will surely die. Back then, my father was ambushed by Ying Shilu. I vowed to take revenge. In those years, I defeated the major martial world sect leaders. Most people died under my feet. For revenge, and also to practice Tian Ma Gong, I wanted to exhaust every master. Finally, my wish came true. A group of masters submitted to me. After mastering the 108 Gong, I became an invincible existence. My former enemies were the next target, but father said my strength wasn't enough to crush the Huashan Pai, told me to prepare well before setting off. He told me before, within Huashan, a single spark from the enemy can start a prairie fire. I didn't understand at the time, could only obey father's command. In the future, once the Huashan Pai is defeated, cutting off their line of succession, I can completely become the martial world supreme. Long ago, the Jianzong and Shizong fought bloody battles over the sect leader position, once even injured this venerable one. The enemy is Huashan's shadow. They are Huashan's seeds, always appearing in times of crisis. Saying that, placed a giant centipede into the mouth of a Huashan Pai disciple. The purpose was to clearly understand the Huashan Pai's foundation. What exactly is it? Because my only enemy now is the Huashan Pai. He wanted to start with these disciples first. The old man, filled with uncontrollable anger, walked forward to obey, humbly compromising at the side, wanting to spare his young master's life. The Huashan disciple knew staying here was dangerous. Already said everything as you instructed. Can you let me go now? If I really let him go, then I wouldn't deserve to be called the demon cult master. Flashed in front of the Huashan disciple, firmly choked the opponent's neck. You are useless to me now. I'd better personally send you on your way. You should feel honored. Accompanied by a crisp crack sound. A life was trampled just like that. This could be considered giving him a quick end. For the demon cult, not torturing is already quite good. The current demon cult master saw this scene. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Are you angry now? This is just the beginning. Mia Huashan heard this, his eyes almost popping out. Couldn't believe the past truth. Are we not brothers? Just one of your puppets? Your brother isn't me, but the guy paralyzed by you. The turn of events was hard for Mia Huashan to accept. Could he really be Xiao Huashan's brother? Looked down at the motionless figure lying on the ground. Hard to imagine, just now almost died at his younger brother's hands. Former cult master clearly took me in as an adopted son. Why disown me now? You weren't like this before. Death is imminent, why so much talk?
Huashan, having learned the truth, was filled with uncontrollable anger. Burning his last bit of essence and spirit to deal with this, he, known by the world as a once-in-a-century prodigy, burst forth with unprecedented power. But no matter what, was blocked by the demon cult master with one hand.
This made him even angrier. Is this person destined to destroy the Huashan Pai? He then became no longer frantic, very calmly circling the cult master, looking for an opening. After finding a loophole,
Huashan instantly dashed forward, preparing for a fatal blow.
Never expected. You actually still have this move?
Finished speaking, directly grabbed the opponent like pinching a chick.
Truly worthy of being called a rare talent under heaven. Immediately struck the opponent's parents with a palm? This blow probably makes it hard to even stand up. Huashan, prostrating on the ground, already hated the person before him intensely.
Even using his last bit of strength.
Wanted him to be punished too. Didn't expect you actually learned a new skill.
Makes this old man greatly admire.
Huashan bit his head tightly, wanting to bite off a piece of flesh raw. Since it's like this, I'll tell you something. Meeting a benefactor but finding it hard to take revenge, isn't it very frustrating?
Huashan also remembered how foolish he once was.
As early as 20 years ago, Huashan was still an ignorant child.
The benefactor's help you thought you received
was actually arranged by us. At that time, Huashan's talent
was unexpectedly discovered directly by the old cult master, who transferred his internal energy into Huashan's body.
Father, is it worth it for him? Actually consuming your own internal energy?
You don't need to worry about this.
I am paving the way for your future. Put iron chains on him. Just lock him up directly, wouldn't that be fine? Why trouble yourself? To truly get close to the enemy, instead of preparing for battle with the demon blade, better turn the enemy into oneself.
But you also don't need to transfer your internal energy to this waste. I'm not transferring it to him, but lending it to him. The more proficient this kid's martial arts become, the stronger the internal energy I transferred to him will be.
When the time is right,
just use the Shishing Dafa I taught you.
This secret conversation actually planned out Huashan's entire life. Is this the price of lingering on whilst at death's door?
If I had died back then, it wouldn't have caused strife in the martial world.
Don't you know you were born to be used?
You big bastard.
Don't insult people anymore. Just kill him.
The cult master, after pondering for a long time, didn't know what to do. Immediately an elbow knee strike heavily kicked Huashan's abdomen. This blow sent him flying tens of meters away.
Surviving is almost impossible.
On a distant mountainside, Huashan crashed heavily onto it. With only one breath left, he struggled to open his mouth, wanting to say something.
Looks like destined to fall here this time.
Most regrettable is not being able to apologize to his younger brother, looking at his unconscious younger brother in the distance.
Hard to imagine he almost charmed me to death.
And just at this moment, Huashan's hand fell powerlessly. The princess saw the situation before her was very bad.
Looks like have to rely on herself to find a way. You few behind, stop hiding. Come out.
3 people appeared uniformly behind the cult master.
The matter here is almost settled. Have you received news of the Zissen Lingpai over there?
Cult masters' martial arts cover the world.
Why bother looking for some Zissen Lingpai? Crack.
The sound of bones separating.
The person speaking was directly torn apart by hands. Since when can you act presumptuously before me?
Cult master, please spare our lives.
We have tried very hard.
Useless trash. You don't deserve to live in this world.
Zissen Lingpai. The princess hurriedly shouted from Huangshan.
The cult master turned his head questioningly towards the princess.
How do you know? Royal news is naturally faster than the demon cults. Anyway, I am still a princess. Then you know I am already number 1 under heaven? Why still look for the Zissen Lingpai? Having the Zissen Lingpai equates to having legitimacy. Doing things will be more convenient. Do you also know the secret to immortality?
Quickly tell me, and I'll spare your life.
That's for sure. I know all these places. Looks like you are still somewhat useful. I won't kill you. You lead the way. Why should I help you lead the way? Just because I use Shishingdafa to turn you into a shriveled old woman?
Her mind instantly pictured her aged appearance, immediately scared witless by these words.
I can go with you, but you must first revive Xiao Huashan. If I say no, what will you do? The princess held a dagger, pondering for a moment. Then you'll never find it.
Saying that, pointed the dagger at her own neck. The princess seems quite courageous.
Then I'll temporarily spare his life.
Looking at Xiao Huashan lying on the ground.
This is her only lifeline. But the demon cult member's words are like farts. Quickly changed his mind internally. Xiao Huashan lying on the ground had never been so destitute. You quickly go find a horse. Can't just drag the princess along.
The two were overjoyed upon hearing the command, meaning their lives were saved. Seeing only them left at the scene, the cult master's hands started getting restless. He looked at Xiao Huashan lying on the ground in the distance.
Humphed coldly, food delivered to the mouth. Would he let it go so easily? Immediately charged forward quickly. Aiming at his chest was one strike. Mid-punch. Didn't we agree not to kill him? Why did you go back on your word? Then another flurry of random running? Xiao Huashan's whole body suffered the cult master's attacks. Finally, another heavy punch came,
knocking him down to the ground. Xiao Huashan spat out a mouthful of old blood, falling heavily onto the ground.
How could you do this? Not keeping your word.
Watching Xiao Huashan being played with like a chick, the princess felt very distressed.
You bastard, why did you lie to me? Aren't you afraid I won't take you there? Saying that, let out a piercing scream.
The princess held the dagger, preparing to stab the opponent,
but was easily neutralized by the opponent. Today I will perish together with you. Let go of me. But no matter what, the strength difference between the two was not just a tiny bit.
The princess was also shocked by his sudden force.
Xiao Huashan isn't dead yet. What are you afraid of?
Princess, calm down first.
It's just that.
Turned him into a useless person with no martial arts. Saying that, forcefully flung the princess aside. Just happened that the dagger also rolled over with her.
This is the last chance.
The princess carefully grabbed the dagger in her hand, then quickly stabbed the dagger towards her own neck.
But before touching the skin, discovered a bizarre scene. The dagger's blade instantly turned into skin. Looks like even suicide is not possible.
The demon cult master already knew the important information.
Definitely wanted to keep the princess alive.
To make her behave for a while, the cult master flicked out a beam of light, instantly rushing towards the princess, accompanied by several slapping sounds. The princess's acupoints were sealed, then fell motionless to the ground.
Xiao Huashan won't come to save you again. If you die just like this, it's not good for either of us.
The princess thought secretly at this time.
Even if I lead you in circles, I have to exhaust you to death. If I lead you down the wrong path,
I can take Xiao Huashan's life at any time.
Just like this, several people embarked on the journey to find the Zisen Lingpai.
At this time, Xiao Huashan was already lying deeply asleep in bed. At this time, his martial arts were completely gone.
Was just an ordinary person, no different from any other.
When he suddenly opened his eyes, consciousness still lingered. In the moment of clashing with the demon cult master, the old slave saw the young master before him had awakened.
Hurriedly went forward to comfort him. The mother at the side asked even more anxiously, "Are you all right? What does it feel like to suddenly change from a peak master to an ordinary commoner?"
This is the place where Xiao Huashan grew up since childhood. He sat alone by the fire, pondering something.
"Young master, pay attention to your health. It gets cold late at night. You were also injured this time. Quickly go inside and rest.
This old man only has a set of hard bones left.
A little injury doesn't matter."
But Xiao Huashan casually pointed with a wooden stick, poking the old slave's old wound.
"Ouch. My boss. Are you trying to kill me?" Xiao Huashan sitting by the fire was very melancholic.
He was choosing a path. "I am preparing to withdraw from the martial world." The old slave looked at the young master with disbelief.
Didn't know what he was thinking. With the young master's character, he could actually let bygones be bygones? Isn't an eye for an eye the young master's life motto?
I have never encountered such a strong opponent before.
I cannot defeat him.
The old slave stood guard behind and also fell into deep thought. After a while, looked at the young master.
The demon cult master is the first young master's enemy.
I heard all of this. Although I was knocked out then, I heard their conversation clearly.
Since it's like this, do you still plan to remain indifferent? When will revenge ever end?
Hua Shan's face has already been lost. What's more, I am now useless, wanting revenge, but lacking the strength. Before the words were finished, the old slave began hammering Xiao Huashan blow by blow.
Has this old man gone mad?
Disregarding hierarchy, unreasonably came forward to hammer him. Just as Xiao Huashan reacted, the old slave instantly flashed behind.
Prepared to do something to him?
The old slave's body instantly grew larger again, beginning to transmit energy to Xiao Huashan's back. This familiar power made him feel very surprised. The old slave used all his strength again. Xiao Huashan was already pushed to the brink of exploding by this power.
Then with a boom,
Xiao Huashan could actually become large like the old slave. And the old slave at this time was like a deflated ball, quickly retreating backwards. Xiao Huashan looked at the old slave below, angrily scolded, "Why treat me like this?
Already annoying enough."
The old slave looked up at his young master, nodding very gratifiedly.
Unconscious.
Reversed meridians can change the position of acupoints.
I anticipated this long ago. Indeed, the cult master was right.
A group of people appeared in the field of vision.
Immediately all jumped out, preparing to kill the two.
Xiao Huashan calmly muttered to himself,
"A collective mobilization today?" Immediately used the move, shedding mortal coil, dark fragrance drifts. The surrounding group of people were killed one by one. Not a single survivor left.
At this time, Xiao Huashan not only recovered his skill, but also became much stronger. The several assassins fell to the ground dead.
Ancestors above. Huashan Pai Secret Envoy. The final mission is complete. But the last martial art.
Your brother. Before the old slave finished speaking.
I never had a brother. Just seeing it once allows complete mastery. This damned talent. The restraint loosened, mind also cleared up. Chopping wood here every day is too wasteful of my talent. Didn't you say when will revenge ever end? Why change your mind again? Since didn't choose revenge, must choose to repay kindness. Risking my life to save my feast?
Also, I am no longer Mia Huashan who took care of mother.
Most important is my own enemy.
He made me understand what a frog in a well is. This kindness I need to repay. Mother, in her sleep, kept calling the names of her two sons.
Probably had some nightmare again. Xiao Huashan, sensing all this, could only make one choice. I will be back soon.
Then turned his head to look at the old slave who had always followed him. The old slave instantly understood what young master meant.
It's not too late to say goodbye in the morning. We will meet again soon. Thinking about it, better forget it. That way I'll soften. Old slave, staying behind is the best choice.
I, Bai Yutong, live as a man of loyalty, die as a ghost of loyalty. 1. You have no martial arts. 2. You have no weapon.
Do I have to clean up your mess? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have become like this today.
So you should stay behind and take care of mother.
The old slave fell into deep thought. Looks like have to think of some way.
The old slave swayed into the kitchen.
This is all for your own good. In case something happens to me, mother is entrusted to you. After everything was settled, Xiao Huashan prepared to embark on this journey.
But before starting to walk, saw a figure appear at the courtyard gate.
I found a weapon. Really defeated by you, old man. Since you've caught up, don't get in the way. Otherwise, I'll throw you out halfway. In a valley in Huanshan,
a figure slowly crawled on the cliff face.
Why am I panting? Could it be I'm old? Upon reaching the summit, threw the little monk onto the rock. Looking at the person before him, he became furious.
Because it was this guy. Made himself suffer a lot of obstacles, and provoked many people he shouldn't have.
Even angered the demon monk until his whole body trembled. If it weren't for you, stinky monk,
I wouldn't be in this body until now. Finished speaking, instantly startled, because this body was his own. Hurting it now is no different from hurting himself. However, there is still one chance to switch back.
That is the Chiman Duanjia formation left by Ali hundreds of years ago. On a large tree in the distance, a rest character was hung on the trunk. Then on another tree, turned the character upside down. At the final entrance, a harm character was placed again.
Then wrote another character on this large stone.
This is the technique to break Chiman Duanjia.
After doing all this, the demon monk leaped down,
jumping onto the ground. An open character was impressively carved by him on the ground. This Buddha is indeed a genius. The great formation from 300 years ago, still remember it now. The wall instantly tore open an opening.
A huge stone gate opened. The high monk watched expectantly as this stone gate opened.
Passed by here so many times, yet never discovered it. Quickly report to the cult master. Bunch of trash, how come I encounter you everywhere? Don't you know you're currently at someone else's doorstep? If you don't want to die, quickly get as far away as possible. These guys seem not to have thought. Very likely to come back again.
Then the demon monk extended a finger.
A dragon-shaped true chi flew out from his body.
A group of people were wiped out just that simply.
Clearly it was Lei Yinji. How did it suddenly become Jianglong Yu returning? Now must hurry. Before this guy snatches the body, I must quickly switch back. This Buddha returns again. Long time no see, my treasures.
But the scene before him greatly surprised him. In his memory, the scene should be like this.
Could the Chimanduanjia formation have malfunctioned? Must be those people just now. Ghost demon monk held onto a shred of hope, clearing the debris bit by bit.
Outside the stone gate, the sunlight was exceptionally bright, but inside came waves of wailing sounds. Meanwhile, on the other side of Huangshan, rustling sounds came from the forest.
We finally reached Huangshan. Where exactly is the place you mentioned? Should I mislead him for 2 days first? This way, will he kill Xiao Huashan? Huangshan's advanced troops were completely wiped out. Could there be other forces here besides us? Doesn't look like a group force. Should have been killed by one person. They appeared suddenly like ghosts, then disappeared instantly after entering the cave entrance. Where in the world are there ghosts? I advise you to speak clearly. Chimanduanjia can indeed conceal form. The place of disappearance might be Tianzan Biedong. Looking at it this way,
the princess should know where it is.
Chimanduanjia is indeed a formation similar to curse techniques. Ordinary people find it hard to understand clearly.
In a corridor of the imperial palace, a eunuch hurried over.
Your Majesty summoned me, what are your instructions? Before the sorcerer could speak, this eunuch was like food, madly devoured.
Actually, he wanted to turn this person into someone like himself. This way he could escape to the outside world.
The demon cult master sat opposite the princess.
2 people, yet the cult master prepared 3 cups.
Looks like someone else is coming today. Although not as good as what the princess usually drinks, please try my tea too.
After all, being in danger,
everything outside might potentially be unsafe. Are you afraid I put poison inside? Rest assured.
I would never joke about things taken by mouth.
He still doesn't know the location of Tianzan Biedong. Shouldn't kill me for now.
The cult master frowned deeply.
Because what he wanted wasn't so easy to get. Who exactly is the other person? Why hasn't he appeared yet?
Indeed, still cult master.
The tea brewed by the person has an endless aftertaste. Indeed arrived quickly. Truly worthy of being my left Xian envoy. Cult master, since the summoning order was issued, of course had to rush over quickly. Then why hasn't the right Xian envoy arrived yet? Didn't you come together? Right Xian envoy pays respects to cult master.
This subordinate studied the mountain formation on the way here.
Prime Minister? How could he be here? Could he have already betrayed? Demon cult pays respects to Princess Highness. How have you been during this time?
The demon cult has infiltrated the royal family for a long time. No need to be so surprised.
They clearly could overthrow the royal family anytime, yet play with me like this?
However, several people didn't continue this topic, instead directly switching to the formation.
Firstly, the formation is effective, meaning the person who set it up is still alive. Then can the formation be broken by just killing him? But this isn't the answer I want. Of course, it's not without a way to break it. But requires Mourning Bai's help.
A fallen leaf with the character life floated down. But before it could return to the ground,
a blade light split it in two. A ball of flame rose rapidly in the left Xian envoy's hand. Old man,
receiving the text handed over by the right Xian envoy was very surprising.
Because he found several characters and burned them all? Some even needed their positions changed? The left Xian envoy imitated the action, swinging out a blade.
The giant rock before him was split in 2 by him. Immediately after, he went to the second location. At this time, he keenly noticed a group of monks appearing on the ground.
Orthodox people are in peril. How can we sit idly by? Holding the sun moonlight wheel. Looks like your excellency is by Lumi.
Huan Xiangling was cleaned up by this old man.
Fate brings us together eventually.
said, then threw out the 2 light wheels smoothly. The old man's eyes also became.
Looks like need to clear you out. Transfer great method. Finally found by me. Thanks to this Buddha's usual accumulation of good deeds, even Tathagata Buddha lent a hand. Said, then quickly opened the book pages to browse.
But while reading, his expression also became wrong.
No wonder this Buddha couldn't manage no matter how hard I tried. Done for this time. Need to gather 20 people. If only I had kept those demon cult people just now. And just at this moment,
the demon monk heard a noisy sound.
A cackling sound echoed.
The stone gate opened again.
Sounds like a fight. And it's nearby, right at the cliff edge.
A group of people stood ready, assuming defensive postures.
Opposite was Zhuo Xianshiri. The power of the Yu Guangluan is just average. His proud weapon actually being looked down upon? I'll hold him off. You guys go quickly.
Anyway, I was going to seek revenge from him sooner or later.
Even if I die, I want to be with Mother. I don't want to run away anymore. The demon monk watching the battle from above counted. Exactly 20 people, except for that old fellow. Found without searching after wearing out iron shoes. His appearance greatly surprised everyone. Long Hua Chang. How do you know me? I am Mao Yuning. Don't you recognize me? You are my uncle? I don't remember. I need to kill this old thing now. Before that, none of you are allowed to die. Beggar sect leader must be crazy. Forgot about being tied up by us?
Before the old man finished speaking, the demon monk quickly arrived in front of him, then kicked out with a high whip kick. The old man flew out on the spot.
Haven't seen for days, feels like 3 autumns. Didn't expect gang leader Long to be so strong. Gang leader Long's martial arts are actually so high? Then how was he captured by the demon cult? Then unfolded his body again preparing to attack. This time the move wasn't so simple. A dragon's shadow quickly rushed out from behind.
The old man was instantly frozen through.
Just like that, he was dealt with? This is too strong.
The old man, after all, has experienced the martial world for a lifetime. Killing him is still somewhat difficult. He stood up trembling, staring deadly at the person who had bullied him before.
What exactly happened to you, fellow?
Didn't expect he survived the Jianglong Shiba Zhang.
Life is really tough.
To completely eliminate future troubles, the demon monk extended his palm again,
then fiercely pushed forward.
The old man's life or death is uncertain.
How can gang leader Long use Shaolin Temple moves? Originally just had a try it attitude. Unexpectedly really used this move. Inside a path in the valley. What exactly happened to gang leader Long? Have 2 guesses now.
Either he had a fortuitous encounter,
or he isn't gang leader Long.
The 2 saw the scene before them, directly startled.
This place is simply more brilliant than the Imperial Palace treasury. I already saved your lives once before, now you must help me once too. First explain everything here, only then can we help you. Stinky girl, why so much nonsense? Whatever the seat tells you to do, you do. You are really too impolite. At least explain the situation. Mother is still rational, because he did indeed save their lives. Because he seems to have no ill intentions, looks like wants to save that little monk? Liang Mao looked up. Indeed, you saw the person lying on the stone slab bed. Was my guess correct just now?
Although this seat speaks without filter, never speaks discouraging words to others.
This is the greatest crisis in this seat's 300-year life.
I think gang leader Long's brain was damaged.
Why say so many incomprehensible things?
Those behind, stop discussing.
I can hear everything you say. No time to chat with you. You'll know what's going on in a moment. How do we need to help now?
Several people sat cross-legged around, beginning to
protect the Dharma. This Buddha can finally return to his own body. Demon cult master here
has been waiting for Zhu Xianshir's arrival, but waited in vain. Then waved his hand, throwing an object that exploded in the air.
Shi Muang is really thoroughly late. Looks like he really is old. Something must have happened. He is someone who alone can wipe out an entire gang. How could something happen? Better trouble you Xianshir to go take a look. If something really happened, this time it must be a formidable opponent. Subordinate will personally go resolve worries for cult master. Wouldn't it be better if you went personally? He needs at least a day's time. Even Manhwa Shaan is no match for you Xianshir. You are truly ignorant. The princess looked at this person incredulously. Turns out he is actually a hidden master? Even dealing with Yu Xianshi myself isn't that simple. In a secluded part of the valley, a pile of corpses lay scattered on the ground. What exactly happened here? A corpse suddenly stood up. Is this resurrection? Yu Xianshi commanded the puppets. Search for Chi Moan and the Chiman Duanjia formation. This is a group of corpses controlled by Yu Xianshi. The puppets rose and leaped up one by one, following the command format. In my grandfather's generation, he was Yu Xianshi. Even I don't know his true identity. Arriving near the Chiman Duanjia formation, a group of people kept wandering around here. Should be they discovered this place. Except for Chi Moan's position, the rest have been cracked, but he actually didn't leave a single trace. Truly strange. Xiao Huashan walked over from the distance at this time. Asking you about something. Have you seen someone called Zhao Qilin? Earth dog. Really giving you face. How dare you insult our cult master? What kind of joke is this? To you, he is the cult master. But to me, isn't that just a tunnel? Just as the cultists rushed towards him, was kicked from behind. The black-clothed man looked meaningfully at Xiao Huashan. Does your master not feed you? Otherwise, why haven't you come to save people yet? What to do? He probably has demonic arts. Watching Xiao Huashan defeat the crowd with one punch after another. This kid is actually stronger than Qi Xing Moong. Xiao Huashan. You will belong only to me from now on. Go away. I'm not interested in men. Especially an old man. Interesting. Looks like must make you shut your mouth first. Ouch. Didn't I say your moves are useless against me? Why do you all rush up without fear of death? The cultists stood looking at Xiao Huashan. Each one afraid, very fearful. But then thought again, rushed towards Xiao Huashan. What the heck? Vitality comparable to an unkillable cockroach. This guy knows magic. Young master must be careful. In that case, wouldn't killing him first be sufficient? Finished speaking, directly abandoned the small building below, charging towards the black-clothed man above. No matter who blocks, he won't stop his steps. Directly reached out to grab the black-clothed man. Gong. Young master, quickly save me. Save me. This is old by caught by the lackeys below. How dare you touch him? He is Padi and Shire Dao by Yuton. Oh, heard this title before. But if it's really by Yuton, then that's a good toy. Quickly go die for me. This old man is not a toy. Old by heard this, looked excitedly at young master. He is our family's old palace? The black-clothed man lying on the ground was beaten until vomiting blood. Ai Jing turned into this ghost state? But how are you still alive? Still so much nonsense. What's the use of saying so much? Slightly exerted force crushed his bones with cracking sounds. Keeping defeated soldiers is useless. Being able to help you transcend in this way should feel lucky. Really interesting. Beaten like a dog yourself, yet still babbling non-stop. Ha 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 ha, stinky kid whose hair hasn't even fully grown. Tone of voice is quite something. But don't know how good the skills are? Then why not try it out? The two randomly engaged in fierce battle. One palm blasted towards that big block. Loud bangs echoed. The big block was blasted onto the distant valley wall. Hi. Didn't check the almanac before going out today. Actually encountered master second only to the cult master twice in a row. Presume you are also the demon cult's dog leg. Better answer honestly. Zhao Qilin's position. The big block suddenly looked towards Xiao Huashan. But one slash passed. Xiao Huashan's figure gradually blurred. When reappeared, already behind the big block. Didn't you hear what I was saying? Where exactly is Zhao Qilin? Knocked the big block down with one palm. He doesn't speak, then you speak. If you don't speak, I won't stop. The big block suddenly attacked Xiao Huashan from behind. Xiao Huashan was kicked until vomiting blood. Young master, careful behind. Young master, how are you? Are you alright? What nonsense! How could I be alright? Let you have a few moves, ungrateful, instead sneak attack. Humph. Actually all trash. On your body. Are you carrying the souls of Pan Honggang and Lu Jiqing? Of course, carrying them all. Attach them all to me. Do you know what you're saying? This is letting Chi Moang turn himself into a puppet. What else can be done? As long as I can immediately regain dignity. Guarding the cult master is enough. Since you've already decided this way, then I respect your opinion. What's the situation over there? Saw the big block's eyes glow green. Just looks a bit fiercer. Do you like him that much? The two instantly engaged in battle. Xiao Huashan actually turned into a group? One person, one group? Holding blades in standoff. Whose flower will fall home? Xiao Huashan fiercely knocked the big block's blade away, raising the blade to stab Xiao Huashan. Xiao Huashan reappeared, already behind the big block, hammered fiercely. Hammered the opponent until vomiting blood. Bragging skills are quite good. Just this skill is only average. The big block forcibly straightened his own arm. No! Cannot lose just like this. Fiercely turned around, slashing towards Xiao Huashan. Eyes stared straight at the incoming attack, yet didn't dodge. Cried out in pain. This move is used like this, right? Jiankuan Din Nui. Thump! The big block was knocked down. Didn't expect I still had a big move. Old bye. Where did the other guys disappear to? Don't know. Didn't see. Really? Why didn't you watch carefully? Right. Issuing certificates is useless for you anyway. Joking. If I hadn't passed you the shedding mortal coil technique, wouldn't you just be taking a beating? Ouch. This is completely different. Xiao Huashan, see you later. Didn't expect you were still a top master. In the cave on the other side, the three waited quietly again. Little monk and gang leader Long, can they really successfully switch bodies? At this time, on the monk's side, a strange light suddenly flashed in the sky. Mother, how are you? I'm fine. But how is gang leader Long? Vaguely. Saw a figure sitting quietly there. Sheng Chang, are you there? Recalling Sheng Chang's naive and charming smile. Ha ha ha. Not here, not here. This Buddha has successfully returned the body. At this time, gang leader Long was slowly waking up. How are you, gang leader Long? I remember being kidnapped by the demon cult. But where is this? Ha ha ha. This Buddha will tell you. Many thanks for Senior's life-saving grace. Many thanks, Senior. Alright. Instead, you helped this Buddha retrieve his body. As a thank you gift, you can each choose one item from here. This junior looks forward to it. Just finished speaking. Saw in the pile of gold, there was a claw-like thing. This seems to be the Jianlong Zhua. This was a weapon given by the Guangwu Pai to the Jinbang gang leader long ago. Can greatly increase the power of Jianlong Shiba Zhang. Many thanks again, Senior. Is there really no Shueyu Zisen Ling Pai here? How many times must I say it for you to understand? Even without that thing, this Buddha is still supreme. But that old Senior. How do we get out? Yu Xianshi is also finished. Really don't understand these fools. Instead, sending themselves to die one by one. Why not go together? Never mind, please wait a moment longer. Suddenly the distant stone gate opened. Gang leader Long led the crowd out from within, but eyes filled with shock. Mozu also looked at Sis in surprise. Quickly, quickly, hurry out. This Buddha needs to rest. The two looked at each other. Seems obtained without effort. Just as the demon monk was closing the door, he blocked the closing door with one hand. Are you tired of living? Wanting to die? Dare to block me? This Buddha didn't mean that. Just want to ask you to help us deal with the demon cult master. If we go down the mountain like this, the martial world will probably face a bloody storm. The two looked at him with sincere eyes, hoping he would agree to their request. But what does that have to do with me? But this is martial world strife. Shaolin Temple is certain not to come out and uphold justice? But these martial world and Shaolin, what do they have to do with this Buddha? Hurry out. This Buddha needs to rest. No. I will definitely make you come out. Don't disturb me anymore. The reason Senior gave me the divine artifact must be because he anticipated something. So the grudges of our generation should involve others. What the heck is this guy talking about? He just obtained a weapon. A stinky beggar thinks he can ascend to heaven in one step? Funny. The beggar sect isn't a pushover, to be needed at will. Fine. Then let you know what the gap in strength is. Gang leader Long struck the demon cult master's body with one palm. He is not that easy to deal with. Gang leader Long, be careful. Rest assured, I know. Gang leader Long leaped into the air with extreme speed, then did a backflip, arriving before the mirror. Used the moves learned in his previous life, blasted towards the target with full force. An explosion sound came from the distance. If this hit him, even if not dead, would be half crippled. Gang leader Long felt very uncertain. Because the demon cult master's strength shouldn't be underestimated. Gang leader Long must remember to be careful. This demon cult master is very insidious. Thinking of killing me is still too simple. Then he used his lifelong ultimate skill again. Forcefully blasted towards the ground. Beams of light spread rapidly along the ground into the distance. The cult master looked into the distance very carefully. This dragon shadow made anyone feel somewhat apprehensive. The cult master was no longer as calm and composed as at the beginning, carefully observing the surroundings. Because he himself might also perish here. Leave the rest to you. You foreign. Then, gang leader Long in the distance fell directly with a thump. Liang Mao rushed past at this moment. The rocks on the ground were also shattered and scattered everywhere by his power. Who would have thought this great demon head would die so simply? Yes, who says otherwise? Nonsense. Are you calling me? Looks like the demon cult master still has some cards up his sleeve, accompanied by a pff sound. Liang Mao's chest was pierced through by one palm. Mother, no. Heard there is still one living Shaolin lay disciple. Should be you. Liang Mao was directly blasted far away. Mother. Mother. Humph, why didn't you run when dragging me down? Looks like really stuffy. Hurry up and die. A pillar of light burst forth from the fingertip. A loud bang echoed. Still fearless ones coming to challenge? I am the demon monk returned to the body. Attacked the cult master. Slap. Hit the cult master until bile came out. Then in a graceful arc, the demon cult master flew out. Get lost. You stinky brat actually didn't die. But this Buddha taught you, why don't you reply? Besides, who allowed you to control this Buddha's body and move freely? This Buddha never thought of participating in this matter. They helped me. Little monk cannot forget them in their time of need. Headache. What exactly is going on? Transfer grade method really isn't perfect. Benefactor is little monk. Little monk is benefactor. Amit Ba. Buddha bless. Little monk's soul has no body to attach to. Lien Xian quietly stayed here accumulating merit. Alas, the demon cult bullies too much. Little monk couldn't bear to watch anymore. He. Violence is human nature. Chanting Buddha also cannot suppress it. Looking at it this way, you've long been itching to act. Benefactor is right, but little monk isn't as despicable as a pig. Bald donkey, are you looking for death? This Buddha despicable? Are you mistaken? You should rest for a while first. Let little monk deal with that demon head first. Bald donkey dreaming. This Buddha won't enter your courtyard. We'll stay right here, won't leave again. Dong-eating demon cult master. Watching the two bizarre figures. Who exactly are you? Why suddenly intervene? Please let me say one sentence. Promise never to come out again. Why does this Buddha not believe it? Dare to swear before Buddha? Of course, dare. If I break the oath, we'll definitely go down to the 18 levels of hell. Alright. Seeing your sincere devotion. Can only say one sentence. Big turtle egg. Wiped out your dog legs in Songshan. It was this monk. Brat, you might become an obstacle to this cult in the future. Stay here today. Just finished speaking, Zhang Longjua appeared beside him. Demon cult master looked coldly at all this. Quickly go, senior. I'll handle it here. Quickly go. Zhang Longjua quickly retracted. Isn't it good to lie there properly? Must stand up to challenge me? Suddenly, a foot kicked towards the cult master's face. The cult master quickly leaned sideways to dodge. This was an attack launched by the demon monk. Admit defeat? What admit defeat? Benefactor, are you mad? Less nonsense. Isn't it because of you? Otherwise, how would I end up in such a classic state? No way. This little monk admits defeat directly if he can't win? Didn't expect. There's actually someone more insidious than Xiao Huashan in the world. Now this Buddha finally understands what heaven beyond heaven, person beyond person means. Funny. How? Still want to live? Injuring this seat and thinking of escaping? Don't. Tianzan B. There are many treasures in the cave. I can give them all to you. Above, weapons worn by beggars. Below, lost martial arts secret manuals. Also, Lingji that can grant immortality. Could it be you don't want any? Already walked so far. When will we arrive? Stop asking. Happiness is coming soon. then stood before a flashing door. After slowly opening the door, a dazzling light shone out from the door. Looking at this pile of tattered trash before him. Fine. You brat. Still thinking of tricking me at death's door. I don't care what you want. You browse around first. This Buddha will personally find it for you. Thought, wait until this Buddha recovers strength. You are dead meat. Waiting. Buddhist cult master looked speechlessly at these things. Long-lost martial arts secret manual. 9-in manual. Also, Mingjian Ganjiang Moe. Humph. Waiting. Only a few acupoints left. When I open them, it will be your death day. Where were all these treasures stolen from? This Buddha is not a thief. What steal? Damn it. Agitated, acupoints got blocked. TCH. Give you 1 hour. Find for this seat. Immortality Lingji and Zissen Lingpai. Isn't 1 hour too blocked? Don't care about these. Whether you can find it or not isn't my business. Really a big bastard. What's 1 hour enough for? Time's up. What exactly did you find? Of course found it. Just one small problem. With my skill level, cannot break the seal at all. Such a good thing as immortality Lingji must be preserved well. To prevent decay, the cult master directly sucked that jar of Lingji over. Oh? What seal is this? Why is it so ugly? Used all strength to open the seal. After opening, it made the cult master's eyes turn cold. This is the immortality Lingji? But isn't it too ugly? This seat, what this seat? Go eat shit, doggy. Turtle egg. Dare to insult this seat. Really? Live too long idle. Listen. Where are the flies coming from? Buzzing around randomly. Finished speaking, directly pressed the switch on the wall. Crash. A loud sound splashed onto the demon cult master. Old man, stay here properly. Directly threw the smoke onto the ground. Boom. Instantly ignited a large fire. Will the demon cult master perish here? This is the immortality Lingji you kid found? Become a ghost and live forever. How about that, Shang Chang? Your revenge is taken. The martial world is quiet too. Looking at the explosion ahead. Great. Who activated the mechanisms outside? No, which damned bastard is forcefully breaking the formation? If you don't want to die, stay still. Damn it. If only these people could wake up, there would be a way. Unknowingly, Shaan had already silently walked up to him. Shaan, why are you here? Are your injuries healed? Of course, the injuries are healed. I am immortal, after all. At this time, Manhwa Chang and the other person also slowly woke up. You're finally awake. The princess roughly told me the whole story. Where is that guy now? He pointed forward. Came out from there, then disappeared from there. Should be someone skilled in Chiman Duanja. But breaking the formation still needs some time. Truly a greedy and insatiable fellow. Are those things more important than human lives? At this time, Shaan was outside trying to break the formation. He suddenly slammed a palm onto the ground. Instantly, a 100-meter trench appeared. How about that? Clean and neat, right? Now the martial world is calm again. We can go home. Meanwhile, due to the external vibrations, mechanisms inside the cave triggered frequently. What exactly is going on? Sheng Chang, is it your kids doing? It is indeed me. Benefactor, better be buried here with that demon head. Why should this Buddha be buried here? Dead bald donkey, are you crazy? This Buddha doesn't want to die yet. As soon as the words fell, a black shadow suddenly darted out, immediately giving the demon monk a chokehold. Damn it! This kid doesn't play by the rules, launching a surprise attack. Why am I always the one getting hurt? Mere flashy fists doesn't hurt at all. Saw him suddenly raise his palm. The next second, the palm struck the ground like a phantom. At this time, the crowd outside was just about to turn and leave. The massage just now was quite comfortable. Now it's time to return the favor. That person seems to be senior? What did you say? You call this little brat senior? Did I hear correctly? I didn't see it. What ability does this little brat have? At this time, another figure slowly walked out from the cave. Seeing the person, Shaan greeted him with a cheeky smile. What happened, surnamed Zhao? Xiao Shaan, since you're not dead, you should find a mouse hole and hide well. Come try. Let's see who hides. I'm different this time. Looks like I still have to beat you half to death. Only then can you wake up. True Qi quickly gathered behind him. Hua Shan didn't dare be careless again, directly entered combat mode. Just as the two were about to fight, a figure holding a token suddenly stood out. All three stopped, looking at the shining object in this person's hand, greatly surprised. Princess, turns out you've been deceiving the throne all along. Only you can activate the Baiyu Lingpai, but the Baiyu Lingpai alone cannot mobilize troops. If handled poorly, it might cause unnecessary disputes. I trust the Gaibon's intelligence network and operational capability. And I also trust you will find the Shueyu. This subordinate will definitely not fail the princess's trust. Vow to complete the mission and find the Shueyu Lingpai. Listening to their conversation, he slowly took out the blood jade. The blood jade is here. Here. Ronghuo Chang tremblingly took the Shueyu Lingpai from the princess's hand. If we can't eliminate him here, this is the only way left. Gaibon leader Longhua Chang will definitely live up to everyone's expectations. Hua Shan said disdainfully, "Can you even trust the words of a mere smelly beggar? Hua Shan, how can you speak like that? He's not a beggar. He's the Gaibon leader. Princess, you should go too. Compared to a beggar, aren't your words even more dangerous? What do you mean by this? You bastard. What kind of attitude is this?"
What Xiao Huashan said also makes some sense. You escort the princess and leader Long down the mountain. As a descendant of the orthodox faction, I have long embraced death willingly. After speaking, his right hand suddenly gathered force, then quickly spun around, instantly blowing everyone away in disarray. Everyone looked bewildered, didn't know why Hua Shan suddenly attacked them. Hua Shan, are you crazy? What are you doing? The injured can't help. After speaking, turned and left coolly. This kind of self-righteous bastard, we shouldn't bother with this kind of person. Old Bai hurriedly followed Hua Shan. Young master, must you do this? Old man, you go too. Don't follow me. What nonsense are you talking about? Bai Yutong, will never leave young master's side, even in death. If something happens to me, who will take care of mother? The only one I can rely on is you. Looks like young master is determined to die. Then Hua Shan arrived at the appointed place, prepared for a desperate fight. It's about to start now. Kid, have you settled your final affairs? What final affairs? After I deal with you, I still have to go back to drink wine and eat meat. Clearly know you're acting, yet I still watch with relish. Do you know why? Because since ancient times, chasing escaping prey is more interesting. Where's all the crap coming from? Then suddenly leaped up, fist clenched, striking straight for the cult master's vital point. The cult master clearly didn't expect the opponent to attack so suddenly. But this little ability can't harm me. Saw him extend his palm, easily catching Hua Shan's attacking fist. I didn't stay here just to buy them time to escape. I stayed to tear you apart with my own hands. Stop boasting. If you want to tear me apart, let's see your ability. A hand knife quickly slashed towards Hua Shan's face. Hua Shan saw the situation, quickly leaned back to dodge the attack. Then took advantage of the opening. Fist like a phantom fiercely struck the cult master's chest. The cult master was clearly somewhat flustered by these fierce attacks. Hua Shan embraced the certainty of death, giving the enemy no breathing room at all. Right fist gathered force again. The next second, fiercely struck the cult master's chest again. The cult master clutched his chest. A mouthful of blood immediately spurted out. Seeing the cult master heavily injured, now is the time to seize the opportunity. Heavy fist gathered force again, quickly attacking the cult master's face, preparing for a fatal blow. Unexpectedly, the cult master slightly tilted his body, easily dodging. Looks like the cult master didn't use his full power just now? I was wondering where you got the confidence. Turns out, it was just stealing Mia Huashan's Tianmo 108 gong. Huashan leaped up, attacking again. Mid-air right fist gathered force again. A heavy punch directly hit the cult master's face. The cult master flew backwards with a sinister sound. Indeed improved compared to last time. But this is called giving it your all? Quite disappointing. Don't speak too soon. The good show has just begun. Hua Shan panted heavily. Clearly summoning the fire spirit consumed a lot. Saw the cult master use a lion's roar technique. Hua Shan's sudden eruption was deafening. Several long swords gathered before the cult master, emitting sword cries. Hua Shan showed no fear, directly leaped into the group. Seeing this, the cult master just lightly raised his right palm. The next second,
Shaan actually flew backwards. Looks like the cult master didn't take him seriously at all.
Immediately after, the cult master used grafting flowers onto trees, palm fiercely striking the ground. The ground cracked layer by layer, directly hitting Shan's body. And at this time, the evil monk had already recovered his strength.
Zhao Qilin is doomed. Forget it, you're still too naive. Definitely not my opponent.
Better just die. Said, then stomped the ground fiercely, preparing to deliver the fatal blow to Shaan.
Just then, suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. Instantly, a beam attack shot directly towards his face.
Luckily sensed it early, slightly leaned back and dodged.
Immediately after, several beams shot towards him. A backflip, dodged again.
This bastard is truly a persistent ghost. The cult master leaned against the wall, panting heavily, hurriedly sized up the attacker.
All the pain you brought me, I'll return it to you now.
Said, then a Gui Pai Qigong shot directly towards the panting cult master.
The cult master was still recovering from injuries. How could he expect attacks to follow one after another?
Hurriedly extended his palm to meet the incoming attack.
Boom! A huge sound. The explosion directly engulfed the cult master.
Shaan was also sent flying by the explosion's impact.
What to do? I don't want to die yet.
Sure enough, the no smoke, no injury rule applies.
The cult master's hair was just a bit messy. Go die, Shaan.
Just as he prepared to strike, an attack shot from behind, directly hitting his landing spot.
Turns out it was the demon monk.
It's just that the speed was too fast, couldn't capture his figure at all.
Saw him give a wicked smile. This Buddha makes his entrance. Gaochun authentic?
The demon monk watched the two fighting to the death.
Felt extremely anxious inside. Stinky monk, hurry out.
That kid is about to die. Even if this Buddha takes action, there's only a 50% chance of winning.
But if according to my plan,
both your and my goals can be achieved.
The monk suddenly emerged from his body. What plan? That is to get out of my body. Are you talking or farting? If I can fully possess the body, I can win.
Might as well perish together with the demon cult leader.
How about it, evil monk? Wicked smile. If you really think so, that's not bad either.
But before that guy goes to die, I won't make a move. How could the monk watch someone die before his eyes?
If this continues,
he really will die.
Buddhist disciples cannot kill, but it didn't say they can't watch.
The monk heard this, shaking with anger.
Stop struggling. It's useless.
Your acupoints were sealed by me long ago.
Stinky monk, you decide. You hesitate. This kid is about to be beaten to death. As long as you get out of this Buddha's body, this Buddha will perform rituals for these deceased every month. Alright, I promise you, but if the benefactor doesn't keep the promise, I will become a vengeful ghost to find you even in death.
Rest assured,
this Buddha always keeps his word. Never breaks a promise. Then,
the monk transformed into a golden light and flew out of the demon monk's body.
The demon monk felt his power return, kicked straight towards the cult master. Successfully interrupting the cult master's attack, the demon monk grinned widely. This feeling is really nice. Dead bastard. This Buddha has tolerated you for a long time. Thank you for helping me. Consider it a favor I owe you. You think too much, causing trouble in this Buddha's territory. Neither of you will live. This guy's tone of voice is really asking for a beating.
The two stared at each other, neither giving way. Suddenly Shaan struck him with a palm.
The demon monk didn't understand. Internal conflict when facing a great enemy? Actually, no.
It was the cult master's attack heading towards them.
Shaan detected it first, which led to the scene of attacking the demon monk just now. Is this repaying the favor? The demon monk thought secretly. Isn't this favor repaid a bit too quickly? Kid, the grudge between you and this seat isn't settled yet, right?
The three occupied different positions, quite like a three-way standoff.
Each harbored their own schemes.
These two guys are not simple. Acting rashly, perhaps this Buddha will suffer a loss.
These two guys blocking the way now. If they aren't eliminated, this seat will not rest in peace. Neither of these two are good people.
For the stability of the martial world,
must decide the winner today. The great battle was imminent. The three simultaneously unleashed their respective techniques, attacking their targets. The cult master used a Gui Pai Qigong, attacking the demon monk.
The demon monk was not to be outdone, using a move from the Gaibon, the Jianglong Shiba Zhang.
Shaan watched the energy fluctuations in the air, secretly shocked. Both energies are very strong. The next second, the two energies collided. Deafening explosions sounded consecutively. Adults' business, kids don't interfere. Just stand there and watch. Seeing the demon monk rushing over, the cult master repeated his old trick. Another Gue Pai Qigong. The demon monk could only spin his body midair to dodge the attack. Then accelerated again towards the cult master. If not for an 8x scope, couldn't capture his momentum just now. Midair power gathering. Kicked directly towards the cult master's face. Faster than words could describe. The cult master suddenly raised his hand, successfully grabbing the demon monk's foot. The next second, suddenly exerting force, directly flung the demon monk out in a 360-degree rotation. Immediately after, the left palm slowly lifted. A huge palm phantom actually condensed above his head. As the cult master continuously trained, the palm became bigger and bigger. The light became more dazzling. The next moment, the huge palm suddenly erupted, directly pressing the demon monk down under the field. Not to mention, the demon monk kid is really lucky, actually in the finger gap, wasn't hit. The next second, this old sixth finger secretly extended. An attack blasted towards the deep pit. This deep pit was impressively created by the giant palm just now. Dazzling light suddenly appeared below the deep pit. The demon monk, unable to react, was directly pierced through the chest. Then a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. Secretly shocked. So fast. What happened? Stinky monk ascended to heaven? Along with the Niti and Busi Dafa also disappeared. Ultimately, still misplaced trust. At this time, the cult master flew directly out from below the deep pit. The terrifying aura on him grew stronger. Red light actually began to condense around his body. Saw him lightly point a finger. A deep red energy body condensed in mid-air. The next moment, instantly dispersed. Began bombing without blind spots. The demon monk, at this moment, actually felt the aura of death. Explosions continued one after another. The earth trembled, causing vast amounts of smoke. After the smoke dispersed, dozens of bottomless giant pits impressively appeared on the ground. The demon monk duo were nowhere to be seen. The cult master looked at the giant pit before him, expressing satisfaction with the power. Turns out the two were hiding in a certain deep pit at this moment. Indeed, getting old. Can't fight so soon anymore? Don't blindly interfere in the world of young people. Go watch the battle over there. After teasing, the demon monk took a deep breath, preparing for the next round of attack, then roared at the cult master. Kid. Getting arrogant? Still not rolling down? The cult master heard this. How could he tolerate it? Palm extended. The final trump card was finally used. Tianma Sanglia Zhang. A huge energy body quickly condensed behind him. The three descending the mountain stared at the huge blue energy body condensing behind, greatly surprised. Shaan must be alright. Afraid we can't resist. Going to die here, right? But can't wait for death either. Must fight with all might. Only then can protect those wanting protection. The cult master suddenly waved his palm. The energy body behind him followed. The energy body continuously condensed mid-air, constantly growing larger. At this moment, the two under this energy actually appeared so tiny. Just when Shaan was being bravely immortal, the demon monk suddenly struck. A palm slapped his shoulder. The demon monk, at this moment, also made his decision, charging towards the energy body without hesitation. Shaan, who landed, stood up, hurriedly shouted, "What exactly do you want to do? Kid, don't you have attachments? This Buddha has nothing to linger for in this world." At this time, the demon monk transformed into a golden light, rushing towards the energy body, instantly breaking through the obstacle. At this moment, he was so dazzling. The next second, saw the demon monk already embracing the cult master. That huge energy body also dissipated accordingly. Didn't want to be compassionate, but ultimately couldn't extinguish the Buddhist nature. No matter how immortal, still can't escape realize palm. No need to struggle. Join this Buddha in the Yehua Banshan to benefit all beings. This is our fate. The next second, night fire surged from the demon monk's body, emitting dazzling light. The figures of the two also slowly dissipated. Quietly watching the distant place where the demon monk disappeared, couldn't recover for a long time. Damn it! Didn't expect him to steal the spotlight in the end. Do you think I would be grateful for this? He sighed deeply. almost lost his life, yet no one saw? The princess walked over from somewhere. I saw it. I saw everything from the beginning. The next second, the princess suddenly threw herself into Hua Shan's arms. Great! You're still alive. Hua Shan patted his head dotingly. To thank you for protecting the peace of the martial world, this palace specially permits you to be the imperial son-in-law. Who would have thought Hua Shan would turn and leave, muttering, "Miss Mother so much." Hearing this, the princess could barely suppress the anger in her heart. Mama's boy. Just never clarify your whole life. Be happy with your mother forever. Unexpectedly, Hua Shan suddenly turned back. Princess, not coming with me? Compared to my lifelong matter, mother is more anxious about another matter. That is holding grandchildren. So we need to hurry back and complete mother's instructions.